The NBA used to be like kind of Major League Baseball. So now they're going, all right, if we're giving a guy a 6 or even an 8-year deal, he
for one.
Greg Hill Show.
Broadcasting from beautiful and safe Brighton, Massachusetts.
Woo! It's go, 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 go time.
It's
You're a cool hill man.
the Greg Hill Show.
We're up and at it, Greg. Don't worry about that.
Tick, tick, boom.
Starring the biggest foodie on the planet,
To me, food is the most important thing.
White bread is succulent.
Greg Hill.
Just saying the same thing as you. Outside receiver
Outside guy.
who can go deep.
Yeah.
Also, I feel like I should point out Diddy cannot go deep. Is it too soon for that or no? All right.
Well, it could have been just who he was standing next to.
Featuring the parlay playboy himself,
This tickles my fanny. Does that math make math? I did not know that.
Wiggy.
I love a Jello shot.
You do?
Yes, I do.
Oh, thank you.
I do.
Why?
I'm a fan.
You don't
I'm a
like
Greg.
Greg?
No,
Greg likes his Jello normal.
I'm not really a fan of Jell-O at all.
Joined by Boston's #1 linguist,
Criminal mischief and arson have become this kind of tangent. Pete Buttigieg.
Courtney Cox.
Whatever, Chris.
Chris, my beloved.
Yes, yeah.
My
beloved husband.
betrothed.
He's a free blank.
Yes. Oh, Chris
Hansen.
Mason. Hansen. Chris
No, it's
Mason.
Mason.
Chris Mason.
Nego is not married to Chris Hansen,
No, no, no.
To Catch a Predator.
No,
guy.
he's-
And accompanied by two big brains behind the glass.
Don't put salmonella with your yams.
I'm on Shime Island.
Talk to me, Daddy.
You are both morons.
Curtis and Shime.
Hampton's residents shelling out tens of thousands of dollars for, quote, the tightest vagina,
Oh my
unquote,
God.
Oh, okay.
Curtis.
as demands for peak sexual performance skyrocket.
Now,
Let's get down to business.
it's time for the Greg Hill Morning Show.
Morning. Good morning, everybody.
Hello, good morning.
Morning, everyone.
Morning.
Good morning, my neighbors.
On Boston Sports Original,
WEEI. Got my people.
WEEI.
When I say Greg Hill and you say show, Greg Hill, Greg Hill, Greg Hill, show. All right.
Woo! It's go, 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 go time.
Let's go.
Tick, tick, boom.
What's going on, everybody?
Good morning.
What up? What up?
Another stellar day out there. Curtis, nice job on the weather. It is beautiful this morning.
Thank you. I like to take full credit. Beautiful, beautiful morning.
Up for discussion today, Stanley Cup Finals Game 1 goes to the Golden Knights. And I don't know if did you watch that last night?
No, I didn't watch it.
Okay, I was in on it. Excellent game. Red Sox unsuccessful again at Fenway Park.
That I watched a
And
little
a
bit.
4-2 final there. AJ Brown is a New England Patriot, and there are some interesting stories that seem to be trickling out of Philadelphia about why the demise there, and we can get into that
All right, I can't wait to hear these stories.
on this morning show. And it seems like there may be an NBA team that is jonesing for Jalen. We can talk about that this morning with Game 1 of the NBA Finals getting underway this evening. So all of that on the table. Hey, Coach, you want to pick our direction this morning?
Wherever you want to go, Greg.
No, that's not what I said.
All
I
right.
said, never mind. You lose the privilege. Curtis,
All right,
would
I
you
don't
would
need
you
it.
like to pick our direction this
Yeah,
morning?
I would like to begin with gratitude for the way in which AJ Brown met the New England fans and media yesterday, because
Okay.
that was awesome. I think I'm cynical at times, and maybe I'm just an easy mark with AJ Brown because I love the deal and I want him to do well here. But it was really cool to see someone who arrived here. A lot of players arrive here and they have different views of what Boston and the fans here are, and then they grow to love them. Whereas it appears that AJ Brown's been in love from afar.
Yeah.
And now he's here, and I just thought it was refreshing to hear a guy who I know fought his way out of a town that was winning Super Bowls, and I'm sure Eagles fans have a different view of him, and Patriots fans would have a different view of him if he was leaving here.
Yeah.
But I really thought that he was spectacular yesterday.
Obviously, I know this ain't heaven, but, it's close to it.
you can also relate to those who get fooled by AI gen photos, and in his case, it's a photo of himself in a Patriots jersey at the age of 12.
But who has no time to say the Nike jersey didn't come out until 2018? It's like, can anything just be good? Can we just say great, cool?
No, I mean he did have. I mean, let's be honest. He had the Patriots rug in his man cave. So I take him at his word that he's been a lifelong Patriots fan, and this is a dream come true for him. And it was nice. It's nice to see a legit free agent, a big money, a guy you got by a trade, but a guy who makes big money,
right?
Who wants to be playing for your football team. So,
I absolutely love it. I think he's going to do spectacular here. And, when you start to look at it, I just love how we as fans, we're so hypocritical when it comes to certain things, especially like people we love or people we have this admiration for, because the way Philly fans see A.J. Brown, he's a quitter. I don't know why you'd want a guy like that. If he went somewhere else, we would be like, how can you want a guy who quit on his team in the biggest game of his career in the fact of the Super Bowl and all this other stuff? I love it when we get our guy and we can embrace that love and when he's getting hate from other places. You see Philly fans, we had one call in yesterday and go, why would you want a guy who quit or was a problem in the locker room because he wasn't getting the football? Who wants a diva? It was like, a few years ago with Tyreek Hill, it's like, we don't want that guy.
I probably have blinders on, but that doesn't concern me because of Mike Vrabel. Does you feel the same way?
I absolutely feel the same way, Greg.
Right.
And it's funny to me because it's also like I do think this is the first time that A.J. Brown is where he wants to be. Because he was very clear, if you believe him, that he wanted to be drafted by the Patriots and then ended up in Tennessee. Didn't exactly get off on the right foot with Mike Vrabel, he admits, when he was there. And then they grew to have this really great friendship. And then he gets tossed out of town by the front office. And he had a great friendship with Jalen Hurts. That ran its course.
Yeah,
I'm not worried about this being like a honeymoon phase, especially because you saw almost like pretty much the same exact staff handle Steph Diggs last year, and that locker room could not have been in a better place in terms of the way that the guys felt about each other and felt about the coaching staff.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not worried one bit. I think Vrabel, even if he didn't have a relationship with A.J. Brown, I think Mike Vrabel is kind of, when you look around the league and if you were to ask players who play for other teams, what they would think about playing for Mike Vrabel, I think a lot of guys in the league would be like, I'd love to play for that guy. Just from afar, he looks like that type of coach. I think Sean McVay looks like that. So I never had an issue with any player that the Patriots might be looking to get because I think players respect the hell out of Mike Vrabel, and they'll come here and they'll understand, like, okay, here's how we do things in New England.
And it's amazing looking at, the desire that he had and how crestfallen he was that the Patriots didn't take him. The sliding doors of instead of N'Keal Harry, you have A.J. Brown in 2019 in the change to the history of the NFL. If that happens, because then Tom probably doesn't leave because he's throwing to A.J. Brown. Yeah. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but
Bill's not in North Carolina.
But then again,
Jordan is still cheerleading.
Curtis, if A.J. Brown comes here, he's probably N'Keal Harry, and N'Keal Harry is A.J. Brown, and we're like, why the hell didn't we draft N'Keal Harry?
I don't think
You're
N'Keal
saying
Harry
the Patriots ruined N'Keal Harry?
Well, no, I'm just saying.
Like he could have been A.J. Brown if he went somewhere else?
No.
That's kind of what you just said.
He needed a better coach and quarterback.
But and Chime knows this better than anybody else because he's into the draft and everything else.
He's the all-22 guy.
At that time,
is AJ guy on the show?
No, at that time,
is AJ the X?
No, I don't know. I don't think he's yet. But
please, I'm getting it at work and home.
He's less like a sub-stacker, more like a sub-eater. But
yes.
Go ahead. What?
No, but Mego,
go home.
At that time, there were a lot of analysts that had N'Keal Harry above A.J. Brown. So it's like, no one knows who a guy's going to be.
The mockers.
It's like it's Chris Hill. He's here. He can't get on the field because, he can't even ride a bike. In Atlanta, he's like lights out. But if he was here, it'd be like, we wouldn't have that same Chris Hill. So who the hell knows what A.J. Brown would have looked like if he came here?
Yeah, I just think it would maybe, I wouldn't go so far as to say the situation New England would have ruined A.J. Brown coming out of the draft.
I don't know because you think, what's a better situation to go to? New England in 2019 when the whole N'Keal Harry situation with Tom Brady and how the staff looked like, or Tennessee at that point in time?
AJ strikes me as a guy who like rises to the occasion with pressure. If anything, and I know Philly has a million stories about who he was there.
Right.
But I think the biggest problem that they seemed to face was that he would rip guys in public. Like, he would rip guys in public. He would rip the coaching staff, Sirianni, in public, to the point where they were like, hey, can we take this behind closed doors? And he's like, no, I'm keeping it 100 because guys aren't tapped in the right way. Like, I think Brady would have been into that.
Yeah, no, I know that. I know there are players that would be into that, right? But it's all about earning that stripes to get there. You know what I mean? You just as a young player, and I'm not saying this is A.J. Brown. I think where he is, his leadership, what he's going to do for this organization is spectacular. I think we're all like trying to play, go back and playing the what-if game. But I love the fact that you get a guy that not only is good on the football field, but I think is going to be a huge leader in that locker room.
Alternate opinion from a 617 texter on the Subaru of New England text line who says, you guys are all high. No, just Wiggy. You have one of your own wide receivers who is holding out right now. What leads you to believe that Mike Vrabel will be able to handle A.J. Brown?
A corner, you mean?
No, he's
they're
talking about Booty.
Oh,
Talking about
Booty.
Yeah.
Oh.
Because that guy just fell 5 spots in the depth chart. I'd hold out too.
Yeah, Booty don't want to be here.
Well, I think if they wanted Booty, he would be getting massaged by the coach. Oh, sorry. He would be getting treated properly by the coach, and the team doesn't care about him right now. You know what I'm saying? So if they wanted Booty here, I think he'd be here.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
I think currently Mike Vrabel is not interested in Booty.
no, he's not.
Greg, I don't know what you had for breakfast,
Yes.
but have it again.
All right. Well, I missed the Red Sox game. How did Pete Alonso do last night, Curtis?
Is there anything? I hate myself. What was the bet pregame for anytime home run for Pete Alonso last night? Because that was an easy cash.
So predictable.
Oh God!
Probably
the
pretty good.
man basically won the game for him with a 2-run bomb. Go ahead, 2-run bomb, and that team is now 9-20 at Fenway Park.
Fun fact: did you know no other team in Major League Baseball has fewer than 12 home wins?
I think they're a seller come the deadline. I think they're going to be selling off a ton of pieces.
Like, why are you waiting to the deadline? Sell now.
I don't know.
The only thing they're selling is BS. You see Breslow again on Nesson? It's
Yes.
just make the team better. Stop trying to polish a turd.
Well, Craig Breslow will join us on this show tomorrow for the front office report. This is Mark from Florida. Good morning, Mark.
Greg, good morning. Welcome, everybody. Great show as always. I just when he hit that home run last night, Alonso, I just wonder what Breslow thinks. Does he think I should have signed him? Does he think the fans are, furious about not signing him when the team desperately needed a right-handed power bat and did not essentially get one? I just always wonder that. Is that a question you could pose to him on Thursday?
I'll ask him. I don't think he thinks that because Pete Alonso said himself yesterday they were short on years and they were short on average salary. Craig Breslow knows that. Like, I am sure that they came back to Bresbot and said, here's what we got. Here's what Baltimore's willing to do. Are you willing to beat it? And they weren't. So there should be no surprise on the part of Craig Breslow.
Good morning.
About why Pete Alonso is not here. Maybe he looks back and with regret that he wasn't able to get John Henry to sign off on the check. But it's just, and they're going nowhere.
No,
absolutely nowhere. The Boston Red Sox.
Well, they're going backwards. Actually, at least they're going somewhere. But yeah, and the other thing was, I always will love. Remember what Sam Kennedy said at the conclusion of last year? We're going to have extreme urgency in free agency to improve this team.
Right.
And then one guy that literally everybody, it was the A.J. Brown of the Patriots. It was, Wiggy even said he would do Pete Alonso.
That's right.
Yes, he did.
Well, that's Bresbot told me.
Yeah.
He said, hey, we're going to get a power bat.
I was with you, Wiggs.
Yeah, and I would do Pete Alonso.
Well.
And he said, we're going to get a power right-handed bat, and then he didn't do it. And then when you saw I think, Mego, you might have been on when we talked about this. I'm not sure. But when we saw the Pete Alonso money, I think it was Schwartz first, and then we're like, oh, we know exactly what Pete Alonso's going to get. And you're like, well, that's not a lot of money. It was like, we end up getting, what did you say the amount was, $155 million or something like that?
They were
65
right
million?
around each other.
Yeah, and I'm like, oh, that's not a lot of money.
Yeah,
And-
5 years, 155.
yeah.
All right. Well, we're going to get to leads momentarily, including a lead from Mego about what somebody on that Red Sox team said post-game last night.
I don't know if you guys have seen this, but it is one of the weirder post-game quotes from any athlete that I've heard.
Yes. So leads coming up. They said it at 7:20. That will include what some of what A.J. Brown said on his first day as a New England Patriot. That will include what Sean McVay said about potentially adding Aaron Donald. All of that coming up during They Said It News with Mego at 8 and Hill Notes at 9:20 on today's show. And we will get going with a lead from Scheim in exactly 2 minutes next.
My name's Phil.
Just talking to my mom, I was like, man, I'm still in awe. I'm trying to adjust and, walking up the hill with the uniform on. I was like, man, this is real, And caught myself one point in practice, wasn't paying attention because I was like, dang, I'm a Patriot, and just trying to take it all in as much as I can. Obviously, I got back to work quickly, but it's levels to it, and like I said, I'm enjoying it. It's obviously I know this ain't heaven, but it's close to it.
That was A.J. Brown yesterday. Dreams sometimes can come true. I know that firsthand, Curtis. Not so long ago, I was on 2 turntables and a microphone in my garage playing records, and now look at me. Here I am,
right
on the radio, going on 37 years in the morning on the radio. Dreams can come true. You never know.
You get to work with me.
That's great. Well, yeah, obviously. One of the unmentioned benefits when I came over here. I didn't realize how great it was going to be.
It was unmentioned because nobody had the same sentiment.
Well, God, it's beautiful out. Can we open the Window World Boston weather window for our meteorologist, please? Because not only is today important, but we are heading to my adopted home continent of Maine tomorrow. What do we got coming, Curtis?
Oh, man, let's see. It is a gorgeous morning. You see the sunset in Winthrop last night? It was on social. The Only in Boston account put it out. Oh,
No.
my God.
Beautiful?
Gorgeous. I think A.J. Brown was right. It was heavenly.
And they call that Winthrop over there, not Winthrop.
I don't get anything out of this. Vuolo's, Voulos in Winthrop, one of the best Italian restaurants in Massachusetts.
Really?
Spectacular. And it has what everything in Winthrop has, a signed jersey of the one and only gold medal winner from the United States of America, born and raised in Winthrop. He goes to every golf tournament. Do you know who I'm talking?
Yes, Mike Ruzioni.
Thank you.
Do they have salads over there? Because it's I'm in beach bod mode. It's only salads for me right now.
Salad season. They do. Spectacular. One of the better Caesars you'll have. Afternoon high of 81. Thursday, it is going to be a phenomenal day. It's going to be sunny, high of 87 in Boston. Yes. We'll be arriving at Old Orchard Beach Thursday, sunny, 79. Friday, partly cloudy, 81. Saturday for the Greg Hill Foundation Cornhole event, partly cloudy, 81.
All right.
Cannot wait. So, looking forward to seeing you tomorrow night at Cowbell in Westbrook, Maine. Friday morning in the sun on the beach at the Brunswick. That is, of course, famously where we met Worm.
Oh, yeah.
Worm 2.
Breakdancing Worm.
Okay, well, I don't, yeah, I mean, is that how we're going to...
Well, that's how he got
it
his
might
name.
be Drunk Worm. I mean, there's got to be something better than breakdancing Worm.
Well, that's how he got his name from
Original, I heard from Original Worm, who was a part of the blind dating game with Courtney's friend. And he is upset. He's thinking of trademarking Worm 10, like Mac 10.
Oh,
because he's upset that there's another worm that is referenced on the radio show.
Yeah, but he's the OG Worm.
We could call him OG Worm.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
He's the less annoying worm.
Some who know him call Diddy Earthworm.
Ew.
But I don't know him. I don't even know the man. This is Steve from Boston. Hello, Steve.
Hey guys, I called in last Friday. I was wondering why you guys weren't asking Sam Kennedy the tough questions about going to get a bat and Pete Alonso and all that stuff. And I had to listen to Curtis talk about, oh, you mean the Orioles that are behind us in the standings and Pete Alonso who sucks? And I'm just wondering, I mean, that take apes like milk, huh?
I mean, he's been awesome there. Who's had a better year, Contreras or Alonso, Steve?
Right now, Alonso.
What?
Well, Alonso got
what
more
about
home
home runs and RBIs?
I mean,
even that, what do you have slightly better batting average for?
So you think the reason the Orioles are where they are and the Red Sox are where they are is the hairline difference between Alonso and Contreras?
When you're the one who brought that up. When did I say that?
You literally just called about it.
When did I say Contreras and Alonso? What are you talking about?
You said that you were mocking me, saying the Orioles were worse in the standings and that Alonso hadn't been great. And I'm saying the difference.
You said hairline difference just now. It's not a hairline difference. It's like a 4-game difference.
That's not okay. The difference between where the teams are, follow along, is not the hairline difference between the stats of Pete Alonso and Contreras. What part of that don't you understand?
That's not even what I called in about. I'm just calling about your terrible take last Friday just to argue.
Well, let me just say this, Steve.
Okay, then weird morning.
Steve, you will not have to wait that long until the Red Sox are behind the Orioles, standings wise. It'll be this series.
Well, they are.
So
the Red Sox already are behind the Orioles.
I mean, they're pretty much identical. Like, I mean, Contreras has a better batting average, but
Red Sox have a better run differential. If you want to get into the nitty gritty,
If the Orioles said, "We'll give you Alonso for Contreras,"
I would take it.
Exactly.
Yeah, I would take it.
Even if you feel like Alonso hasn't been great
Right.
this season, and he has been really good over the last dozen or so games.
Oh, all day.
Like, you look at Alonso and go, the rest of the season, he's going to be a different guy.
Yeah, Alonso is a 30-plus home run guy every single year. I think Contreras has done it once in his career.
If you want to rip the Red Sox, and I think I do it often, I don't think Contreras and Alonso is the long-term way that you want to go down to say that they suck. I think you could look at the rest of the roster. You can look at the lack of an ability to land top-line free agents. But Contreras is actually, I think, a notch in the belt of Breslow so far.
Yes. And you are not often accused of being soft on Sam Kennedy. I will say that.
I mean, go listen to the interview. I mean, my God, what else can I say?
First time for everything. All right. Coming up, we'll get to leads. Shime, give us a little tease for your lead, please.
Greg, the New England Patriots solved one major issue, but another one is slowly building, and I don't like the look of it.
Okay. That is next.
WEEI.
and we're not little children, and we know what we want, and the future is certain. Give us time to work it out.
Good one, Shime. I like it.
Appreciate that, Greg. That one's from a texter for your Boston Red Sox.
Road to nowhere. They got to sell. Sell the players and sell the team. You are absolutely anemic in your own ballpark. 9-20 at home.
Yeah.
And you cannot win a baseball game there. And it does not appear that it's going to get better. And we certainly will do our best to ask the important questions of Bresbot when he is on the show tomorrow morning.
Can I put a bow on Steve's call?
Sure.
They have Pete Alonso and Wilson Contreras have an identical number of hits, 56. Why do you think Pete Alonso has more RBI? I'll tell you, because the players in front of him are on pace.
They do.
Yeah.
It's a really, and also 100 points higher OPS for Wilson Contreras than Pete Alonso, double the WAR. If you want to go down and actually look at the stats. So to say that that's why the Red Sox are where they are and the Orioles are where they are is maybe the dumbest take of all time.
Yeah.
No, you need both of them to be good.
Right.
They do have an issue when it comes to stranding runners on base. So, listen, Breslow, you said it earlier. The Wilson Contreras deal is a good deal. That's a feather in his cap. I mean, great. He re-signed Garrett Crochet. Feather in the cap. I mean, I could have done that. Shime in his baseball pants could have done that.
Thank you, Greg.
But short of that, just you know your ballpark. You know where you play your games at home. And you know what you need when it comes to those who can hit the baseball. And you were unable to provide that for the team. So, it's I don't know what else to say. It's unfortunately you're getting to the point of no return. You have to about 100 games left, and you basically have to win 60 plus of them to be a wild card team.
That ain't happening.
So that is.
Remember, I don't know if you did, but I used to play the baseball PlayStation games, and you'd reach a point where you just hit sim entire season.
Yeah, they were at that point.
That's what I'd love to do.
Yeah. All right, Sean, let's get to it.
This is the Greg Hill Show. Time now for The Lead.
Deep down in Louisiana, close to New Orleans, way back up in the woods among the evergreens, there stood a log cabin made of earth and wood, where lived a country boy named Johnny B. Good, who never ever learned to read or write so well, but he could play a guitar just like a ringing a bell. Go, go!
Shime going old school with Chuck Berry.
Yes, sir. I had to reach deep in the bag for that one.
Okay. Leads this morning brought to you by Subaru. Subaru summer is finally here. Details at SubaruofNewEngland.com. Shime, your lead today.
Yeah, good morning, Greg. So the New England Patriots did a fantastic job getting A.J. Brown, bringing him into the building. I thought his press conference, as Curtis mentioned earlier, was awesome. I love to hear how excited he is to be a New England Patriot. And then we also heard from Mike Vrabel yesterday at the very, very end of his press conference. He was asked about the Christian Gonzalez contract, and the words from Mike Vrabel that stuck with me were, I imagine he'll be out there next week. That doesn't seem super confident that Christian Gonzalez will be there. I know Curtis said yesterday it would be malpractice from his agent to allow him to take a snap in practice without a new contract. And that is the next job for the New England Patriots. You need to get this taken care of before it becomes an issue. Wiggy was comparing the Patriots to the Denver Broncos. Was that yesterday or 2 days ago now?
Yesterday.
Without Christian Gonzalez, your defense is nowhere close. With Gonzalez, the defense is really good. Without him, this defense is not even close. The reason you're even able to get pass rush a lot of the time is because your corners are so good. And so without your best corner, or the best corners in the league, you're going to struggle. And you just saw Drake London get a contract yesterday. Nick Herbig on the defensive side of the ball got a contract yesterday. Patrick Surtain has his contract that got edited, tweaked a little bit. Like, you need to get this done now before it becomes an issue later.
Because we have fun with the Substacker on the show, people are constantly sending me video clips. Did the Substacker actually say yesterday that Christian Gonzalez did not have a good game in the Super Bowl? Is that AI?
Did he say that?
Is that
I
AI?
hope that's AI.
There's no way someone would take the time to create something on him with AI.
He's like one of the only players on the team who had a good game in the
literally
Super Bowl.
the only one. I was like, are you kidding me?
He's the reason Rashid Shaheed didn't have like a 90-yard touchdown.
Yeah.
I mean,
that's what happens when you get that. That's why I was trying to help out my sis Mego. When you get into this all 22 world, you start to go on to a whole nother level of like, well, if you actually break it down from play to play, and we're gonna grade, it's like, no, stop that. Just watch the game and see what he did out there as a game where he was able to basically lock down, one of the best wide receivers in the game in JSN.
Well, the argument seems to be from those who don't think they'll get this done that the organization, the Crafts, are not going to pay what they are paying for A.J. Brown and then pay in addition for Christian Gonzalez. So
That's so silly.
Some say Gonzo is Gonzo.
That's silly. I don't see that.
No, I don't either.
So why isn't there a deal done?
Okay, here's what I think might be going on.
Okay, explain this one to me.
And you tell me what you think from your perspective,
Uh-huh.
Wiggy. So you know that Gonzo wants to reset the market.
Yep.
After McDuffie. He has the same agent as Devin Witherspoon.
Okay.
There may be just like a little bit of a waiting game to see which one of those two guys signs first, because whoever signs first, then the next guy can then outbid that guy. Or out negotiate rather.
So it's not the Patriots' fault that he
it
has
might
to sign
not
a contract?
be. That's
It's
all
Devin
I'm saying is
Witherspoon?
like, I'm not saying that. I'm sure that it's more complicated, but from my perspective, watching, like, Gonzalez was at the softball game. He's all happy-go-lucky there with Vrabel. He's having a celebrity basketball tournament thing down in Texas this weekend, and he posted that AJ Brown is going to be there. So it's not like he's looking at the team going, oh, so you can spend this money on AJ Brown, but you're not spending it on me. I truly think it's going to get done. I just don't think I was the only thing that took me by surprise, Shine, was Vrabel yesterday saying that he thinks he's going to be out there next week. I was like, you mean by mandatory mini camp? Because next week is another week of OTAs.
Yeah, mandatory.
No,
Didn't
I
he know
think
he
they
moved it
moved
up?
up. They moved up mini
Oh, they
camp.
did?
Yes,
Oh,
they
my
moved-
God.
they
At the
moved it
beginning
up.
of his
Yep.
press conference yesterday, he said small notes, mandatory
I
mini
missed
camp
that.
starts
Thank
next
you.
week.
They moved
All right.
it up to next week.
All right.
So
Yeah, I don't
Then
think
that
he'll-
is important.
Yeah, I don't think he'll be out there. I mean, I think to Shime's point, and I think Curtis had said it, there's no way if I'm Christian Gonzalez's agent, I'm like, you're not going out to minicamp, bro. If you can go there, you ain't doing nothing.
Yeah.
You want to go to meetings, it's all good. But
I probably will tweak the hammy again. That's a real problem for him.
yeah, I
Well,
wouldn't
because if Mego's right, like if he's more so just waiting on another corner to get a contract, so his contract is bigger than that guy's, then theoretically he should be at minicamp, right? And if he's not, then clearly there's a disconnect between him and the team. Is that what we
there's
can break
still
it down
there's
to?
still the part of like, is he going to be out there playing? I know it's still kind of passing camp, but is he going to be out there playing when he's worth much more than $4 million right now? You know, like it might not even be so much of a like trying to leverage the situation as like, well, when I get my deal done, I'll be out there.
But let me ask you this:
From a health perspective.
is when did Witherspoon get drafted?
2023.
Okay, so this would be 2024-2025 season. So he's still got another year before he can go to the table,
I thought it was 2023.
right?
Yeah,
so
he was drafted the year after Gonzalez.
yeah, so he's still
Yeah.
got another year before he goes to the table. So they're not waiting for him to set the
Oh,
market.
okay.
Curtis, some questions about whether I will be physically able to go for cornhole on Saturday. or
Oh
not.
dear, why?
It could be like it's a hammy thing, or it could be something in my quads.
There you go.
I don't know.
Smart.
I think that's a smart thing to do because you're too important for this place that
Yeah.
if you were to get hurt at the Brunswick and unable to come to work on Monday, that would be a problem.
So just do the announcing part. Don't actually do the physical cornhole bag throwing part.
And make
on
sure you get a
Saturday.
Werther's to get those vocal cords ready.
All right. Ninth annual beach cornhole tournament at the Brunswick in my adopted home continent of Maine on Saturday. Bags in the air at 11. Look forward to seeing you. Come and watch. Even if you don't have a team, come and watch. And we will be back with a lead from Curtis and then a lead from Mego about what a player on this Boston Red Sox team said post-game, which is somewhat odd. That is coming up.
Hey, it's Joe.
From the Catches Law Injury Attorney Studios, no fee unless you win. On a beautiful morning, we have a lot going on today on this show. That includes They Said It in about a half an hour, what A.J. Brown said upon realizing his dream of being a New England Patriot yesterday, what Sean McVay said about Wiggy's lead yesterday coming up during They Said It, and other things. And then I always want to remind you that you can leave us a hill note on the Odyssey app at any point and talk to your heart's content about something that we have discussed or something that we haven't mentioned. So leave us a voice note. We'll play the best ones back at about 9:20. Just go to the Odyssey app to do that. And you can, if you're unable to listen to us on the radio for whatever the reason or the time, maybe you actually have to work, you can listen on the Odyssey app when at your own convenience. So you could literally start the show, start to finish, at 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock in the afternoon, 7 o'clock at night, if you're not watching the Summer House 12 reunion show or whatever.
How was it last night?
I did not watch. I went right to the bedroom on the smaller TV and watched the Stanley Cup final game number 1, which was an excellent hockey game.
A doozy.
My Lord. Shime, you watch any of that game last night?
Just a little bit of it, Greg. I went to bed early, tried to rest up,
Carolina team, the way they clog up the neutral zone, Curtis, this is big with you.
I love it.
Is just
break it down for him, Greg.
makes it very, very difficult to gain entry. And so
why are people offended by a team being named after a natural disaster responsible for killing thousands? Like, why do we cancel everything except the hurricanes?
Well, it's natural.
I mean,
okay.
yeah, that's true.
God's
It's
creation.
But if it's natural, then why do we think we can impact the weather?
I don't know, but we need some global warming. Get this warmer weather here earlier.
Well, it's going to be beautiful.
No, I know, but
next bunch of days.
But all of May was basically a
yeah. Well, no, the weekdays were nice. The weekends just suck in May. That's
Some beautiful Mondays.
That's how that goes. Yeah. You wanted a correction issued, Mego?
Well, I don't know. I'm like so off my game. I'm shook because I got called out for trying to sound like a sub-stacker yesterday.
Yeah.
And I went home, and my husband was like, "Why are you talking about X receivers?
Yeah.
Like, just say outside receiver."
yeah.
And then I'm talking about Devin Witherspoon's contract situation, which I thought I was well informed on. And then Wiggy's like, "No, that's not what it is."
Oh no! Don't say Wiggy. I asked you, when did he get drafted?
Yeah.
That's all I asked the question.
Okay.
So don't say Wiggy now.
But the correction.
Same draft as Christian Gonzalez.
That's what
so
I
that
thought.
he is contract eligible, yes.
So I'd
Mego-
like an apology now.
Mego's spot on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
She
You
was
guys-
right.
You and Shime were
No,
you
don't
were-
say
you
you
were-
guys.
You were
Wiggy
mansplaining.
Wiggy was
You
trying
were
to help me out.
No,
is
I
what was going on.
I was just asking the question because she did make a good point, and I just said, well, I wasn't sure when did he get drafted, just to make sure, and that's when I wasn't sure, and to find out he was in the same draft class as Christian Gonzalez, because if he wasn't, then obviously he would have to wait one more year.
Okay. Lead now from Curtis. Curtis, good morning.
Good morning. I hate the Boston Globe. That's well established. But Gary Washburn is awesome at his job. And yesterday, the Luke Murray era began at Boston College. The son of the great Bill Murray is arriving from UConn with a lot of momentum. And so Gary Washburn spoke with Al Skinner. Now, just to get this out there, I was a manager of BC basketball under Al Skinner my freshman years, and I like him a lot.
Are you still going for sick brag of the week?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, of course.
Okay, that is got to be in the running.
I
Shime,
made you
clip that for Jones and Keith, please.
And they'll love this because they're hoop heads. I made Yuka Agbai and Troy Bell Powerade every day. I used the powder, all that. Great. They liked it a little sweet. So Al Skinner was great to me, and he's become sort of Ruthian in that his stats were not quite appreciated as much in his time, but as you get further from it, he looks better and better. Did you know that Al Skinner is not in the Boston College Hall of Fame?
Did not know that.
The winningest coach in the history of the university. Did you know that he went 247 and 165? He went to the Sweet 16, won the Big East, was National Coach of the Year, twice Big East Coach of the Year, and he was fired, and he's still never been told why. And he said, I am not going to go back for any recognition until I get an adequate explanation as to why they moved on from me. And in the 16 years since the school fired Al Skinner, Gene DiFilippo, after getting Bob Ryan, BC alum, to write, quote, that Al Skinner was the laziest coach in basketball. Total and complete hit job. There have been 3 winning seasons in the 16 years since they fired Al Skinner. And let me just say to the people of Boston College, you ought to be ashamed of yourself. Al Skinner was spectacular as a coach. More importantly, who's the guy that's at Georgetown, was at Providence, the coach, the Real Housewives fiasco got out there?
Oh, yeah.
Cooley?
Cooley.
Yeah, Ed Cooley.
Ed Cooley was on the staff. He delegated a lot. Cohen, who was at Northeastern. This guy Duquette, who was at, I think, St. Mary's or something. They all worked during practice, but Al Skinner got more out of less than any coach in this city I have ever seen. He was a great coach, and he was a mentor to those guys. And for Boston College not to honor him is a disgrace.
Curtis, thank you. Mego, good morning.
Good morning. Okay, guys, this came across my feed
All right.
from the Section 10 podcast, so I want to give them credit. The Globe had a story the other day that got Curtis all hot and bothered about Craig Breslow needing a translator to sound like a human being to his players.
Mm-hmm.
I need someone to decode this post-game sound from Isaiah Connor-Falefa, because he was asked after the loss last night, which was the 20th at Fenway this season, what the difference is between their performance on the road versus their performance at home. And this is the answer that he gave.
I just feel like on the road we're a very close-knit team. We come home and there's just a lot of people. It's different. It's just a different vibe at home, and we got to figure out a way to make it small like how it is on the road. I just feel like at home we see a lot of people that we don't know, or just don't know that are around this area. And when we're on the road, it's just a close-knit group, and we're becoming a really close team. And we got to find a way to bring that back home.
Like, Wiggy, I love your perspective on this. My first thought was like, is he talking about media? Because I'm a narcissist, and I'm like, maybe it's media. No, the media travels with the team, and this is a guy who played for the Yankees, so he knows what a big spotlight is like.
He's talking about Breslow's band of downstairs nerds.
But there's only like 2 of them.
No.
Well, we know they don't travel.
No, there's like 100 nerds that are down there figuring algorithms out in the Matrix. Like, that's exactly what is going.
Could it be people of the opposite sex that I don't know
are distracting?
I have no
Is that
idea.
what he's saying?
You think that doesn't happen on the road?
Well, I have no idea. I've never been a professional athlete, but
I think especially baseball, they're on the road a lot longer. Maybe they do bring their families with them. I don't know how that works.
I guess he
Jelly
could be,
legs.
I guess maybe
And
he could
he's-
be talking about family.
No, he's saying people we don't know.
Yeah, I don't know what that means.
That's the part that's strange. He says, because you've heard people say, like, oh, sometimes when you're on the road, it's all business.
I think it's more to Greg's point. If I had to go in one direction, I would say that it's more people that are in the work for the baseball team that don't travel.
The baseball operations.
Yes, the
people.
baseball operations people down there in the thing. It's like obscure reference. It's like when George Costanza went down there to try to help Paul O'Neill on his swing, or was it Bernie Williams? But no,
They're like IKF. Did you know that you're 42 for 67 on Tuesdays when it's raining when you swing at the first pitch? That's
maybe
what it is.
so.
That's
So
what
is it like Tom Warner's nephew? Like I don't.
No, it's a great.
That's
point.
what I'm saying. It's
But
so strange.
But it's the people that are work maybe in baseball operations that are the day-to-day nerds that are doing all the grind work, and then just when
Did
they're
anybody ask a follow-up?
I don't know.
Wild lead.
Crazy.
Excellent lead.
Excellent.
And odd audio from IKF. All right. 2 minutes. We are back in literally 2 minutes. I will get to my lead. If you are tired of being unable to pay rent or unable to buy a home, there is a first-of-its-kind city that is being built where we all can go and live. And we will get to that during my lead coming up next.
Legendary. me, yeah. You know I'll be here. I broke you to pieces. I told you to have your doubts. When will we realize we'll never get back that time? I'm never gonna meet you right in the middle. All those years you waited, I wasted. I don't wanna be the bad guy.
The horror of a baseball team that is the Boston Red Sox lost again last night, and that makes their record at friendly Fenway 9-20. And you can talk about that all morning long and all day long here on Boston Sports Original WEEI. By the way, if you have nothing going on at lunch today, I will be right down the street from where we are this morning at the new Needham Bank location from noon until 2. That is in Alston Yards. And I will have Needham Bank, very generous partner of the Greg Hill Foundation. They do an awful lot for our beneficiaries, and I will have some giveaways and such today from noon to 2 at the new Alston Yards, which is right down the street from here. So,
And Greg, quickly before you return to the leads, fun
Yes.
fact of the day about the Red Sox, just absolute disastrous season. They have 20 home losses right now, 9-20. The 18 Red Sox, and it's June 3rd. The 2018 Red Sox had 24 the entire season.
That is fun.
yeah, fun for us. Not fun for anybody over there.
Nope.
But it is fun on the road.
On the road.
Obviously, it's way more fun on the road. Fenway, there's too many weirdos around. Nobody
Yes.
knows who they are.
Who are
Too many
those cavemen?
Who are these people on the road?
Yeah. All right, Wiggy, your lead today.
All right, so my lead is kind of touching on the Red Sox. Curtis brought up a quick stat of the Red Sox and where they are. But there's one thing that they haven't done that when you look at the two teams atop their division have done multiple times consistently is we talk about the Red Sox 2 3-game winning streaks. And if you're chasing teams like the Yankees or Tampa Bay, the Yankees had an 8-game winning streak. They had a 5-game winning streak. The Tampa Bay Rays had 2 6-game winning streaks, and they also had a 7-game winning streak. And to go back to when you start to look at, could this team make a push for the wild card? I say no, because if you can't have one of those type of winning streaks where you're able to go 5 or 6 games, or even be in a position where you can have let's say a 10-game spread where you go 8-2 or 9-1, the Red Sox can't do it, and that's why I'm kind of jumping off the train. And when I ask Breslow every week, like, all right, you believe in this team, but how come they haven't been able to at least show us that they could do that? And I think that's a sign of a good team, that a good team in Major League Baseball and other sports show that, hey, we can get hot and go on 5, 6, 7-game win streaks, and the Red Sox clearly cannot do that.
Well, that is what he is hoping for. It's like the definition of insanity, which is essentially keep doing the same thing and expect a different result. He keeps saying, and I'm paraphrasing, that really good players eventually, get really good. Like, when is eventually? What, like, is that August? Is that, and are there really good players on this team who somehow are in some odd slump?
Is he talking about Jarren Duran and Trevor Story? Because Story was more of an outlier with his performance last year compared to his
I would
career
just say
outside of the Rockies.
When I don't know where he comes up with really good players, but average Major League Baseball players. I would say that you look at Trevor Story and you look at Duran.
I wish Jarren Duran attacked the baseball as much as he attacks home fans. If I'm just being honest.
They're not even playing like average Major League, or Story wasn't. Duran's starting to do a little bit better, but to get them to play like average Major League Baseball players, or even a tick above average. But the problem that I have is, that's why I always ask Bresbot that, is, good teams show, whether it's at home or on the road, that they can get hot and go on one of those streaks where you go, okay, this team can put one of those runs together to get you back in the mix or climb that ladder. I just don't see this team winning 6 games in a row.
They went into it planning on relying on pitching and defense. And for a while, the pitching was cooking. And then Garrett Crochet is hurt. Connolly Early is a young guy.
It was a solid outing. 4 runs.
Four runs. He's kind of coming back down to earth.
But when you think about it, and we've talked to the nerds, and they say, hey, listen, if you go 5 or 6 innings and only give up 4 runs, as a team,
that's the expectation that your team is going to be able to score more than 4 runs, and it can't happen.
Yeah, that works for a normal team where you actually have offense.
I guess that's true. We're not normal.
I keep going back to spring training when we were sitting there at the ballpark with Alex Cora, and he half-heartedly was like, "Yeah, we feel like maybe we can win these games by scoring 2 or 3 runs." Like he had, I'm sure that they had to talk him into that philosophy once they decided that they weren't going to sign Alex Bregman. So they weren't going to give Alex Bregman the no trade. So
don't you also think that they believed that in a close game, their analytical driven data would give them an advantage?
Yeah.
Like they really thought they had a cheat code that like they use their evidence and algorithm that they'll be able to win more 1-run games than lose.
Well, Craig Breslow doubled down on it. Like Chaim Bloom was a big Yale analytics guy. And that Globe piece goes into the fact that basically they brought Breslow in, and Breslow was like, let's get rid of anybody who played the game at any point. He's got Craig Breslow has hired one former Major League ball player, and that's Andrew Bailey. That's it. Everybody else comes from Driveline or doesn't have a lot of experience. Even with Bailey, he's someone who is like-minded who happens to be a former player. Yeah,
you know what I mean?
Yeah. So I can't wait to talk to Craig Breslow tomorrow. Talk to him about the Globe article. Talk to him about why he's unable to talk to other human beings. We'll do that at 9 on tomorrow's show. Wiggy, thank you very much.
You got it, brother.
Plans were announced yesterday for the first of its kind floating city, which will cost $16 billion to build. It's called...
Less than the Big Dig?
It's called Freedom Ship. And if you're watching the show on Twitch or YouTube, and you should be, then Mitch will be able to show you the Freedom Ship, which is a mile-long floating city designed to carry up to 80,000 people, 50,000 residents, 10,000 tourists, and 20,000 crew members. It will have hospitals, schools, gyms, retail, grocery stores. The only problem is you must live on Freedom Ship for 3 years, and you must be willing to never touch land while you are living on Freedom Ship.
All right.
Really?
Yes. So I ask you, would you want, because it's, Mego talks about this all the time. It's when it comes to buying a home, where you're going to live on land, it's ridiculously unaffordable. Would you be willing to go and live on the Freedom Ship for a year, 2 years, 3 years, whatever the minimum is?
No. I mean, it looks nice as a cruise, but I'm not living on Freedom Ship.
You don't want to live on Freedom Ship?
No, because all it takes is one, and Curtis will tell you this because he's the expert, one tropical storm to have me out in the middle of the ocean on Freedom Ship, and I got nowhere to go for safety.
One tropical storm. How about one case of noro?
Right.
I don't even go on cruises.
Well, they have a hospital on the ship. So
okay. It's going to be overflowing with people
You'll be fine with the
barfing.
Can I ask a gross question?
I mean, I just went there.
That's true.
Are you worried about the toilets backing up like that documentary?
Where does the poop go if you don't go to
Fair
land?
question.
I don't know. 80,000 people are pooping on that ship.
They recycle it.
They
probably have some type of, recycling system that sends it back through, and who the hell knows? But I mean, it looks like it would
talk about STD Central too.
It does look beautiful, though. It looks beautiful.
Yeah, because those are renderings. It's not real. You think it's going to look like that in real life?
Wiki's all in because he keeps seeing the bratwurst stand pop up.
I mean,
yeah, you can make anything look beautiful when you're drawing up pictures and be like, guys, this is what it's going to look like.
But the engineer will do it to those specs.
You love to go to the club. Probably just walk out of your room and boom, you're right there.
I'm all for cruises. I think cruises is I ask this simple question: freedom ship, no kids, I'm in.
Well, I think in order to make sure the population that the world can continue, they probably allow kids.
Oh, okay. So I didn't know they were going there to continue.
I think Greg said there'd be a school.
Yeah, yes, there's a school. Yeah, there's a school.
Yeah.
So
All right.
it's not probably your normal kind of cruise clientele. The older people,
Right.
That's not what they're going for. It's not like the floating villages.
Is there a grocery store? Like
yeah, there's everything. Curtis.
This is so
They have-
wild.
they
look
have
at the,
a
look at
sports
the,
stadium.
You see the pickleball course?
Yeah.
Yeah, pickleball.
Oh,
course.
well, don't get it near that guy's deck.
It is beautiful. I mean, look at that sports bar. Casino. I mean,
Talk about craps.
I would not. I guess if you could say, we'll always avoid the storms.
Correction, it says 2-year voyage. So basically
right.
it goes around the world.
All right.
And you do your work out there. Everybody works remote anyway.
Right.
So you're out there for 2 years.
How's the Wi-Fi access?
Probably.
And you probably could, now that I think about it, I think with the meteorologist and everything, you probably could avoid the storms. So imagine waking up.
Wi-Fi access.
But what if somebody dies at home? You can't go to the funeral?
Well, you probably could do that. They probably helicopter you off there. But imagine that view every morning and every day you wake up to a beautiful sunrise on the water. Yeah, not bad, I guess.
Yeah.
As long as you can avoid the storms, you probably could get me there for 2. But then again, the kids. So if it's adults only, I'm there.
Okay. Well, it's 2 years of your life. Would you be willing to give it up on a floating city? Would you be willing to live on Freedom Ship for 2 years? Those are our leads. We are going to get to They Said It coming up, including what A.J. Brown said about his relationship with Jalen Hurts and other things. That is coming up in exactly 2 minutes on the Greg Hill Show at WEEI.
Okay, class, let's begin.
From the Catches Law Injury Attorney Studios, no fee unless you win. We are going to get started with They Said It momentarily. one more day here in beautiful, safe Brighton this week, tomorrow, and then we are on the road and headed to my adopted home continent of Maine for roadshow number 4. Let's see. We started in Shrewsbury, and we've been to Vermont, and we were somewhere in the Cape in the middle. So yeah, roadshow number 4.
Oh.
And so tomorrow night we're at the Cowbell, which is in Westbrook, Maine, 6:30 to 8:30 with Miller Lite, and then Friday morning at the Swick, which is on the beach, one of the great beach bars in America, 6 to 10 Friday morning for roadshow number 4.
I can't wait. I think I become a different person when I cross the border into Maine.
Oh, okay.
You ever feel that way?
I do.
You're a better person on vacation, and I just feel like, I know I'm going to be working there. But being up in Maine, like, it's like, just this weight off my shoulders. Happy place.
I feel that. When I go down south, I feel that. I know exactly what you're talking about.
And the husband's coming. So,
And he is, yes. And the dog.
Yeah.
And you're bringing the dog.
Well, she won't be to the meet and greet.
Okay.
She won't be to the pregame party.
Okay. All right. Well,
I'll let him know he was wrong, too, about taking Curtis aside when it comes to salary cap.
But we haven't discussed that on air.
What happened?
Oh.
He was on Curtis's side when it
He
comes
is
to
on Curtis's side with the salary cap debate that Wiggy and I were having with Curtis yesterday at the end of the show, where we said, if you're a Red Sox fan, you should be in favor of a salary cap because it's going to even out the playing field in terms of the cash that the Dodgers and Yankees and these kind of teams are spending that you don't spend anymore. And he was like, that is such short-term thinking to think the Red Sox are never going to spend like that again. And I said, you're delusional, and I don't want to talk about this at home.
There you go. She said, you're
silent
delulu.
treatment? Are you giving silent treatment?
No, not at all. No.
Smart guy.
Stop it.
This is Eddie in the car. Eddie, good morning.
I just got one question. How do you call it the freedom ship when they don't let you get off the boat?
Well,
you're stuck on there. What kind of freedom is that?
Listen, somebody in the Twitch chat went to the actual site for Freedom Ship, and you can get off at a port and visit a port when they do dock somewhere, but you are required to live on Freedom Ship for 2 years.
Got no problem with that.
But, I mean, who knows? Maybe you can meet your soulmate on Freedom Ship.
Definitely.
There's some people who are going to go, obviously, with their beloved and live there for 2 years, but there are others who are going to show up, as my old man used to call it, stag, and be ready to
Don't bring a bag lunch to the buffet.
Some are going to go stag. Probably be some guys and probably some ladies. Who will run through, a good couple hundred people while they're stuck on the Freedom Ship.
Wait. Are they going to have like equal men and women on the Freedom Ship? Because what if you go to the Freedom Ship and it's all dudes?
Right.
Oh, nobody.
And then you're on a floating sausage fest for 2 years.
Nobody likes that.
And where are your citizenship from if you're born on like international waters?
Citizen of the world.
Yeah, I think you
Just
are.
like you living in the UK.
Yes. And Greg, just a quick note. So the NHL salary cap was implemented in 2005.
He can't let it go.
Since 2005, these are your cup winners. Carolina, Anaheim, Detroit, big market. Pittsburgh, Chicago, Boston, LA, big markets. Pittsburgh, Washington, Chicago, Colorado, Vegas, Sunrise, Florida Panthers, Tampa Bay Lightning, St. Louis Blues. Those champions are overwhelmingly teams that would not have been winning cups if not for a salary cap that took the advantage away from the Rangers and the Bruins and handed it to other teams.
Let me ask you this. How many cups did the Bruins win before the salary cap?
Right, of course. They won one.
No, you said the salary cap was implemented in 2005.
And they won, or whatever. In 72, they won one.
Yeah, to go all the way back to 70.
No, that's what I'm saying. But, that's a pretty big evidence. Why do you want to give teams an advantage in other towns?
To Mego's point.
Don't you think it's giving another team another advantage?
To Mego's point, and which I agree with her, is that the Red Sox are never going back up to get close to the Yankees, Mets, Dodgers.
How old is John Henry?
I have no idea.
Oh my God, don't go here because this is also where my husband went yesterday. Where he was like, how long is John Henry going to be with us?
Right.
I was like, if that's your biggest hope for the Red Sox?
I mean, he's on the 17th tee at the very bare minimum.
That's crazy. That is a hostage situation for the fan base.
Right.
But it's true.
If you're going, no, don't put in the salary cap. Our owner might expire.
We know this year that...
Well, he's not going to be here forever, no matter what Bezos tries to create.
Yeah, but it'll probably keep it in the family or something like that, right?
I don't know. I don't know what they would do.
Yeah, I
don't
mean,
have
it's a
enough
cash
insight.
cow.
Can we get
believe me.
Wick's family to force him to sell?
Well, there's a difference. It's a cash cow. It's an absolute cash cow. And you brought this up yesterday, Greg. The number that they're spending right now is like $250, and that's where the ceiling's going to be if there is a salary cap. And so the Red Sox are probably like, all right, everybody's got to come down to us, and we'll be amongst the top 5 when it comes to spending with the salary cap.
Okay, well, salary cap in Major League Baseball, if you're keeping track, Wiggy and Mego, both very much in favor of it. Curtis, very much not. And let's get to this.
They said it. It's time for
They said it.
They Said It.
You know, some of these rats around here.
We scored 16 at Yankee Stadium. Suck on it.
Duval.
Humbly, one of the best basketball players in the world.
They Said It. On the Greg Hill Show.
On the Subaru of New England text line, Curtis, a question about whether it is possible to book reservations now for this entire Red Sox roster on the Freedom Ship.
That would be awesome.
Okay, yeah, for 2 years, maybe. Just okay. They said it's brought to you by Catches Law. At Catches, they are ready to stand beside you during your toughest moments. So if you have been hurt at work or you get hurt at work, reach out to Catches. Go to catcheslaw.com. Sean, what's up first today? A.J. Brown, I'm guessing, right?
Yeah, obviously, Greg. I mean, he is the big story here in New England. We've heard him talk about how this isn't heaven, but it's close to it. He also talked about where his passion comes from for the New England Patriots and why he's such a big Patriot fan and the message he has for fans.
Passion came from wanting to be like my big cousin. He was a big Patriots fan, and I want to, like I said, I want to be like him. And as far as I can remember, I was a Patriots fan. And to the fans, it's time. Better late than never. We're right on time, and I'm so excited. I can't wait to get out there in Gillette Stadium and hit a crowd and make plays and have fun.
It's awesome to hear a guy talk like that about being here, and it's awesome. I take him at his word that that he's been a Patriot, essentially a Patriot fan for life, and since he was a young guy, and so
talked glowingly about the big dog Drake May.
Yeah, talked about how upset he was, had to go drive around on draft night because he wasn't taken by the Patriots, had to go out in his car and go all emo out in his car. So.
I also thought it was funny too. His first impressions of Mike Vrabel, I hated him. It's like I didn't like him at first.
I'll just say, AJ, I appreciate it, bruh. You're welcome. I'm glad I was able to help you root for a team that you were as a young kid.
Well, he didn't mention being a fan of yours. I don't know.
I mean,
I don't
if he's a true fan, he knows. He knows.
Yeah.
I mean, if Brady's his guy, he's a true fan. He then knows,
That's probably true. Did he mention number 85 at all? He did not.
Aaron Hernandez?
I don't think so.
No, it's still early. Still early. Once our paths cross.
He did mention Julian Edelman.
Oh, yeah.
Well, yeah. And he took number 1 because obviously, I guess Edelman wanted him to take. What did I hear yesterday? He said Edelman said he could take 11, but he didn't want to do that.
Yeah, he gave him his blessing, but A.J. Brown wants to craft his own legacy.
Yeah.
All right.
And A.J. Brown said he did not play the voicemail for his audience, which is why he and Edelman still talk.
Well, at least he'll be able to change.
It's really one of my great regrets.
Aw.
Friendship ended very quickly, unfortunately.
I think it ended because it was very similar to all the other ones he left, and everybody's like, oh, wait, I thought that was unique to
It's like
me.
you and Jules are like AJ and Jalen.
Yes,
it is.
We're gonna
what
get
it
to
is.
that next.
Ooh, are you?
Yeah, so we're gonna get to why right, Shime? Yes.
Yes,
Okay.
we are.
Why the two of them had a falling out. A.J. Brown and Jalen Hurts. That is coming up next during They Said It.
WEEI.
message, bro. More importantly, I appreciate you over the years, our relationship, in all facets. Share a lot of memories to come. I love you. Been a hell of a ride. On to the next chapter. And, you know, it is what it is, Bubby. Father Time is undefeated. Love you, man. Thank you for everything.
Chime, could we not? Just because someone brings it up or however it came up, you don't have to immediately play it. That's
Sorry,
what
Bubby.
caused the problem in the first place. I get kind of melancholy when I hear that.
I sound like you guys were thick as thieves.
Yeah, thick as thieves. And
With
then,
2 C's, too.
I mean, how am I supposed to know that playing a voice message on the radio show that I do every day, which is my job, is
Right.
going to lead to the end of a friendship?
Also, it's nothing incriminating. Like, it actually
Right.
makes him sound like a really nice guy.
Right. Am I right about that?
Yeah. Like
Very-
a great friend.
Very strange.
As long as we're doing that, I think I speak for everyone. Best wishes to Chris Gasper of the Globe, who announced yesterday he's stepping away with, is it colon cancer or prostate cancer?
Prostate, I believe he shared.
Yeah, so really, really, really good guy. Best vocabulary in Boston, and
Yes.
I wish him a speedy recovery.
Yeah, keep the battle up, and because, you know, it will turn around. Like our boy Leon, his last day, he rings the bell today.
Oh,
for
Leon
his,
does?
Yeah,
Oh,
for
I love
his
Leon.
prostate
Hello, Leon.
cancer. So
Everyday listener on the Odyssey app. Leon, way to go.
get checked out, fellas.
Yeah,
get
you
checked
gotta
out
get
always.
checked out.
Leon is one of the nicest guys.
Sean got a prostate exam during his massage in Hawaii.
I'm not giving you a room shot for that. That's gross.
All right, what we were in the middle of. They said it. What's next?
Yeah, that's correct. Yeah, I wasn't up against the hot tub jets like Wiggy does. But
Hey, that's why I got a clean prostate.
Save that.
That's how that works?
yes, it is.
It is how it
Do you have
works.
access to a hot tub at the Brunswick when you stay there? tomorrow night?
No, man.
No,
I wish
okay.
there was hot tubs on the balconies. That would take it to a whole nother level.
You insist on the finest accommodations when we go anywhere.
When you go
so.
to the Swick, there's
well,
no other
I
place.
mean, everybody else is happy with the shack, but you need to be at the Swick.
I told you I like to sleep nude. I don't want to. I don't want to.
Roll over onto
You don't want
Mitch.
to scare Mego?
I don't know. Mego's not there, but it just
Oh, yeah,
some
Mego's
guys
not
are not comfortable with their nudity.
I see.
Yeah.
Any update as to the sleeping arrangement?
Well, I'll tell you what happened yesterday is Griff reached out
Uh-oh.
and said, Greg, would it be okay if I brought my fiance to the shack?
Wow.
And
Oh,
so
you see what he did?
now see what he did here?
Yep.
Yeah, now he has to have a bed.
Right?
Yep.
Well, you can also say no.
But that is I have not shared that with the Mitchuation. He is I'm sure he's back in the Twitch HQ losing his mind right now because how is one supposed to say, first of all, you can't say no to that. And that gives him an unfair advantage over Eamon and over Mitch, does it not?
Oh, well, Mitch has until the end of the day to marry someone.
Yeah. Or bring his girlfriend.
Yeah, Eamon can bring his wife.
Yeah, Eamon could bring his wife.
That's true.
Yep.
And then he might have tenure because he's married as opposed to Griff, who's just engaged.
True.
It's an absolute nightmare.
That's a douche move right there.
Some people in the Twitch chat say it's a pro move.
I mean, it is a
But-
pro move.
Like
It is
Griff.
a pro move, but a pro douche move. Like, all right, I don't want to sleep on the couch. Hey, baby, fine. You want to come
Okay,
to Maine with me?
Isn't the other side of that like she could be like, how about we get our own hotel room
Oh, she could do
since
that.
we're going together?
He could do
That is a good point.
But he could
Why
be
should
like-
she be subjected to a male house?
He could be like, hey, we're saving
Sure, the
money.
accommodations are beautiful,
Lovely. Very
but
well
if
arranged.
you're bringing along your fiance, perhaps you want your own private space.
Right.
Where do you get those steak tips up there? Because those were unbelievable.
Were those Doms or did
we all love Doms, but there was a local, I think Al from Everett brought them.
Yes, he did. I got also accused. I had you guys over with James and with Ken's daughter.
Yeah.
And I talked to my lovely, beloved ex-wife, Jennifer Hill, the other day, and she said, please don't have a party like you did last year.
Ooh.
And I said, I did not have...
What?
I did not
What,
have...
is she an Airbnb host?
Guys
I
tore
did,
it
I
up.
did not have a party. I had... I had
Colleagues over.
Coworkers over.
Sounds like they
I mean,
tore it up.
I mean,
Also,
James
it was a
does
bonding
get
What
event.
happened there?
I'm like 59 years old. You don't have to tell me not to have a party. I mean, what is this, high school?
Well, when you tear the house up, Greg.
I mean, it's my house. I mean, it's
Clearly-
our house.
Yeah,
Our house. A very, very, very fine house.
And James actually fell in love with Maya that day. It was a big moment. It was a lovely night.
It might be you guys' house, but clearly one person runs the show.
Yeah.
Can only be one. You know how they say king of the castle? In this point, queen of the castle. It's
Well, I think the issue was, if you remember correctly, Curtis, Ghost Tequila dropped off like a frozen tequila machine.
Oh, that's right.
Oh, that's awesome.
It got out of hand.
For the weekend. And I think she assumed that was there because there was a party, but that was not the case.
I mean, it
Not
was
the
it was very family friendly.
Yes, it was. All right. Well, where were we?
We were in the middle of They Said It, Greg.
Yes.
AJ Brown sat down with Maria Taylor, and she specifically asked him about his relationship with Jalen Hurts at this point. Here was AJ Brown.
Not as close as we once were. It's like there's no bad blood. There's actually still a lot of love. I love him. I love him to death. I want him to succeed and accomplish all the things that he wants to accomplish. I didn't truly understand why our friendship became the center of everybody's attention when it came to football, because, you know, looking back on it, you know, we haven't been as close as we were a couple of years now, but that didn't stop anything. We still competed, we still pushed each other. It was just kind of strange, you know, people just got so fixated on the relationship and wanted to talk about maybe from the history of this place, but, you know, that wasn't what this was. And I'm gonna say it to you, I say it on camera, I got nothing but love for him. You know, I want him to do well and accomplish everything that his heart desires. So nothing happened, you know, people just grow apart. Nothing happened between me and him or our families or wives, anything. Nothing like that ever happened.
Cap.
You think that's
Nothing
cap?
happened. Nobody falls out with nothing happening. I mean, let's keep
Where you
it.
disinvite somebody or don't even invite somebody to your wedding.
Yeah, like let's
who's,
keep it a
like, one
buck.
of your
Like,
best friends.
yeah, and I don't know. I'm not saying.
Isn't he the godfather or one of Jalen Hurts' kids?
That's what I or Jalen Hurts. You're right, Sean. One of those. Where something happened.
Is the stuff true about because all the Philadelphia losers are spreading all this crap about him because he's not their guy anymore? But this is the stuff true about Reddit.
This is the greatest day in the last couple of years of Philadelphia. We love it.
Yeah, Loserville. But is that stuff true about the two of them were sharing a masseuse?
No, I don't believe that.
If you know what I'm saying.
Yeah, I mean, I've heard the story. I don't believe it's that. I believe it's, you know, just maybe your teammates and you have a friendship and like, man, why are you not getting me the ball? And then he's like, I got it. So I think it fell out over, in my opinion, something related to football.
Okay.
You know what I mean? And just the sense of like, you know.
But you sound like you think that there was like an incident.
Well,
you say you don't like something happened.
Yeah, like maybe AJ Brown felt like, hey, why are you not getting me the ball more? And Jalen was like, well, I got to do this, I got to do that. We need to go here. And AJ was like, man, but you know what I can do. And that's just me speculating.
But maybe I'm being naive, but I think we believe Mike Vrabel handles any and all of those kind of things with AJ Brown, right? Like,
yeah.
Like what?
Yeah, I mean, and the other thing is if the contract remains the same, and I don't see why it wouldn't, the bonus guaranteed money is all with the Eagles. When you trade a player, the risk is only with the trading team, not the one that receives the player. So if this goes sideways, it will not be nearly as punitive for the Patriots as it was when the Eagles traded him.
Okay. We are in the middle of They Said It. Craig Breslow spoke last night, and we'll hear what he had to say. Oh, and also what Sean McVay had to say coming up next on the Greg Hill Show at WEEI.
If you were in the market
Tomorrow on this show, before we head to Maine for Roadshow number 4, Craig Breslow, the chief baseball officer of the Boston Red Sox, will join us. That's 9 tomorrow. We will hear from Bresbot momentarily during They Said It, what he said yesterday. But first, please open the window world, the Boston weather window for Curtis on a beautiful morning. All right, Curtis, poke your head out there. What do we got today?
Gorgeous. Perfect day. 61 degrees in Boston, afternoon high of 80. And tomorrow at Old Orchard Beach in the wonderful state of Maine, it is going to be a high of 79, abundant sunshine. And I'm wondering, is Brooksy coming Friday? Are we getting, or is that next week? Are they going to or is Coco and Santo?
I believe that they're planning on coming to the Beachcomber, so
it.
that'll be next week, I think. Maybe a surprise appearance. I
But,
don't know.
The broadcast Friday morning at the Brunswick, Greg calls it America's #1 beach bar.
Yes.
Which is going to have a better bar, the Brunswick or the Freedom Ship?
Well, excellent question in the Twitch chat, I think it was. How long before the NFL wants to play an international game on the Freedom Ship?
Great question.
Not long. They do have a field over there.
Do they have a field?
Yeah, they look like they were playing soccer, so you can easily transition that
Really?
to a football field. Yeah.
Oh, all right. So we got great weather.
Perfect. And the Saturday, the cornhole event, supporting the Greg Hill Foundation at the Brunswick as well, is going to be partly cloudy of 80 and 81.
Yes. And I think I can share that the celebrity guest captain of the 9th annual beach cornhole tournament will be none other than the great Jason Veritek. So,
all right,
he will catch the ceremonial first bag toss on Saturday morning at 11 at the Brunswick. And we got some good local legends coming up at road shows. When we go to the Parrot in Hull, we will be joined by the great Bill O'Brien in person.
Oh, wow.
At that road show. So I'm very much looking forward to that.
Who's the best coach in the ACC?
Trying to get, working to get some sort of a local legend for this Friday.
Mm-hmm.
But I believe you brought up the Beachcomber. I believe we will be joined at the Beachcomber local legend-wise by Brian Hoyer.
Yes.
Oh, wow.
If you could say that, please.
I would love to. One of my great moments. And what if we got that douche, the meteorologist up in Portland, Maine, who always tries to overshadow me?
Brian Hoyer, the quarterback of the Cleveland Browns.
The amount of syllables in that was a wonder.
All right. Let's get to Bresbot if we could, Sean.
Sounds good, Greg. Craig Breslow was on Nesson yesterday and still seems pretty confident that this Red Sox team is turning a corner. Here was Breslow.
I think guys are kind of starting to settle in to understanding their roles, the way that they can contribute to being themselves. And then there have been some individual performances that certainly stand out over the last month. The damage that Duran has done. What Mickey Gasper and Sogard and guys like that have offered when they've come up. Wilson and Willie and Sedan who have been consistently really, really good. And then starting to see Caleb Durbin be the guy that he was last year, where he's spraying the ball all over the park.
Spraying the ball.
Spraying the ball. Spraying the ball all over the park?
Come on.
Be the guy that he was last year, where he's spraying the ball all over the park.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I mean,
he's trying.
It's hope against hope for him. I mean,
Yeah.
he's hoping that it happens.
It ain't happening, though.
No, I mean, you can't win at Fenway. And I'm sorry, IKF, but it has nothing to do with a bunch of people being around that you don't know. That comment that was your lead this morning is the strangest thing I think I've heard anybody in professional sports say ever. We're better on the road because it's a tight-knit group of us. We come back to Fenway, there's a bunch of people around we don't know.
Yeah, that's weird.
Like, what?
Wouldn't it be the opposite?
That's what I'm saying. So is he talking about somebody who's part of the organization that the players have something against? That they go, this is weird, like these people are interfering. It sounds like interference.
That's what it is. I guarantee you that's what it is.
Right. But the people that are on the road, for the most part, to Greg's point, I think he had a good point when he said it's probably all those, baseball operations people that don't travel but are there for the home games, and they're sticking their nose in, you know, in the clubhouse, or they're
It's the software developers.
Yeah.
It's the nerds.
right.
How much are they interacting with the players?
But they're probably sticking their nose in the clubhouse, just saying, "Oh, I got this thing. You might want to take a look at it." IKF. I was looking at this picture here, and he's probably like, "Listen here, man. I'm trying to focus. Get out of my hair." Where on the road, we know that they don't pay for guys to travel, so there's probably none of those baseball operation people on the road. Because, like you said, who else is it?
No,
Family?
that's exactly what he is telling you, and we thought he is telling you that when they are back here, there are a bunch of, to put it nicely, a bunch of non-baseball people who are analytics people who are interfering in the way in which they go about doing their job.
Right.
That's what he is telling you.
Right.
I'm glad he did, because it's what Theo Epstein said as well. All right, what else, Shime?
Well, Greg, real quick, Sean McVay sat down with the newest addition to the LA Rams yesterday, Myles Garrett, and was asked about the potential return of one of the great nose tackles in the NFL history, Aaron Donald. And here's what McVay had to say about that.
Here's what I would say. You talk to Aaron and you see what he's saying about that. But here's what I would tell you guys overall, too, is, Aaron's a guy that I stay really close in touch with, and I know the respect that he has for Myles. Talk to him about the opportunity to be able to bring him on board. If Aaron decides he wants to dust him off at the age of 35, I bet you he could still do it at a pretty high clip.
All right.
This is your lead yesterday,
Yes.
Wiggy. Yeah.
Definitely didn't shoot it down.
Instant, and Aaron Donald has said before the Myles Garrett trade that they've been trying to get me to come out of retirement. And
he's 35, though.
Doesn't matter.
Does it matter?
No.
Did
no.
you see him lifting weights last year? That guy is still ripped out of his mind.
Because the thing that'll make it easy for Aaron Donald.
35's not old for everyone, Greg.
The thing that'll make it easy for Aaron Donald is because you're getting the best defensive player in the NFL right now. So they will double team Myles Garrett, and that means Aaron Donald's going to see one-on-one matchups, and he still can play. When he left, he was still at the one of the best defensive players in the league. So a couple years off is just more about fresh legs. He doesn't lose that technique and all that other stuff. They're because of the Myles Garrett trade. And Shime, you would know better that. Did they become the favorites?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
I think they already were, but now it's like just even more.
I think
so.
they're 6-1.
And if you get Aaron Donald, that number would even double or skyrocket.
Okay, that is, they said it. Coming up next, the news with Mego in 2 minutes and no longer. And is 3 a.m. last call about to become a reality here in Massachusetts? We will get to that next.
In a world in need of a hero, one
Tom 920 this morning, so you can leave us a voice note on any topic on the Odyssey app, and we will play the best ones back later. Shime, let's get to today's news.
I'm 4.
The most popular Starbucks coffee drink is a caramel macchiato. Caramel macchiato.
The news.
I don't know what that is. I haven't had it. I generally don't drink coffee that takes 10 or more words to order.
With your host, Courtney Cox.
He's a monkey in the Ichikawawa Dome.
Sponsored by Northeast Men's Health, the experts in treating men's sexual health issues with 7 New England locations. Learn more at northeastmenshealth.com on WEEI.
Shime, what is wrong with you? Cut off the very beginning of the news intro. Didn't go right to the news intro after the commercial break. Like,
yeah,
what is?
Yeah, that's on me. I got to clean it up. Getting used to the whole new the feed top of the hour. That's on me.
You sleep deprived?
No, not sleep deprived. I actually feel pretty good today.
Are you jet lagged?
Yeah, that's probably
no,
what
not
it
anymore.
is.
I was Monday, Tuesday, definitely yesterday. Not so much today.
I think you did a pretty good job with what's in your feed bag.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
All right, let's get to, if we could, the news, please, Mega.
Well, you just teased it. Governor Maura Healey supports the proposal to push last call to 3 a.m. across Massachusetts this summer, a measure that's intended to accommodate visitors for the World Cup, but which carries some public safety implications. This bill would also allow communities to establish designated public consumption districts where alcohol could be consumed in approved public spaces. CBS Boston has the perspective from Boston Mayor Michelle Wu.
The question isn't whether it will cause people to be out and about. It's whether people will have something fun to do that also supports our local economy.
I mean, we ought to have 3 a.m. I said this last week, but we ought to have 3 a.m. last call all year long. If you're going to do it for a bunch of out-of-towners, a bunch of visitors, do it for the people who actually live here and work here every day.
Can I ask a question?
Yes.
I don't know whether this is Monica Tibbetts Nuts or her next.
She's out.
Okay. Whoever the new Nuts is.
Yeah.
Why are we closing Summer Street?
Oh, we'll get there.
We could get to that right
now.
now.
I'm sorry. I thought it was part of the same.
Well, before we go there, I just want to say, I feel like they're also focusing on the wrong bill. They try to get happy hour through every year. And they can never do it, and I want happy hour back.
Yeah, no one cares about happy hour.
I care about you're saying that.
We don't want to
I
open
care about
the
happy
club.
hour.
We want to be able to enjoy it. Who wants to go?
I want a cheap drink.
Yeah, but who cares about having a drink at 6 p.m.?
Because restaurants are struggling right now. I'm serious.
But I think if you allowed places to stay open, now you don't have restaurants closing at 10:30, 11 o'clock.
If you allowed places to have actual drink promos instead of half-off apps, you get people after work going, let's go to happy hour, let's get together. Hey, you know what? We're still in the city. Let's kick it. Let's go get dinner before we go
listen,
home.
It should be happy hour and 3 a.m. I'm with you. It should be both of them. But if I could only take one, give me to the 3 a.m. So at least
it shouldn't be one. It should be both.
I'm
they should push it all through right now.
But why is it legal to smoke pot outside but not drink?
Is it?
No, it's not legal to smoke pot.
I mean,
everybody
it
smokes
everywhere.
outside.
Yeah, well, I mean, there are a lot of people who drink outside too, as well. You just
I think
don't smell.
I think more people smoke than
You
drink.
just don't smell alcohol.
I smell it on some people.
Yeah, but it's like,
Amen.
I mean, it is legal.
It's
marijuana,
legal,
so,
but not to smoke in public.
Well, where are you supposed to smoke though?
Right.
I believe
at
like
your house.
You famously said that on the show.
Listen, lead is weagle.
Lead is weagle.
That got me. It's from the earth. It was put here for me and you.
Amen.
Yeah. I mean, I think Wiggy cares more. He's a late night guy.
Yeah.
He
I
likes
get
to
that.
get out in the club.
And I love
not
that
the
for
club,
you.
but I just like to be out at the lounges.
The
and
lounge.
I want to be able to go out, not have to worry about, it's 11 o'clock and now I got to get back home.
Yeah,
and I have
places
to
closing at 11 is ridiculous.
Yeah.
And I would like it later too. I just don't. I think we're missing another opportunity to say happy hour is going to help out with this a lot too.
Oh, I got to make dinner reservations at 6:30 on a Friday night because I know it's like, all right,
Because also they're just doing this because all the other places are doing it. Like Rhode Island did it first.
Right.
They said we're going to stay open later. So now Massachusetts feels like they have to. Like, why don't you do something that is individual to you with the happy hour?
And I blame ourselves. I blame the people who live here because we vote for people like this that have no lives. Just because Michelle Wu and Governor Haley have no life and don't do
Healy
these things.
backs it.
Well, I know that, but I mean, it's like pulling teeth. We really we had to hold her over the barrel to get her to do it. I mean, just because you don't do it, there are other
Troubling
people.
visual.
Well, there are other people who like to do it. There are other people who
Yeah.
like to do these things.
Wiggy, it is the strangest thing about where we live. Where if I don't go out in Southie at night, okay, but stay open as late as you want. Why would it impact me? It's such a weird thing.
It's because the people who make the decisions, they don't do it, so they're like, oh, I don't do it, you don't need to be doing it. Don't even get me started on the Second Amendment when it comes to Massachusetts. Just because you don't like it means, oh, everybody should not do it. And that's where we are in Massachusetts.
What is the expected bedtime, for instance, tomorrow night while we are in Maine for you?
There is no expected bedtime
Okay,
when I
all
get
right,
there.
okay.
Does
But
not
let it
exist.
But the man cook.
But if the place shuts down early, then
That never happens at the Brunswick.
no, that is true. The Brunswick is.
We were
always-
there late last year.
Right.
That's where the dump out happened.
And we have the Stanley Cup Finals game.
Yes, we do.
So we'll be able to enjoy that. I don't know. I think the wifey might be coming up, so
Oh.
we like to hang out.
Oh, she going for back-to-back Aments?
Well, it's going to be tough because Mago is. I can see it in Mago's eyes, and we're going to Maine, and so
Okay.
Mago might.
Okay.
might
Curtis
be to
is
just go
jumping
around.
in the Twitch chat to help me defend myself because now they're saying I have a drinking problem.
I'm the only one with a drinking problem.
Because you like to have a drink
Why?
or two?
Because I probably because of all the Serena Chilliams and the Keanu Freezes
You're
and
an adult.
the Bruce Chillises.
As long as you don't let your night job affect your day job, you're fine.
I like to think I don't.
Do they serve the Bruce Chillises in a chalice?
No, it's a frozen drink.
Oh.
Comes in a little plastic cup.
Somebody said it's happy hour somewhere, right? It's 5 o'clock somewhere.
That's Jimmy Buffett.
Yes.
I mean,
it's true.
Do you want to get to the Summer Street now?
Sure, yeah.
Okay,
Curtis brought it
so
up.
Summer Street will be fully closed to vehicular traffic between Dorchester Avenue and Atlantic Avenue for 8 hours due to World Cup matches on, pay attention to these dates, June 13th, 19th, and 29th, and July 9th. For the matches held on June 16th, 23rd, and 26th, Summer Street will be open to vehicular traffic on the westbound or north side only. During all 7 World Cup matches, there will be additional parking and traffic restrictions, temporary traffic control, other security measures in place.
The matches aren't here.
I
No,
guess
they're in
it's
Foxborough, 45
for
minutes
the
away.
MBTA and letting the buses get down there as well as the commuter rail. We can hear from Mayor Wu, who discussed the plan with WCVB.
We have a process that we go through where we carefully analyze the public safety impacts, the transportation flow and traffic.
Yeah. What a cluster F this thing is going to be.
So for people that don't live down there, Summer Street is the main road you get to and from South Boston if you're going downtown Boston.
This is a real problem for getting north-south through the city.
It's a disaster.
This is they do this sometimes. They do some version of this sometimes, like very late at night when they're doing road work. And I'm coming out of TD Garden after Celtics games, and it adds at least 45 minutes without rush hour traffic.
And the other thing is, I understand South Station's there. That's where they're charging whatever $300 a pop to get to Gillette or Boston Stadium. But when on a normal day, the double parking in front of South Station, so you get off 93 and you're going back to Southie or the Seaport, it is the biggest quagmire. And it's no matter what time it is. Why can't we think of a solution?
Yeah.
We have a
Everybody double
solution.
parks right there. You have to wait around 3 light cycles.
When you get to the light cycle where the Tea Party Museum is, the light stoplight there, and people are trying to go left over to the post office, and it's an absolute cluster F. And so that's going to be we're doing all this for people who don't live here. Meanwhile, everybody who has to work is screwed.
Right. We had a solution, Curtis. Get rid of those stupid bike lanes because then you get rid of the bike lanes and then now people are able to park closer and you have that little ability to double park if you need to pick somebody up or somebody's got to run into the South Station.
That's such a great point. Would it dawn on anybody at City Hall that instead of closing major thoroughfares, we just shut down a bike lane for 4 hours?
No.
Oh.
Wow. All right.
Great point, Weeks.
Also, they've gone out of their way to point out the last 24 hours that to attend the free event, which is happening at City Hall Plaza, the FIFA watching event, you have to have a ticket. So, so you have to be pre-registered in order to
Nobody's
Louise
going to do that.
In order to get
That is the opposite of a welcoming event. What you would expect it to be is somebody's out with their family and it's a nice day and they're like, oh, the soccer game's on. Let's go see. Nope, you can't go and you have to pre-register.
Do you have your ticket? Where's your code? Scan your code.
You need the QR code.
You didn't pre-register. The event is full.
Yeah.
We are such a great city in spite of the people that run it. Like, my God, are we dumb?
Would you stop? We are a great city. We're not a great city.
It's a beautiful city.
Clapback in the Twitch chat says, "Stop your whining. This is a world-class event. Deal with it."
Says a guy whining in a Twitch chat.
I don't go down Southern Street, so I get it, but I understand what you guys are saying.
It's going to throw off the whole downtown. Look, downtown traffic is never good. It's going to throw it off way
I am
more.
excited about the FIFA World Cup partying, though, and now if we do get 3 o'clock, because, and you know.
want to watch some soccer highlights at 3 a.m. at a bar.
Oh, yeah.
Ooh, bicycle kick.
Come party with me. I'll be at the Hop watching some soccer.
The Harp?
Yeah.
That's going to be your
versus
spot?
Paraguay.
I was removed from the Harp once.
Oh, dear.
Really?
What?
Maybe
Why?
Laura
This is when I was like 22. Keep your pants on.
What happened?
Oh,
Which
apparently,
part of the drinking problem
she was ordering too many doubles.
What?
I was 22. I was 22. I was living my best life.
Whoever's saying it in the Twitch chat might be onto something here, Curtis.
I honestly think, and I do not want to pit them against each other because people are really rude about Courtney and Mego, but I want to that would be a battle.
A drink off?
A drink off.
Ooh,
God.
We should do it for the final Cape Road show.
I'm saying, like, I thought Courtney drank a lot, and then Mego with the Bruce Chillises. Like, Courtney, when she was in college, drank straight whiskey thinking it was a mixed drink.
Wait, I did that with Firefly vodka once.
Yeah, that's what she did. The same thing.
There you go.
I thought it was pre-mixed. It wasn't. Courtney and I have a lot in
There
common.
you go.
Right.
You come party with me Friday the 12th. I'll be at the Hop. I'll get you
Okay.
in.
Sounds good. As long as they don't have my picture on the wall.
Are you doing something at the Harp? You doing an appearance?
I am
Okay, we
doing
got
an
it.
appearance.
Thank you.
I'll come hang with.
Appreciate it. Drinks on me, big dog.
All right. Hey, I love some soccer.
There you
know
go.
that.
So you were ordering too many doubles. That's why they kicked you out.
I
or
wasn't
was it what you
alone.
were? Or was it what you were
I
doing?
had a sidekick.
Oh yeah.
You met her.
I met. Oh, it was
Don't say her
Virginia
name.
or whatever her name is. Alaska, Montana. What's her name?
This was a long time ago.
All right.
I have the record. It was Whiskey's on Boylston Street, and we were going to the Sox game. We were in college, and we arrived, and in 5 minutes, I was shut off right before. It was 4:30, and I was like, okay, maybe I should reevaluate.
Is that drink for your brown-haired friend over there?
Right. I'm like, it's for Brown over there.
Get her out.
You sound fun is what you sound like. You don't sound like a square.
Okay, thank you, Iggy. Oh, God, did you hear her talking about her alcohol?
Have some fun.
She's over 21.
Life is short. You brought up Twitch. You can not only listen to the show, but you can watch it on Twitch and on YouTube every day. And it is brought to you on Twitch by Springer's Jewelers. Spring into Love engagement ring sale happening tomorrow, Friday, and Saturday at Springer's. Hundreds of styles, exclusive access, and the best pricing of the year. So visit them in tax-free Portsmouth, New Hampshire. The rest of the news in 2 minutes. No longer. Next.
July. Getting paid by the hour and older by the minute. My boss just pushed me over the limit. I'd like to call him something. I think I'll just call it a day. Pour me something tall and strong. Make it a hurricane before I go insane. It's only 12:30, but I don't care. It's 5 o'clock somewhere.
Well, this is not nice. Now on the Subaru of New England text line, they are referring to you as Drinko instead of Mega.
Well, first of all, that's bullying.
That is bullying.
I was told it gets better about bullying. And second of all, be more judgmental.
Drinko and the Big Dog on Saturday.
Oh, listen, Big Dog, we got a marathon on Saturday.
Yeah, we do 4.5 hours.
Have you checked that out?
Yeah, it's gonna be an epic time.
Oh boy.
And for those of you that plan your weekends around this, June 13th and 20th, Ken and Curtis are back for 2 specials, 2 hours each.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
It'll be the only time I don't talk to him anymore. It's sad. I don't even know how he's doing.
Yeah, he's busy, man.
Got a lot of work to do
Many
on
hats.
On the afternoon
Well,
program.
they had it first.
Yeah. All right, let's get to the rest of the news, if we could, please.
We have an update, from a story that we did yesterday. If you guys remember, in Tewksbury, there were the kids at the bus stop, and the parents reported that an adult man was driving by and slowing down and taking pictures of one of the kids' houses.
Yes.
Well, on Tuesday, police there said there's no longer a threat to the public. The man who was reported as driving by, and I think it was a Ford Escape, had been identified as a contractor who was taking photos while working for a bank.
Oh, okay.
So he was not trying to be creepy.
Right.
He was just doing his job. But I think it's shows good instincts and good communication from the parents that the kids all fled the scene.
Yeah, no, I get it.
Probably a tough day for that guy yesterday. What,
guy.
5 cruisers pull up in front of his house and try to arrest him for being a pervert?
Oh, my God.
Okay. All right. Well, that's good. Clear that up.
We have a Mother of the Year candidate.
The Greg Hill Show is proud to present
Mommy!
Mom!
today's nominee
Welcome to my world.
for Mother of the Year.
Bring your mom, get her lit up.
Whoa! Your mother must dance at the nicest strip club in town.
Hi, what's up?
A 3-year-old girl is recovering after police in Florida say she was left alone in a hot car for nearly 2 hours.
Oh, my God.
While
I
her
hate when this
mother
happens. This is
donated
awful.
plasma.
She was what?
Her mother was somewhere inside donating plasma, and she's this kid, a 3-year-old. That's like still a baby practically.
Right.
Left in a hot car in Florida.
God in heaven.
The child's mother is facing a child neglect charge, but police said she had not yet been booked into jail because she was hospitalized due to an allergic reaction she had to the stainless steel handcuffs. According to the police department, Fox 35 Orlando shared the latest from a press conference.
We determined that the mother should be charged with child neglect, which she was on yesterday. Currently, she has not been booked into the branch jail as of yet because of concerns of being allergic to handcuffs, which I will be allergic to handcuffs too if I left my 3-year-old kid in the car and I was about to go to jail for it.
Yeah, you tell them.
It's called a ghetto bird right there.
How often do people have stainless steel allergy?
I think he's suggesting that it might not be real.
Okay, well then how did she get taken to the hospital? Who's fallen for that?
Nobody.
Honestly, if it's a child or a dog, why don't we, whoever locks them in the car, we lock them in the car
Yeah,
for
it's
10
awful.
hours.
There you go.
I had to do that last summer. I had to call on a car that had dogs in it
That is
in
just
July.
crazy.
You did?
Yeah, it was very upsetting to me.
But it's just so evil. What? Like, you have a 3-year-old in your car?
Okay,
on a
some
hot day?
I can't even imagine seeing a kid because just seeing the dogs barking was really upsetting
Some
to me.
people shouldn't have kids and some people shouldn't own dogs. And, unfortunately, we live in a world where people just have kids so they can get a paycheck.
Awful.
Well, and I'm assuming that you get paid for donating plasma, right? Is that like?
I would think so.
Is that what
Yeah, I
that
think
is?
you're more like selling plasma.
Is that how you got your TV, Greg?
There's some good deals on TVs. I feel
Oh, yeah.
like I may upgrade.
I don't know what I've been trying to tell you this for a minute.
I'm frugal.
You could get an 85-inch for like $700.
How many inches?
Oh,
is
that's a
yours?
personal.
Excuse me? Mind your own beeswax.
He's got a Diddy
enough.
TV.
Let me tell you, enough to get the job done.
All right, Diddy. Got a Diddy TV over there. I mean, no, I've been telling you this forever. 75-inch, 85-inch, what do you want? You can get them at a nice price, $500-$600. You don't have to spend $1,500. And nowadays, the pictures are all good. So there's a bunch of different ways.
Greg, how do you not have a nice TV in your house? You have a nice one at the shack.
I do have a nice TV up at the shack. Griff and his fiance will be able to watch whatever they want.
Ooh,
right from the couch.
Look out.
Yes. All right. Anyway, what's next, Mego?
A more fun story. A parakeet is on the loose in a Scottish suburb, and it's being blamed for causing thousands of dollars in damage by pecking away at the rubber parts of people's cars. Angus Chisholm lives in the town and described the mayhem there.
Well, it'd be nice if it was caught humanely and taken away, and obviously it's domesticated bird, so somebody could look after it. Putting a cover in your car is the solution, but every time you go out, you got to take the cover off, and it's not ideal. So now my car is so badly damaged, I'm not sure it could do any more damage, so I'm just leaving it until I need to change my car, and then I'll get it fixed, by which time it will be resolved, hopefully.
Well, does insurance cover that? Damage from a parakeet,
From a
like that's
loose
on
bird?
the loose?
I don't know how that
no
works.
idea. I would assume
The parakeets, those are the ones that talk, right?
Yes.
They are.
Don't
No,
Ty
that's
Law
a,
have one of those?
No, parrot.
that's a parrot.
Oh, that's a parrot.
What are you guys talking about?
Well,
Wait,
actually,
that's
to be
a parakeet that I see on Twitch right now?
to be fair, there's a lot of different birds that talk.
Does a parakeet talk back to you?
There was one at the resort we were staying at in Maui. It was a macaw.
Did you see that cute little kid who did the bird noises that went viral yesterday?
God,
That was
he
pretty.
was awesome.
Yeah.
I
He's
had to
definitely
check.
getting stuffed in lockers.
Aw, how dare you?
mean, it's
the
true.
crowd was loving it.
Yeah, that's,
Not all of us can be football stars.
I mean, guess what?
He's not getting stuffed
Oh,
in
yes, he
lockers.
is.
Don't say.
Oh,
I
yeah.
had to Google and make sure it wasn't
Make
AI.
those sounds in the locker, nerd.
Yeah.
Definitely. Well, you make it sound like you didn't go to high school.
Yeah, as a
I didn't shove anybody.
Oh, my God.
I didn't shove
Greg didn't
anybody in the
finish high school.
locker.
I didn't say I was shoving kids in the locker.
Yeah.
But they're, guess what? When you go to high school, there are kids that,
I don't know if
pick
they
on other
still
kids.
do that. They kind
Oh,
of
my
just
God.
like bully each other on their phones.
See,
now.
Wiggy, that's
You
why
are-
you get
see,
fat in
people
high
are
school.
so
People can't
soft.
stuff you in
I'm
lockers.
not saying. I'm saying.
my
I
God.
obviously that habit. I mean, first of all, people would also. I don't think you're allowed to pants people in schools anymore. That was the big thing in my school.
Oh, that was so fun.
All right, that's the news. Thank you, Drinko. When we come back, perhaps a reason why the Red Sox are not winning at Fenway Park from someone who is on that team. That is coming up next.
Hi, I'm Jonathan Ratliff, Engineering Director at Nissan. We know some things are important.
I just feel like on the road we're a very close-knit team. We come home and there's just a lot of people. It's different. It's just a different vibe at home, and we got to figure out a way to make it small like how it is on the road. I just feel like at home we see a lot of people that we don't know, or just don't know that are around this area. And when we're on the road, it's just a close-knit group, and we're becoming a really close team. And we got to find a way to bring that back home.
Looking back on the seeds I've sown, saving times, spending too much time on the telephone. Says you can't go home. Who says you can't go home? There's only one place they call it one of their own. Just a hometown boy, born a rolling stone. Who says you can't go home? Who says you can't go back?
Isaiah Kiner Falefa with an odd reason why the Red Sox are 9-20 at home. I guess odd when you hear it, but then if you think about it, maybe unfortunately it makes sense when you look at the non-baseball people, the analytics people, who I think some of these guys believe are interfering when it comes to just playing the game of baseball. So he says we're at Fenway, we struggle because we see a lot of people that we don't know.
It's
and
so weird.
I don't know.
They're like, who's this guy walking into the clubhouse?
Yeah, I mean,
why is he bothering me?
It's very strange.
Is it John Henry?
I mean, I gotta believe it's just the nerd part of the whole thing.
That's what I would think.
I will ask Craig Breslow about this, obviously, tomorrow when he's on at 9. But
because it's not the family thing. Because
no, they know the families, or the families aren't.
Who's that? My family?
Right. And it's not like media people hanging around. The only thing, and I think, Greg, you brought it up, and as you start to think about it, it's like some of these people that might work in baseball operations that, they feel like when they're back home, it's, I'm a, dishwasher. Now it's my time to kind of go into the kitchen and say, hey, you know what I was seeing the other day? You know what that's saying? Like there's like too many cooks in the kitchen, and at home, and when they're probably playing at home, you got all these baseball operation people maybe coming down to the clubhouse saying, hey, I saw this stat, or I saw that stat, or maybe you should look at these numbers.
Depressed Sox fan in the Twitch chat said it's probably Bradfo.
We can't rip Bradfo for at least a month.
This is true.
Yeah.
He did such a great job with Roman Anthony.
Oh, man.
Any follow-up on that?
No.
That's wild. No. Interesting tomorrow.
You're blocked.
What do you think Bresbot will say?
I don't know.
Yeah.
Ask him about that. Ask him about.
Good morning.
Jones and Keefe do a when they say that they're talking for Breslow, they go boop boop beep pop.
Does not compute.
Right.
He has a hard time talking to other human beings, which is an issue in most workplaces, I think. I don't know.
If you need an interpreter to speak the same language, you're probably in the wrong place.
Yeah. But then there is a suggestion that Chad Tracy somehow will be a great interpreter, and he can take the computer speak, the tech speak, the analytics speak,
and synthesize it,
and then translate that like the Bobs did in Office Space. Like he can then translate it to the actual guys who are swinging the bat. So I don't know. Maybe. Yeah. It's really isn't the problem roster construction. Like we've gone around and around and around this.
Yeah.
Yeah, but the roster is what it is now. It's too late.
So that's why it's time to sell. Like, I'm sorry.
Mm-hmm. It's a lost season.
It's a loss. It's a completely lost season.
But they use this model now, which is the direct-to-consumer, the streaming package, month to month. They must be getting absolutely demolished with subscription losses.
Oh, you think people are unsubscribing from the NESN 360?
I mean, would you be spending whatever? I don't even know what it is a month. But would you
like $30 or something?
Yeah,
like that?
it's not cheap.
So would you triple what you pay for Netflix to watch the Red Sox every month?
I would love for someone to find those numbers. Do they have to disclose them publicly?
Only if they go on strike.
I would guess not.
That is, but I mean, we find out, somehow Chad Finn gets the positiveness in numbers, but they don't give that to the.
But we
House
know
organ.
based on, I can't remember whose lead it was. It might have been yours, Mego, or there was or maybe it was your husband who wrote this, that the fans is up this year at Fenway Park.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Wasn't that you?
That wasn't me.
That wasn't you?
No,
That-
you're saying that attendance is up at
yeah,
Fenway
that
this summer?
I thought that the attendance was up this year at Fenway Park.
I was surprised that I remember hearing a report that it was pretty good through the spring, which surprised me, not just because of the team, but because the weather has been awful. So, the team sucks, so then you're going to sit there and it's 42 degrees? Ugh. No, thank you.
857 text that says, Breslow reminds me of the CEO at McDonald's who was trying to act like he...
He didn't know how to eat a
enjoyed-
hamburger?
Like he enjoyed the Big Mac or whatever the new burger was. that
What
he
a
was trying-
cell phone! That was unbelievable.
I forgot about that. He was taking those weird little bites.
He's using a fork and knife.
He's like, this is so good.
A little greasy, but delectable.
It does feel, though, like, Curtis, you made this point on Monday, I think. The sentiment around the building is turning on Breslow.
Well,
There's
yeah.
a lot now this is IKF kind of saying
I think
there's
that's kind
these
of-
weird guys around.
I mean, I think that comment is directed at Craig Breslow and others, right? I
It's
mean,
so vague, but
what-
how else can you connect the dots?
There's no other way to look at it. It's like when we get back here at Fenway, there's a bunch of nerds who are telling us what to swing at, when to swing, what pitch they think is coming. It's in our heads. And it's that way. It has to be that way. We've talked about it a billion times.
Right.
But it has to be that way in all sports with the analytics.
Yeah, Bresbot said
Like, you
that.
can't predict everything.
Yeah, he said sometimes we put too much of the numbers in their head, or too much of the analytics, and it messes with them. Which I understand. I completely. Where players are thinking about my swing, where's my elbow? Is it down? Oh my God, I got to worry about this, rather than just going out there and reacting naturally and just playing from your gut and using the analytics as a way to just kind of help you and prepare you, but not letting it overload you.
I think what's frustrating is then from the other side, I feel like there is this messaging that they push back on when they're like, well, what do you really know about Driveline? What do you really think about Driveline?
yeah.
You guys say Driveline, but then you have people within the organization either talking to Tim Healy and saying he needs a translator because people don't even know what the Driveline stuff means,
Right.
or IKF after a loss last night saying, it's worse here because there are all these people around.
Please call Driveline. Ha ha ha.
Yeah, I mean, it's just a cluster F, and it's not getting better.
And we know Driveline could be a good thing because I did a little bit of a dive on it, and I guess the Dodgers use it a lot. Shohei's a big, somebody that I guess got an advantage from using Driveline. So, I mean, other
Would
teams.
Shohei be Shohei without Driveline?
I have no idea.
Yes.
Probably,
I mean,
right?
I didn't watch much of the Japanese baseball league, so I don't know what Shohei looked like.
I
You weren't
did.
crushing that tape?
Yeah, I wasn't crushing.
You can give people all of the data that you have, and that's one part of decision making. The other part is your intuition,
right?
And the 20 years that you've spent playing baseball, and the 20 years that you spent, becoming a coach, somebody who has experience in the game like that, and that they completely have discounted that entire part of it. That's not of value to the nerds.
What he should do is pull up the interview on Barstool with Belichick. Remember that was that PTF did that? Is it PTF?
Close, PMT.
PFT, excuse me.
PMT. Pardon my
PMT.
take.
Sorry about that.
You're good.
But they had an interview with Bill, and he talked about how Brady saw the game as a player versus how he saw the game who had never played, and just being able to say, okay, when do we go on some of your gut instincts versus like some of the things that, I experienced from coaching. And it's always fascinating to me that a guy like Breslow who played, you would think that players would go, all right, I'm going to lean on my instincts more than I am the analytics because I've played
They want
the game.
to, but they won't let them. That's the problem.
But that's what's crazy to me. Breslow's from that world. What made him flip the script of going, all right, don't lean more on analytics than your instincts as a former player.
Curtis, is this accurate? Several textures pointing out for you that Nesson has now gone down. There's a $5 deal.
Oh, really?
Like $5 a month.
Is it like the Globe 99 cents?
Probably.
I'll look into it.
All right. We are going to get the Hill Notes in about a half an hour, so leave one now on the Red Sox, on any other topic on the Odyssey app, and we will play the best ones back at 9:20. You're on the road, heading somewhere good. You're notes coming up tomorrow. Craig Breslow on this show for the Front Office Report at 9, and there is a lot to ask him, and I promise that we will. I can't control the answers, but I can control the questions that we ask. And I know you want to ask him, as a guy who played the game, why the over-reliance on the analytics and the bots and all of that. I want to ask him about the issue that he has apparently talking with others in the organization and all of those things. So I think his answer is going to be that he's waiting for guys to this happens, and he's waiting for guys to really turn it on, start spraying it all over the ballpark, and it's coming soon is probably what he's going to say, but we will do our best with him. What do the analytics tell you as a hoop head, Mego, about tonight's game 1?
Well, Wiggy and I were talking about it during the break, and I really do think that it comes down to if the Knicks keep shooting like they've been shooting from the three-point line. I know people don't like hearing that about the NBA, but that's going to be how they beat Wemby.
Yeah.
If they can just outshoot the Spurs are a super young team.
Right.
It's not like the Knicks have experience in the finals since 99. What is interesting to me is the historical parallel. Because the last time the Knicks were in the finals was against a Spurs team with a super hot 22-year-old.
Yep.
Just like this again. So there is the potential for some deja vu pain for New York.
Well, they've been lights out field goal wise. Like they're over 40%, I think.
Yes.
During the playoffs.
Yeah.
And so Wemby will give them an issue when it comes to that at the rim.
But they've been, like you said, they've been lights out from three-point land, the Knicks, and that's what San Antonio gives up because they love to keep Wemby in the paint and protect the rim. There's always going to be guys that are open shooters. So when you think of that, who's Wemby matched up against? Is he matched up against Karl Anthony Towns, which, Karl Anthony Towns will definitely shoot some three-pointers. If Mitchell Robinson,
but he also can foul himself right out of a game and does a lot.
That is true. And the other thing that
they kind of in that cup game, they did a good job on Wemby. Wemby had his worst game of the season in that game. So
I think that's where, if you look at Mitchell Robinson, you might be saying, like, well, who cares? He's kind of like a backup guy. He's got the pinky injury. He's questionable. He's going to try to go, but I think he could be a difference maker for that.
It's about physicality with Wemby. If you looked at the Oklahoma City series, it was, Hartenstein, being aggressive with him. And you have two bigs that can do that with Wemby, make it a little bit difficult for him, be physical with him. And that, Karl Anthony Towns is not like this lockdown defender, but he's big enough and strong enough to give Wemby some issues the same way as Mitchell Robinson is able to do that. And then on the other end, and they have scrappy players, the New York Knicks, when it comes to defenders. They got a scrappy team, guys that can play hard, and then obviously the equalizer is Jalen Brunson.
Yeah.
But
Spurs averaging almost 8 steals or over 8 steals and almost 8 blocks in the game in the playoffs.
Right, but they do turn the ball over a lot because they have a young guy. The kid Castle is
He's been great, though.
He's been, if you watch him, Oklahoma City, he was kind of a turnover machine. He's played well as far as being able to score and make some plays, but he's a young player who definitely turns the ball over, and they'll give you some opportunities. And with the defenders that the Knicks have, they'll make it difficult on him. But I think it's going to be a good series.
Greg, have you seen the
God bless you, Kego.
Oh, hey, what? No, that's not a thing.
That's a new one.
That also
that's
makes
a new one from the Twitch
that
chat.
also feels like a comment on my body.
What? No.
Like, oh, she's built like a keg.
Oh, dear.
Which, if you know, I am not.
No.
I'm built like a wine cooler.
What was it, Curtis?
So I got this email. There's this guy, Jimmy Shapiro, does PR for one of the big casinos. And they have the state-by-state viewing preference based on social media. I don't know how they do it. They have some algorithm where they deduce what the region is going to be rooting for or voting for, given a certain topic.
Yes.
And they say that Massachusetts is rooting for the Knicks.
Really?
Which, in no way, shape, or form do I believe that.
Yeah, I don't believe that.
Nobody today, at 11:30 when the game starts, is going to be sitting in front of their TV seeing the Knicks and saying, I want them to win a championship.
No, I'm all over San Antonio. Whatever you got to do, please do not let New York win. Do not, New York is already annoying. And the fact that if they win an NBA Finals,
Well, it's gonna be. Is it? How many years is it?
Since they won?
Since 50.
Yeah, since
50
the 70s.
years, right?
Yeah, I think it was.
I think it's 70. Isn't
Yes,
it?
70. I don't know the exact
So
number.
they're gonna be out of control
God.
as a city if they win this.
And you would think, like, obviously it is Yankees country in New York, but the Knicks have, like, they're probably not too far behind the Yankees as far as, like, the fandom in the sense of how how we rank our teams, like Patriots Nation. I feel like for a lot of New Yorkers, it was Yankees and then Knicks. You know,
Like you're saying how obnoxiously obsessed
no,
they are?
like, well, how they rank their team. So there's probably so many Knicks fans that have been waiting for this for so long, where if the Knicks win a championship, it's going to be pandemonium.
And is Trump going to be at Game 3?
I don't know. There was some talk of that.
There was some talk that he might. He used to go to a lot of Knicks games.
okay.
He might be at
Yeah,
Game 3.
He could be there.
I don't know anything about him.
This is Sean from Montana. Hello, Sean.
Hello, yeah, and good morning. You know, I was just going to correct you real quickly. With the Knicks, they haven't won since 1973. 1973 was the last time.
Okay.
Yeah, 73. Yeah, well, I was just calling about the Red Sox real quickly. I think it's time right now that the Red Sox next move is to completely fire Craig Breslow. I mean, you guys were talking, I think somebody was talking on WEEI about, like, is he on the hot seat? Absolutely he is. I mean, look, you got Theo Epstein, who is not at all happy with the way the Red Sox have performed. And what's sad about it, the first time since 1932, that's right, everybody, 1932, this team has the worst record at Fenway Park. It's unacceptable to be 9-20 at Fenway Park. I mean,
I agree.
I can't believe it.
It's
yeah,
unacceptable. Unacceptable. Curtis, go ahead. What was that season like, Greg?
No, I think you were youthful. You're spry. What if the Red Sox had sort of change things up a bit? What if they played some games at Boston Stadium?
They probably, take the tee out there. Wouldn't be
Shut
any
down
of the,
Summer Street?
Wouldn't be any of the baseball ops people around getting in the way when they're
I,
trying to hit.
I am fascinated by that comment. That
Oh,
Nago
my
found.
God.
I'm sorry.
It's a direct shot at the baseball ops people.
Stop it back there.
I just got to confirm.
Stop laughing, big dog.
It's great. It's so good.
It's not a thing.
It's hilarious.
Yeah. All right.
It's derogatory.
We will be
thing.
back.
We're not making it a thing.
No, don't.
No.
AJ Brown is a Patriot. Curtis brought up early this morning how impressed he was by what he said yesterday. So we will hear a little bit of that in 2 minutes on the Greg Hill Show at WEEI.
That was the moment when I realized I got to do something. I was scheduled.
was talking to my mom, and I was like, man, I'm still in awe. You know, I'm trying to adjust, and walking up the hill with the uniform on. I was like, man, this is real. And caught myself one point in practice, wasn't paying attention because I was like, dang, I'm a Patriot. And just trying to take it all in as much as I can. Obviously, I got back to work quickly, but it's levels to it, and like I said, I'm enjoying it. It's obviously, I know this ain't heaven, but it's close to it.
A.J. Brown, who has found out that dreams can come true, and he is now a New England Patriot. I know Wiggy wants to get to what Scheim mentioned during in your feed, which we will get to momentarily. But I do want to thank the team at Island Creek Raw Bar, which is in the Seaport and is now open because they brought in oysters. Not only did they bring in oysters this morning for the show, and I know you don't like seafood,
Right.
but they brought in caviar for the oysters this morning. So
I took mine during the break.
you did?
I didn't think slurping on air would be very attractive for me, so.
You'd be surprised with some who listen to the
amount of people who listen to ASMR, Mego, you'd be fine.
You can make some good money from that.
Might get some new listeners.
I'm going to give this a go here from Island Creek.
Go ahead.
And have you been there outside? It's awesome, right in the smack dab in the middle of the Seaport.
Great spot.
Yeah. I mean, I'm getting brownie points for this one, but I don't eat oysters, but I know somebody in the household that loves them.
Oh.
Yeah, so.
Is that Mrs. Wiggins?
Oh, she does. So
Okay.
anything left over, believe me, is getting schwacked.
Yeah. So you can enjoy your oysters paired with a delicious cocktail, and you can even ship their oysters overnight anywhere in the connected 48 states. So just go to islandcreekoysters.com, and I will see you at the Island Creek Raw Bar out of doors in the Seaport all summer long.
Greg, how many oysters do you think you could slurp down in one sitting?
I've never tried that. Like, I'm generally like an appetizer, like a good half dozen is good enough for me. But there are some who can run through an entire. Well, what would you call them? Oysters. They're not
colony?
really not like a
tray?
school, like a colony.
Colony of
Like an
oysters.
entire
A bed
colony.
of oysters?
Oh, half dizzy.
Graham Plattner, a big oysterman, if you know that, following the news. So very exciting.
He is an oysterman, right?
Yep. Well, I don't know.
You missed us talking about that on the news the other day, Curtis, because you were doing the birthday walk.
I heard it live, and I was very.
Oh, is that the main guy?
Yeah.
All right.
Yep.
The Seaport District, which is almost all white, no African Americans there at all.
Have you guys seen the
Not
movie?
not anymore. AJ
Oh,
Brown.
yeah, that's right.
AJ Brown's going to be at Island Creek Oysters with me.
You did get scooped off of that one, though.
Yeah.
So now we,
Yes, I did.
now we got, like you said, what did kids say? You got to bop around the Seaport. You might see A.J. Brown.
And Wiggy, you know the other thing they say about oysters?
Yes, they do know exactly what they say.
Wow.
An aphrodisiac.
Yes.
Okay. Settle down over there, Mr. Honeymoon.
What?
Talking about aphrodisiacs with Wiggy.
Delicious
Oh, that's what they say. I've heard that
aphrodisiacs.
before.
So what's the latest issue you have on the AJ Brown thing?
So I love the picture of you and AJ.
Oh, there we are.
Yeah.
There we are.
Wow.
There's a lot of oysters on
Yeah,
that.
it's a whole colony of oysters right there.
Don't share that. I don't want anybody. I don't
Which
want-
one's AJ?
AJ's gonna be like, yeah, I remember taking this picture too. No, I love the AJ Brown trade, and I love everything about it. There's just one thing that stood out when Scheim was, he had the audio in his feed of Jordan Mailata talking about, I am glad this is over and that, like, he's kind of gone. And I'm like, oh, that's interesting. Like, because I was in Minnesota, sick brag, with Randy Moss when we traded Randy Moss. And as a team, we were like, what the hell are you doing?
You weren't happy
No.
that he was gone. And
No,
you wonder,
not at all.
You wonder if the Eagles are happy that he's gone.
Right. And
Does
so
that say something bad about him?
it just has me, and I know, like, he was done with the. It's one thing to be done with the coaches and be like, all right, I'm done, and players understand that.
Is Nick Sirianni the least respected coach in the NFL?
He's got to be up there.
I mean, he is just an absolute boob.
I would say Andy Reid.
Least respected?
Yeah. When you got players on the sideline,
What?
when you got players on the sideline bumping and pushing a 70-year-old man almost. I mean, how much respect do you have for a guy like that? I mean, let's keep it a beam.
I don't know.
So you're saying like he's a chump there?
I think the players, they think he's a nice guy and probably love playing for him because he's a player's coach. But do you think they really respect Andy
Okay,
Reid?
but they at least like him. Do any of the players there like Sirianni?
Well, there's a difference between being respected and liked. You might
Most respected. Who's at the top of your list, McVay?
I would say, yeah.
I mean,
put
Mike
McVay up there.
Vrabel seems to be up there.
John Harbaugh.
Yeah, Harbaugh is.
Mike McDonald in Seattle is rapidly climbing
He's
that
so
list.
new, though.
Right. See,
Yeah,
there's
that's why I said rapidly.
There's a difference, Greg, right? There are a lot of people who played for Belichick who didn't like him, but they respected him. Right? So when you ask respected as a coach, there might be people in Philadelphia who don't like Sirianni, but maybe they respect him on how he does things. When I look at when you're just completely like grabbing and bumping your coach like physically, and he's damn near 70, and you're one of the best, maybe still wasn't the best player on the team, but you're a franchise guy in Travis Kelce. How do you think all his other teammates look at that?
Yeah.
So
I don't know. I feel like Andy Reid is number 2 coach of the entire era.
Oh, that used to be and I think as far as wins and those type of things.
If Andy Reid got fired today, he would have his pick of 31 jobs.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean that people would respect him.
Don't you hire someone that's respected?
Well, if the owners would respect him, yeah, that's a different conversation. We're talking
617 text. Andy Reid is probably the most respected active head coach in the NFL.
No, not no more. Not no more. I don't care what you say. Not no more. The way that those players be acting up down there and what they be doing, like if you're respected like that, you're not going to be acting a fool all the time because you respect your coach, right? And you don't want to put the team on Front Street. He used to be that guy, but I think now that he's getting older, he's kind of outdated a little bit, and I think how he goes about doing things. I told you, that's the thing that turned me is when Travis Kelce did what he did on the sideline. I played for Bill Parcells, and I never played with Lawrence Taylor, but I played with Jumbo Elliott. I played with Keyshawn Johnson. Keyshawn.
Give me the damn ball.
Give me the damn ball, wrote a book about it, would never in a million years put his hands on Bill Parcells.
Is that more about Travis Kelce, though?
No, but that's about the respect of that player has for that coach.
Right. Travis Kelce has no respect for the English language if you hear him talk. My God.
So that's what that tells me. You don't have, I think, and so this is the conversation because you asked that question, Mego, was brought up because of A.J. Brown and him, players being like, they want him out of here. And so how much do players respect Nick Sirianni? And when I start to see how players act, and we're specifically talking about Andy Reid, any respect he had, and I agree he used to have it, is lost.
So on the list of things that could concern you about A.J. Brown, we went over the Jalen Hurts part of it.
Right.
Best friends, godfather of your kid, and then suddenly you don't like each other any longer. That's one.
Mm-hmm.
Teammate saying that they're glad that this is over and you're gone.
Right.
That's number 2.
Yeah,
those two things give you a little bit of
a little
pause.
bit of a pause.
Okay.
Yeah, a little bit of a pause. And I think that Vrabel will be able to handle stuff, but like I told you, when we traded Moss, I was like, what are we doing? This is the dumbest thing ever. And when people asked about it, you would say, I can't believe he's gone, what he meant to the team, how valuable he was. When you're saying like one of your better players is you're like, wow, I'm happy it's over with.
Yeah.
It's kind of like, all right, well, what issues were really going on?
But to be fair, like he's more so saying like I'm just kind of glad that we know what direction we're going in. Like
you
it's
think
not,
so?
It's not a
distraction.
I don't think
they don't have to be asked about it.
Correct.
Anymore.
Yeah, that's not a distraction anymore. I don't think it's necessarily I dislike AJ Brown. It's more so was he in, was he out? We didn't really know. It's glad to just know one way or the other, and we're moving forward.
I mean, yesterday, I guess he was not with the ones and said he wants to earn his way out there. Like,
I get it.
You like that,
Yeah, I
right?
get that.
You like
Start
that
from the
about
bottom.
him. You like when he's saying that.
Yeah, I just got here. I got to earn my stripes. You know, even though I've been in the league a long time, I know. But come on,
That's nice. He and Efton are going to go out for
Right.
drinks.
Come on, Sean. Let's be honest.
Oh, you like that part?
Yeah. By the way, if you want to get rid of Kego as a nickname, because I think it's rude and it's really unkind.
It just is unflattering.
Right.
It's
What
not
if-
even about the drinking thing. You can call me a booze bag. Just don't say I'm built like a keg.
Okay, wino. So if AJ Brown, I have an idea. Given the picture of you two and his picture, what if we called AJ Brown AI Brown?
I mean, he did share that picture with the jersey, and some are bothered by that. But
like I said, I think it's a good fit. These are things I'll just be looking at a little bit, you know, and I think for me, it's more about the teammate aspect of it, right? He's got, you know, it'll be a little bit, I guess, helpful that he's coming into a locker room that Milton Williams and him were teammates, so he probably has that relationship with Milton. I think Drake May is the type of guy that he's gonna.
Well, wasn't there a similar concern about Steph Diggs, and that turned out to be okay, right?
Not just okay. He was great for that receiver room. And I think A.J. Brown will be the same way. He's so enthusiastic about being here. It's kind of, to me, like, okay, if somebody has a really bad breakup and you ask them about either side asks them about the ex, they're going to be like, yeah, at the end it was really bad. I'm just glad that's over. Doesn't mean that the next relationship's going to be a disaster just because it ended poorly.
Yeah.
No, I don't think that. But I always just pause a little bit when a teammate says something. When a teammate, because I can't remember who it was, but usually you'll see at times if a guy is traded and you really love that guy and that guy was valuable to your locker room, you're gonna, and especially if you're a guy like Jordan Mailata who's in a position where he can say what's on his mind and be like, you know, I understand it's the business, but I did not want to see him go. Because it wasn't like A.J. Brown was in or out, like as far as retirement, like is he going to play, is he not going to play? Like that's in or out. He clearly wanted to play, but he didn't want to play for Philly.
Do you think it became a Jalen Hurts versus A.J. Brown, and that was awkward for the rest of the locker room? So they're like, all right, we're just rolling with A.J.
Right.
I mean, sorry, with Hurts.
I definitely think so. If your quarterback and number one wide receiver are having issues and having a falling out, and we're really tight, that's gonna split a locker room, especially on the offensive side of the ball, because, you know, I don't really want to get in the middle, but I like both of them. It's kind of like, how do I, you know, play Switzerland here, right? Yeah. Is it Switzerland or Sweden? Switzerland, right?
Yeah.
So how do I play that neutral country that doesn't want to get in the middle of two people that I really like?
Sweden's got the meatballs.
No offense to Sweden. Yeah, they have the meatballs.
But I feel like they're nice
IKEA,
people
Volvo.
too. So. Yeah, I feel like Switzerland, Sweden,
Very
they would.
nice.
They would get in the middle if there was.
Yeah, both start with S.
Yeah, they would. They're not. They don't seem like they're the angry bunch
Right.
or
They would not choose Travis Kelce over Andy.
No, they would be in the middle.
But you do eat their fish.
All right.
By the way, Ben Volen has a column today that says there's a lot to like about the deal, but there's also a lot not to like.
Yeah.
And he notes that the Eagles had to drain his knee twice per week, which led to the Rams opting against pursuing Brown. If he is injury prone and doesn't play well, there will be a couple people in Boston that will be taking a massive victory.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but like he's never missed more than 5 games in a season, correct?
You'd be right about
Yeah,
that.
like what are we doing with
I think he's only had one season where he didn't have 1,000 yards receiving, and it was with Tannehill in like 2020.
And he was on pace for 1,000, but he only played 13 games.
There
Like
you go.
that at minimum, he's played 13 games in a season.
Yep.
Hill notes coming up from the Catches Law Injury Attorneys Studios. No fee unless you win in 2 minutes.
You know that Chick-fil-A sells more than chicken, right?
Hello, my name is Jaleesa, and a little thing I love about the Chick-fil-A sausage.
hands me my raincoat. She's always worried about things like that. Well, she said it's all gonna end and it might as well be my fault. And she only sleeps when it's raining, and she screams and her voice is straining. She says, baby, it's 3 a.m. I must be lonely.
Well, if things go as the governor would like, then at 3 a.m., no one will be lonely because everybody will be leaving the bar during the extended happy hour, which, fingers crossed, good thing for the Commonwealth, good thing for Wiggy, and we'll see what happens there. A text on the Subaru of New England text line, which says, guys, Mike Vrabel has had months to make the decision when it comes to A.J. Brown, and if he thought there were going to be any issues, he would not have been so intent on getting the play.
Well, obviously.
There were no distractions over the last couple months.
Right.
Certainly not. I'm sure he was fully focused just on that.
And Vrabe's a former player, so he knows, like, sometimes it's the scenery that you're in and you need a change of scenery. He knows maybe you don't get along with coaches. He throughout his career, he probably didn't get along with every coach and knows that, okay, if I play for a specific guy or if I played for a guy that I really like and he's somewhere else, he understands how that works. Like, he knows A.J. Brown is a great player, and maybe, it ran its course in Philly for whatever reason, how they were utilizing him or not utilizing him. And he realizes that, well, if he comes here, we have a different plan.
Can I just read from Volan? Because this guy sucks. God, is he awful. He really is. He's horrifically bad at his job. What he did in taking that story from the guy that he never vetted at Barstool was it's the easiest fireable offense in journalism. But whatever. The Globe just likes to write about other people losing their job. But
My goodness.
it's true.
Getting
So-
really hot over there.
Oh, sorry. I am who I am, good or bad or indifferent. So he writes, it would be naive, though, not to consider another reason the Patriots made the trade now, to distract from the episode involving Vrabel and Diana Rossini. Tuesday's media session was previously scheduled to be open to the media, and it turned into the A.J. Brown show. From Vrabel's news conference to the interviews with offensive coaches, to Brown being the focus at practice, to Brown speaking to reporters afterward. It certainly seems the Patriots were so desperate to move past the Vrabel-Rossini story that they were willing to overpay for A.J. Brown.
Oh, get lost.
What an asshat.
He already...
God, you pathetic stooge.
Well, I've seen, maybe it was a text or in the Twitch chat this morning, an argument that they moved up minicamp to next week because of some obligation that people are assuming Mike Vrabel has or something. Can we leave the guy alone? Like, he's given you his pound of flesh. Like,
That's a really weird thing for Volan to write because he took questions on it last week.
Right.
It's not like that, like yesterday was going to be the first opportunity that anybody had to grill him about it. So it turned into the A.J. Brown show. What was new that anybody was going to ask?
Nothing.
There was nothing new that came out. So it's not like you missed an opportunity.
Right.
The opportunity was the week before.
And you knew as soon as they signed A.J. Brown, it was going to be the A.J. Brown show. You know what I mean? You're talking about a top 10 wide receiver in the NFL going to a team who just lost in a Super Bowl, and now everybody, there are a lot of people that got to have high expectations for the New England Patriots because of the addition of A.J. Brown.
And the timing of this was, Greg, the timing of it was reliant on the Eagles waiting for June 1st.
Of course.
Yeah, do you think that,
Well, no, but he's suggesting that they were willing to overpay so that the timing would be now, so as to distract from the story, which is over. Like, the story is over. That the two of them are dealing with it with their individual families, as people do when this happens, and that's it. That's the end of the story.
Right.
I know that there are some that wish it would go on and on and on and on, but that's it. It's the end of the story. And he's answered your questions 3 times. Now, Maybe you don't like the answers he gave, but that's what you're getting from
Right.
Mike Vrabel. That's what we'll get when we talk to him, I'm assuming in August, is what he wants to say. And
But
that's-
what was precluding Ben on A.J. Brown Day from asking any questions he wanted? Did Stacey James say you only have to ask questions about A.J. Brown?
And what was he going to ask?
Right.
Right.
To your point,
It's a week
Mego.
later. You feel any different about all of that? It's
Right.
a week later. Are the guys responding to you differently than they did last week? Like, those
Right.
would be silly questions.
Right. And like you said, they already asked them all the questions that they needed to the week before.
Customer complaint, Curtis. Suggestion that you're getting all riled up because Ben Volen is good at his job. That's what he's doing, is getting you all riled up.
Oh, because he's a provocateur.
I mean, I could literally take anything like the Patriots scored a touchdown on their opening drive to distract from Diana Rossini. Like, you could say anything. It's so stupid. They literally had a press conference a week ago where they asked questions about Diana Rossini. What has changed in the last week in that story?
Nothing.
It's almost like there's not something newsworthy to ask about.
Right.
What's newsworthy is that they signed A.J. Brown, and you can say that I understand if people feel like it was a slight overpay, but that's the price of the Patriots having to only have this one way of getting the prime receiver.
Who cares if it's a slight overpay? They think it's the right thing to do for the football team, and they want to win now while Drake May is affordable. Like, I
Is
love
there
it.
any doubt that Ben Volen would be writing about how cheap Kraft was if the Chiefs came in and traded for A.J. Brown? Would he be applauding the team if they didn't trade for him?
I mean,
of course not.
If you follow football, and it doesn't take, you don't need to be a journalist or an insider.
Feels accusatory.
Well, it doesn't. It's not an overpay. I mean, that's what the current rate is for a 1,000-yard receiver.
Look at Waddle.
Yeah, that's exactly.
That's what he did to your seat when he stole it.
I don't understand why people make it seem like things are harder to see than what they are. Like, we know what the price tag was because you saw with Jalen Waddle. The same way we know what the price tag is for Christian Gonzalez because of Trent McDuffie.
That's a bit of a reach for the seat stealer.
Really is.
It's true. Yes,
Yep.
Twitch chat. He did steal a seat.
Yes, he did.
For me.
Yeah, from a woman, no less. All right.
Even if they do call me Kego. Still treat me like a lady.
Yeah, exactly. Hill Notes coming up next.
WEEI. buddy Keegan's got a bad rap, but he's got a good heart if it's all that he has. Always trying to scrap, never one to back down. You can find him on the outskirts of town.
Jones and Keith coming up in about a half an hour. Not only can you listen to them, but you can watch them on Twitch and you can watch them on YouTube, where they are brought to you by Springer's Jewelers, and they are in tax-free Portsmouth, New Hampshire, and their big engagement ring event is going on tomorrow and Friday and Saturday. So if that blessed event is in the future for you, then get up and see the team at Springer's. Today, I will be down the street from noon to 2 at the new Needham Bank location, which is in Alston Yards. And we're going to be there with the amazing Ashley from the Greg Hill Foundation, Needham Bank, great partners of the foundation. They help our beneficiaries in many ways, and we would love to tell you about what we do today from noon to 2 and introduce you to the fine people at Needham Bank who want to help you build something. So see you there if you're looking for something to do at lunchtime today. And now it is time for Hill Notes.
Hill Notes is brought to you by Coleman Electric, Kuhlman. A bunch of really good electricians helping homeowners like you not get electrocuted. Remember,
It's electric!
The worst team in baseball at home plays the worst team in baseball on the road. Somehow I lost money on that because I bet it was going to be a 0-0 tie after 25 innings when the umpires just got sick and tired of being there.
You just got to bet Pete Alonso anytime homer at Fenway Park, anytime 2-run homer to win the ball game.
That's all you can do.
But they stink. I mean, they stink on the road, but they stink at home.
Yeah.
They've won 9 games. Curtis, the lowest at home for any baseball team this season.
By 3 games.
Do you think it's more or less offensive if you're Nesson/Fenway Park, should you continue doing the let's talk about our great food offerings and every night is the best night at Fenway? Or should they start having Wally do performative things on the side where he's collapsing when there's another home run hit by Alonso?
Like morph into the Savannah Bananas?
Kind of.
I think it's more about highlighting your hot dogs. If you know.
Yeah, they can have Wally choke on him to represent to represent this team.
Highlight your glizzies.
James loves Wally.
Hey, guys, Mango is absolutely right. You guys keep asking why haven't they signed Gonzo. It's not on the Patriots. If they had their wish, they would have already signed him. This is all on Gonzo's team. There's still that other dude to sign. They're not going to go to the negotiation table now. They're the ones stalling. It's Gonzo's team, not the Patriots. Come on, man.
Well,
yeah, Mego made a great point.
I mean, they must have given him an offer, right? I mean, or you think he's like, no?
I would hope so.
I mean, how is that not a possibility?
Yeah, they definitely were like, hey, we'd love to pay you this. And he's like, no, I'm gonna wait.
Yeah, they're negotiating. The negotiations, I'm sure, have opened. It's a matter of, I think there's a certain, he's up on the Jumbotron at the Celtics game giving the gimme money sign. And so then fans go, oh, why aren't they giving him his money?
Right.
And that's the way that I think people are used to seeing these holdouts. They go oh, no, they need to pay him his money and he's earned it. They're going to. It's just a matter of when.
I don't know. I mean,
you don't know.
It's not that hard of a negotiation. When a market is set, there's really no negotiating.
You're the most chill negotiator I've ever met because we've talked about this before. And you're I go in and I say, let's not go back and forth for a month.
He
Tell
tells
me
Ken what to
want.
pay him and he pays him.
But when the market's set, okay, we're not going to start anything less than what that guy made.
Mm-hmm.
So we now know. So if you're the Patriots, you come to him and go, all right, Trent McDuffie got $100 million in fully guaranteed money. He's the top corner in the league. We see you as the top corner in the league. We're going to give you 102.
But he doesn't want to then be immediately outpaced by Devin Witherspoon because he probably believes I'm better than that guy.
He wants to be top corner.
Okay, but Mego, to your point, which you made a great point.
Thank you.
Don't they both have the same agent?
Yeah.
Right. So there has to be, if you're the agent, you're going, all right. So Devin, we're going to start you at 102. Christian, you wait because you'll probably get more than Devin or vice versa,
Yeah.
depending on the agent and how he sees the players.
Who he likes better.
Yeah.
Now, is he going to be hanging around sidelines like Matthew Judon was when Gerard Mayo was the head coach? Is that
I
what-
would be doing that. I want everybody in Patriots Nation to see me. I want everybody, all the fans to see me and get on my side going, why haven't the Patriots signed their best defensive player?
It's such a different situation. Like
No, I'm not gonna be
Gonzo's
yelling
at,
or
like
screaming.
he's like at the beginning of his career.
Yeah, but he's at the most important time of his
That's
career.
what I'm saying. I'm saying I think Gonzo has more there
This-
than Judon did.
The second contract, but this is it. This is the way you really go for pay dirt.
We didn't congratulate Gerard Mayo on his new job yet.
That he did, got a new gig.
Yes, he's in the private equity biz.
Back in the finance world.
Yes.
Not
So,
bad.
Excellent.
Not a bad gig.
Excellent.
Popped up out of nowhere. Is it local, do we know?
I think
Fifth
it is.
Down
Yeah.
Capital.
Yeah,
All right.
I think it is.
Fifth Down Capital.
Is that a shot at Brady when he thought there were 5 downs?
Mayo's
So-
back. They did that boy dirty.
Hope he's not talking to the investors and saying we're going to burn some of your cash. Like, I hope that's not his approach.
It started so well.
With them over there.
Oh, that's where he came
And
from.
cash.
Yeah.
Ready to burn some cash.
Man,
Casey was like, okay, let's go.
I thought I had it bad at Brockton. I mean, we both one and done, but damn.
I know.
Hey, morning show. What do you get when you cross Lil Wayne with P. Diddy? Well, that would be Little Diddy.
It's cruel. It really is cruel.
Today at the Red Sox Analytics Center, we are analyzing the rate that a slider is hit safely by a left-handed hitter at night with the humidity above 80%. And incidentally, when it's lower than 80%, the ball is put in play 4% more. Hey, guys, you know what you really need? A wicked good hitter.
Yeah.
That's probably what IKF's talking about. Like
Yeah, it
that's
is,
probably
definitely.
what the nerds are coming down into the clubhouse saying.
Insider confirmed it for me. I don't want to say who it is,
Right.
but says
Confirm that's what it's about.
100% talking about the analytical bots in the meetings and in the cages, and that's 100% what he's talking.
Greg's scoops on the
I have
Red
good
Sox
scoops.
are
This is not
so
All right, hold on.
strong.
Breaking.
Not my normal scoop source. Not my normal. Not any previous scoop source.
I don't even know who you're talking about. All right, breaking.
Yes.
Can you say that one more time?
Go ahead.
Guys, how you doing? This is just like heaven being on the Hill Notes. Greg, I just want to say, 1974, I was almost 4 years old, and I got my Greg Hill T-shirt, 1974, and I still have it hung on the wall today. I just want to let you know. Oh, this is heaven. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. I was 8 in 1974, so nice try, pal. Nice try.
Good comeback.
Mego, the goat goldfish flavor is the new Old Bay flavor,
Oh,
and you cannot change my mind.
Okay, I have tried that one. And
Old
as
Bay?
a Marylander, I put Old Bay on everything.
I love Old Bay.
So, yeah, I would agree.
Okay.
Old Bay on French fries, though, that's the best thing you can do for your fries.
Really?
Oh, my gosh. Old Bay on French fries, and then you do the mix of like a little aioli on the side.
I got a spot for you. If you're ever out Route 1 across the street from the Golden Banana, best sandwich company, they
What
do.
is the Golden Banana?
The Golden
have?
Banana is an adult entertainment
Okay.
facilities for
Like Dave and Buster's?
kind of, yes.
Okay.
Except there's a lot more poles in there. And this sandwich shop does a salt and vinegar French fry.
Gross.
Oh, yes.
That
So
sounds
good.
delicious.
Been done
Yes.
before.
Oh,
Well, you'll get to try pier fries on Friday or
Okay.
Thursday if you want. Old Orchard Beach, world renowned.
Great slices of pizza over there, too.
Yeah, I prefer Bill's. Some people prefer Lisa's, but I'm a Bill's person up there. So, and Mego said she's going to go on the old wooden coaster at the amusement
Do
park.
I get to?
Yeah, of course.
Okay.
Do it during the show. All the main things:
Right.
lobsters, cinnamon buns. Somebody in the Twitch chat earlier said I'm losing it because I haven't mentioned the Ocean Park cinnamon buns 15 times when talking about Maine. So
Those things are good.
they are fantastic. So we can't wait to get there. We'll be there tomorrow night, Roadshow Friday at the Brunswick.
Greg, I remember back in spring training when you guys were in Florida interviewing the players. You're trying to get them to say how many home runs they were going to hit for the season. And you could tell some were a little reluctant to give you a number of what they did. And I kept thinking to myself at the time, I hope this doesn't stink of the Hillman jinx. I think it did.
Well, we got what do we get? A commitment from Willier
30.
that he was going to hit 30.
He might be on pace. Where's he at? 7 or 8?
I think Roman. We were trying to get him up to 25, but
People will like take the over on Roman 25 home runs.
Well, when would you guess you're going to get Roman Anthony back? I
Who the
mean, he
hell
can't even
knows?
hit off a tee or swing a bat anymore.
Well, he's got that torn ligament in his ring finger.
Yes, it
Or
was
no,
sprained.
sprained.
It was a
Sprained or
sprain.
torn.
Yeah, it was a sprain.
AJ Brown, the new man in town. Hopefully he scores a lot of touchdowns. Let's go.
Well, he had 7 last year, and I think that number will get. I think he gets north of. I think he gets double-digit touchdowns. He's going to be a big factor in the red zone. That's where you struggled a lot last year. Your red zone scoring.
Josh McDaniel's pretty good track record when it comes to veteran wide receivers. His first year working with them.
Yeah, I think, and we heard Steve Smith talk about this. Like, Josh is going to do, you're going to see AJ doing a lot of things. I think he's going to line up in the slot, whether you want to call it the Y or the F. He'll be in the slot. They'll take advantage of his size there. Down in the red zone, you're going to see him a lot of back shoulders, a lot of 50-50 balls because he's a big physical receiver, some slant routes. So I think he could be a guy that we see this year that has 10 touchdowns.
Yeah, it was actually really simple registering for the watch party. I actually did it. All you had to do was 6 months back, you had to be aware, and you had to shave off a nanometer of enamel from your tooth and send it into their labs. They're certified, verified labs, and then they would make sure that the DNA and the enamel matches up to the DNA they have on file at the Puppet Master office. And then after that, you go to the Harp and you get doubles with Mego Leahy from Trailer Park Boys. Mego from WEEI, and you just keep pounding doubles at the Harp till they kick you out, baby. Yeah, Mego, get after it, girl.
Yeah. We're having a free FIFA watch party on City Hall Plaza. All are invited, but you got to pre-register and get your ticket in advance.
That's not free.
Good luck on that.
No.
Everybody's going to be standing in line trying to find it on their phone and trying to get the barcode. Like, how does everything here get screwed up? Like, everything nice is screwed up by the people who are in charge. Just open. How are they going to keep people who don't have a ticket off of City Hall Plaza during the FIFA watch party?
Yep. They're probably going to barrier the whole thing then, I would imagine.
They're going to have like barbed wire fences?
Well, like those little metal.
like dogs?
That doesn't seem very inclusive.
Those little metal barriers that they have at the parade routes, I bet they barrier the whole thing. And
how's that going to go?
And what's going to be every.
Let people walk up.
That's what I'm saying.
Bunch of hooligans from Europe trying to get into a free party, and they're not going to have a ticket for it. It's going to be a disaster.
I got a text message from one of my brothers, and he claims that a bunch of Scottish fans in the city rented out a party boat specifically to watch the game and get hammered.
Oh, city turning up.
Oh,
okay.
Yeah.
Well, Coach knows a little bit about that.
Oh dear.
Oh, potty boats?
Yes.
Well, I think we've been on. I think we did one on the boat in Fort
Naples.
Myers.
Yep.
Yeah, got one or two. Nothing wrong with that.
I have officially published a tweet. Are you ready?
Yes.
Breaking. At Greg Hill is reporting that I am using Boston Sports Gordo to quote tweet, which presents the actual story. He's seeking to understand what it means. Breaking. At Greg Hill WEEI is reporting that IKF was referencing the analytics team when discussing distractions at Fenway Park that do not exist when the Red Sox are on the road. Please retweet Pete Gammons, Barefoot Contessa, Billy Bob Thornton, Scott Pelley in the news, Brett Baer, Joe Rogan, Dale Arnold, Ken, Mike Reese, Rev Run, Tom Brady, Hillary Clinton, and Donald Trump Jr.
What about Sydney Sweeney?
Yeah.
Oh, darn it.
And Shaq, too.
No, I did Shaq last time. I don't want to bother him.
Probably give me a retweet on that.
She might.
All right. Is that going to do it?
That'll do it for Hill Notes. Greg.
Okay. Hill Notes brought to you by Coleman Electric. If you need an electrician, call Coleman.
It's electric.
What if life's great?
Jones and Keith coming up in moments. Curtis, did I see our coworker Amen Corner around out there? If so, could you kindly ask him?
Yeah,
to
let's go, Amen. Come on, buddy. I don't know what he's doing.
In the meantime, speaking of friends, our dear friend Catherine Veritek is up early and on the Twitter machine this morning, and she writes, "Morning. What's happening with not winning at Fenway? This is wild."
I love it.
I do too. And then she follows it up with, "Whatever it takes. My first game was in 1996. I don't think I've ever seen anything like this in all these years at Fenway. No, none of us have, I don't think. So I don't know what's going on at home, but they just seem to be struggling there. Maybe there's some distractions or something. We can ask Craig Breslow about that. Good morning, Amen Corner.
Morning, friends. How are we?
Great. I love that shirt.
Tiki
that
Hut.
is Tiki Hut and Hilton Head. Mego says it's one of the best bars she's ever been to, which the list is apparently very long. So
Well,
I don't
first of all, yes, I have experience in bars.
Yes,
Second of all, there was some great people watching there.
Yes,
By
there
people,
was.
I mean
Yes.
the physique of at least one of the locals.
Yes. I don't want to get involved, but can we put this whole thing with who is sleeping on the couch to bed, because it's become an issue with you and Mitch and Griff, and I don't. Actually, you could probably grab. Is Mitch in Twitch HQ?
I'm here, Greg.
Mitch, good morning.
There he is.
Good
That
morning, good morning.
scoundrel.
Yeah, there's shack, 4 bedrooms.
Yep.
5 people. Me, you, Curtis, Griff, now Griff's fiance. Did I cover everybody? Me, Curtis, Griff, Mitch. Yeah, you. So somebody's going to have the couch. I mean, I guess I could take the couch. I don't know if would that be the leader kind of thing to do?
It would be. Lead by
Don't
example.
do that.
Greg.
You're gonna throw out your back or
Right,
something,
right.
and then we're all screwed.
Yeah. I mean,
But
you're not as young as you used to be to crash on couches.
Why is Mitch? What's the general genesis of the argument?
Well, I now know why Olivia Culpo rejected Eamon. He's a little needy. He needs the bed. Listen, I think it's an attendance issue. I no days off for me.
Yeah.
Just 2 weeks ago, I get a text from Eamon Corner. Again, good friend of mine, good coworker. But this was at 6:04, and he says running a little late. So a little late in Falmouth. I don't know if we can trust him going this week. And don't let your night job affect your day job. And I think that's what we're going to go with.
Mitch, the experience over here speaks for itself, buddy. Did your job for a couple of years, taught you everything you know. It's the least you could do for me. Is
And
give
the
me
ratings
couch.
are up now, Eamon. The ratings are up now. Last two years. So I'm just saying.
I don't know. And then Griff kind of threw a whole wrench into the thing with bringing the fiance, and you can't make.
Yeah,
a
that was
guy-
a douche move.
Yeah, it was. because now it basically pins Eamon versus Twitch Mitch at each other, because you have no choice but to give Griff the other bed because he's bringing his lady with him.
Yeah.
Griff bringing his fiance and trying to stay at the shack is also just like a squid move. It's like,
Yeah,
buddy, like get a hotel room.
Yeah.
Like this is your
Yeah.
wife to be. If I was Taylor, I'd be like, hit the bricks, pal.
I never thought about it that
It's a
way.
good
So we
point.
got to spring for a hotel room to
Oh,
impress her.
come on. Like, please. If I was Taylor, I'd be like, nope, we're done.
I can't make the Curtis. Can you make this decision?
No, this is above my pay grade. I don't want anything to do with it.
I think you guys have to race there. I think it has to be first come, first serve dibs.
Okay.
Throw the bag down on the couch and defend it.
Okay.
Cool. How about we do a cornhole tournament for the bed?
Yeah. Well, you're gunning for an Eamon this week. Am I correct about that?
I'm going for the cornhole win, number one.
Really?
And that's the other thing. Eamon gets his name on the trophy.
Mitch
and
is very
now he
jealous
wants
of
the
that,
free
by the way.
bed. A little bit. I'm very grateful that Greg's letting us stay at our house, but I'm upset that Eamon got the trophy name.
Mitch, do what I do when we go to Loon Mountain. I get there before anybody else, and I basically
Stake it out.
Yeah,
That's what I'm
I
saying.
take the best room. I plant my flag in that room. I put my luggage in there, and that's it.
Mitch, if you want to win the Eamon, you should not be sleeping on any surface besides a hardwood floor or the beach. You know, that's how you win
I'm
the
going to
Eamon.
go to sleep early tonight to be ready.
Eamon does that in a bar after a couple Manhattans. He's asleep.
Hello.
He's
Face
asleep
down.
Asleep on the floor. Is there? Do you have a chance of winning the tournament, Mitch?
I'm bringing. Eamon has no chance. I don't know if he's going down there, but I'm bringing a buddy down there, and we'll see what we can do.
Mitch, you're
Do
gonna
you
get
play a
skunked.
lot?
I do. I mean, I do have my own sick rag. I do have my own bags. I will be bringing those down. Anything that's kind of not really a sport, I'm good at. With
That is brag. That's brag of the week.
That's-
I have my own bags.
Oh yeah, you better be good when you have your own bag.
You're gonna get skunked, Mitch.
All right.
We'll see.
We'll settle this. I think, Eamon, you get a bed because you've been with us for 7 years.
I win,
or whatever,
Mitch.
So,
Suck on it.
We'll
I'll take
decide
the
between
couch.
Mitch.
Whatever.
We'll decide between Mitch and Griff. Mitch, thank you. Eamon,
Thank
great to
you.
see you. Glad you're here today. Anything before we go, Shime?
Yeah, real quick, Greg. Dead weight from Awaken 180 Weight Loss belongs on the bench, not your waist. Drop weight every week. Hit your goal, then keep it off with free support for life. Awaken180weightloss.com. It is very simple. Anybody who thinks the AJ Brown trade was bad is dead weight.
Yeah,
it's
I
very
agree
simple.
more. Yep.
All right. Good job, Shime.
Thank you.
Yep. All right, Shime. Thank you very much, everybody. Great job.
hear from A.J. Brown.
Yes, I am, Jones. It's taken months and months and months, but A.J. Brown is here. He was on the practice field, snatching one-handed grabs from Drake May. Speaking of the media, everything's coming up Pats fans right now, I would say.
I think it is. It's not coming up Red Sox, I can tell you that.
Oh, no. No, the opposite of that.
We'll get to another Red Sox. Scandal's not the right word. Distraction.
Disaster.
Really has.
It's been a tough season for the local 9. That's fair to say. They can't get out of their own way.
Another issue.
And I'll tell you, Fenway Park for them, a house of horrors.
Well,
you don't want to.
What'd you say? A house of what?
House of horrors.
What happened? Horrors.
Horrors.
I'm worried after listening to one of the players that there's something else going on.
Well, it could be.
But we'll get to what's going on with the Red Sox at home.
Yeah.
New comments from Isaiah Kiner-Falefa.
It's getting worse and worse, really, by the day for this team.
It's not great.
No.
It's
No.
not great,
No,
is
it's not.
what it is
No, it's not.
for the baseball team or my guy Brez. So we'll get to all that. 617-779-7937. But we're starting with Patriots here on a Would You Rather Wednesday. Some Would You Rathers coming up at 11:30. Plus, we have the hashtag Dork Minute. 11:45. Stay tuned for all of it. Interact today. Twitter and Instagram at Jones and Keith. You can watch along and chat. Twitch.tv/Boston WEEI. Always, and I mean always, a healthy chat going on Twitch. That's who came up with Kego this morning? Is that where that came from? I guess that was the Twitch chat.
Bro, she gets turned at these things.
Let me tell you.
I didn't know about that.
The Twitch chat kind of has a special set of skills.
Yeah, they do.
But what they're good at, they're good at.
Yeah.
And you can read find nicknames like that, among other things, in the Twitch chat. Do the same on YouTube.
So tomorrow night, right? That's where
yeah.
Kego's going to be in full force.
Sorry, I've been drunk.
That's where Kego comes out.
Getting real after it.
In full
I like
force.
that.
You can do the same on YouTube. Watch there, chat there. Just subscribe to WEEI. You heard in the feed with Billy Lanny. A.J. Brown talking about his relationship with Mike Vrabel. At first, I hated him.
Yeah.
I didn't like him.
Yeah.
But I grew to respect him. I knew he was just hard coaching me, et cetera, et cetera. I think, and we've now heard that a bunch of different times. He said that in the past on, I think, Pardon My Take. He said it the other day with Maria Taylor. He said it yesterday with the media. You know, Vrabel's hard coaching. I wonder how A.J. Brown now at this point in his career is going to take to that. He didn't like it early in his career. He went to the Eagles. He had his issues there. I know they're friendly. I know they've been texting with one another. That's what Vrabel revealed at the Combine for years and years and years, despite being on different teams. I wonder if A.J. Brown's ready to take back to that hard coaching. I wonder if he misses it as much as he thinks he does.
I mean, the way he sounded yesterday, I would say, yeah, he does. Because I also think, you know, it shows you some growth that he had where initially as a rookie, he didn't like him, and then it got a little bit better. Whereas I feel like with Sirianni, not to put words in his mouth, but don't you feel like probably didn't love the guy and then continued to not love the guy, and then maybe it got worse? And there is something about, and not to say that you have to be a former player. Far from it, right? Bill Belichick was not an NFL player, greatest coach of all time. Mike Vrabel, if he's coaching a guy hard, and then the player is like, yeah, well, like, what would you do? Or like, you don't know what this is like. Guess what? Yeah, he does. He does know what it's like. And he got coached by maybe one of the biggest hard-ass coaches that there was. So I think those players, some of them, I think really look up to that and kind of respect the hell out of the fact that Mike Vrabel was a really accomplished player in his career and has now put in the time to be a head coach. So, no, if he was like, I'm later in my career, I don't want to play for a hard ass, then he probably would have tried to force his way to some other team. You know, this really does seem like the place he wants to be. Now, it's June 3rd. I'm not saying it's going to be, you know, sunshine and roses from here through the end of his Patriots career.
Well, and even Vrabel doesn't think
said
that.
same thing.
He said yesterday there's probably going to be issues with AJ and a lot of guys.
Well, and I think when you have super competitive guys at the best of their ability, like you're going to run into that, and it's just like, so how do you then coach that up? Like they're gonna butt heads. There's going to be a game, I bet, this year where AJ Brown is walking off the field and says something to Mike Vrabel. And then Mike Vrabel says something to him. Don't you think? Like, it's football.
Yeah.
That would happen with Brady and Bill O'Brien. Those guys would get after each other. Like, it happens all the time. But as of right now, I think that these two guys are thrilled. I can't tell which one's more happy. You think AJ Brown's happier to have Vrabel, or Vrabel's happier to have AJ Brown?
Oh, it's definitely Vrabel to have AJ Brown to move
because of the stuff that's going on.
Correct.
Good point.
But no, I think right now, I mean, look, they're happy to be reunited. But let's see, once he's out there, how much A.J. Brown enjoys the Vrabel experience. At one point, he did not. By the end in Tennessee, he did. But it's been 4 years. And remember, At one point, he also liked Jalen Hurts, and that changed quite a bit over the years.
Some stuff going on there. It
Some
sounds
stuff,
like.
some stuff going on.
Some off the field stuff, maybe.
I guess apparently not really even between him and Jalen Hurts.
It's the weirdest quote unquote love triangle. Again, I'm hearing this like third hand. It's the strangest love triangle that apparently does not involve Jalen Hurts. And yet Jalen Hurts ended up being like the bad guy in this situation.
I'll tell you,
according to AJ Brown.
The fact that is leaking out now that he's gone from Philadelphia, it's like,
Oh, that's their smear campaign.
Thank you.
Yeah, 100%.
And it's like, even if these Eagles beat writers were sitting on it, or even if they just found out about it, shameful that all of a sudden that comes out the second he leaves.
Correct.
But anyways, that's what's going on there. So relationships change. Let's see how it goes with Mike Vrabel. I thought that was an interesting revelation that you heard in the feed with Billy Lanny. There's also this quick exchange at the end of his press conference. I heard Rich and Ken with Ted. Rich and Ken with Arcan yesterday. Playing this clip on my drive home, and they did an excellent job getting right to the press conference yesterday. And the end kind of had me fist pumping in my car, Keith. This is how it ended yesterday with AJ Brown.
How much do you feel you have left in the tank?
How much?
Where you're at in your career?
You see?
Yes.
We'll see.
We'll see.
Now, I guess there's two ways to read
we'll
that.
see or you'll see?
He said we'll see.
Oh, we'll see.
I guess there's two ways to read that. You can read it as, well, hey, here we go.
I don't know.
Here's what I have out there.
or
there is, I don't know. I guess
he let out a little like wink.
I mean,
smile and walk
that's
off.
how I took it when I heard it.
Yeah.
I guess there's multiple ways to read it. That's how I took it. Like, I'm like, oh, good.
Yeah.
You don't think I have anything left in the tank? We'll see.
Good.
We'll see who's
I
right
kinda
about
like that.
that.
A few more guys start saying that.
Me too.
You know what? Even a few more smear campaigns out of Philadelphia. Good. Do that. Look at when these top receivers go to other teams and they're super hyper motivated. 99% of the time, you get like an insane season, right? Whether it's like AJ Brown himself going to Philly, Tyreek Hill going to Miami, Devontae Adams, Steph Diggs, all these guys that have moved teams over the last 5-6 years. They usually do pretty damn good that first year. And so I would expect more of the same from A.J. Brown.
Okay. How much do you think A.J. Brown has left in the tank? How do we think A.J. Brown recommits to the hard coaching from Mike Vrabel? 617-779-7937, starting with the Patriots today. And in just 2 minutes, a quick deuce, as it were, Keith, of commercials.
Right.
We're going to come back with a lofty comparison for A.J. Brown from Josh McDaniels, again, in just 2 minutes. So that was Josh McDaniels yesterday. Just met A.J. Brown. It's a big guy.
You know what I'm wondering?
The only guy he really reminds me of that I can think of is Gronk. What were you wondering?
Hoss of the week? Is
A.J. Brown Hoss of the week? Hell yeah!
I think he might be.
I mean, he's in the mix anyway. I don't want to commit here on a Wednesday.
6'1",
Yeah.
226, chiseled from stone, size and speed.
Yeah.
I always say get you a guy who can do both, and that's A.J. Brown. He might be Hoss of the week.
Hoss of the week.
He's
Pete
being
Alonso might contend for that, depending on how this series
Ooh,
goes.
Polar Bear, good game.
Polar Bear of the week.
Yeah, we can do separate.
Might be Jemai after he shredded his pants.
Bradford had a good follow-up on that. Jemai's pants were intact.
He did
yesterday. Yeah, so that's good.
That's not nice, Twitch chat. It's
The
not,
cheeks were out.
It's not Kego.
Ooh, Mo Cheeks? No, leave Kego out of this.
Leave Kego out of it, Twitch chat.
She's probably pre-gaming for the pre-game right now.
Mo Cheeks.
Kego goes out of here, goes right to the bar.
All right. All right, A.J. Brown, Hoss of the week.
Hoss of the
I like
week.
it.
I think could be Hoss of the week because, I mean, Josh McDaniels, who has coached all these great receivers, all these great tight ends in his NFL career, the guy he compares A.J. Brown to is not Randy Moss, is not Brandon Marshall, is not Devontae Adams. Gronk would just abuse defenders, too. So he's going with like a little bit more of the real physical player, which is great. I'll take it.
Okay. And I don't think that's nothing. I mean, again, think of the players that Josh McDaniels could have brought up. You
He's had
just
some
went
good
through
ones.
them. Devontae Adams, Brandon Marshall. It's like, no. And maybe he's just trying to relay that to Patriots reporters or Patriots fans, people who would know.
I mean, we're aware of these other guys, too.
But I don't know. That to me caught me a little off guard. He's like Gronk.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, his physical gifts.
I know A.J. Brown, but they were asking him, what's your first impression? He's like, he's a big guy.
He's a hoss.
He's a hoss.
Yeah, that's what he said. Without saying it, he said it.
saying
Yeah.
hoss,
Yeah.
he basically said, the man's a hoss.
Man's a hoss.
So, yeah, I just thought it was interesting. McDaniels is willing to go there, and a guy who's been, pretty creative with the usage of Gronk over the years, I don't think that was unintentional. So between that from McDaniels and A.J. Brown's comments, what do I have left in the tank? We'll see.
We'll see.
Ooh. I like, but look, I was already high on A.J. Brown. We did our tiers yesterday. No disagreement with the tiers yesterday, Keith.
Not on AJ. Oh, yeah. The people on the internet like the tiers. They agree with the tiers.
Always.
They're not mad about the strangest things on the tiers.
People love them.
But, yeah, we have him squarely as a top 8 receiver going into the year.
Yeah, easily in the top 10.
Yeah.
And you can go seek those out at Jones and Keith. That's just a way to illustrate. I think we were already pretty high on A.J. Brown, but I'm even more encouraged. And it's just words, but at this time of the year,
it's just words.
What are we really going to get?
They're just words.
Outside of running around in shorts and T-shirts, what are we going to get at this time of year? McDaniel's not shying away from Gronk comparisons, and A.J. Brown feeling almost like testing people a little bit to doubt him and second guess whether or not he has anything left in the tank. I think those are positive signs.
I'd have to double check this. But how many teams now in the league do you think have a top 10 quarterback and a top 10 wide receiver?
Okay, so the Rams.
So the Rams would.
The Bengals.
The Bengals would. So Justin Jefferson doesn't have one. Smith and Jigba, I don't think we gave Darnold top 10.
Cowboys. Is Dak in the top 10?
I think Dak's close. Goff's not, and the Giants isn't. So it might only be 3 or 4 that have that combination.
Right. If we count the Cowboys 4, the Pats are 1.
Yep.
The Rams and Bengals are in there,
Yeah.
and then, maybe the Cowboys.
And weird, Pat's Rams Super Bowl for the 3rd time is what a lot of people are expecting.
Uh-huh.
So there you go. I mean, those other guys have to just do more with less is another way of looking at it, right? Like Josh Allen, Patrick Mahomes, Lamar Jackson, they have good players. I mean, I like Zay Flowers, but like those guys have good players. But like Drake May now is in a different category, or at least the guys that he has to throw with or to is different than it was even a year ago. As high as I was on Steph Diggs, I don't think even the most glass half full Steph Diggs fan from a year ago could not have had him as a top 8 receiver in the league. He was productive, and there wasn't really a lot of 1,000-yard guys. He was one of the 1,000-yard guys, but he wasn't a top 8 receiver at that point.
So on top of this, the Gronk comparison, and I don't think A.J. Brown, I know people are concerned about his knee. I don't think A.J.
the
Brown
Rams
is Gronk in terms of like his injury history, right?
No.
But there are questions about his knee. He faced those questions yesterday. Here is how A.J. Brown responded to inquiries about any issues with his knee.
No injury, nothing to worry about. I think this whole little, you got to understand where I came from. So any conversation about anything is going to come up, So maybe in 4 years, I'll miss one game from shot to the knee. So that's nothing to worry about. I'm good. I'm ready to go, so.
Yeah, he's missed 6 games in the course of 4 seasons, and we looked this up. Wasn't most of it hamstring?
The 2 he missed last year were for a hamstring.
Yeah.
Now,
he had 2 hamstring injuries last year. He missed a bunch of training camp with one, and then during the season.
there is a lot of reporting that, he had to get his knee drained on the Eagles' trip to the Super Bowl a couple of years ago.
Which they won.
So, I'm not saying there's nothing long-term wrong with his knee.
Mm-hmm.
I'll reiterate, he's 28. He doesn't turn 29 until the end of the month. He's not 32, 33 years old, and he's not missing games for his knee unless somehow his knee is affecting his hamstrings and forcing him to miss time.
Well, try to remember
season.
this. Last year at this time, were you more concerned about the availability of
Thank
Steph
you.
Diggs
Thank
or
you.
A.J. Brown this year?
100%.
We didn't know when they signed Steph Diggs. I remember being like, oh, this is a good signing. He's probably the best available player that's there. I had high hopes for him, but he might miss 2 or 3 games. Like maybe he misses a month. Maybe he starts the year on the PUP list. The guy tore his ACL on Halloween, so we thought it was going to be a little while. He ended up being great all season long. I'm less worried about this. I feel like some of this knee stuff doesn't mean he has like a 100% perfect knee. I don't know how many of these guys do. But don't you think Tennessee lost that trade so badly that they were just so desperate to be like, well, yeah,
Knees.
but there was our trainer kept telling us about the knee. We had to trade him for the knee. Like if the guy they got, Burks, ended up being really good. And if A.J. Brown was just okay, we'd probably never even hear about this.
Well, and Philly's not trading him because of the degenerative knee.
No.
They're trading him because him and the quarterback had a falling out, and he was showing up the team in the middle of games en route to winning a Super Bowl, and then had to sit down with the owner last year in the middle of the season.
And they just run the ball all the time anyway.
The
This
owner.
is the Bugatti under the carport.
So maybe the knee is somewhere on the list of why they were moving on to him. Like, hey, we better get out early with this guy. Maybe.
Yeah.
It's not the primary reason they're moving him.
I don't think so.
The primary reason, you heard some of this from Jordan Mailata. They were playing this on the Greg Hill show this morning. But basically he said, well, I know it's going to sound bad, but we're glad it's over. Like, they're glad the drama with A.J. Brown and Jalen Hurts and being asked about it every day is over.
Well, that makes sense. That happens everywhere.
It's not like, oh, thank God we moved on from him because his knee was bad.
No. I mean, the same thing's going to happen in Milwaukee when they move on from Giannis eventually. It's not going to be like...
you think people will do that with Breslow when it happens?
Oh, thank God he's gone. They'll say that.
Yeah, that'll be different.
I don't think they'll bring up his knee, or I don't think they'll bring up anything like that. And that's only a matter of time as well. But no, I mean, the writing was so on the wall with this one, and it ended up being right about with the destination. But just the way the Eagles handled their entire offseason and their draft, you knew he wasn't coming back.
Quickly,
Yeah.
when he says you got to understand where I'm coming from, what is that? Is he talking about Philly?
Yeah.
That's what I think, right?
Yeah, I think so.
Does he fully know what he's getting into here?
Well, I wonder if it's like, if you leave a place like this, people are going to remember every little detail and talk about it and bring it out there. I don't know if that's what he's alluding to. He kind of like was thinking about the answer a little bit. I think he was trying to bury Philly a little bit.
I thought what he meant, this is how I interpreted it,
Yeah.
the fans and the media, and they really follow everything you do. And I'm like,
Yeah.
look, we've probably gone softer here in Boston than we were 10, 20 years ago.
You think? They were asking Vrabel about Tonga the other day. Yeah, I think we have.
But people are also going to be,
Oh, they care very much.
people care very much.
Yeah.
If stuff's going on off the field,
You'll hear about it.
they're going to dig in on it. You're
Yeah,
going to get criticized here. Like, maybe we're not as bad as Philly. Maybe we're not. But do you fully understand what you're getting into? I wonder if he does.
Yeah, we'll see.
617.
To paraphrase A.J. Brown, we'll see.
617-779-7937. That's how you get in touch with Jones and Keefe on a Would You Rather Wednesday. Would You Rathers 1 hour from now. Hashtag Dork Minute at 11:45. We'll get to the Red Sox next hour as well. Why are they struggling at home? Because they can't focus at home, according to one Red Sox veteran. We'll do that coming up.
Go to church. Find Jesus.
Plus-
why is everybody so horny here?
Great question. Plus, what is the
There's
ceiling
oysters in this room.
for the
The
is
natural
that,
aphrodisiac.
Is that what's sitting over there?
I think so.
Hell yeah. Good thing this isn't just a 2-minute break. We will get to the offseason expectations for this offense. What's the ceiling for the Patriots offense? That's next.
When you own your own business,
That was Ken Orlovsky on the McAfee show discussing the Patriots offense, one of the best in the NFL. And he says the wide receiver room is the deepest in the AFC, which I want to get into here on Jones and Keefe live in the Catches Law Injury Attorney Studios. No fee unless you win. We do have to get to this, though. A lot of discussion going on in the Twitch chat, twitch.tv/Boston WEEI, and on YouTube during the breaks.
Yeah.
Brian, running Twitch, has unearthed some old videos. And speaking of deep, some deep stretches.
I was doing some workout routine. That was actually from a couple years ago because former Patriots quarterback Mac Jones tweeted out like a workout video. Like, you know, a lot of athletes will do that. Mm-hmm. And his literally just looked like an old dude doing yoga, like flopping around on the floor. So I tried to do the same thing.
Right,
so
like
you see that?
usually, so here you go.
Like leg kicks, no weights, leg kicks, kind of pressing your hands against the wall like you're lost. He was doing that. This is a real thing. I didn't make this up.
I feel like I could do the Mac Jones workout.
You could.
Like,
you could.
like Mac Jones works out.
Yep.
Like, not that I work out, but
if
I were to work out, the Mac Jones workout, I could do. Some of these professional athletes are like, I'm not physically capable
the amount of weight
that.
they're doing. Like you see like Saquon Barkley doing squats. You're like, that's not for me. Now you take a foam roller and you put it betwixt your legs. You lay on the back and then you just go side to side. Kind of slow side to side.
I like that.
You can watch a movie while you're doing that. It's no big deal.
Butter Guy in the Twitch chat said Keith's wife is one lucky lady.
Yes, she is.
Which,
she sure is.
His ex-wife doesn't know what she's missing after watching
true.
some of those videos.
Good point.
But those predate Jones and Keefe, correct? I'm not.
Yeah, no, that was Mac Jones.
Would remember those.
Videos.
I would remember those. I don't recall.
Mark.
I'm also going to remember Orlovsky calling the Patriots wide receiver room the deepest in the AFC.
All right, so
are we starting to overrate the room a little bit if we're calling it the best wide receiver room in the conference?
Yeah, we might be going overboard because I think without A.J. Brown, they were probably average. Oh, look at that is the Mac Jones video. Nice job by Brian. So look at I was literally doing. Is that not what I was doing?
I think you were doing it better.
All right, so when you're talking about depth at the wide receiver room, is that like? Are we talking like 1 through 7, or like what are we talking about?
He said, "quote unquote 6 deep."
All right, so the 6 deep,
which
it might not. Well,
if we're
lucky.
Yes.
Watch your profanity. if that's the case, I don't even know how many teams carry 6 wide receivers, right? So you might not. That might not even be that important. So maybe you're talking about more like 4 or 5. If AJ Brown wasn't on the Pats team, they would be like an average receiver room. I would say,
and I would say they're worse than a year ago without A.J. Brown.
Yeah, now they're better. There's also a question about, is Kayshon Boutte even on the team? So maybe Orlovsky looks at it and he's like, hey, you got A.J. Brown, Romeo Doubs, Matt Collins, Kayshon Boutte, Pop Douglas, Kyle Williams. That's their 6 deep, as it were. Well, if Boutte gets traded for like a 4th or 5th round pick, which people are talking about, that cuts into the depth.
Yeah, I don't love the depth at that point. That's been my whole contention as to why I don't trade Kayshon Boutte. I think A.J. Brown, Romeo Doubs, Kayshon Boutte with Mac Hollins mixed in.
Yeah.
I think that is good depth. I wouldn't call it the best in the conference, but I think that is good depth in a really good receiver room.
It is.
You take Boutte out of it, I don't like it anywhere near as
different.
much. Pop Douglas to me is a non-factor. Kyle Williams is a complete wild card. We don't know what he is. And then after that, I don't care. So that's why I'm not trading Kayshon Boutte.
I mean, Jamar Chase, T. Higgins is just 2 guys, but I feel like that kind of puts you towards the top because how many can you play?
It doesn't matter what you have in the room after those 2.
No, that's pretty good. DK Metcalf and Michael Pittman, pretty good duo. I guess it depends on what you think of Nico Collins, Tank Dell. Then they got guys like Jaden Higgins and Jalen Noel that they drafted just a year ago. Cortland Sutton, Jalen Waddle, Troy Franklin. I kind of like that group. They got Marvin Mims too, like a deep guy. Like that's a pretty good group. I mean, it's not like the craziest thing I've ever heard, and it maybe sort of speaks to how spread out the receivers are in the AFC. There isn't, like the George Pickens, CeeDee Lamb combo or things like that outside of Cincinnati. So, and if you really like Dobbs, like if you talk Dobbs up a little bit more, and maybe that's what Orlovsky's doing.
I'm not near Patriots GM Greg Bedard, who's been ripping Romeo Doubs since OTAs last week.
So he hates Dobbs and Brown?
I guess.
But he would disagree with Orlovsky.
Yeah, he seems to think, from what I understand, that Howie Roseman bullied Elliott Wolf and the Patriots on this trade.
How did he do that?
I don't get.
He got a 1st round pick 2 years from now. I don't think he bullied him.
I mean, if anything, they bullied him on waiting till June 1st. Like, that I'll give you.
Yeah, I guess.
Like, Howie Rose, they did the deal on the Eagles
They
timeline.
waited for that.
Okay, fine. Maybe Howie Roseman bullied him on that. Howie Roseman wanted, go read Elliot Shore-Parks, Eagles reporter.
Friend of the show.
We've had him on the show.
Yeah.
Howie Roseman wanted a pick in 2027. The Patriots didn't give it to him. So how
they got bodied.
How'd they get bodied?
Yeah,
I would much rather draft Denzel Boston at 31 than to go and get A.J. Brown.
Okay, well, we'll remember that. Also, he wanted Brandon Ayuk. We played that one yesterday. He'd rather have Brandon Ayuk, who nobody knows the whereabouts of Brandon Ayuk. But I just look at this year, right? Jalen Waddle goes for a first and a third. DJ Moore goes for a second. A.J. Brown goes for a first and a fifth.
Yeah.
I don't know. A.J. Brown's the best out of those three.
Doesn't feel like
Did he cost a lot more? Actually, he cost less than Waddle.
And he's better than both. And
Yeah.
he costs less than Waddle.
Right.
He costs more than DJ Moore, but he's worth it, I think,
He's
would be my
He's
argument.
way better than DJ Moore.
Yeah, so I don't know if he got bodied.
Because I got afraid a little bit when the Bills got DJ Moore for a second. I was like, oh, wow, maybe the price is higher for these receivers than I thought, like the veteran receiver. And then a future first, because by all accounts, right, and you listen to all the different like little details that came out over the last 2 months, and one of them was it's not going to be a 27 first-round pick. And you're like, so you think the Eagles were like, no, we don't want a first-round pick in a loaded draft next year. We'll wait till 28?
Bodied.
Yeah, I mean, please.
Get
please.
bodied, Patriots.
Because also, you don't have to.
You're stuck with A.J. Brown, and the Eagles don't have a pick for 2 years. Bodied.
But that sounds like somebody who thinks you have to dominate the trade for it to even be a good trade. Like sometimes you have to give up something of value to get something in value. Almost a fair trade, as it turns out. And that's what I think this probably is. I think Eagles fans could probably sell themselves on, all right, we're losing our best receiver, but we got a first-round pick. Meanwhile, Patriots fans, and I myself included, are saying you just got the best receiver on the team and you gave up a future first-round pick. So not only did you get to use a first-round pick this year to help your O-line, you get a first-round pick next year, which everybody says is this awesome draft. And then, you don't have a first-round pick in 28. That's okay.
In 2028, after hopefully 2 Pro Bowl seasons out of A.J. Brown and some deep playoff runs.
That's okay.
Then you got to pay, the cost of acquiring him, which is fine. This is a good theory on Orlovsky talking up the Patriots receiver room on the text line.
He hates Drake May. Is that what you're gonna say?
793.7. Yes.
Forgot about that.
Dan is it says meal prepping his Drake May has a good cast or too good of a cast to be MVP argument.
Well, then I would counter by saying, who's Stafford throwing to?
Well, it's only 2 guys. He's talking about 6 deep, Keith.
I guess.
Which the text line is also sending in some very rude things about.
Don't read them. Don't read them. Actually, you probably can't read some of them.
No. I would say most of those are not airworthy.
I am very proud and pleased.
How good is the offense going to be if they have arguably the best receiver room in the AFC? You're adding A.J. Brown, who we think is a top 10 receiver. How good is this offense going to be? He said it could be among the best in the NFL.
Not to go overboard, but the ceiling would be best offense in the league because you have the guy we think should have won the MVP award last year, and you're giving him better receivers. What does that tell you? I think the running backs are above average. I think those guys are good.
Yeah,
right?
good thing Ramondre Stevenson didn't, have his knees explode at the softball game the other
Matt
day.
Rife
A.J. Brown wasn't playing in the softball game. Matt Rife dove at his knees.
Great point.
That would have been bad. Matt
Great
Rife
point.
wouldn't have been able to leave Worcester had that happened.
With A.J. Brown's knees, you don't even have to make contact with him. It's just if you're within a foot of him, they just explode,
Do you think
according to some people.
Would he shoot it up to play in the softball game? You think he'd have to do that?
Got his knee drained?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Last year, though, they scored the second most points in the NFL. Now, the schedule was what it was. We've been over it many, many times. But I think when you look at the receiving core, which is as good as it is now, you have Hunter Henry's returning, you have the running backs are returning, another year with Drake May in the same offense with the same coordinator and the same head coach. I understand the offensive line's a little bit of a wild card, but there is the upshot that it's better. Yeah, this could be the best offense in the league. And I think the floor is honestly like 8th. It should be a top quarter. If it's lower than that, something went wonky.
So let's say top 10 just for a nice round figure, but
I'll say
okay.
8.
Okay, you say 8?
Yeah, I'm going to do one better than you.
I like it. ESPN today released all of their football power index projections, their FPI projections. They have the Patriots actually pretty low when it comes to where they check in.
Good.
In the Super Bowl
Sleep
odds.
on them. Go ahead.
They have the Patriots 14th.
Wait, 14th best team in the league?
Correct.
The hell?
Behind the Texans. I'll go in reverse.
Behind the Texans?
I'll go in reverse order 13-1 if you want.
Wait a minute. They have them
Pats
as the
are
14th best team in the league?
don't know what the they're doing. Do you understand that?
That's staggering.
Ahead of the Broncos, 1 spot.
I thought that's actually bad for the Broncos. I thought the Broncos would be high too.
Brian earmuffs, 2 spots ahead of the Bears. But the teams that they trail, 13, Texans.
They're better than them.
12, get ready for this one, Bengals.
They're better than the Bengals.
Some NFC teams here, Cowboys and Eagles, 11 and 10.
They're better than the Cowboys.
Chiefs are 9.
I think they're better than the Chiefs right now.
Lions, 8.
Better than the Lions.
Chargers, 7.
Better than the Chargers.
Packers, 6.
They're better than the Packers.
Niners, 5.
I mean, the Niners are never healthy because they practice next to that nuclear plant or whatever. So
the substation's screwing them.
I'd say they're better than the Niners.
And Mike Evans on a next to a substation.
Yeah,
Good luck.
good luck.
Well, maybe you bring
It cancels out.
Exactly.
That's
You
what you're
bring in
gonna
an
say?
injury-prone person with the substation, and
True.
2 negatives make a positive. Maybe that's what's going
AJ
on.
Brown could have a huge game there. I think they're better than the Niners, though.
Okay, Seahawks, Ravens, Bills, Rams are 4 through 1.
That's fine.
And the Rams are like lapping the league.
I don't know why the Ravens are. So the Bills and Ravens both have new head coaches this year, and everyone's just like assuming they're going to be like even better.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. Like replacing John Harbaugh, I don't think is like the easiest thing to
They
do.
have Bills 2 in the league. I think the Patriots are better than the Bills. I think they're going to win the division. I think they're going to win 12 games. But
I'll
that's-
give you
that's
Seahawks
me.
and Rams.
Yeah,
I'll give you
those
Seahawks and
two as
Rams
well.
for sure. I mean, those teams were tough, but
On the surface, they write, the Patriots' numbers last year indicate a team with strong potential for sustained success.
Okay.
They led the league in EPA per play on offense,
Nice.
and they were top 10 on defense, 10th.
Pretty great.
But those
Oh.
numbers came against the league's easiest strength of schedule.
Oh, right.
And the Patriots' postseason schedule also was fortuitous as they faced the Chargers, Texans, and the Broncos without Bo Nix.
So now they're getting blamed for their postseason schedule.
ESPN FPI, by the way, I would point out, it's the Chargers and Texans ahead of the Patriots, but apparently they stink.
Right.
On the other hand, this is not the same Patriots team as a year ago, especially not after acquiring A.J. Brown.
Yeah.
The former Eagles star gives them a lift to the best and most important part of the Patriots team, the passing offense. So where does this all leave New England in 2026?
Let's talk about
ESPN FPI asks. Still a long shot contender. The Pats have a 6.7% chance and 2.7% chance to get back to and win the Super Bowl, respectively.
You're telling me there's a chance.
That puts them on par with Denver and Houston, and the Patriots are decent underdogs to the Bills in the AFC East, with Buffalo having a 68% chance to win the division compared to just 31% for the Pats.
That's wild to me.
I think so, too.
What are we missing? Like, it's still, once again, all going to be about Josh Allen, who's a great player on his own.
The logic is entirely in this story on the schedule a year ago versus the schedule this year. So if their answer would be what we're missing is how much more difficult the schedule
But again,
is.
the schedule last year led to 14 wins. So, like, that number can still come down, and there's, like, a big room for error there. And the roster's better, isn't it? I think it is.
I definitely think so.
So if the roster's better, and so they're also saying, like, none of the guys there, just because they played some bad teams, none of those guys can even improve. So, like, Drake May going into his third year, like, he won't get better. Or, like, Travion Henderson going into his second year, he won't be better. Some of the receivers, some of the O-linemen. Yeah, I don't know. I kind of like it, I guess. Like, you get a bunch of people, like, doubting him and already, like, knocking him down, like, middle of the league. Man, like, nobody thought they really made it to the Super Bowl last year. So that's fine. That could be, you know what? Vrabel can use that. That's an extra little bit of motivation for him.
Bulletin board material.
Sure.
Pop that up. ESPN FPI. Print that out. It's lengthy, but you print that out and you pin it up on
Just
the
highlight
bulletin
the
board.
Pats
Yeah,
part
just
with
that
the-
one
with the
part
ranking.
is what I would do. 617-779-7937. Speaking of doubters, we'll get to the Red Sox coming up at 11 o'clock. Nobody believes in them. And a veteran is calling out what in the clubhouse when the Red Sox are at home. We'll discuss that coming up again about 15 minutes from now. But on the way next, there was one question yesterday, just one, that seemed to annoy Mike Vrabel. Let's get to what that was next.
Tonight, son.
probably the one time Mike Vrabel got annoyed yesterday.
Yeah, just a little prickly. He was like, "He just got here. Just got here, Mike. Calm down."
Mike, he's out here. Mike Reese is who Mike Vrabel is chirping at there. And Mike, he just got here. He's just got out on the practice field. Like, I don't know if he wants more with his contract, which, by the way, I'd call BS on. You know. You guys have been talking and negotiating with A.J. Brown. I mean, Vrabel said at the Combine they text. So, like, whether they're texting each other directly about contract figures or whether he's hearing via the agent, Elliott Wolf, Howie Roseman, whatever. The Patriots know what A.J. Brown wants. And what I think he wants is a bump in pay if he has a big year this season. I bet A.J. Brown wants a new deal. But I bet he's willing to play for Mike Vrabel on this year's current contract.
Yeah, he's getting paid a lot this year, right?
He has,
not like the most in the league, but like he's getting good money.
He's getting good money this year, but there's very few guaranteed for next year. He's going to want a bump next year. And I don't know why Vrabel got a little snippy about it, but that was the one time where, and it's not like he was facing the firing squad about Rossini questions like he has been.
Yeah.
It's the one time where he got a little defensive and he's like, I don't know, Mike, he just got out here. And on the one hand, I get it. He did just get out there. On the other hand, Mike, you know, meaning Vrabel, you know. You know the guy. You've been talking to him for months and months. There was an under-the-table handshake. So I wonder why he got so snippy and agitated there.
Well, I think right now the hot topic is, or like the pressure conversation is going to be about money and contracts, specifically with another guy that we're going to talk about. But I wonder if it's all related. And, you know, there's 0% chance they traded for A.J. Brown, bring him into New England, and are like, are you good on this deal?
Hang on, you want a new contract?
There's zero chance that has happened. So whether there is the agreement that I'll play out this year and then make a fair offer, or maybe there already is some sort of deal done, and Mike Vrabel doesn't want to talk about it and have Christian Gonzalez's people be like, wait a minute, A.J. Brown's been here for a hot minute, and you just signed him to an extension?
Good point.
So I wonder if they're related in some way, and Mike's like, because Vrabel's usually pretty honest at these things, and he's like, this isn't going to serve me any good to talk about it.
I hadn't connected those dots. So you think it is correlated to Gonzo and
A.J. Brown doesn't show up on day one with a big smile on his face if he's still worried about what the contract's going to be.
See, I agree. I think he's going to play on this year's deal, or maybe there
he
is
already got another one.
Maybe there is an understanding that we'll take care of you, AJ, but we got to deal with Christian Gonzalez first, and Vrabel's just agitated, annoyed. Whatever word you want to put on it.
They need to figure out the Gonzalez thing.
About the Gonzo maybe it is that.
Yeah, and that's a guy who's not here, and that's a guy who's going to command way more guaranteed dollars, right? He's younger. This is his first opportunity to get that extension. And so, yeah, I'm sure Gonzalez and his agent are keeping an eye on what these other deals are. And it's one thing if you bring in, Romeo Dobbs like at that price, or you bring in whatever. Like, it's free agency, but you make a trade, and then if they did, and I don't know if they did this, but if they tore up his contract, or if they at least gave him, assurances that they were going to give him a big pay raise, I could see Gonzalez being like, wait, what is this?
There's an order of operations, right? And, Gonzo can't get mad at A.J. Brown just coming in and playing on his deal.
No.
But if they're handing out big, giant, fat extensions, maybe.
Maybe not ideal.
Okay, interesting. Curran told us yesterday, no way in hell, or whatever he said, no friggin' way.
Uh-huh.
Which, watch your profanity, Tom.
Easy.
But he said there's no way that Gonzo will be out there at minicamp next week. Vrabel did move that up by a week, so minicamp is next week. That's mandatory. There's no way Gonzalez will be out there. Do you think there's anything to moving the timeline with Gonzalez starting to miss OTAs, and they're like, well, F it. Let's move this up, and let's see. Let's see if he's going to hold in, hold out, see what he's going to do, and we're going to move it up by a week? Why do you think they moved it?
I don't know. Maybe they were giving themselves more of a runway on A.J. Brown. They're like, he's here or something.
A.J. Brown's here. Let's just get to it.
Our team's here. We're ready to go. I'm not sure why, but I think with Gonzalez, I still maintain that he's probably going to do the hold-in route, right? So he was already here at some of the stuff that was optional, and then this was the week or last week where it really stood out. You're like, all right, now the team's like, the coach is talking, players are talking. He's not there. He's noticeably not there. He was also asked about it, and he didn't shoot it down that it was a contract situation. So it's going to be one of those semantical things where he's going to be there next week, I would assume, but I'm guessing he doesn't do a damn thing until he signs his contract.
Probably true.
Yeah.
Do you think the Drake London thing, and I hadn't really considered the Gonzo aspect of it, so maybe there's no rush, and I think A.J. Brown's going to play this year on his deal. Do you think the Drake London extension, which is massive, massive, and if you just look at the Jones and Keefe tiers, which we did yesterday, we have A.J. Brown on a tier higher than Drake London, but we like Drake London.
Sure.
$150 million if he reaches all the incentives. The average annual value is over $35 million, which puts him third in the league, ahead of Justin Jefferson, ahead of CeeDee Lamb, trailing only Jamar Chase and JSN, who both got extensions this offseason. Do you think that changes the calculus at all for A.J. Brown?
Well, he also hit $100 million guaranteed, which is the same number as Trent McDuffie, and I already thought that Gonzalez was going to shoot over the $100 million guaranteed. But I think as we've sort of talked this out before, we don't know exactly what Gonzalez wants, not just money-wise, but is he looking at average annual? Is he looking at total guarantee?
So I was talking about A.J. Brown, but right, Gonzo ties into it as well.
I thought you were talking about, with Brown, no, I mean, I would think he looks at those guys, and they're all younger than he is. Now, if everybody's moving up, he's moving up, and he wants to stay in the top 10.
So I think, again, put a pin in that for next year.
Yeah.
Like, Drake London's getting $35 million a year and $100 million guaranteed. I mean,
but like Drake London's 24.
True.
You know what I mean? Like I think it's a little bit different.
I don't think A.J. Brown's going to get $100 million guaranteed.
No.
He might want to top the $35 million a year, though. Yeah. Average annual value. And right now, does Justin Jefferson need an adjustment? Does CeeDee Lamb need an adjustment? Do some of these guys need them? And if that starts happening, is now A.J. Brown going to go look for his? Maybe. I hadn't tied that to Gonzo either, so you're tying that to Gonzalez.
I'm sorry, yeah, because Gonzo, you remember I think it was the Burpier report, and he was talking about defensive players, but I think you could apply it to all non-quarterbacks, and if the money is going so up, and like, so Smith and Jigba's a great example, and now Drake London, and now if you have multiple players that aren't quarterbacks making $100 million, it's almost commonplace, and it seems like a lot of teams would be willing to do it. And then you say, all right, well, I don't even really want 100 on the nose. Like, I'll take 115. Right. I'll take 120.
Good question on the text line. And I think we have an answer for it, but it's a fair question. Guys, Carlton Davis also hasn't been at OTAs. Why is Gonzo's about the contract?
He's never there.
Davis, we talked a lot about Carlton Davis not being there last year. What does it mean?
He's like a veteran exception or exemption or something.
He doesn't go.
Yeah.
So that's how he handles it. It's not about he got a big giant contract last year. He didn't show up. He's not there this year. So
it's like Carlton Davis and Mac Hollins were two guys that you're like,
strange.
All right, it's odd, but I think you know what you're getting with them. I don't think either are arguing over their money.
Well, and I don't remember Hollins last year, but Carlton Davis, this is what he does. Christian Gonzalez is different. He was at all the offseason stuff the last 3 years. Now he's not. And if you listened to Vrabel yesterday, Vrabel basically told you it's about the contract.
100%. No, the two guys, first of all, there's only like 5 guys missing, but 2 of them are Gonzalez and Booty, and it's not like a coincidence. The other 2 guys, like you said, I don't know what they have worked out with Vrabel, but I think he's less concerned about Davis and Hollins showing back up because they're not a risk of holding out.
617-779-7937. You can jump in line here on Jones and Keefe on the Pats, but we are going to get to the Red Sox in just 2 minutes.
What's going on with them?
A Sox veteran calls out Red Sox players for the struggles at home. Who is he talking about? What's he talking about? We'll get into that in just 2 minutes. Coming up next.
Hey, you guys, it's Ted Johnson, and as many of you know, I've had my own struggles with addiction. But I'm proud to say I've been a recovery champion for...
swinging a high fly into right field. Camped out underneath it. The Orioles right fielder is there to make the play. Kowser ends it, and the ball game is over. The Red Sox struggles continue at Fenway. They get a first-inning run, but Connolly early gives up 2 homers. The offense falls quiet for the last 4 innings. And something about Fenway this year, Red Sox lose to the O's 4-2.
Feed is brought to you by Mario's Roofing. We won't soak you to keep you warm and dry. Will Fleming on the call right here on 93.7. Red Sox dropped the series opener to the Orioles last night at Fenway. The series continues tonight. Peyton Tully takes the mound for the Sox against the O's Chris Bassett. First pitch from Fenway Park is at 6:45. Homeowners choose Mario's Roofing because they're fair, honest, and provide quality services. Call Mario's Roofing today for a free estimate at 781-344-2420. I'm Billy Lanning, and that's what's in our feed on WEEI.
No matter where you work from these days,
Take Jones and Keefe with you on the Odyssey app.
favorite WEEI.
Here's the 2-2. It's drilled to left. If it's high enough, it's out of here, and it is gone. That'll make Connolly early feel like Eeyore. A 2-run blast. Another pitch. Just got too much of the plate, and it is 3-1 O's.
Red Sox should probably use Pete Alonso.
I wanted Pete Alonso. I don't know if I mentioned Pete Alonso at all between, say, October through March. I think I brought up Pete Alonso 2 to 5 times a day.
Yeah.
It was the most obvious, most simple addition. Now, Wilson Contreras has been good, but Pete Alonso's just put him in your lineup. He hits anywhere between 40 and 55 home runs. He could play at first base, right-handed stick. They've been, like, looking for right-handed sticks since, like, 04.
Well, and the thing is, they could have both. So that Contreras,
yeah.
Contreras, I think, to this point, maybe not by the end of the year, probably not by the end of the year, but Contreras to this point, I think has been better than Pete Alonso. Like, good move by Breslow.
Yep.
Like, he's hitting for a higher average. He's hitting higher slug.
Don't say that too loud.
But that was a good. That trade was a good move. The problem is you could have had both. You could have had
why not both
Alonso.
Yeah.
Save your Ron Harris Suarez money, throw that at Alonso, and then still trade for Wilson Contreras. Like, you could have done that. And I don't blame John Henry for that. I blame Breslow for that. The money allocation and how they went about it. You could have both.
Yeah.
So
Sorry to disappoint you.
what was the Connolly early
Eeyore
shot there from Will?
Maybe they were talking Winnie the Pooh, I guess.
I didn't
doing a little Pooh talk.
I mean, I get the reference. I didn't get why he was applying it to Connolly early.
Piglet,
who is giving up no, that's Durbin. He's giving up way too many home runs.
Oink.
But I guess actually the Piglet's totally. I
It-
forgot about that.
It could Crochet. I thought Crochet was
he's the pig.
Totally was the Piglet.
Yeah, we gotta keep track.
Either
of all
way,
these
they're hostile leagues.
We gotta keep track of all these nicknames.
None of the nicknames are as good as Kego. Coming to a bar near you in Maine. Look out.
Maybe a couple of bars.
Yeah.
So anyway, we were going to spend a lot of time on Pete Alonso today and just what the Red Sox missed out on. I think it's self-evident, and he had a good game last night. Not only the home run, he went opposite field with a single as well. So right in the middle of the Orioles getting a 4-2 win over the Red Sox, who lose again at home. They always do.
Yeah.
Red Sox are now 9-20 at home. It's their worst record at home in almost 100 years through 29 games. You're laughing. It's laughable.
No, it's like 1932, I believe it is.
It's straight up laughable. How
There've been
bad
some
they are at
bad
home.
teams, right? There's been some really bad teams. Remember some of those like early 90s Red Sox teams, and they were better at home than this.
Yep.
You know, when they were hitting the ball into the net in the Monster, long before there was seats in the Monster, they were still better at home than this. 9-20. And the Orioles, get in line. Another bad team. Another sub-500 team. They have a brutal run differential. They stink.
The Orioles also stink specifically on the road, as Nick pointed out yesterday.
Yeah, they're horrible.
Stat God, drop God.
So they got their 10th road win before the Red Sox were able to get their 10th home win.
9-20.
Yeah.
Is ridiculous.
It's so bad, especially when Fenway Park, I know all home fields should quote unquote be an advantage, but like Fenway specifically, you would think had been an advantage over the years, and now it's like the exact opposite.
So why do they struggle at home? We've wondered.
We have.
Isaiah Kiner-Falefa was asked about this after the game. Like, of all people.
Yeah, let's get IKF on this.
New to the team.
Yeah.
Big league vet.
Sure.
How long has he been in the league? He's
Too long.
He's 30-plus years old.
Yeah.
Okay, so he's been on some winning. I mean, he was in the World Series last year, for God's sakes, with the Blue Jays, right? So he knows what a successful clubhouse should look like. And
he is 31 years old. He's been in the majors since 2018. This is his 5th major league team.
Okay. So he's seen a bunch of clubhouses.
Yes.
He's been on some successful ones. He knows what good ones look like. He knows what bad ones look like.
He won a Gold Glove in the COVID year.
Here's what he had to say last night after the game about why the Red Sox struggle at home.
I just feel like on the road we're a very close-knit team. We come home and there's just a lot of people. It's different. It's just a different vibe at home, and we got to figure out a way to make it small like how it is on the road. I just feel like at home we see a lot of people that we don't know, or just don't know that are around this area. And when we're on the road, it's just a close-knit group, and we're becoming a really close team. And we got to find a way to bring that back home.
All right, here's how I read it, Jones. I heard this comment last night, and I thought, all right, on the road, you hear this, kind of a cliche, but it's true. Teams have an opportunity to bond a little bit more. Maybe they're having sleepovers. Maybe they're playing cards.
Sure.
Maybe they're playing truth or dare, but they're like doing it together as a group. You come home and you got everybody all over the city or wherever they happen to live right now. They're all over the place. You also might have like some entourages. Maybe you have people that are a little bit more distracted at home. They have all these kind of hangers on. They have all that kind of thing. That's how I read it initially. And I know there's other takes on this.
Well, again, and that was a little difficult to make out, but he said, I feel like on the road we're a close-knit team, and we come home and there's a lot of people, and it's different, just different vibe at home. And he doubles down on that.
Yeah.
He says,
he did, because you're like, what?
When we're on the road, we're a close-knit group, and we're becoming really close. And then he said, I just don't know. There's a lot of people that are around this area, so meaning the clubhouse.
The city of Boston?
So I heard Greg talking about this today. I see the Twitch chat commenting on it now.
Yeah.
Depressed Sox fan is applying it to Craig Breslow and his staff.
Yeah, that's what Greg said this morning.
Greg seems to think it's like Driveline and all of the analysts. And you know what?
Look,
that is not a bad theory.
Well, he was right about the Roman Anthony injury, so he might be right about this.
And this is why I'm not discounting it, because Greg just very much nailed the scoop last week.
Correct.
And so maybe he's hearing things and he's applying it to Driveline. That is not what I thought. What I immediately thought is, well, on the road, they're a bunch of nobodies because this team has no star power and no nothing. In Boston, they're still Boston Red Sox. And I don't know, are there
some more distractions?
Hangers on.
Yeah.
More distractions.
We'll see where I'm sleeping tonight.
Jaron Duran had that odd comment in Kansas City a few weeks ago.
Bunk beds.
We'll see where I'm sleeping tonight.
Yeah, because you would think it'd be the opposite, but like to your point, there's more of a celebrity status here. It's not like an NBA team where these superstars go across the country and who knows what they're up to.
Marcelo Meyer in Kansas City.
Probably nobody.
Yeah. So I don't know how many hangers on there are.
Yeah.
I don't know how many chicks there are around the team.
Yeah.
And even just friends and entourage and family and whatnot, although when Kiner Falefa says people we don't even know, I wonder if it can be family.
But that's what, like, when he said people we don't know, like, is there that many robots that Breslow has hired that they don't know him? Possibly.
I don't rule that out.
Or is it just like all these hangers-on?
He's just talking about Chad Tracy. It's like,
that's
Isaiah,
your manager.
Isaiah, that's Chad Tracy. He's your manager. You should know him.
That's your third base coach that just waves you guys in all the time. That's a new guy.
Chad Epperson. He just waves you in.
You should know him at this point.
Yeah, these are your big league coaches, Isaiah. No, so I mean, so it's possible it's the analyst and
That's Giovanni Moran. He's on your team. He's a pitcher on your team. He started like 3 games for you guys.
Yeah. That's who he is.
That's Tyler Uberstein. He pitches out of the pen for you guys. What do you mean? This is your roster.
It could be the analyst. It's a good theory by Greg, but that's not what I thought. I thought it's hangers on.
Maybe he's like Ricky Henderson. He didn't know any of his teammates. Remember when he told John Olerud? I had a guy who wore a helmet.
He used to wear a batting helmet with me too.
Yeah, that was me. I was him.
Oh, yeah. So what do you think it is? Because I immediately two names I immediately thought of. Text line says it. I thought of the same thing. It's because Roman Anthony and Marcelo Meyer are partying too much, and I'm like, I wonder if these young kids aren't focused on the right thing, and they got people lined up outside the clubhouse ready to go, and a veteran like Isaiah Falefa thinks that these young guys, I don't mean to put it just on them, but the young players on the team are distracted by
and this is the thing, remember
what goes along with the big league lifestyle when you're at home in Boston. That's what I wonder.
Wilson Contreras tried calling out the young guys early, and Marcelo Meyer kind of shut that down. And then I guess Contreras sort of was like, well, no, what I meant was or whatever. But, I mean, if you look at the home and away splits for our guy, Marcelo Meyer.
Mm-hmm.
Are you prepared for this?
I genuinely don't know what these are. We went through the Duran ones before the show. I don't know these.
Which one do you want first?
I want his away numbers first, please.
Away. Now, he hasn't been really a great hitter any place.
Sure.
Away, he is hitting .274 with a .703 OPS.
Okay, I would call those.
That's away.
Those are passable.
Yeah.
They're not great, but they're passable.
At Fenway Park,
Yep.
he is hitting .162 with an OPS of .441.
Okay.
A little distracted.
Maybe he's distracted at home.
He's not as good at home.
Okay.
Maybe, I don't know.
What are you saying? Legs are tired?
Well, women weaken legs is what I was told as a young man. I've applied that my entire life.
That's why I have strong legs.
But it's I got the strongest legs. Yeah. That's why, he's not. You can't be like, oh, he's just trying to pull the ball to the monster like Caleb Durbin. Like, obviously, that's not the case with a guy like Marcelo Meyer. But that's just one example. But yeah, those two guys have a different status at home than they do there. That's how I read it. Now, maybe Greg's tied in. Maybe Greg's gotten some info on this, and that could very well be the case. And it's another player calling out the staff of nerds and all these different guys trying to fix your swing. That's very possible. But I feel like Breslow's been on road trips. I feel like I'm sure they bring some of those guys on road trips at times.
Yeah.
But at home, I just wonder, these guys.
To say he doesn't know who they are, I mean, maybe he doesn't, and maybe it's the analyst, but I doubt a lot of those guys travel, but they're at all the home series.
Yeah.
So now maybe they're nameless, faceless dweebs with a pocket protector.
Yeah.
But I that's not where my mind went. I assumed he meant hangers on.
Yeah, it's simple as there's more focus on the road. Somehow there's less distractions, and you may have hit on it because, again, most sports you would think it'd be the opposite.
Yeah.
Like when players go to Atlanta, for example, or Vegas, how are you going to do?
Most teams have recognizable players, and the Red Sox used to have that. Now they go to Atlanta or wherever else, and people don't know Marcelo Meyer or Scrappy Doo or any of these.
They just
bums. They don't know them.
Have movie night in their hotel room together. Maybe the simple fix is
pizza party.
Well, no, make these guys stay in a hotel. Treat the home game. Yeah, treat the home games like they're road games.
Nice.
If they're that much different, and it seems like they are, then maybe that's what you have to do.
Okay. They're sneaking people into the hotels.
Oh,
and
yeah.
Yeah,
they'll figure out a way around it. Like an 80s rom-com in there or 80s sitcom movie in there.
Protection.
617-779-7937. Okay, that's the latest from Isaiah Kiner-Falefa calling out the home issues.
That helped.
What do you think he's talking about?
That helped.
And right, is that going to help anything at home? We'll see. We'll be back in a quick 2 minutes, pick up with this. And my guy Brez was on the Nesson pregame show yesterday, taking a victory lap on turning around the offense, and then they went out and scored 2 runs against the Orioles. So we'll get to that again in just 2 minutes. Hey, it's Jones for Verizon. Looking for...
few weeks.
I think the first thing you point out is that's hard to do, to have a batting average that goes up that much, OPS that goes up that much, and only score, what was that, 300ths of a run more per game. I think guys are kind of starting to settle in to understanding their roles, the way that they can contribute to being themselves. And then there have been some individual performances that certainly stand out over the last month. The damage that Duran has done, what Mickey Gasper and Sogard and guys like that have offered when they've come up. Wilson and Willie and Sedan who have been consistently really, really good. And then starting to see, Caleb Durbin be the guy that he was last year, where he's spraying the ball all over the park.
Craig Breslow asked on Nesson pregame yesterday by Tom Caron, how you turning the offense around? He's like, well, all these metrics, it's actually shocking we haven't scored even more runs with all these metrics. And he goes on to list like a bunch of Woo Sox players he called up.
Like, does not compute. He's like, Mickey Gasper, the way he's going, the team should be rolling right now.
And then
what? Sogard?
So predictable. So predictable.
Yeah.
They go out and score 2 runs on 5 hits at home.
Yep.
Because the players are focused on God knows what before and after the game.
I don't know. I think we might know what.
And a little distracted during the game. It seems, according to Isaiah Kiner-Falefa.
Right.
But I saw that in real time, and I'm like, this isn't going to go well, Brez. Like, what are you doing?
No, because now this will be the next thing that everybody else has to answer for. So Breslow's on the Greg Hill Show Thursday, I believe, right? Is it a Breslow week?
It is. He said it this morning. He is on, tomorrow at 9 o'clock.
And then I assume Chad Tracy today with Rich and Ken with Ted.
Good assumption.
So that's going to be pretty good. Like, what did he mean by this? Like, do you feel the same way? Like, he's been here long enough now. Where
the question. Who do you think he's talking about? That's the question. Not do you
feel
the same,
do
you feel the same way? Because they'll be like, no, Isaiah's allowed to feel how he wants it. No. Who is he talking about?
Who is he talking about? He's like, well, you'd have to ask Izzy.
Fine. Who do you think he's talking about then? Families? Like it's more crowded. What clubhouse? Who's he talking about?
Yeah.
And let's see who Breslow and Chad Tracy.
Yeah.
Maybe Kiner-Falefa is talking about the new coaches. But let's see who
Maybe it's always external hitting coaches that people are going to.
It could be.
Well, those guys were helping. It seemed like a little bit.
Scrappy Doo.
Scrappy had another hit yesterday.
They talked to G Swing yesterday, I heard on.
Yeah, yep. Rich, Ken, and Ted did.
Rich and Ken with Arcan yesterday.
G String?
No, G Swing.
Oh, Swing.
Lorenzo from G Swing.
Good.
He's turned around Caleb Durbin in 5 games.
Hell yeah.
So, yeah, I mean, who do you think he's talking about? And see where they go. Because I wouldn't want to give him an out. Like, who do you think he's talking about? There's more people in the clubhouse, according to him. Who do you think he's talking about?
Yeah.
And then, is it our baseball analysts? Is it, as the text line refers to them in wrestling, they say they're called ring rats.
Lot lizards.
Text line says, recognizable players on the road, Jones. It's a crappy argument. He says they'll show up wherever they know ball players are at. They're called ring rats in wrestling.
Yeah, I guess that's true.
Fair point.
I guess that's true.
You got me there.
Yeah.
But, like, who are they talking about? I hadn't even thought about that. When Breslow talks tomorrow, when Chad Tracy talks today, who do you think he's talking about?
I mean, that's what I think he's talking about. Or that's what I think he's referring to, just like hangers on and things like that. Just more people around the team, more distractions. They can't get it out of their head because, not that they're this amazing team on the road, but they are right with everybody other than the Yankees and the Rays, maybe the Guardians. Like, they're right there with everybody else when they're on the road, but then at home they're the worst.
In some ways, I think I still triple down on, like, I think the Red Sox are easy to fix. Like, you need bats. The pitching's pretty good. Connolly Early's given up too many home runs, but, like, the pitching's pretty good. You need bats, okay? So fix the offense. And, oh, by the way, it's kind of already fixed on the road. So get them focused at home.
Do more of that.
Add a couple of bats. Like, I don't think they're that hard to fix. They have a positive run differential under Chad Tracy. The run differential all year actually isn't that bad, which, if you believe in the analytics, and I know Breslow does.
Oh, he does.
That should correct with your record over time. That's predictive that they shouldn't be a team that's 9 or 10 games under 500. They might not be good, but they shouldn't be this bad. So supplement that with an ad or two and get these guys heads screwed on straight at home.
Yeah.
Fix those two things, and you should be a baseball team that's challenging for the postseason, maybe even in the postseason. That's not the ultimate goal of winning a World Series or going on a deep run or anything like that, but at least you can get this thing back on the tracks. And if you're Breslow, I'd be motivated to do that because I'm trying to save my job.
The A's have a better home field advantage. They don't have a city attached to the team name, nor do they play in a major league stadium.
They're in a AAA ballpark in Sacramento.
Right. Better home record.
I can tell you this is not a brag.
More home cooking.
My wife is from Sacramento, and that place ain't nothing to write home about.
It's capital.
It is the
capital.
capital.
They got that going for them. And the movie Lady Bird is from Sacramento.
We got the American River there.
Kevin Johnson, I believe, was the mayor.
Oh, yeah, he was.
They did not like him, though. I don't think he was a good mayor.
I don't think he was a great mayor.
Good basketball player, below average mayor, from what I've read.
Yeah.
I've read certain reports on that.
I think that's right. You want a stat of the week entry?
Obviously, I do, yeah.
Okay. This is from Matt on Twitter.
All right, Matt.
At Jones and Keefe, at Jones WEEI, at Keefe21. There are 208 hitters who have at least 80 plate appearances at their home ballpark this year. Okay?
280? Okay.
208. Sorry. 80 plate appearances.
No, okay, yep.
Marcelo Meyer is dead ass last, he writes, in OBP among those 208 guys with a 198 home on base percentage.
Oh.
Worse than the bigs. So maybe he's a little distracted at home.
Seems like it. He's the worst home player
on base percentage. Yeah.
Well, whatever. But we gave you the numbers. His on base plus slugging is in the 400s. Like, it's insanely low. So he's just one of the guys. Clearly, the whole team has struggled, right? Because even if one guy stinks at home, you wouldn't be 9-20. Like, one guy that hits lower in your lineup and is still pretty good in the field, he shouldn't be able to submarine your whole home record. He's just maybe sort of the face of it in some of the struggles. But, like, clearly they need another bat, right? Like, they don't hit enough. But if you're trying to clean up anything, and obviously they've been trying to do this, and they keep coming up with no answers, but winning at home, having even just like a representative, non-embarrassing record at home, you'd be right in the thick of it.
Text line, Jones, where is the bat going to play? There's no room unless Anthony is on the IL for the year.
Pick a spot.
He might be, by the way.
Name a position.
Roman Anthony might be on the IL forever, so I don't know what this texter's even talking about.
Let's say you have a bat. Name where he plays. Name a spot.
Yeah, left field.
I'd play him there.
Center field.
I'd play him there.
Right field.
I'd play him there.
Honestly, Abreu's been sneaky crummy.
Yeah.
Although I expect him to hit.
Rafael's been sneaky good.
I expect him to hit Bassett
Honestly,
tonight.
those are two spots that maybe you say, all right, buddy, you're a DH. But like, yeah, but like literally anybody. You could take anybody's spot, or you could be a DH with like Contreras and a first baseman.
I would say DH, third, short, second, catcher. I'd say any. So really
start immediately.
DH means you can play them anywhere.
Yes,
is what that means.
So first of all, the answer is anybody.
Yeah.
We'll take anybody.
So I don't understand what they're talking about, but Anthony on the IL for the year, he might be.
Maybe.
Garrett Crochet, by the way, supposedly that was a positive update yesterday.
Oh yeah.
Minor lat soreness.
Right.
I wouldn't expect him back until at least the All-Star break.
Scooble's throwing more than him, and he had surgery.
Yeah, I don't think any of that's good. So where's the bat going to play? That's not. I would never say that's the issue on this team. 617-779-7937. More thoughts on the Red Sox. You can have them there. Plus, it's a Would You Rather Wednesday here on Jones and Keefe. We'll get to some Would You Rathers next.
Having health insurance is a must-have, and the massive...
Wednesday is brought to you by Avellino's Restaurant. If you're planning a corporate meeting or private party, book their beautiful and spacious function room for up to 100 guests at goavellino.com. Excellent food there. Go check them out. Again, goavellino.com. Would You Rather Wednesday means it's time for some Would You Rathers. What's first up today, Billy?
Would you rather have Jaylen Brown or Zion Williamson and Trey Murphy?
Okay. Is this a real proposed out?
People are talking Pelicans.
Oh,
Pelicans are all in. Now, who knows where these sources are coming from, but apparently the Pelicans, this was taken over the internet a little bit last night. Pelicans are interested in Jaylen Brown.
Split up the Jays.
Some sources were saying the Pelicans wanted to keep Zion and pair him with Jaylen. Others were saying everybody's available. So they also have my guy, DeJounte Murray.
I know you love him.
Yeah, I do. He came back from an Achilles injury.
He did.
Took him like 15 months, but he came back. They don't have a whole lot else I don't think that anybody would really want.
Does anybody even want Zion?
I like Zion, but I'm certainly not giving up Jaylen Brown for him.
So right.
That wasn't when we came up with like 5 or 6 fake trades before. We didn't even include the Pelicans.
No, it
was gaining a little bit of steam last night, so I thought it was worth a shot.
I think we actually did toss out his name just as like a
maybe we
throwaway
did.
at the end of when we were going through all the
did.
different trades, but we both said no. I'd rather have Jaylen Brown. Now, Trey Murphy to me is an interesting name, and
that's actually been brought up separately.
I think like Trey Murphy for Derek White, you might be onto something.
Yeah,
and I would prefer a big for Derek White, but something like that. And Murphy's another 3-point shooting wing, so I'm sure Missoula would love him. And how much is that going to change the way they play? I don't know. But Trey Murphy for Derek White, that I would do if I'm the Celtics. Why are the Pelicans doing that? They're horrible. I think Forsberg wrote about this the other day. You'd probably need to rope in a third team to make that happen. So, okay, maybe there's a way to get a big in a 3-team trade, or maybe there's a way to get a third team in here where you're sending Derek White to a contender who I think would value him more than a team like New Orleans. Although, in fairness, I don't think the Blazers were contenders, and you were able to send Drew Holiday there, and Derek White is similar, where I'd think Derek White and Drew Holiday should be on contenders, not on rebuilding teams.
Definitely.
So the Drew Holiday one flies in the face of that, but okay. I'm interested in Trey Murphy, not for Jaylen Brown.
No, definitely
And I
not.
definitely would rather have Jaylen Brown than Zion and Trey Murphy.
But this is another one, and this is why I can understand why Jaylen Brown feels so disrespected, because there is never any like Jason Tatum trade talks. There's never any like, oh, the Kings are interested. Yeah, they probably would be interested, but nothing ever comes of it because they're hanging up the phone. That's why you wonder if they're even entertaining it or having any slight conversation, because so this guy Jake Fisher, and he was on Full Court Pass, and he said Pelicans aggressively are trying to pursue, or they've emerged as a team interested in acquiring Jaylen Brown, and it said it could be for Trey Murphy, DeJounte Murray, and significant draft capital. We're like, that sounds like you're rebuilding.
Okay.
You're not rebuilding.
Well, this is why when we played that Simmons cut the other day about Giannis, I didn't think the significant part was about Giannis. I thought the significant part was if you're trading Jaylen,
you're not bringing in another max.
You're not
guy.
bringing
And
in
that's what
another
this
guy
is.
making 65-70. You're bringing in pieces with draft picks, which I
Murray,
think
Murphy, and like 3 1s,
which I think stinks.
Oh, I would shine it up, turn it sideways, and stick it up your bum is what I would do with that. Like, no thanks.
But like, I don't want that, but I'm worried Simmons is onto something about this new ownership group and Bill Chisholm, who you should have known was lying to you the second he said he was from the North Shore. The second he got here, you should have known.
Sniffed it out.
Some people called it out. I'm the biggest Celtics fan. I'm from the North Shore. I watch NBC Sports Boston's post-game show after every single game. Bull crap. And so, no, I would never do a deal like that, but I'm worried this ownership group might.
Yeah, terrible.
Okay. What else, Billy?
Would you rather the Knicks win the title or the Spurs?
So normally the knee-jerk reaction would be you don't
Not
root
New York.
Any New York team you're rooting against. You're sort of like we're brought up that way. The Knicks are not a very hateable roster, though.
I like the Nova Knicks. I think they're a likable team, quite frankly.
So I
and
guess-
they're the underdog who I usually default to.
True, underdog.
in a neutral championship like this. Yeah,
But this ain't your uncle's Spurs. This is a more entertaining Spurs team. This isn't just Tim Duncan shooting it off the glass, right? And Tony Parker like trying to like do pick and rolls all game. Like this is Victor Wembanyama. So I look at it another way. Like if you're the Celtics, right, or if you're a Celtics fan, do you want the Knicks having the same number of titles as you, or do you want Wemby already getting 1 on his way to like 5?
right.
So neither one is good. Like if you're Tatum, Brown, or just a regular Celtics fan.
Let me spin it around.
I think I'm rooting. You know what? Sometimes when this happens, you don't really know until you start watching the game, and
So,
then you immediately
I
are
get-
like, "Oh, I'm definitely rooting for this."
I totally agree with that sentiment. I have a feeling the more I watch it, I'm gonna be even more on New York's side. But my answer is New York, and I would spin it this way if you're a Celtics fan. Well, you lost to the Knicks 2 years ago, and you lost to the team that then the Knicks swept this year. It's like, well, maybe the Knicks are just good. Like, wouldn't that make you feel better if you're like,
oh, you lost to a good team, a title team.
Maybe the Knicks are now an NBA champion. Like, maybe you're not as far away as you think. Whereas if the teams, if the Spurs just roll over the Knicks in like 4 games, 5 games, gentleman's sweep.
Yeah.
Now you're a million miles away from the team that's a million miles away from the Spurs. Like, I think there's an actual on-the-court reason to root for the Knicks if you can get past the Boston-New York thing.
Well, and I wonder if the Knicks winning would give the Celtics more of a kick in the ass. Now, I remember Forsberg had that story a couple weeks ago where he's like, well, they should just like sort of wait the Spurs and Thunder out, which made no sense.
Wait out the Thunder and the Spurs are both younger than you.
But now if you're like, well, the Knicks are in your conference, in your division, for God's sakes, and like they're that much better. They're the champs. Now we got to compete with that. Like, what do we do?
Look, I think that's an interesting byproduct of this too.
So
maybe it kicks them in the ass.
Maybe I talk myself in with that way to the Knicks, but I think I'll be rooting for the Spurs. We'll see. I'll let you know tomorrow.
I'm going New York on that one. What else, Billy?
Would you rather hard or soft ice cream?
Ice cream. Thank you.
I don't know what this says about me. Soft.
Hard.
I like soft serve. And I feel like in Boston, you don't really get it. Like in Boston,
there's not a ton of it.
You, on the Cape, or you go
big buckets, like 20 or like 100 flavors.
You go to Maine or something like that. A lot of soft serve options. I feel like in Boston, unless you're going to like a fast food restaurant, I don't feel like there's a ton of options like that at an actual like ice cream place. But I like a good soft serve, a nice twist. I like a nice twist.
This might shock you. I like both, but
I can be hard down low.
Thank you, Tanner. I like the variety of the hard ice cream, though. Like the soft ice cream, you go to like some really good places. It is more than just the twist. You can get like they'll mix in different flavors, which is great. But with the hard ice cream, I mean, just let your imagination run wild. You can get all kinds of stuff, whether it's like generic stuff like coffee or black raspberry, or you can get like the Oreo mixed in with like the coffee.
Sure.
That's fantastic. Like I would say overall, I would go with the hard ice cream.
So I guess I'm not making soft serve at the house.
Well, yeah, I wouldn't think.
So I can get, well, I've had a few too many Coors Lights maybe. But that's not something we're whipping up in the Jones household.
This happens to everybody.
Don't blame me.
Yeah, I got you.
But I can buy like cookies and cream. I can't buy all that and keep it in the freezer. So I feel like a soft serve is a nice tweet.
More of a treat.
Treat rather. When the option's there.
Do you like to dip? Do you like to dip?
I was just going to read. Joey Tomatoes is asking in the Twitch chat.
Tomatoes.
Jones, I bet you're a dip guy. I am not. I don't like a dip on a
I do like a dip. And I've said this before, but one of the fattest questions I've ever asked to the people behind the counter, I go, "Can you dip a large?" they're like,
yeah. What do you mean? Of course they can. Could they not?
So some places the larges are so like high that like I think if you go to dip it, you might lose it.
Drop it.
It might be like too heavy.
Yeah.
And so or it doesn't fit in the machine that they have or whatever. But yeah, no, they were able to do it. I was satisfied.
Just the top half dipping.
Yeah, right. You might not.
Keith went out and
Just
sat
the
on the
dip.
bench, and the bench like teeter-tottered up.
Yeah,
He was like, yeah.
Shallow Hal.
Okay, we disagree on that as well. A lot of disagreement here.
This is really an embrace debate segment.
What makes us different makes us
We're like
great.
Stephen A. and Skip.
We really are. What else, Billy?
Finally, would you rather find a frog in your lettuce or a rock in your coffee?
So again, the latter happened to me last week.
Right. The other was just a madness story.
Was a madness from Australia where it was like a bag of lettuce, and inside that lettuce was like a good sized green frog.
Yeah.
He was fine. He was living his life.
Air holes in there. He's totally fine.
I like
plenty of lettuce to eat.
I had a mysterious rock in my coffee, and I don't know what the deal was. Like I assume it came from outside where most rocks do, but like how to get in the cup? Did somebody add that as like was it a prank or was it a mistake? I don't know what happened.
Was it specific to you? Was everybody getting rocks?
I know what you're asking.
Part of a promotion.
You're asking.
You might be targeted at that establishment.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Now you're probably asking 2 questions. Did you finish the coffee? The answer is yes.
Well, most listeners would already know that. Yeah.
Well, maybe they don't. Jones, the listeners are in.
No, you know what?
all the
That's
time.
a good point. The
Please,
listeners.
I got to constantly remind people.
That's a great point. The listeners change all the time.
And second, have you been back to that place? The answer is also yes. You know what I did though?
What's that?
I like lifted up the coffee. I looked all around it to see if there was
No
like, a black
rock?
rock at the. Yeah, no rock.
All right, nice.
No rock in the last
Everybody's
one.
allowed a one-off. I think I would rather have the rock in my coffee.
Get a frog though, a free frog.
I don't want that. I don't want a free frog. I don't want a frog in there peeing all over everything. I don't want that.
You could have a free frog.
I would dispose of that lettuce. Keith, you said you would eat that. You'd wash and then eat that lettuce. I don't
wash and eat.
I don't want that. But to your point about the rock in the coffee, what am I even going to notice when I'm like 2/3 of the way done?
True.
Whatever. What's done is done. What's done is done at that point.
Yeah.
I'd rather a rock in my coffee than
What do you do with the frog?
Do some frogs have like a certain numbing agent, maybe?
Oh, there are poisonous frogs. Oh,
That
now,
is true.
Shime, you might have stumbled on something there.
What
Oh,
is
you kind of had that quick, by the way. That was a quick response.
What are you licking toad?
No. I just happen to know.
Definitely a frog. I've been rubbing toads all over myself. I
like
completely
to.
numb.
I like to
can't
consider
feel my
myself
arms.
an amateur zoologist.
No, there are poison frogs.
Yeah.
There are there's certain colors for. He's an amateur zoologist.
Yeah,
now.
right.
Shime on frogs. Shime has frogs. Oh, there's also this one.
Question: where can I buy a frog? Not for sexual reasons. I'm in the market for a frog, but don't know where or what kind of frog I want to get a frog from. I would like the frog, not for sexual reasons, to be blue. Any information is helpful, and thanks in advance for the people who may help me on my journey to acquiring my dream pet.
Also, Shime wanted a frog. Not for sex stuff.
sexual
No,
reasons.
just
No,
like a
no,
regular
no.
frog, please. Yeah.
617-779-7937. Those are your Would You Rathers here on a Would You Rather Wednesday with Jones and Keefe. On the way next, the hashtag Dork Minute with Rich Keefe.
This is Story.
spoil it. Do not spoil it. What's going on?
Make sure you subscribe to the
Hashtag Dork Podcast.
All right, time for the Dork Minute here on Jones and Keefe, WEEI. A lot going on in the dork world, Jones, as there always is. I mean, it is summer movie season. You really get the big-time blockbuster, I would say, a week from this Friday. Okay. But we'll get to more of that in a moment because currently in the theater, in May, it was a banner month. It was the most money spent at the U.S. box office since pre-COVID. So COVID obviously knocked it out for a little while, and then there was like a slow bring back, and there were some big movies obviously between 2021 and now. But between the movie Obsession, Backrooms, The Mandalorian and Grogu, I'm sure Devil Wears Prada, a couple other ones, more people went to the theaters in May of 2026 than the last 7 years.
Well, that's significant. What's significant news, just, I mean, anything pre-COVID, especially in that world where things have been trending negatively even before that.
Oh, yeah, everything sucks.
And then if you dig in on the age as well of, like, who's going to see at least these two movies.
These young guns.
Yeah, I think that's interesting.
That checks out with how movie theater etiquette has died since the younger audiences are going to movies.
Oh, really? What are they doing? Throwing popcorn at each other? What are they doing?
Show up like 40, like Backrooms the other day. People show up like 40 minutes late.
That drives
Why
me nuts.
even show up at that point?
I was telling.
At that point, you're an hour late from the start time.
This literally drives me nuts. I can't like watch a movie. I couldn't like sit and watch a sequel, and if somebody hadn't seen the original, I would need to like pause it and tell them
like,
the whole
here's
plot.
what's going on.
I'd be like, first of all, go watch it. And if you don't have time, like, let me explain to you the whole thing. So I would get annoyed if I was sitting in the theater and people walked in 40 minutes late. I'd be like, stop the screening.
Yeah, hang on.
I'm like, here's what you missed.
Catch them up.
This character hates that character. That character over there is backstabbing that character. Like, it would drive me nuts knowing that there are people watching something and they have no idea really what's going on and they missed too much. But these two movies are killing it. We've mentioned them a few times because they're the super young directors that got their start on YouTube doing like shorts. Backrooms, they're already cooking up a sequel. Now, I haven't seen this yet. I want to try to see it this week. Right, exactly.
Cool.
More rooms.
Yeah.
Too. But this movie made over 80
It was
million.
definitely set up for a sequel.
All right.
Just letting you know.
Stop telling me stuff. I already know too much about it now. And then Obsession, Wiggy saw it. I was talking to Wiggy about it. He really, really liked it. He thinks they could even do like a prequel, which I agree.
With these new 2-minute breaks here, Keith, you don't get as much Wiggy breakdown. Wiggy's really got to like streamline his breakdowns.
It's too bad. We used to have 5 straight minutes of movie talk and trailer talk.
But I'll tell you, as a listener at WEEI, that is a good, like, you can't even get a full Wiggy movie breakdown. That's how quick these breaks are now at WEEI.
It should have actually been a separate podcast of just me and Wiggy for 5 minutes every day. Like the 5-minute check-in on what trailer I missed.
That'd be really good.
That'd be great. Now we can't do it.
No.
Or the AI trailer that Wiggy fell for could think it was a real movie.
That happens sometimes.
Yeah, that could be one
episode. Sometimes. Yeah. That does. Dork Podcast this week, we did Spider Noir, which is a fun show on Amazon Prime. You could choose to watch it in black and white or in Technicolor, which I did not do.
No.
Not do. That's a noir, for
It's
God's
noir.
sakes.
You're not watching that in color.
The TV shows going on right now, Widow's Bay and Maximum Pleasure Guaranteed roll on Apple Plus. Both are very good. I highly recommend both of these. Widow's Bay, a little bit more horror / comedy. Maximum Pleasure Guaranteed, I would say there's a comedy element and a little bit more of like a thriller.
Okay.
Not a horror. I talked to Greg about that one. Greg's a big fan of that show.
Oh.
So that one's really fun. Euphoria kind of limped to the finish, and they did decide to pull the plug on it. Because prior to the finale,
people were wondering if there's another season.
Is it a season or a series finale? Mercifully, it is a series finale.
Okay,
so we have pulled the plug on Euphoria.
Because you soldiered through that season, but you did not find it enjoyable.
And people sniffed it out right away. After the first episode, they were like, this sucks. And I was like, it's okay. And they were right. It ended up being terrible. It was a terrible, terrible show. They just started embarrassing all the actors and actresses in it, and it was ridiculous. So that one's done. From came back this past week after they had their bye week in Memorial Day weekend. They said they needed a rest.
Just stole another month at everybody else on MGM Plus.
They're getting my $8. I'll tell you that much. Much to my chagrin. But that show's really good. All right, this weekend at the box office, are you in on either of these bad boys? Masters of the Universe. You a He-Man guy?
No, I mean, I
Skeletor?
I do recall watching that as a child, but no, I'm not going to be watching it. But Rich certainly was talking to you about that yesterday.
Yeah, he was, and it's getting good reviews early on. It's got a good cast. Camila Mendez from the hit show Riverdale is in it. Alison Brie. Jared Leto plays Skeletor. Marina Baccarin. Idris Elba.
Oh,
you're out on the show?
Well, no,
That's Sir Idris Elba to you now.
Oh,
Yeah, that's a new update. He
How
got
about that?
knighted. Would that be something you'd be interested in?
Sure.
Sir Adam Jones?
Yeah, if they were like, you can be knighted, I'd go over there. I've never been there.
And
But
then-
I'd go over there and they could knight me, sure.
What's the etiquette, though, on that now? Like, if you were to interview Idris Elba now, would you have to say Sir Idris Elba?
Well, I think in the UK.
Okay, not here?
I think if you're
Anything
here,
goes?
you don't have. I don't think you have to say that. No.
Sir Stringer Bell. That'd be a good get. That'd be a really good get.
Really cool.
No, my guess is on this, because I wasn't like a huge He-Man guy either. Like, I think growing up, we might have just missed it. I
I'm
feel like
saying-
people a couple years older than us love it.
Yeah, I definitely watched it, but I wouldn't say I
But even like the toys and
remember
stuff.
a lot about it.
It
Yeah,
was like
exactly.
more like Ninja Turtles
Yeah,
for our
definitely.
our year, and like G.I. Joe. But there was a Dungeons and Dragons movie that came out a couple of years ago, and I remember thinking like, I have no interest in this. I didn't play that game, but it was like really funny. Like they had like good action, they had like crazy like characters, and then it was also funny. Based on the trailers of this, I think they're going to lean in on the comedy. So
Okay.
I think Masters of the Universe could be good. Speaking of comedy, you also get Scary Movie 6. You in on that?
I'd be more in on that than Masters of the Universe, but I'm not sure I'm in on that either.
The Wayans are back.
Okay.
So the Wayans brothers did the first two Scary Movies, which were really good, I thought. Then there was 3, 4, and 5, and it was done by like different people. Anna Faris was still in them, and like some of the same actors and actresses, but it wasn't like the Wayans in charge.
Right.
Now it's been a few years.
The first two were really good.
Really funny.
Very funny anyway.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. And so anyway, I think this has a chance to be good. All right. The following week, we get Disclosure Day. That's the Steven Spielberg joint.
This I think I'm in on.
This you might go see?
This I might actually physically go to a theater. Yeah.
How about
this.
that?
Yeah, how about that?
I'll believe it when it happens.
Well, I don't. I
said maybe.
Wouldn't bet on it.
I didn't guarantee it. I said maybe.
No.
Yeah.
I wouldn't bet on it at all. But I'm pumped about this. It's Aliens, Steven Spielberg, and Emily Blunt.
Yeah.
What could go wrong?
Speaking of which, another meteorite spotted in the Midwest.
Is that right?
Yeah, of course.
Spotted or heard?
I believe this was spotted.
They just saw it?
Yeah.
It was a quiet one?
Yeah, it just breezed right by.
This one kind of made a noise, didn't
Big
it?
noise.
Yeah, big noise.
So none of you guys heard it, but yeah,
No.
big noise. Yeah.
I didn't hear it at
Yeah.
all.
Okay. All related to Disclosure Day.
Video game news. There was a big video game, was it a convention or whatever that was going on? Big drop of reveals, including a Wolverine game. So the X-Men character.
Nice.
Wolverine. So it's going to be made by the same people that made the Spider-Man games, which are excellent games, but they're going to be like hyper violent. It's going to be like R-rated, blood and guts everywhere. It comes out in September.
Oh, boy.
Looks amazing.
Don't get it for Lucas, you're saying.
Well,
Oh, well, maybe.
he'd be the coolest kid in school if he
yeah,
had it.
nice.
I think it
Good.
might be worth a shot.
Good
Now
to know.
save your money for GTA 6.
All right.
Well, so GTA 6 comes out in November.
Yeah, so every game is like dodging November because everybody knows they're not going to play
So
it.
GTA 6 is November, but if this comes out in September, it gives me whatever 2-3 months to beat it.
yeah.
2 months.
You got to mix in your.
Fly in
Yeah,
here,
I saw that fly. Yeah.
You got the episode of Breaking Bad.
You got glitter falling from the ceiling.
A little bit. Yeah, some glitter in here still.
You
from
got to
the-
mix in your college football though too.
I am.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's gonna
so
be a busy fall.
college football game will come out in like a month or so. So I'll be in on that. They released the cover. They also released the cover of Madden, which is Caleb Williams. So I thought it was a fake one over the weekend. Turns out Bears quarterback Caleb Williams is on the cover of
wait.
Madden.
Good. I'm happy he's on it. Good.
This is bizarre.
It's strange.
I don't know
Remember
why.
when the cover meant something.
No Bears
It
fan
used to
could
mean something.
possibly feel good about that.
But wouldn't you be like Drake May or Jackson Smith and Jigba?
yeah, like better players? Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, one would think maybe they passed.
Or like young guy. I mean, he's young, but like they were in the Super Bowl. They have a couple good options there. Very strange. And then there's gonna be a new God of War game as well, where you play the main character's wife, Faye. You're going to play as her, which people, as you can imagine, handled that really well on the internet yesterday. I'm not playing this game. Oh no, not a male character. So people dealt with it as they would on Twitter.
I
But
hadn't
some
seen
of the-
that.
yeah.
That does make sense.
Some of the excitement there from yesterday. Also, I really shouldn't even say this, but I'm just going to warn you right now. There is another Miller Time MVP match ball about to be dropped.
Oh, I forgot.
At high noon. Today's the
Wow.
day. I
Okay,
marked
so
my
you're
calendar.
sneaking that right in? Okay, wow. So
I don't want anybody to do it. Yeah.
In a couple of minutes.
I'm going to be back in. I mean, you're going to lose me for a little bit.
Well-
There's another opportunity for me to get one of these soccer balls that you can stick 12 beers in.
Look, we don't love only having 2 minutes 2-minute break. We don't love it, but it's great for the listeners out there.
This is going to be tough for me.
Because in just 2 minutes, a deuce, as some like to call it,
Yeah.
we will be back. We'll find out if Rich Keefe is
Fingers crossed, guys.
in the queue for his soccer ball. You have some time to get in there as well. Plus, we can get back into A.J. Brown, how much he has left in the tank. Again, that's in just 2 minutes. Go nowhere.
Hey, it's Jones for Verizon. Looking for a great deal to stay connected? Now, for a limited time.
Brown met with the media yesterday and discussed his health heading into the 2026 season.
No injury, nothing to worry about. You know, I think this whole little, you got to understand where I came from. So any conversation about anything is going to come up, you know. So maybe in 4 years, I've missed one game from shot to the knee. So that's nothing to worry about. I'm good. I'm ready to go.
Dig into the 99 restaurants, $14.99 big deal meals. Available all day, every day. Save on big hottie favorites like the grilled teriyaki chicken at just $14.99. That's a big deal. You gotta love the nines. I'm Billy Lanny, and that's what's in our feed on WEEI.
Save us as a favorite on the Odyssey app. And take Boston Sports Original everywhere you go.
You're listening to Jones and Keefe on WEEI.
How much do you feel you have left in the tank?
How much?
Where you're at in your career?
You'll see.
High noon here on Jones and Keefe, WEEI. A.J. Brown, we'll see how much he has left in the tank. Couple of different ways to read that. We'll get into it with all your phone calls. 617-779-7937. Only 2-minute breaks right around high noon here on Jones and Keefe. We're already back, Keefe, and already bad news on the soccer ball.
Hold on. There was bad news. There's been a little bit of an update. So at 12 o'clock, these soccer balls that fit 12 beers in there somehow were on sale once again. This was their second and I believe final drop prior to the World Cup. And at exactly 12 o'clock, I updated, I refreshed, I did everything, and it said, nope, sorry, thanks for trying, it's sold out. I'm like, it literally just hit 12 o'clock. It is the highest of high noons. And they're like, no, sorry, you're out. So I was fiddling with it around a little bit, and
Well,
I
hang
got
on. The last thing you said to me, and this obviously changed.
it changed in like during the feed
because the last thing he said to me was they don't even make these things. Keith had a whole conspiracy theory going that they don't even actually make them. No one's actually going to get them.
I still don't know if they make
They haven't made them. They take like 6 weeks to ship.
So then I found a guy that is selling it online. So by the way, it's $19.75, which is like the greatest deal in the world.
What's the guy selling it for online?
What do you think?
$50.
$600. $600.
Wow.
Guy's selling it for.
Wow.
But anyway, I've now gotten back into the queue. Now, I'm not getting my hopes up because last time I was also in the queue and I was waiting.
What's your wait time?
10 minutes.
Okay, that's what people in the Twitch chat are saying. 10 minutes, 11 minutes. I'm seeing quite a few of those.
Oh, I screwed up again by telling people this is even a thing. All these morons trying to steal my soccer ball. Unless you guys are going to send it to me, I don't need to hear about your wait times.
Those are listeners. Those are customers. Those are not morons. Those are fans.
Today they're acting like morons, Jones. You're not a moron. You're acting like a moron. You're doing moron stuff.
Those are fans of the show is what those are.
This better happen for me. I need this. I need this so badly.
Okay. All right, we'll see how that
12 ice-cold beers in a soccer ball that you probably can't move without shaking them all up.
You're walking around with your Mandalorian popcorn bucket and your soccer ball.
Thing's probably an absolute nightmare functionally.
Everybody in the Twitch chat who's in queue to save Keith's second marriage, just get out of line right now so he doesn't end up spending $600 on another soccer ball. Because he might
He
do
was
it.
allotted 7. He said he could spend 700.
My wife is not
Last
going to
time
be
we
happy.
went over this.
Ty in the chat, appreciate that. He owns a beer store, Bragg, and he's going to see if he can get one for me. Thank you very much. That's very kind. They're not all morons, Jones.
Okay. Yeah, see, I tried to tell you that. Oh, I own them. He's going to try to get you one.
He's going to
Imagine
try to
that.
get me one. That'd be very kind.
Wow.
That'd be very kind.
Shout out Ty.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep. So anyway, I'll be busy with this.
We're going to be very focused, though, on
9
this
minutes.
show. One of our goals at 617-779-7937. How much?
Trying to sell it to me? I don't want it. I'm not going to give you $1.
How much? How much do you think AJ Brown has left in the tank? And did you like that? I like how his press conference concluded yesterday. That's how it finished.
That was a walk-off.
Yeah.
That was his walk-off. I liked it too.
How much do I have left in the tank? We'll see.
Yeah.
Little smile, little wink on his way off the dais, the podium, as it were. So, yeah, I thought, and I gave like a little fist pump in the car when I heard that live yesterday on Rich and Ken with Ted.
Yes.
Or our Ken. I very much was like, okay, that he's like, oh, you guys don't think I have anything in the tank? Okay, I'm going to show you. That's how I took it.
Mm-hmm.
But I guess you could read it another way and go, we'll see means he doesn't know and he's not confident. I guess you could read it differently.
I think that is the smart response. You know, if you're just like, first of all, it makes no sense to be like, I got a lot left in the tank. How would you even ask me that?
Right.
Like, no, I think
you?
I think he answered it the right way. I do think for the next 2 or 3 years. Now, some might say, well, you're trading a first-round pick for 2 or 3 years of a player. I don't know. It's the NFL. The shelf life is usually pretty limited. He's still in his 20s, so I think he's going to be really good.
Just to be clear, he's not just in his 20s. He's going to be in his 20s the entire football playing season. People act like he's breaking down and he's 35 years old.
No.
He is currently today 28.
Yep.
On June 30th, he'll be 29. He will spend the whole season at age 29.
Right.
He will not be 30 until next year.
Yeah.
And so, just I feel like people are making him sound like he's older and breaking down than he actually is.
You see?
Yeah, I think he's going to be great. That's why I was always, from 6 months ago to 6 minutes ago, was in favor of trading a first-round pick for him. If I thought he was broken down, wouldn't have wanted him as badly. If you really thought he was broken down, you should have just said, bring Steph Diggs back. You know what he is. Bring him back. He was good last year, and even if he's a little bit slower than he was a year ago, as he gets older, okay, but you know what he is. The fact that we had in our tiers yesterday, A.J. Brown is a top 8 receiver, that's not just because he's on the Patriots, right? We had 7 other non-Patriots in the top 8. I think he's that good. If he stayed in Philly, he might have been annoyed at Jalen Hurts, or there might have been whatever kind of issues, but I'd still look at him from the outside being like, that guy is a top 10 receiver in the NFL, and now he has a better quarterback. I think his stats are going to sort of warrant that out as well. So, no, I fully expect 2 great years. That's why I'm also not as freaked out about the draft pick that maybe some are, because I think in 2028, that's also going to be a late first-round pick.
So I actually thought that was the danger in trading a 2028 versus 2027. 2027 is a really deep draft. For anyone who thinks that Howie Roseman beat up the Patriots on this trade, I know there are some. Howie Roseman wanted a pick in 2027. The Eagles beat writers have all said it. He was trying to get a 2027 first-round pick. He didn't get it. So he had to punt it out another year. I still think that's good value. Like, I don't think the Patriots, like, pulled a heist on Philly or anything. But I also don't think Roseman did on them. He wanted a 2027 first-rounder. He didn't get it. But I think that's the danger. I definitely expect him to be really good this year.
Yeah.
A year from now, who knows? So I think the further out you kick that pick, the more dangerous that gets. But I'm not losing sleep on it.
No.
Based on our tiers yesterday, it's because you brought him up. Even if we moved A.J. Brown down a tier.
Yeah, he's still in the mix for top 10.
Easily a top 15 receiver.
Oh, yeah.
And even if you like Drake London, who just got paid, or Nico Collins, or Devontae Adams, or Garrett Wilson, or Devontae Smith, or George Pickens, all those receivers on the next, even if you like all of them better than A.J. Brown, we're still talking about a top 15 receiver in the league. I think he's easily top 10. We had him in the top 8. I'd take him ahead of Malik Neighbors, who was on the same tier. So I guess I'd have him 7th. If you really want to parse it out.
Probably. Yeah.
So I think he's got a ton left in the tank. And even if you're only getting 2 more top 10 seasons out of him, I think he's worth the 2028 first rounder. Now, I do think he's going to want a contract adjustment after this year. And if he has a really productive year, you're going to have to pay him. But I think that's a good problem to have.
Oh, I think it's a great problem to have. Also, I'm usually pretty confident in the stud receiver year one on a new team. You know, sometimes the wheels kind of fall off, and it has more to do with the personality or the relationship with the coach and or the quarterback than it does even the overall skill set, right? But I think in that first year, there's a lot to prove. I'm sure A.J. Brown's heard everything that the Eagles and the Eagles fans and former players and all of them are saying about him, and there's probably going to be only more that comes out. I mean, we saw yesterday there's a few things that came out about him off the field, so more of that's going to come out, and I think that's just going to add to his motivation for the season.
Yeah. By the way, the stuff that's coming out on him in Philly, I don't think is an issue here in New. I don't think.
No.
I don't think that's an issue here in New England unless they happen to sign another former teammate of his.
I don't think Hassan Reddick's walking through that door, or Jalen Hurts.
So I would, as long as they're not bringing in Hassan Reddick, I'm not too worried about it.
Should be okay.
But like shameless wussy Eagles reporters or whoever for letting the team really letting that out yesterday. After all this time.
Right? You were sitting on that for how long?
Seriously. Doesn't make it not true, allegedly. But, yeah, shameful that that's when it came out. Meanwhile, A.J. Brown also spoke about his relationship with Mike Vrabel. He's now said this a bunch of different times.
Yeah.
Pardon my take. He said it in a sit-down with Maria Taylor. But he also was pretty candid about how he first felt about Mike Vrabel.
My first impression? Oh, I did not like him. Yeah. I mean, I can say that, but what I've grown into, man, he's a great guy. He's a great guy, and he coaches hard. He holds his guys accountable, and I'm not saying that lightly. He really does, and he leads this group, leads the team, and honestly, I believe that he's daring somebody to challenge him so he can show you, he still thinks he can play. So, yeah.
I do like
Definitely
that.
Gets on the field with the guys, yeah.
He still thinks he can play is like actually a pretty good little shot at Vrabel. Still thinks he can. He can't, but he still thinks he can.
I also think what he means, too, about, like, he almost dares you to challenge him. And this you hear about players all the time with the coaches they like versus the coaches they don't like is he almost wants you to challenge him or ask him a question because he already has the answer for it. Whereas I'm sure there are other coaches where they challenge you, you challenge back, and then it's like you get like a non-answer. You're like, I don't really know if this guy. Why would I believe this guy if he's like searching for something?
Well,
I think Vrabel, he runs a tight ship.
Well, without saying it, did Sirianni want to be challenged?
I'm guessing not.
Could he handle being challenged?
Yeah.
And Mike Vrabel does. The one thing I do wonder about A.J. Brown and the Vrabel relationship, and I would use Jalen Hurts as an example of this. There's evidence that A.J. Brown can be friendly with somebody and on good terms with someone,
and then not.
Yep,
100%.
So I do wonder at this stage of his career how much he wants to be challenged and how much he wants to be coached hard. He's saying it right now. He just barely got here. I do wonder about that, and we'll monitor that this year. But if I had to guess, I think it's going to be fine with him and Vrabel, at least short term, meaning this year and hopefully next. After that, who knows? But I think at least in the short term, you keep calling it the honeymoon period. I think it's the right thing to call.
I think it's sort of the cost of doing business with a lot of the elite wide receivers. I mean, Steph Diggs, for a time, remember like how it started in Buffalo, how it ended in Buffalo. But then even now, I think Diggs and Allen are probably fine. They're not teammates anymore, but it was like they kind of rode that roller coaster. And for 3 or 4 seasons, it was fantastic. And so that's really all you're looking for here.
Jones and Keefe, live from the Catches Law Injury Attorney Studios. No fee unless you win. 2 minutes, and we'll pick right back up with this. A.J. Brown, hard coaching from Mike Vrabel, how much he has left in the tank. Plus, Josh McDaniels made a very, very lofty comparison for A.J. Brown. You'll hear that in just 2 minutes.
For 35 So this is a big guy, so does a lot of things well, and looking forward to seeing, how we can acclimate him and fit him into our system.
Josh McDaniels comparing A.J. Brown to Gronk. We can get into that in just a moment here on Jones and Keith. With your phone call, 617-779-7937. Keith, I am checking the Twitch chat, twitch.tv/
You okay?
Boston WEEI.
Didn't get it.
You can do the same on YouTube. Depressed Sox fans said they didn't get theirs.
Didn't get it. They don't
E
exist.
from Brockton said they didn't get theirs.
They're fake. They're
you're
fake. It's a scam by...
You're saying you didn't get one of your Miller Lite soccer balls that holds 12 beers?
It's a World Cup soccer ball cooler that you could stick 12 beers in. I don't really know the functionality of it. I'm guessing you're shaking up a lot of warm beers, but I still want it. Despite all that, I want this thing so badly and didn't get it. Now, the wait time was shorter than it was the last time, and it counted me all the way down. It said less than a minute, and you know what it really did to really kind of like punch you right in the nards?
What's that?
Was it flashes to a screen where you can like enter your payment information, and then it quickly goes to, sorry, sold out. It's been removed from your cart. But for like a second there, it's like, how do you want to pay for this?
I wish some of these websites had a screen like that for my wife. She went to check
now
out.
It's
gone.
gone.
It's not there. You can't spend that money.
Brian, if you're watching on Twitch or on YouTube, that is the soccer ball in all its glory. It's even bigger, Jones, than a regular soccer ball. It allows you to evenly space out 12 ice cold Miller Lights. I don't know how you sit it. I'd like to see it in the wild.
Yeah,
but now I don't think it exists.
So if you're watching on Twitch,
Yeah.
you see the video there or
That's
the
AI.
image there.
That's fake.
You think that you just kind of like push the beers down in there, and then there's like an ejector button that just pops one right out to you? Yeah. How does that work?
How's that one at the bottom not fall out?
I picture it like a toaster, but for beers.
I know.
And it's just like not that it's heating them up or anything;
Yeah.
they're ice cold in there. But like a toaster, for you hit the little button and it pops one right out.
That'd be cool.
Yeah, that'd be
Yeah,
sweet.
that'd be cool.
Although it's 1975 or whatever. I'm sure.
Well, unless you buy it online now, where it's $600.
Well, I'll tell you. So the queue was shorter. It felt like this time.
It
right,
was
Keith?
much shorter. Yeah,
But then-
last time was 45 minutes. This time it was like 15.
But they also sold out way quicker.
Yeah.
So word of mouth has gone around the globe apparently,
People love this item.
and now everybody's getting theirs.
I'd love to
good.
have one.
They've done a good job marketing it because everybody wants one and no one can get one. That's what you want.
Well, I don't know. If anybody actually got one by the time the World Cup. Now, the other thing is you have to get it, and then they have to ship it to you.
Yeah, that's going to take
It
some
may
time.
not be there in
No
time for the
chance.
World Cup.
If you got one today, if you
Yeah,
were
when
lucky
are you
enough to get
actually
one
getting
today,
it?
you're not getting one by this World Cup. There's other World Cups in the
Next
future.
World Cup,
yeah,
baby.
you're not,
4 years from now.
You're not getting one for this World Cup. I can
Drink
tell you
it
that
in.
right now.
All right, well, it's a
anyways,
pain.
Keith is frustrated.
That sucks.
You were encouraged, though, about the Gronk, A.J. Brown comparison from McDaniels.
Yeah.
I'm surprised, knowing he's talking to Patriots media, Patriots fans effectively when he gives that answer. I'm surprised he's even willing to go there because Gronk is really going to heighten expectations for A.J. Brown right away.
Yeah.
And he's not afraid
like
to go
the
there.
impact that Gronk had his whole career, because I don't think McDaniels was just going with like, here's a Patriot, so here's somebody people know. It's the NFL. You can bring up anybody over the last 10, 20 years. I think people are going to know who it is, especially if you're like, hey, he reminds me a little bit of Devontae Adams, who he had with the Raiders, or he's a different receiver, but like Brandon Marshall is also like a big, strong receiver, like Brandon Marshall with the Broncos. But is that like almost too low of a comp? Which is, I mean, if he has the kind of season that either one of those guys had in McDaniel's first year, you would sign up for that.
Right. Will he put up the numbers Devontae Adams put up with Josh McDaniels and the Raiders? No chance. He's not getting 180 targets. Devontae Adams had 180 targets that year.
Is that what the number was?
The target number, yeah. So he won't do that, but we have A.J. Brown on a higher tier, a couple higher tiers than Devontae Adams.
He had 100 catches, 1,500 yards, and he led the league with 14 touchdowns.
Yeah, so
that was Devontae Adams.
Look, if that happens, we're all going nuts.
Yeah.
And everybody who said that the Patriots got bodied by Howie Roseman can take a lap. But I wouldn't expect that. But we have A.J. Brown currently on a higher tier than Devontae Adams, which I think is fair. I mean, when he's been at his best, he's been better than Brandon Marshall, who was great.
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
I
true,
mean, I don't
true.
think it's fair to shoot past those names, and maybe that is why McDaniels went to Gronk. He's like, physically, he was asked, what was his first impression of A.J. Brown? And
He's a
like,
hoss.
He's a hoss. He's a big guy.
Look at this guy.
He's like Gronk. And so I just find it interesting McDaniel's willing to go there.
Yeah, I think, that sort of has stood out a little bit, right? Like the A.J. Brown and even Romeo Doubs, sort of how those guys are built compared to maybe Steph Diggs or obviously like Pop Douglas, Kyle Williams, two guys that are still on the team that are like the smaller receivers. So, yeah, I don't know. Like that clearly like heightens expectations, but I'd say the expectations were already extremely high. Like, you're trading a first-round pick. It's a guy that we've been talking on and off. Actually, we've been talking about A.J. Brown his whole career.
Yeah.
Because before even the Vrabel connection, it was you drafted N'Keal Harry over A.J. Brown.
Good point.
A.J. Brown wanted to be on the Patriots, and in Tom Brady's second to last year, you went with N'Keal Harry and not this guy. So I think people were definitely – we've been following him the whole time. Then he goes to Philly, and obviously wins a Super Bowl in Philly, and you're like, all right, this guy wants out. Then the connection to Vrabel. So – there's been a lot of discussion about A.J. Brown, so I think people are already banking on a pretty big year from him, even before McDaniel said that.
Look, I already was expecting a lot, but between his comment yesterday, what's left in the tank, we'll see, and Josh McDaniels comparing him to Gronk, I've even heightened the expectations a little bit. And again, as we said earlier, it's just words, but it's also the time of year where what else are we putting stock in? They're running around in shorts and T-shirts. He's getting one-handed catches on air yesterday on the practice field.
Good grab, though.
No, it was a great grab.
Yeah, nice grab.
But I'm saying we don't have a lot to go on this time of year. If you want to wait till the games, well, then fine. We got nothing to talk about till September. But we can go on some of this, and that would increase my expectations. Meanwhile, people are concerned about the knee injury with A.J. Brown.
Mm-hmm.
He was asked about that yesterday during his press conference. Here's what he had to say about his knee issues.
No injury, nothing to worry about. I think this whole little, you gotta understand where I came from. So any conversation about anything is gonna come up, So maybe in 4 years I'll miss one game from shot to the knee. So that's nothing to worry about. I'm good. I'm ready to go.
So I think the thing people need to know about his knee, he missed 2 games last year, not for knee issues, but for a hamstring. Now, he just said there, I missed 1 game in the last 4 years in Philly with my knee. He's had his knee drained, and it was being drained extensively en route to the Super Bowl, which they won 2 years ago.
They sure did.
You got to understand that with the knee, it's all projection. Like, he's not missing games because of the knee, and he hasn't been missing games because of the knee. And, in fact, 4 years ago when the Titans traded him to the Eagles, they were worried about his knees. It's why they wouldn't extend him. And he went and put up 2 All-Pro2 1,400-yard seasons. I think he was second-team All-Pro 3 of his 4 years in Philly. He made Pro Bowls. He was 1,000 yards every year. He went to a Super Bowl and lost it. He went to another Super Bowl and won it. They were in the playoffs every year. Like, the Titans were worried about this 4 years ago. So I'm not saying it will never be an issue, and it might crop up in 3 or 4 years. I don't think it's going to be an issue this year or next. Like, I don't think the Patriots are worried about it. I don't think he's worried about it. And I don't think that's why the Eagles traded him. The Eagles traded him because he had a falling out with Jalen Hurts, and he was alienated by the way they run the offense. That's why they traded him. People are acting like they traded him because his knees were a ticking time bomb.
No.
They traded him because it was falling out with the QB.
Well, right. And for them, it's sort of like TBD, and they can see what happens. But Tennessee, they already lost that trade so famously, and it ended up like blowing up their whole franchise if you think about it, because that led to Mike Vrabel going out. And since then, they've had 3 head coaches since Vrabel or whatever, something insane. And so they never replaced A.J. Brown. Now they're a mess of a franchise. So they wanted to have some sort of excuse for why they did that.
Knees.
Philly, knees. So he's going to have bad knees all the way into the Hall of Fame. He's going to walk with his horrible knees right into Canton in 10 years. Apparently that's what's going to happen with him.
Apparently. Because as we told you yesterday, he is just the 7th receiver to reach the milestones with yardage and touchdowns in their first 7 years, and it's mostly with other players in the Hall of Fame already.
It's him and Tyreek Hill for active players, and then 5 of the best 10 receivers of all time.
Okay, but keep worrying about his knees. 617-779-7937. We got your thoughts there on Jones and Keefe. We can also get into expectations for the offense. What's the ceiling for the Pats offense this year? We'll get into that next.
WEEI. WEEI.
Dan Orlovsky on the McAfee show yesterday. A.J. Brown kills man coverage. That's what the Pats needed in the postseason. What does that mean for the ceiling of this offense? We can get into it on Jones and Keith live in the Catches Law Injury Attorney Studios. No fee unless you win. This is some of what we were talking about yesterday, Keith. Not necessarily man versus zone, but in the postseason where you need your best guys to carry you and show up. I mean, Steph Diggs was nowhere to be found in the postseason. And I like Steph Diggs. They got a great season out of him. But the difference between Stephon Diggs at this stage of his career, not in his prime anymore, and A.J. Brown, who I think, even if he's just leaving his prime, still is on a higher level of player, a higher tier, if you will. And we went through the tiers yesterday. I think that's where you're going to see the difference. Maybe A.J. Brown doesn't put up massively better stats than Diggs a year ago. I think he will, but maybe not. He didn't last year in Philly. Mm-hmm. I think where you'll see it is January, and some of that is what Orlovsky's talking about.
Yeah, you look at the playoff games, which obviously were bad for the offense. It was bad for Diggs. It was bad for May. It was really bad for Will Campbell. It was bad for everybody. Twice, Drake May was held under 200 yards passing. The AFC Championship game, obviously in that weather game, he was held under 100 yards passing. The leading receivers in each game, it was Ramondre Stevenson had the most receiving yards in the Chargers game. Then it was Kayshon Boutte against Houston. And then it was Mac Hollins in the AFC title game and the Super Bowl.
The Super Bowl, I kind of forgot about that. Mac Hollins lit it up in the Super Bowl.
Yeah, he had some stuff. And obviously, they had a bunch of throwing yards. The game wasn't overly competitive, and so that can skew it a little bit. But still, it sort of shows you, Steph Diggs, unfortunately, was not a part of that. And I would be pretty surprised if A.J. Brown went 4 playoff games and wasn't the leading receiver in one of them. Right? Unless he's getting triple covered, and that really opens the door up for somebody else. But that'd be fairly surprising to me.
No, and I think that's fair. And look, if you want to throw back A.J. Brown's last playoff game last year against the 49ers where he did nothing in his face, I think that's fine. But I think that's what the Patriots are aiming for. I think that's what they're trying to accomplish here. What I disagree with from Orlovsky is that now all of a sudden the Patriots have the best wide receiver room in the AFC.
Well, so I was trying to figure out what he meant by that, because he said they have the best depth. So it's if you're really going 1 through 6.
1 through 6 is what he meant.
And I guess if you want to say other teams have a better duo, but then their number 3 and 4 guys stink. Maybe
you're right, but I don't care. I personally don't care about that.
No, I think
I don't care how good your 3 and your 4 is.
If you want to talk in the third one, I guess, right? Because at least they're on the field a lot, depending on your offense, you can play them a lot. But how many times are the Patriots going to have 4 wide on the field? I mean, Hunter Henry's on there a lot. Their running backs are on there a lot. I don't think it's going to be too many times where it's 4 wide. But Brown and Dobbs at least enters the conversation to me as one of the best duos, right? It's not Chase and Higgins, obviously. No. It's not even Waddle and Sutton.
No, it's not. It's neither.
Of those.
AJ Brown is better than some of the names. I think he's better than both Broncos receivers. But Dobbs isn't. When we went through the top 26 receivers, Dobbs is nowhere near that list for me.
No, Dobbs didn't make our top 26.
I don't know how far you'd have to go down before I mentioned Romeo Dobbs. 40 or 50?
Yeah, as far as teammates that cracked the top 26 on our list was the Bengals, the Cowboys, and the Broncos.
Mm-hmm.
And did I say the Rams already? Yeah. So
no, I don't think you did say
the Rams.
So the Rams are another one. We had Jameson Williams as a late omission. So the Lions, I think, have a better
Lions
duo.
Are close. Yeah, you're right. Lions are close. I guess depending on the health of I don't know, Godwin, Tampa Bay. No, but the point is it's good. AJ Brown, we have really high hopes for. We have him way up on the board overall. But if you're talking about the depth might be overrated. Unless you're talking about injuries, and then even then, if you're replacing one of your top guys, how are you really replacing them? Right, sort of the backup quarterback argument. What are you going to get there? And would you bet right now that Kayshon Boutte's on the team week 1?
No,
I kind of feel like he's not.
So
then that takes away from your depth.
But this is part of why I want him here.
Yeah, I do too.
Is exactly the Orlovsky argument is why I want him here. I think if it's A.J. Brown, Romeo Dobbs, and Kayshon Boutte, you're head and shoulders better in that receiver room than you were last year, because Boutte and Hollins both moved down a spot. You add Dobbs and A.J. Brown on top of that. That is a very good wide receiver room. I wouldn't call it the best in football or even the best in the AFC. I think he's gone too far with that. But you have upgraded from a year ago.
Yeah.
If it's Brown and Dobbs versus Diggs and Booty, and now Diggs and Booty are both gone and Brown and Dobbs are here, it's definitely still better.
Yeah.
But I think you're significantly better in the first scenario, not as much without Booty in there. Which is why I've consistently said I'm not moving him.
I do wonder how much, if everybody's healthy, which is a big if, but how much would they all be on the field at the same time? I feel like just based on sort of skill sets and watching these guys, don't you think Brown, Dobbs, Hollins, tight end running back, are going to be more likely than
probably
Brown with Booty?
They like Hollins for his blocking. And I mean, probably.
Yeah, and I think you can move those guys all around a little bit too. Booty was, I don't want to call him a one-trick pony because it's a good trick if it's a deep ball. Like if he's moving down the field 18, 20 yards a clip, I'll take it.
That just got Alec Pierce paid $100+ million.
No, I'll take that. But I feel like the other three receivers might be a little bit more versatile. And Booty does not strike me as the kind of guy that is going to be or at least satisfied with having his snap count taken down, let alone the targets.
Well, we know that because he's going into he's extension eligible after the year.
Yep.
And he's not showing up exactly. So we know he's not happy.
Part of me is like, all right, well, if you're Mike Vrabel, one of the reasons why I think you are a really good coach is you should be able to smooth that over. Or is it reminiscent of last year where you're like, yeah, maybe the team talent-wise might be better to keep Jabril Peppers or to keep Kyle Duggar or to keep, who is the other guy? There's one, maybe one of those guys but you're like, I don't want to Joe Milton.
Yeah.
But what?
Oh, yeah.
I don't really want to deal with it. And how much are they going to help me? Now, Booty might be more impactful than certainly Milton and maybe even those safeties the way they were trending. But it was like, all right, I could try to get in there and try to coach them up and convince them to be a part of this team, or I could just say see you later. We don't want to deal with it.
Easier to move on. Fair point. I mean, if they don't think they can rein him in. Twitch Chat also makes a fair point. Jones, why do you say you don't care about 3 and 4 receivers and then say you want Booty on the team? Well, I was talking about when Orlovsky's going through the exercise and saying he'd take the Pats over the Bengals, for instance, because of their 3 and 4 receivers. I'd rather have the top 2 on the Bengals than the Patriots receiver room 1 through 6. At that point, I don't care.
I'd rather you should weigh it more with the top 2.
Yeah.
I mean, it's this is another leap, but when people are like, oh, they have the best quarterback room. I'm like, well, who's the best starter?
Right. I don't really care who your third quarterback is. Yeah. Right. No, but I want Booty on the team. And I guess if I thought they were getting something significant for Kayshon Booty, I'd understand it more. The reports are they might get a fifth. They're getting a 5th or a 6th round pick.
I don't want that.
So to me, that I'd rather have him in the room helping the team this year. Now
he's also going to walk though. Last year's deal.
I don't care though. I'd rather get the year out of him on the team, assuming he's bought in. Maybe he's not.
5th round pick.
Than a 5th rounder a year from now. I know that makes you whole on the extra pick you threw in for AJ Brown. But I'd rather try to win this year than worry about a 5th or a 6th round pick, and I guess in that way lose him for quote unquote nothing. Although with the compensatory formula, he's going to count toward you could still get something for him, not to get too lost in the weeds. ESPN FPI put out their power index. We read through this earlier. I don't need to give you all the teams again, but the Patriots are 14th on their list, and the too long didn't read version of why is because, last year they fattened up on an easy schedule. This year their schedule is more difficult. And they acknowledge improvements the Patriots made, and they acknowledge all the success the Pats had last year on a per-play basis. They were the best offense in football. They were a top 10 defense, and I'd argue they've improved on both sides. So that's their argument, that the Patriots are 14th. And some of the teams in front of them just in the AFC really are laughable. It's teams they beat in the playoffs last year, who I don't necessarily think are any better, in the Houston Texans, and who's immediately a spot in front of them. The Chargers are way in front of them at 7. And I think there's other teams you can nitpick on there as well, but just 2 that they were better than last year, who they played last year on their crappy schedule and improved their team on top of it. I think ESPN FPI is way too low on the Patriots, and I would argue they're putting way too much on the schedule.
And this is also one where you're like, oh, did they not account for A.J. Brown? Did they do this a month ago? Did they just post this now? No, they include him in the write-up.
They absolutely included A.J. Brown in this exercise.
Yeah, that is wild. So based off of this, I didn't do the math ahead of time, but are they not even a playoff team? So Bills, Ravens, Chargers, Chiefs, Bengals, Texans. Oh, I guess they'd be the last one. They'd be the last playoff team.
The Bengals are another horrible team they have in front of them.
The Bengals.
Which was another team on the Patriots schedule last year, although they at least missed Burrow in that one.
But I mean, I know the Texans game, like the Texans have a good defense, but like we're taking C.J. Stroud now.
Not me.
We're going with C.J. Stroud in that one. So yeah, I think they're better. Also, I would say the Broncos also got really
Broncos
not enough credit.
Are a spot behind the Patriots. Yeah,
I think Pats and Broncos are two of the 3-4 best teams in the conference. I think, and maybe that is not enough credit to Drake May. It's also looking at side-eyed at Bo Nix. And then it's just like too reliant on. I mean, look at Josh Allen, Lamar Jackson.
The Chiefs bounce back too.
Yep. Well, that one.
That's fine.
I'm not going to argue that. Like, I wouldn't personally take the Chiefs ahead of the Patriots, but I don't think that's crazy. It's like
even for the Broncos, like they expect the
would you
Broncos
put
to not win that division.
Yeah. Would you pick the Broncos to be third in their division?
Nope.
No way. I'll probably pick them to win it again.
Me too.
I'm not there yet. We're not there yet. We have time.
No,
we don't do our predictions. For
but if
I
were to look into my crystal ball in the future and predict the division,
Broncos.
that's who I'm going to be picking in that division. Yeah. Well, let me look at it another way. If you look at the bottom of the list, and this is why I don't get the schedule argument, who's the worst team on ESPN FBI? The Dolphins.
Oh, yeah, they stink.
Who's the next worst? The Jets.
Oh, they also stink.
That's 4 of their games.
4 games against the 2 worst teams. Yeah.
28th are the Vegas Raiders. So I understand there's some good teams on the Patriots schedule, but even still, so like the Patriots schedule is more difficult this year. They play the Broncos. Pats are ahead of the Broncos on this.
Yeah.
They play the Jaguars. Pats are ahead of the Jaguars on this. So I wonder just how consistent they're being with it. And at bare minimum, I think they're not paying enough attention to the roster upgrades, which they acknowledge, but I don't think they're weighting them properly. And I think they're way overrating, A, how easy the schedule was last year and how much more difficult it's going to be this year. I think if you actually go through week by week and look at when the Patriots are getting some of these opponents, I think they were fortunate, even though they're playing tougher teams this year in the way it actually played out, as opposed to how it could have played out. Like, for the Lions game, I think helps you picture it the best. When the schedule came out, I'm like, wow, they might get the Lions in Detroit on a short week on Thanksgiving. But no, they're playing the Lions in an international game where you don't even have to go there, and it's not in a hornet's nest like a Thanksgiving game. Like, the way I pictured the schedule versus the way the schedule actually came out, I think was fortunate for the Pats.
I also look at it like, what's their weakness? I would say probably pass rush.
I think that's right.
Pass rush right now would be their weak spot. Kind of hard pressed to find another one though, and like they have a really good secondary. Their defensive interior is good.
I wouldn't call the O-line a weakness, but I would call it a wild card.
Wild card, yep, that's true. I mean, well, I guess it's TBD. But in order for me to put them in the middle of the league is what they're doing. They're saying they're a middle of the pack team. You would have to already make up your mind that the O-line's going to be bad. You would have to say you're going to get 0 pass rush, and because of the tougher schedule, Drake May is going to turn into a pumpkin. Like, I don't think all 3 of those things are going to happen.
No. And they also have the good point by the Twitch chat as well. They have the Bills 12 spots ahead of the Pats, second in the NFL. I don't even have I have the Patriots winning the division.
I would not be surprised if they did.
So,
yeah, it's super high on the Bills. I'm telling you, like Josh Allen, Lamar Jackson, Patrick Mahomes, I think they're all unbelievable individual players. The Bills and Ravens have new head coaches this year, and the Chiefs missed the playoffs a year ago. So, like, they're not perfect.
No. 617-779-7937. More thoughts there on the Pats. Looking back to the Red Sox as well. A new criticism. They can't focus at home. Why is that? One Sox veteran has a theory on that. Plus, how much should Celtics fans and Boston sports fans really care about this NBA Finals matchup? We'll get into that next. and Keith here on WEEI. We'll get into this NBA Finals matchup with the Spurs and Knicks tipping it off tonight in San Antonio. How much should Celtics fans, Boston sports fans in general, care about this matchup? But real quick, text line asks Keith.
Yeah.
More of a statement, I'm sorry.
Oh, okay.
Guys, wow, no weaknesses on the Patriots. 17-0 with a championship. Here we come. You didn't say no weaknesses.
Well, it'd be 20-0.
Oh, good point.
Wouldn't it be 20? No, I did say weakness. I said pass rush is a weakness, and then you could argue that, offensive line is not necessarily a strength. I just think when you look across all the position rooms, and we did this, it was another tier idea that we did leading into the season. It was like tiering the position groups, right? Because the jumping off point was Orlovsky hyping up the wide receiver room. But then if you look around, obviously like the quarterback, obviously we like the running backs, the tight end. They got an injury there, but you still have Hunter Henry. You have a above average tight end. Assuming they sign Christian Gonzalez, you have a good secondary, good linebackers. Still got the milkman. Safety we like. They actually improved safety. The rookie kicker proved to be a good kicker.
I think between the way Woodson played in the playoffs last year and then adding Byard, I like their safeties a lot. And I thought that was sneaky, at least until Woodson emerged in the postseason. I thought that was kind of a sneaky weakness on the team last year.
I think it's pass rush, and now they have some upside there with their second-round pick. Like maybe they even have a guy that we haven't seen yet, and he ends up emerging and being really good. It's not like looking at the Red Sox roster and being like they can't hit. If they're 14th in the NFL, it feels like they must have a handful of weaknesses, or at least more than they're letting on. And it just seems like they're ranked pretty low, which is fine. Vrabel can use it as motivation. The guys can look at it as all right, nobody expects us. If they make it to the Super Bowl this year, and if they want to say nobody thought we could get here, they're kind of right.
Yeah.
I mean, you and I kind of do, and maybe a few other people locally, but certainly nationally, nobody's giving the Patriots any kind of hope or chance this year.
Look, I would say, they were in the Super Bowl a year ago. They effectively, I shouldn't say they lost no one. They lost Diggs, but I don't really think they lost much else.
It's like Diggs and Chason and Bradbury, as far as guys who played.
And you could argue they upgraded, I would say certainly two of those. I don't know that it's fair to say Wilson will automatically be better than Bradbury, but
safety and wideout are better.
Yep.
Pass rush, I think, is going to be a wash.
I think they had a good draft. I think they had a really good free agency. Overall for the offseason, I give them an A, and they were in the Super Bowl last year.
Okay.
So,
right.
Yeah, I'd expect them to be pretty good this season, which is why when we went through the schedule, I had them for 12. You had them for 10. We both have them winning the division.
Yep. Duck boats.
Yeah.
There it is.
I'm not going quite that far because the Rams are going to be a tough one to pick off.
Yeah.
But they should be another team going on a deep run.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, we're all the way to the end of the run, just about, in the NBA Finals, Keith. We got the Spurs and Knicks, game 1 tonight.
Mm-hmm.
How much do you think Boston fans should and do care about this matchup? Are fans watching being like, God, I hate New York.
It is funny because, I wonder how much even, the diehard Celtics fan has been paying attention. As soon as they lose in the first round, you're like, how much more? You're just so upset and, you can't believe the failure of a season it is. Did you watch a lot of the next round with the Knicks? Did you watch a lot of the Western Conference playoffs?
See,
you might have needed a little break from it.
I think maybe Celtics fans came back for Thunder Spurs just because that was some must-see TV. But short of that, I bet they weren't super dialed in on the Knicks playoff run. No.
But this one, I think you should be interested in because a couple of things are in play. Either Wemby begins his reign on the league and he wins 5 of the next 8 titles or something insane, which I think is in play. Or when everybody's telling you how much better the West is, and then all of a sudden a team in your conference, in your division, and one of your main rivals who beat you in the playoffs a year ago, they win the title? And they might bring everybody back again next year. Maybe they found the coach that hits all the right buttons and everything, and now you're like, wait a minute, now we're looking up at another team in our conference? We're really I think it's clear they're going the wrong way. Title, second-round exit, first-round exit. But when the New York Knicks, if they win it, that says a lot.
Well, I would spin it the other way and say if the Knicks win, then you're actually closer than we think to a title. Then the Knicks get, gentlemen swept by the Spurs, 5 games. And now the Knicks swept the team that you lost to, the Sixers. And then you lost to the Knicks a year ago. It's like, well, how many million miles away is this team from a championship if the Spurs are dominating the team that dominated the team that we lost to in round 1?
Yeah, I get what you're saying, but I just look at it where maybe this is me not giving the Knicks credit. So maybe it's me. I don't know. The Celtics and Brad Stevens probably don't feel this way, but like I look at last year, I'm like, you blew 2 20-point leads. I still, idiot me, think you were the better team. This year, maybe they spin it like, well, Tatum wasn't 100% and he didn't play Game 7 against the Sixers, and we would have given them a better series than the Sixers did, who certainly didn't give them a series at all. Maybe you can sort of talk yourself into that and be like, we're actually close, if not better than the Knicks. But if they go out and beat the Spurs, you can't say with a straight face you're better than the Knicks.
No, you can't. But I also would agree that I don't think they're like a million miles away from the Knicks. They might be a million miles away from San Antonio. They might be a million miles away, or a little less, I guess.
But I guess that's my point.
Thunder.
Is now you're like at best the 4th best team in the NBA. That's a kind of at best, right?
Well, I don't know. If the Knicks beat the Spurs, maybe they're not as good as we think. That's what I'm saying.
Oh, you said the Spurs aren't as good.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, but still better than the Celtics.
Well, I think.
That's what I would say. But
I think,
okay.
but I mean,
I get your point a little bit.
Maybe the East is better than we think. Maybe the Knicks are better than we think. Maybe the Spurs are worse than we think. Maybe we overrated the West. Like
either
if
way,
the Knicks
I think
win,
you can't
all those
spin
things.
it as a negative for the Celtics either way, because now it's like you're thinking this Tatum Brown duo is gonna be the start of a dynasty, right? And because people love to point out all the Eastern Conference Finals they've been to, and like that's not nothing, but we count championships here, and so they win one when these guys were pretty young. But now if the Knicks also have one, like, oh man, like now you have not only you might have like a murderer's row, or not a murderer's row, you might have like a really difficult series to get through here before you even go to the finals. Right? It's like sort of like Celtics Pistons before it becomes Celtics Lakers or whatever, like all the different matchups in the 80s that you're kind of hoping to get. Or Sixers, I guess the Sixers team back then. So yeah, I know. I definitely it's the NBA Finals, so I'm interested in it. The Spurs are more entertaining than like the Tim Duncan Spurs for sure. So like yeah, I have quite a bit of interest to see if the Knicks and like their team can play well and keep this thing going. I do think the Spurs win in 5. Like I don't think it's going to be a super competitive series, but I am interested in it.
We're both picking the Spurs in the series. Like I think they're the smart pick.
Yeah.
I wouldn't pick the Knicks in the series, but I am rooting for New York. I find them to be pretty likable. They're the underdog, which I usually skew to in a neutral setting. I don't think rooting for the Knicks is like rooting for the Yankees or rooting for the Habs or something like that.
No.
Rooting for like the Jets even if they ever got there, which
yeah,
they're never going to get there.
Right.
But
what's the other
I
thing
don't
is like
think
the Knicks
there's
haven't won in our lifetime.
Yeah, there's not as much bad blood. I don't think it's Boston, New York, but I don't feel the same bad blood with the Knicks and their fan base that I do with some of those other teams. Yeah. So to me, they feel like they are the underdog in the series.
Oh, big time.
They're a likable team. That's who I'm going to be rooting for. But you're also not only picking the Spurs, you're rooting for the Spurs, correct?
I think I am. Now, like I said, once the game starts playing out, sometimes you think you're rooting one way, and then just the way that it goes, you end up rooting the other way. But I think going into it, I'm rooting for the Spurs.
Yeah. I mean, look, I understand wanting to see Wemby win it and see what they're capable of, and is this a new era in the NBA? Although we've said that with other teams, I don't think we're magically in a one-and-done era where the NBA snap their fingers and no one wins back-to-back.
No, it'll happen.
Maybe Wemby will be the guy to do it.
Probably.
And I'm interested in seeing that play out. But in this series, rooting for New York, how much do Boston fans care? And what do you think is the better outcome for the Celtics? 617-779-7937. We'll get to your phone calls on this, plus all your Patriots phone calls. We discussed a lot of the A.J. Brown fallout from his press conference yesterday. And let's get back to the Red Sox, Keith, in just a deuce.
Oh.
2 quick minutes of commercials.
I get it.
A Red Sox player calling out others on the team, other elements of the organization for their struggles at home, just 9-20 this year at Fenway Park. We'll get to that again in just 2 minutes.
our goal is just to go out and play baseball, and it'll turn eventually, But yeah, it's obvious, the way we've played so well on the road, and it's been a struggle here as far as wins and losses is concerned.
Feed is brought to you by the 99 Restaurants. That was Red Sox interim manager Chad Tracy after another home loss for the Sox last night. Sox series with the Orioles continues tonight. Peyton Tolley takes on Chris Bassett. First pitch from Fenway Park is at 6:45. Dig into the 99 Restaurants. $14.99 big deal meals available all day, every day. Save on big hearty favorites like grilled teriyaki chicken at just $14.99. That's a big deal. You gotta love the nines. I'm Billy Lanny, and that's what's in our feed on WEEI.
Tell your smart speaker to play 93.7 WEEI.
This is Jones and Keefe
on WEEI.
I'm a fan of Tigger myself.
Yeah, of course. The
around.
wonderful thing about Tigger is Tigger's the only one. Here's the 2-2. Is drilled to left. If it's high enough, it's out of here, and it is gone. That'll make Connolly Early feel like Eeyore. A 2-run blast. Another pitch. Just got too much of the plate, and it is 3-1 O's.
Well, something we expected to spend a lot of time on today was Pete Alonso. Of course, Pete Alonso homered last night, Keefe.
Oh, yeah. Polar Bear might go yard tonight.
You want to go out on a limb and say the Red Sox probably should have got him this offseason?
I wish they had Pete Alonso. I should have brought him up more in our time in between the seasons. I feel like his name was discussed every single day.
I think
it was the most obvious signing
Keith,
in baseball history.
It was so obvious. Almost the second the Red Sox traded away Rafi Devers, which we were both in favor of, almost the second they dealt him, and people are like, "How are you going to replace him? What are you going to do?"
This guy hits 50 home runs.
We brought up Alonso as a looming free agent almost immediately. We both wanted him then. We wanted him all off season. Never
and then
mind
he went
Bregman
to the
and everything
Orioles.
else. Okay, so then
Like,
he goes in the
come
division,
on.
and I think Contreras actually has been the more productive, better player than Alonso this season. So, like, 1-for-1, Contreras greater than Alonso right now. I don't necessarily expect that to hold up over the course of the year. I think Alonso will be a better player by year's end.
Mm-hmm.
But right now, I think you've gotten more out of Contreras than Alonso. But you could have both. And you could have saved the Suarez money and spent it on Alonso and then traded the garbage you traded and rip off Chaim Bloom for Wilson Contreras. And you could have both. And now one's at DH, one's at first base, which clearly it'd be Alonso at DH, the way Contreras plays first base.
Oh, yeah, but you'd be like kind of cooking with gas now. Like your lineup would look a lot better. You'd be able to sort of withstand some of the slumps of some of the other guys. You would be able to, bury a couple of guys maybe later in the lineup because you'd be deeper at the top and you'd have more power, like right off the rip.
So, I expected to spend more time on that today. But then,
however,
Isaiah Kiner-Falefa blew the lid off this thing last night. The audio is admittedly a little bit hard to hear, but we're going to play a Kiner-Falefa after the game. He's asked why the team struggles at home, because they struggle at home. They lose last night 4-2. You could see it coming a million miles away against an Orioles team that's trash on the road, which makes last night even worse.
They're 9-20.
9-20
at home. It's the worst record in baseball.
Worst in baseball, and pushing their worst home record in a century.
Yeah. The last 100 years, they've been better at home.
1932, they're pushing their worst home record, okay? And last night was extra offensive. Early gets out of a jam in the first. Then Duran triples to lead off the game. You're like, okay, here we go.
Cooking.
They barely even get him home with a sac fly. And then they don't have a hit for 5 innings, and all of a sudden they lose the game 4-2. Okay, so they're terrible, awful, the worst that they've been in a century at home. And Kiner-Falefa is asked about it after the game. And here's what he has to say. Again, bear with it. I'll clean it up on the back end. But here's what he had to say about their struggles at home.
I just feel like on the road we're a very close-knit team. We come home and there's just a lot of people. It's different. It's just a different vibe at home, and we got to figure out a way to make it small like how it is on the road. I just feel like at home we see a lot of people that we don't know, or just don't know that are around this area, and when we're on the road, it's just a close-knit group, and we're becoming a really close team, and we got to find a way to bring that back home.
Okay, so again, he feels like on the road they're close-knit, Keefe.
Yeah, they play cards. watch movies.
We come home, and there's a lot of people. A lot of people.
Yeah, Boston's like a big city.
He says it's different, just different vibe at home. And we got to figure out a way to make it small, like how it is on the road.
Right, the card games.
I was like, I can help him with that. Just feel like at home we see a lot of people that we don't know, or I just don't know that are around this area. The clubhouse?
I don't know what.
When we're on the road, it's a close-knit group, and we're becoming really close. And, we got to find a way to bring that home.
So my first thought, the way he said it, he kind of doubled down on it because he, said it and then kind of, talked his way back into the same thing and talking about, there's just more people around. I thought it was, hangers-on or, an entourage or ladies or whatever it might be where you're
what I thought.
These guys now at home have, bigger friend groups that are either, distracting them or – not that they're, we haven't heard anything about being, late to the ballpark or anything like that. We haven't heard that. Or we heard that once, right?
Under Cora.
Narvaez. Yeah, good point.
That's
Wasn't that on the road, though?
That's a young
might have been on the road.
I don't know if it was a home or away. That was late to the ballpark. You're right. That might have been away.
What is this? You're just bringing more ladies into Fenway or, these guys don't have their full attention while they're here, while they're on the road? They treat it more as a business trip. Maybe they stay together. Maybe they have more dinners or lunches together, and they're just sort of on this tight schedule. They're at the ballpark earlier, whatever it might be. He didn't get into full detail, but he opens that door up to speculate about all kinds of stuff.
So we'll see where I'm sleeping tonight.
Sounds Jared
could
Duran
be anywhere
in Kansas City at the end of the trip, coming back home. We'll see where I'm sleeping tonight, is what he said.
Yeah.
So I thought the same exact thing, Keith, and I thought not necessarily about Duran. Maybe I'm missing it. I just thought about the other young guys, Anthony and Meyer. Plenty of videos of them out on the town.
Yeah.
And
not to do this to our guy Marcelo Meyer.
No.
We looked up the home road splits. It is drastic.
You want to pull those up again?
It's 700 something OPS on road games, 441 at home.
Which again, not to say he's been great on the road.
He's been kind of not great either
but
place,
he's been
specifically bad.
Passable on the road and the worst. He has the worst on base percentage among qualifiers at home. That was the stat of the week that Matt tweeted at us earlier today.
Yeah.
He's hitting 274 with a 703 OPS on the road, hitting 162 with a 441 OPS at home.
Tired legs at home. Tired legs at Fenway Park.
These guys are busy at home. They got a lot of people that want to see them.
That's what I thought. And that's where my mind immediately went. There's people around here we don't know.
What the hell?
Okay.
He has 12 hits at home on the year.
Now, Greg.
Yeah, 12 big ones, though.
Greg seems to think it is the driveline analysts and the other people that are around the team at home that don't go on the road.
Okay.
Breslow makes some road trips. I can't imagine a lot of these driveline analysts are making the trip. But Greg had a massive scoop last week on Roman Anthony.
Greg is tapped in with the Red Sox.
He's still not getting enough credit. EEI's not getting enough credit for how EEI covered that story where most people had their heads in the sand on it.
Greg knows more about the Red Sox than Sam Kennedy does. That's a fact.
Maybe Kennedy and Breslow combined. So, EEI dominated the crap out of that story. Yeah. And when Greg says it might be driveline, that never occurred to me. Does Kiner Falefa really not know who those guys are? Maybe not.
Maybe not, but he knows who Breslow is, and whether they like him or they need an interpreter or whatever whatever it is with him, they know who he is. And then, do they have a lot of guys employed? And I don't know the answer to this, but do they have a lot of guys that were employed that wouldn't even be at spring training and would never have if there's somebody somewhere in the system that might have something to say to you, the player, about your swing or your spin rate or whatever. They don't know these guys, and they just met them for the first time. I mean, I'm not saying it's impossible, but
it didn't occur to me. Greg might be right. I really don't know what Kiner Falefa is talking about. It's such a wild statement, but I assumed he was talking about hangers-on and
I think it's one of these things
entourage family, people hanging around at home games that aren't on the road. That's what I assumed.
Yeah, I think it might. This is how I read it anyway. Is that maybe there's more guys on the team that are worried about what they're doing after the game than they are when they're on the road.
Hey,
I personally would think it would be the opposite.
We're in a new city. Where are we going to be?
But you brought up the fact that, all right, well, maybe at home these guys are local celebrities. We're on the road. I don't know. There's
it's
less
not
of an interest,
Manny
I guess.
and Ortiz and Pedro. 20 years
Pierce,
ago,
Garnett, Allen,
where
or
people know you everywhere. Marcelo Meyer goes to Kansas City. All due respect, a friend of the show, Marcelo Meyer.
Yeah.
He goes to Kansas City or Atlanta or wherever, and no one knows who the hell he is.
I'm sure they can do okay if they wanted to. I mean, these are young, athletic men.
But in Boston, being a Red Sox Probably doesn't count for what it did 10, never mind 20 years ago.
Oh, it's something.
But it carries a little further here. And maybe it's just as simple as, hey, where are we going out after the game? Where are we going?
Because you know who's the most upset when we say they should trade Jaren Duran? It's the ladies.
It's true.
It's the ladies.
A lot of blowback.
I'm sure there were a lot of people that didn't want Tyler Seguin to be traded. You know, kind of maybe a similar vibe.
Huh. So anyways, that's what I assume. But maybe it's the driveline people. Although that's a weird one, too. I thought Breslow and his crew didn't go near the players. I thought that was the problem.
They can't talk to them.
And now they're around too much. Yeah. So maybe that is what Kiner Falefa is talking about. I would just say that doesn't really align with the criticism of Breslow and all the dorks who don't speak baseball and aren't around the baseball team. Now they're around too much.
But at least this was a guy, and it is left a bit vague, but he's the first guy to not just throw his hands up in the air when asked about why you're better on the road than at home.
I don't know. That's a weird statistical thing. He's calling out maybe his teammates, maybe the analysts in the front office, but he's calling something out.
Chad Tracy today, right, with the guy with Rich and Ken with
I
Ted?
believe thumbs up in the back. I thought they were at Fenway today.
If they get Chad Tracy, I know.
Down at Fenway, yes.
I know what I'm interested in hearing.
Yeah. Who's he talking about?
What's going on?
Yeah.
What's going on there?
Well, Isaiah Kiner Falefa said, guys might be distracted at home. There's too many people around. Who are the people? Who's he talking about?
People.
Who's there?
Yeah.
Who is it? 617-779-7937. You can jump in on this potentially explosive comments from one of the Red Sox, again, about other members of the organization and or his teammates. So we'll pick up with that. And in just 2 minutes, this was especially embarrassing last night, and I knew it was going to blow up in my guy Breslow's face. Taking a mini victory lap on Nesson before they went out and scored 2 runs on 5 hits and another home loss.
Wow.
Breslow's victory lap, again, in just 2 minutes. Go nowhere.
Miller time. People think it just happens, but that...
Thing you point out is that's hard to do, to have a batting average that goes up that much, OPS that goes up that much, and only score 3/100ths of a run more per game. I think guys are kind of starting to settle in to understanding their roles, the way that they can contribute to being themselves. And then there have been some individual performances that certainly stand out over the last month. The damage that Duran has done, what Mickey Gasper and Sogard and guys like that have offered when they've come up. Wilson and Willie and Sedano have been consistently really, really good. And then starting to see, Caleb Durbin be the guy that he was last year, where he's spraying the ball all over the park.
was Craig Breslow before the game yesterday on Nesson with Tom Caron, and I'm like, come on, Bres, you're my guy.
Yeah.
Don't take a victory lap.
No, I wouldn't right now.
Because Caleb Durbin, Scrappy Doo, has hit for like 3 games.
He's got a couple of hits. Mickey Gasper's got a few hits. That's New Hampshire's Mickey Gasper.
He mentioned Nick Sogard right in there, which, by the way, Nick Sogard on the IL today. They've called up another member of the Scrappy Doo trade, Keith.
Oh, good.
Anthony Seigler.
All right. Things are looking up.
Kyle Harrison, by the way, 12 Ks last night for the Brewers. I don't know if we mentioned that yet today.
Yeah.
So
did he strike out Devers 3 times?
He did.
Is that what somebody said?
Yeah. So you could have won the Devers trade right then and there. And I felt like he was a good return for Devers when they made it. Then they gave him away for nothing. But now Durbin, Monasterio, and Seigler are all on the big league team.
Good return.
That's your return for Kyle Harrison. But Sogard, he mentioned. He also started off the comment by being like, yeah, all those numbers you're reading, it's crazy we haven't scored more runs. Like he's still like lost in the analytics and the models and being like, yeah, we've done this. My models actually tell me we even should have scored more. We're actually doing even more than you realize we are.
Yeah, which really should sum up the whole thing, right? Like if Craig Breslow and his team are looking at these numbers and like these numbers should equal this. Well, they don't always.
No.
They haven't all season.
That's the difference between numbers and actual real-life baseball.
Right. That's why you need that blend, and that's why it was Theo's comments that we were talking about earlier in the week about how he can't believe just how stat-driven he is.
300ths of a run more per game.
Like, I don't need to hear that. You can't score 300ths of a run. I don't even want to hear it. But, like, Theo will happily look at all the stats,
when
but
people
he's
are like,
you're doing too much stats.
When people are like, he needs a give me that again, Nick. When people are like, he needs a translator, this is what he's talking about.
300ths of a run more per game.
People are like, can someone just clean that up for this guy?
Translate to what, like 1 run during the season?
I don't.
Yeah, seriously.
I'm admittedly bad at math. I don't know.
Just be like, we're barely scoring more runs.
Right.
Barely score more. We don't need to give us that.
Every
You're
month,
not helping yourself.
Every month, I forecast my credit card bill, and then I have to go yell at my wife. Like, I mean, sometimes like what we're forecasting.
She's like, it's only 300ths of a percentage higher.
Sometimes what we forecast isn't real life. Sometimes sometimes the projection model needs an adjustment.
No,
and I understand why people are frustrated with that. And that's on the heels, or actually, sorry, that was before Isaiah Kiner-Falefa called out something in the organization. Maybe the analysts and driveline. That's what Greg thinks. Maybe too many hangers-on, family, entourage, the females.
So the ladies of the night.
Spending a little time lined up outside the clubhouse waiting for the Red Sox to come out with these young players. I don't know. I genuinely don't know what it is. That's what I first thought of, but I wouldn't dismiss what Greg is passing along either. So this is what's going on with the Red Sox. A lot of you want to talk about the team. You can. 617-779-7937. Bob's in Rhode Island. Hello, Bob.
Hello, sir.
Hello.
What do you think about the pathetic Red Sox? It goes all the way back to when Haywood Sullivan got rid of Carlton Fisk, Rick Burleson,
it does?
and Fred Lynn. Yeah,
I feel like they recovered from that, though, Bob, at one point.
I stopped becoming a Red Sox fan anymore.
You missed 04. It was awesome.
They lost you then.
Ago, buddy.
You missed 04, Bob. It was tremendous.
I don't give a shit. I didn't like them then for the 4 World Championships.
Kid, say that. You can't swear on the. You can't swear.
Don't called back after we hung up on him like 5 times the other day.
What radio show do you hear with swears on it? You can't swear. He's still mad they got rid of Fisk.
Yeah.
That's a new one on me.
I thought
I think they say Babe Ruth. They sold Babe Ruth. That was BS. Should have done that.
Why are you accusing him of being old? How dare you?
He's not old. He just hasn't followed the team. So he hates the team now, but he's always hated the team.
I agree. All their issues today. What's going on with the Red Sox started with Haywood Sullivan selling off Carlton Fisk.
Haywood Sullivan.
And Fred Lynn. Who else did he say?
Yeah. They sold off Freddie Lynn?
That is when it started.
What he said?
I agree.
And Pudge Fisk?
Yeah, I thought 07. I'm sorry, 04, 07, 13.
18 was good.
I thought that would have made up for at least those. I mean, that doesn't let John Henry off the hook for what's going on currently.
He missed some big games.
I would let the Red Sox, especially since it's not the same ownership, I would let them off the hook for that.
He missed Clemens. He missed Boggs. He missed a lot of stuff. There's good teams in there.
I don't give a
All right, well, you called us.
Good tweet in there. Or I'm sorry, good nugget in there if you were listening on the Twitch
feed. Walk off there by Bob.
Or on YouTube.
He's upset.
Ted's in the car. Hello, Ted.
Get him, Ted.
Guys, good afternoon. How are you?
Great.
Just calling because I agree with you that Breslow really shouldn't be taking a victory lap, but this is the modern age of baseball where you don't really get people paying attention, especially where they're not doing well. He's got to try to build something, probably even to save his job. So, I mean, normally you wouldn't do that, but the Bob Costas of the world, we're going to keep watching.
What I would do is I would go make a move. Like, this is what's so frustrating. I think I maintain the Red Sox are easy to fix, but you got to actually do something about it. They need bats. You can put them pretty much anywhere, and you got to get their heads screwed on right at home. They're actually a good road team. Winning record, positive run differential, Bob. So, like, I don't think they're that hard to fix, but you got to actually do something about it. And I said, my guy Brez, you got to make a move before the Patriots get A.J. Brown.
I got a text.
They didn't do it.
I got a text brag from Goo of the Mac and Goo podcast.
Oh, wow.
Who said,
wow.
What you do? Well, let me tell you. Let me finish. You might.
Unless it's Mac, I
don't.
don't.
You just might.
Yeah.
Why not make a couple of moves right now? And if it doesn't work, you still have time to sell those guys.
Great point.
Teams have done it before. I think the Angels did it a year ago. Now, it was like, what are you doing? But it was like they at least gave themselves a shot. They didn't get back in the race.
Yeah, it was Lucas Giolito. They traded for Lucas Giolito.
That is it.
I think they waived him. I don't think they traded him.
Oh, maybe they waived him.
Well, don't do that.
Well, don't do that. But I'm saying, like, teams have done it where they've sort of bought early, given themselves enough of a runway, and we're like, oh, we don't have it. And then at that point, you at least tried. And if you then you don't have it, and then deal Chapman and Gray and whatever else isn't, locked up.
Our guy Gordo, Play Tessie Podcast, tweeted this out because the text line says, sounds like it's a mutiny against Breslow.
Could be.
Good poll that he put out there today. Where are you at on Breslow?
What are the options?
How would you vote on this?
I don't give a
Fully in? Would you vote for that?
I'm always fully in.
Nasty.
Just one time for me. 9 months later, Lucas.
Always.
Undecided.
That's one of the benefits. All right, so undecided, fully in, undecided.
Give him until the offseason.
Give him to the offseason?
Or fire him today. How would you vote? How would you vote?
Oh. I guess if I had out of those options, I don't even like those options. I guess I would say
that's not the question.
To
How
the
would you vote?
The second to last one.
Give him until the offseason.
Yeah.
It's also how I voted. 75%
fire now.
Agree with Nick.
Wow.
He gone. Fire today.
I would do more of a get going. You have a month. You have a month to make some moves. If you don't make moves by then, we're not going to have you in charge of the deadline. So that's why I don't like the options because I don't want to. I'm not firing him today, but I don't want to give him all the way to the end of the season. I feel like there's a middle ground there where maybe you get closer to like the 4th of July and you're like, what have you done? All right, we're going to get somebody else in here, and then we're going to sort of like have Theo have to approve any kind of move that gets made because I'm not trading Franklin Arias to save my job, but I'm also not just sitting on my hands and not bringing in a bat.
Nope. So you could go vote if you'd like.
Please do.
That's Gordo's tweet up there. Again, follow him at Play Tessie on the
approval
Odyssey app.
rating is low. For Craig.
Yeah, it's still for the time being, my guy, Craig Breslow.
Wait, they're talking to oh no, he's going to talk to Greg on Thursday, right? Not Friday with the live crowd.
Yeah, correct.
Okay, so at least he doesn't get that again.
At least the robot is wise enough to smart enough to that.
Smart.
He's like, I will not speak to a live audience.
But if Kego's, they'll change it to Friday because that has happened before.
Oh, yeah,
if they move it to Friday, then Kego's probably gonna have a few drinks in her, and then she might just boo him.
She'll just really let loose. For God's sakes, that is true. It's Jones and Keefe live in the Catches Law Injury Attorney Studios. No fee unless you win. You are going to have Rich and Ken with Ted Johnson live at Fenway today. So stay tuned for that. We think they're talking to Chad Tracy on the program. Should be interesting stuff. We'll get you the clip du jour. And coming up next, it's time for Grab Bag.
That you don't know what you got till it's gone. You did paradise and put up a
Grab Bag.
Oh, it certainly is time for Grab Bag here on Jones and Keefe, WEEI. Grab Bag is brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. If you're looking for some Red Sox baseball tonight, Jones, you are in luck, sir.
Oh, baby.
Sox, unfortunately, are playing at Fenway Park, which has been a house of horrors for them.
Again, that's horrors.
Yeah. It could be
I
both.
don't give a
Well, I'm just telling you. 9-20 at home, 25-34 overall. Once again, a 6:45 first pitch against the Baltimore Orioles. That means a 5:45 pregame here on WEEI. Peyton Tolley, friend of the show and two-time Host of the Week on the mound. He's 2-2 with a 2.61 ERA. Opposite Chris Bassett, kind of a Hoss himself, 6'5", 220, old Hoss.
You might need to put him out to pasture.
37 years old.
Yeah.
Comes into this one 4-3 with an ERA over 5.
Yeah, I mean, on paper,
Red Sox got to have this one, Jones.
We said this yesterday. On paper, all these pitching matchups favor them, but then
you going must win?
Early gave up a bunch of bombs. It's a borderline must win. I'm not even joking.
We're closing in on a must win.
They should smack
How many more games until you wave the white flag?
Yeah, seriously. Enough's
good
enough,
question.
Jones.
When they were at 10 games under 500 and 5 games out the other day, I was thinking about it. Then they won 2 straight.
Teetering?
Yeah, I was teetering.
You were teetering?
That's about my line. 5 games out and 10 games under 500. As bad as the American League is, that's where I'm starting to go. I don't know that they can go much past
that. So it is
that.
a must win.
They're
No, they were already there. I'm saying if they go past that.
No, I was going to say it'll be 4.5 if they lose tonight.
Yeah, so like another game or two.
They're 4 out, but the bigger number is 6 teams ahead of them.
Right.
So there's that.
But
and they also suck out loud at home.
That doesn't help. But, playing the Orioles, who also aren't – I mean, the Orioles are not good.
No.
So that helps.
It's 1:30 time for grab bags on Jones and Keefe. Red Sox still suck. AJ Brown is a Patriot finally. But we can now ask, is Tracy Biden following Keefe on Instagram? Bob Ryan tweeting like a lunatic. Keefe isn't fat anymore, but Keiko is boost back in Maine. Ken Volin and Butter Guy talking clams on Twitch.
There's a lot in there.
Wow.
There's a lot in there.
Take a shot at the Twitch chat?
Well, no,
Yeah.
I'm imagining that's a Twitch chat member who sent that in.
I
is
think
how I
that
would
must have
interpret
been-
that.
Yeah, that's good stuff. I think he's Ken Volin on Twitch. that was look at
Ken Volin. Nice job.
Ken Volin, mayor of Twitch. That's self-appointed mayor of Twitch.
Good job, Ken Volin.
Ken Volin. Now Twitch is all fired up because they don't like that. They were like, we didn't vote on this.
Yeah, no, Twitch loves
This is
it.
a democracy. But they were all fired up about that. But that was a good one. So Keefe at WEEI.com. Also, what we did yesterday was we solicited for a closing song. Now, it won't be the same closing song every day.
Yeah, this isn't like a competition for this is our closing song for the
Forever.
rest of eternity. No.
But you guys are doing a great job, whether it's AI or otherwise. I know that's a hot button issue.
Yeah.
And I was like, you know what? Use your creativity for maybe like a walk-off song, and got one already lined up for today. So you'll have to stay tuned to the very end.
We
and you can
asked
hear
and we
that.
received.
Yeah. We absolutely.
How about that?
That is true. It's rare.
That's so rare.
Stanley Cup Final, Jones. If you were watching this one, you're like, oh, the Hurricanes are going to cruise to a win, up 2-0. Not so fast, my friend, as Lee Corso would say, as the Golden Knights stormed back to a 5-4 win in Carolina in the Lenovo Center.
Right there in their own Lenovo Center.
Yeah, they went into the Lenovo Center and they stole game 1.
Aye.
Game 2 tomorrow night on ABC at 8 o'clock. I do think Carolina bounces back, but boy, Vegas putting up a fight.
My mother-in-law, they moved to Charlotte about 5 years ago.
Was she there?
No.
Was she behind the glass?
She's a bandwagon Hurricanes fan, apparently, as I found out last night. Here's our text exchange. 33 seconds in, we have a goal. A lot of exclamation points. No response.
Wait, you said that?
I don't give a
No. This is
she
my
wrote to
this
you,
is my mother-in-law.
and you did not respond to your mother-in-law?
2-0 Canes. No response. This morning at 6:39 a.m., we ended up losing. Angry face.
Did you respond to that?
Respond to that one?
That one I responded.
What did you say?
I said,
sorry, I lost my phone.
I said, tough. Team seemed pretty even.
TUFF probably.
Tough.
But my mother-in-law's on the bandwagon for the Hurricanes. She took that one. She
Well,
took that one a little tough last night.
She'll be back texting you Thursday night, I'm guessing.
Can you grab all the bags? Can you grab all the bags? When you're grabbing all the bags, bagging all them grabs.
Excellent. NBA Finals Game 1 is tonight. Spurs and Knicks. We already played Guess That Spread, although I think it's moved a little bit.
Oh?
Slightly. At least I think it did.
It moved when A.J. Brown was out there yesterday.
Spurs 4.5. I thought it was 5.5. Did it open at 5.5, or was it always 4.5?
I thought it was 4.5.
All right, it's always 4.5. I know we're both picking the Spurs in this in the series. More likely sweep or 7 games?
Oh. Sweep.
Yeah, I think more likely sweep. More likely sweep. 8:30 or thereabouts from the Frost Bank Center in San Antonio, Texas.
They get a lot of frost there. That makes sense.
It makes a lot of sense.
Yeah,
And
it's
so
real chilly there.
8:30
on the Mexican border, yeah.
Correct.
Grab bag.
Aaron Donald.
Well, I like that one.
Not ruling out a comeback for
Okay.
the LA Rams after they acquired Myles Garrett.
I don't buy this for a second, but
All right, well.
if he's on the Rams, maybe the Patriots shouldn't even trade him for. Maybe they shouldn't even bother trading for A.J. Brown.
Just like give it to us, like when the Dodgers made their moves.
Don't
like,
even.
all right,
maybe if they
you
bring
take
back
this
Aaron
one.
Donald, maybe the Patriot. Maybe I will start criticizing the A.J. Brown trade and be like, why'd you guys even bother?
You can have this
with
one.
what the Rams are doing.
That's
Yeah.
true.
Don't you want me like I want you, baby? Don't you need me like I need you now? See tomorrow, but tonight go crazy. All you gotta do is just meet me at the
Grab bag. Grab bag. Grab bag. Grab bag. Grab bag. Grab bag.
Oh, that's a good one.
Pretty good. Yeah, no, people like that one.
Very on rhythm.
I mentioned this during the Dork Minute, but Caleb Williams is, in fact, your Madden cover guy. Just Caleb Williams. I think we should have done this exercise knowing that they were going to be promoting the cover athletes for both the college football game and Madden, just to guess. Like, I don't even know if he would have been in my top 27 to be on Madden 27.
No.
Because it doesn't have to be a quarterback. And if it was, I'd pick like 14, at least 12 quarterbacks ahead of him.
Oh, easy.
I'd probably go with more of like Jackson Smith and Jigba based off the season he's had.
By the way, so if you're watching on Twitch, the image they're using, because I didn't know this was like a thing, but the Jumpman image they're using for Caleb Williams is apparently from like his playoff moment.
What?
Right?
Is it?
His Jumpman pass, best remembered for the 4th and 8 touchdown pass to Roma Dunze in the playoffs. Like, they lost the next round. That was, by the way, it was a horrible pass.
When he ran straight backwards 40 yards.
Or
and
am I
just chucked
confusing that with who caught the touchdown? Was that Loveland who caught the touchdown, actually? Or the 2-point conversion? What am I confusing it all with?
Conversion.
But whatever. So, like, we're all supposed to know, like, that play, like, that's a signature moment. It's like they were out in round 2.
I'm going to count backwards and let me know if it's a worse cover athlete.
Worse.
Worse.
Okay,
Is this guy worse than Caleb Williams?
Yeah.
Saquon Barkley.
Better.
Christian McCaffrey.
Better.
Josh Allen.
Better.
John Madden.
Better.
Tom Brady, Patrick Mahomes.
Better.
Lamar Jackson.
Better.
Patrick Mahomes.
Better.
Antonio Brown.
Better.
Terrell Owens.
Better.
Tom Brady.
Better.
Gronk.
Better.
Odell Beckham.
Ooh.
You think it's on par with that one?
Time.
This was Madden 16.
At
It was
the
Odell
time,
Beckham.
better.
Richard Sherman.
Better.
This was like a classic one where it was Barry Sanders and Adrian Peterson.
Better.
Calvin Johnson.
Better.
I think we may have found it. Peyton Hillis.
Yeah, that's the one. I was waiting for that one.
Peyton Hillis in
I'll give it-
2011 based on the one game against the New England Patriots.
I'll give it to you, Brian. It's not the worst Madden cover of all time.
I think he's the first overall quarterback since Michael Vick to get the cover.
Yeah.
So it's been what,
doesn't even
22
belong.
years?
Doesn't belong in a sentence with Madden Michael Vick.
No, he does not.
No.
I tell her, baby, I'm a
Grab bag.
Marcelo Hernandez will host the ESPYs next month.
Ooh.
Yeah.
I don't mind him on SNL.
He's not bad.
I think he's one of the funny people on there.
One of the few people they got going.
Probably
right
not
now.
as good as Gillis last year, but still.
No,
still
Gillis. You got to go back to Gillis.
Yeah.
Maybe he said no. He's too busy doing the Eagles football stadium.
Yeah, it could be.
Yeah.
Grab bag. Grab bag.
All right, Jones. Does Tracy Bingham follow me on Instagram yet? No?
I think we have 2 daily questions. One we lost yesterday. I think the other one.
I've added another one.
Oh.
I've actually added another one. Should we do that right
yeah,
now?
Sure, I would
Should we
think.
do that right now?
Yeah.
My darling,
Can't grab enough of your bag, babe.
All right, somebody suggested this on the text line yesterday. Has Christian Gonzalez been on the field yet?
Oh, no.
No, he hasn't.
Well, not yet.
No, he hasn't yet, but we could probably keep tabs on that.
Yeah, let's monitor that one. That's a good day.
Oh, wait, what's that sound?
It's your birthday today. It's your birthday today.
Carl? Yeah, Carl.
Got to be Ravitch.
Nope.
Oh.
No, not Ravitch.
Carl from Summerhouse?
Not Carl from Summerhouse.
Carl Lewis.
Not Carl
Carl
Lewis.
from Monster House.
No, one of my favorite Carls. Try to think of that.
Hot.
Second favorite Carl.
Okay. Sorry.
Really,
I thought
want
that was
Carl
big-
get?
I
Want
thought
to get
that
on
was
the
a big-
Carl guessing?
I'm going to say Kyle Yastrzemski.
No.
Oh, go
In the
on.
same
Lost
ball.
Bob when
Damn
they
it, it was
traded
right,
him.
there.
We got
It was
rid of
right
him.
there.
Literally in
Carl
the
from
same
The Walking Dead.
Literally in the same ballpark
Yeah.
as Carl Yastrzemski.
Say that again?
Carl Everett.
Oh, Carl Everett.
Carl Everett.
Wow.
Carl Everett made his Red Sox debut in the year 2000, and he dug into the box with a toothpick in his mouth. And I said, that guy
That's my
is
guy.
the coolest dude in the world.
Right.
He was an all-star that season.
He hated umpires. He hated
34
Dan
home runs.
Shaughnessy.
Hates dinosaurs.
Yeah.
Doesn't
Didn't believe in him.
No, doesn't believe it.
Never been to the moon.
Yeah.
Agree. Never. Don't believe in dinosaurs. Disagree. But yeah, he's the man. And he's celebrating his 55th birthday today. So happy birthday.
Happy birthday, Carl.
Happy birthday,
we
Carl.
We never had you on the old Dan Shaughnessy show. It's a real shame.
We love you, Carl.
We love you, Carl.
Let's go to a live grab bag.
Oh,
can we go to Paul in Quincy? See how this goes? There you go, Paul. Live grab bag.
Paul, you're live.
Hey, what's up, guys? I got a quick submission for you. Whenever you're ready.
We're ready.
We're ready.
Okay. You load sick, you grab 16 bags, and what do you get? Chafed palms, hand blisters, and full of regret. St. Peter, don't you call me, 'cause I can't go. I grab my bag on the Jones to Keep show.
Don't it always go to show you don't know what you got till it's gone? They paved paradise, put up a grab bag. Ooh, grab bag, bag, bag.
That make it through, Dick? Did we
Yeah.
hear that whole one?
Yeah, they heard it.
Yeah, we heard that whole one. All right.
I don't know if they were supposed to, but they did.
Carl Soderbergh, good submission.
No, it wasn't. It was Carl
Happy
Everett.
birthday, Carl.
You can stop setting in your Carls.
Putting the X-rated into X.
These guys are stupid.
Has Bob Ryan tweeted.
All right, here we go. Has Bob Ryan
Yeah.
tweeted?
Yeah.
Yes.
All right. He has.
Got it.
Richard Angwin tweeted a meme that said, today's question.
Okay.
Someone offers you a free dinner and $4,000 to eat with Trump. What are you saying?
Yeah. Get the drop ready.
Free dinner?
Yeah, I'd stop at free dinner.
And $4,000?
And I get $4K. Sure, I'll take a free dinner with anybody.
Bob
That's probably going to be McDonald's.
Might be
yeah.
McDonald's. He's done that before.
McDonald's, I'm
Might
in.
be, yeah.
Bob said, make it $4 million and I'll donate it to charity.
Oh.
Burn.
So that's it. Yeah.
Showed
Yeah.
him.
Then Sarah wrote, who's the GOAT third baseman? And the options were Mike Schmidt, George Brett, Wade Boggs, and Brooks Robinson.
Mm-hmm.
Bob wrote Schmidt.
Oh, I thought he was going to do a what about,
Right.
like, you know,
And then last one, well,
Apple
he has,
Joy or something like that. Yeah.
he has a ton.
Yeah.
Most people get this wrong. Which U.S. state starts and ends with the same vowel?
Alabama.
Nah, good one. Bob said Alaska comes to mind.
Damn.
And
That was a
also,
lot more than I thought.
Yeah.
somebody tweeted a AI photo of 11 basketball players, and it said 11 all-time greats. One of them isn't making the top 10. Who do you cut? The players are Wilt Chamberlain, Larry Bird, Magic Johnson, Tim Duncan, Kareem, Bill Russell, LeBron, Curry, Jordan, Kobe, and Shaq.
Cool. Oh, I don't know.
Who does he take out?
Oh, he took out Shaq. I'm
Of
sorry.
course,
Yeah,
yeah. He
sorry.
said
Yeah,
he
yeah,
goes
yeah,
rather
yeah,
easy get
right.
Shaq out of here.
Yeah, he hates Shaq.
Oh, darling, I can't grab enough of your bag, babe.
Play that one again.
Yeah, whatever. It's good.
It's a
That's
good one.
That's a
Best
strong one.
baseball performer from yesterday, Jones. Was it Spencer Steer? 2 for 4 with 2 home runs. Was it Carson Benji? 2 for 3, 2 home runs. Was it Luis Angel Acuna, 2 for 3, 2 runs, 3 steals? Was it Gage Jump, 7 innings, 1 run, 5 Ks? Or Noah Cameron, 7 innings, 1 earned, 8 Ks?
I was waiting for Kyle Harrison again.
He only went 5 2/3.
Let's go the other Acuna, 3 steals. Let's go with that.
It's time for Jones and Keefe's
Random. Brandon Phillips. Eduardo Nunez. Curtis Leskanik.
Baseball Player of the Day.
All right, we're talking about a former first baseman, a little bit of left field in that career of his, which began in 1988 with a cup of coffee. Rookie of the Year votes 1990. Hung up the spikes after the year 2000. Played for the Reds, Yankees, Royals, Tigers. MVP votes in 1994 with the Reds, where he socked 10 home runs and drove in 78.
When was he on the Yankees?
While hitting .335.
When was he on the Yankees?
88 and 89 with the Yankees.
Oh, God.
And then they sent him packing. He was traded by the Yankees with Rod Imes.
Kevin Moss?
No, to the Reds for Tim Leary and Van Snyder. He was able to take home $14.49 million in his career.
I'm going to wave the white flag early on this one. I don't know if we have it, but I can already tell you I'm out on that.
People might not know it. All right, people might not know it. Yeah, the Fat Bowler's got it. Can't think of the first name. He's got the last name.
Morris?
Yeah.
What's the first name?
He got it.
Hal.
Zach? Hal Morris.
Hal Morris.
Nice.
Not to be confused with the wrestler Hugh.
I think we've had Hal McRae before.
Or Hugh Morris?
I certainly don't. Hal Morris.
Yep.
Hugh. Random ball player.
That'll do it.
Every day in the grab bag here on Jones and Keefe, I can say I do not remember that guy.
That was good.
Very random, as it is each and every day here. You can stay tuned for the clip du jour and Rich and Ken with Ted coming your way from Fenway Park at 2 o'clock.
I'm Pat Boyle here to help you get the books with Lunch with One Sports. It's here, Knicks and Spurs, NBA Finals.
here on Jones and Keith WEEI. It is time now for our clip du jour. Jones, are you ready for that?
Sounds fantastic. What's the clip du jour again?
Well, I am so glad that you asked. It is the clip of the day. And today, of course, a Would You Rather Wednesday.
Would you rather hard or soft ice cream?
Ice cream.
I don't know what this says about me. Soft.
Hard.
I like soft serve. And I feel like in Boston, you don't really get it. Like in
No,
Boston,
there's not a ton of it.
On the Cape, or you go
big buckets, like 20 or like 100 flavors.
You go to Maine or something like that. A lot of soft serve options. I feel like in Boston, unless you're going to like a fast food restaurant, I don't feel like there's a ton of options like that at an actual like ice cream place. But I like a good soft, a nice twist. I like a nice twist.
This might shock you. I like both, but
I can be hard down low.
Thank you, Tanner. I like the variety of the hard ice cream, though. Like the soft ice cream, you go to like some really good places, it is more than just the twist. You can get like they'll mix in different flavors, which is great. But with the hard ice cream, I mean, just let your imagination run wild. You can get all kinds of stuff, whether it's like generic stuff like coffee or black raspberry, or you can get like the Oreo mixed in with like the coffee.
Sure.
That's fantastic. Like I would say overall, I would go with the hard ice cream.
So I guess I'm not making soft serve at the house.
Well, yeah, I wouldn't think.
So I can get, well, I've had a few too many Coors Lights maybe. But that's not something we're whipping up in the Jones household.
This happens to everybody. Don't blame me. That's tough. Serving up the soft serve. That's
not the first time. It does happen to everybody. Yeah. It's true. I
sad
stand by
day.
it, though. Oh, why?
I was just reminded that I didn't get that soccer ball cooler.
Yeah,
the Miller Lite thing.
I don't know that a lot of us thought you were going to get it, but you had your hopes up.
Someone in the text line I know is lying, so I'm going to write your number down and know that you're a liar because they were like, "Oh, I got one just so Keith won't or whatever." And I'm like, "There's no chance you got through. There's no possible chance you got through and got one."
Well, but what are people selling it for on the secondary market?
$600.
So you can.
It was under 20. Now it's $600.
One is technically available to you if you want it. It's going to cost you. 6 bones, but you can go get it if you want.
I got a price. I can't justify it.
I'm not sure there's a limit on what you'll spend on
junk.
On junk.
Yeah,
we keep getting people have been texting about this now pretty consistently. It started happening the other week, and now it happened again today. People are like, "I want to go to the Keith yard sale in like 10 years."
Get some good stuff in there.
That will be
good stuff in there.
That will be.
So then.
Like a buyer's paradise is what that'll be.
If you go to the website, it says underneath it, we've done our final drop of Miller Time MVP match balls.
Oh, that was it?
Sorry if you missed it. Still interested in getting your hands on one? Visit at Miller Lite for a chance to win what is perhaps Miller Time's greatest honor. These things don't exist.
I know that is your new theory, is that these never actually existed.
By tripping over Bigfoot on the way out to the car than I do of getting one of these match balls. There's no way in hell these things even are real.
All right, well, rough go all the way around.
Tough day.
For Rich Keefe. It's been a rough go for the Red Sox as well. Their manager, Chad Tracy, will be joining Rich and Ken with Ted Johnson in just 2 minutes. Stay tuned for it. They are live at Fenway Park. We're brought to you by the 99 Restaurant. And their $14.99 big deal meals like the grilled teriyaki chicken available every day at just $14.99. That's a big deal. You gotta love the 9. Stay tuned again in just 2 minutes. You got Rich and Ken with Ted Johnson. Chad Tracy joins them at 2:15 live at Fenway Park here on WEEI.
This is Rich and Ken with Ted Johnson on WEEI.
Well, good afternoon, everybody. Paulie, Steve, and the truck, they're just like, they're reeling. You know, they're sitting in the corner. They're ready for another round. Did he say he was the Sports Talk Caller of the Year in 2025?
Was that Lorenzo versus the Driveline guys here at Fenway last night, or what was that?
Man, what a day yesterday. But you know what? All I know is that the one thing that is certain is that me and Ken, we missed our own Teddy J. How's the mouth feeling, Teddy?
It's
Feeling good?
Feeling a lot better, guys.
Good.
Thank you for
Teddy bear.
understanding.
We missed our teddy bear.
I was. What's that?
I call you the teddy bear.
A little soft, soft. Yeah.
Yeah,
No,
yeah.
it was. The mouth was swollen up pretty good. Basically, I got a root canal and didn't realize that that's what I was going in for. I thought I was going in for something that was going to be easy, going to pop a tooth in. No. If they had to prepare the tooth to have the tooth put in, they had to cut down deep into the gum. They had to put screws in there. And you feel them twisting and turning it, and you're just yanking. And it's they had to get you. They had to get all like doctored up, man. I mean, it was like a surgery, so they had to be covered in all this stuff so that nothing got in there and got infected. So, and I went in kind of like you did, Rich, thinking this was I was gonna be in and out.
Yeah.
Dude, I was there for 2 hours.
Yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about, where you think it's just a cleaning, and then all of a sudden they start giving you shots in your gums, and you're like, oh, no, this isn't good. Last time I went in yesterday, and it was a deal where it wasn't nearly as extensive as yours, but they did just the right side of my mouth, which means part 2, the sequel is coming in 2 weeks. And they told me not to eat for 2 hours, but I was starving, so I literally went to Chick-fil-A and just like jammed it into the left side of my mouth and ate sideways so I didn't turn my tongue into a hamburger.
You got to be very careful. You got to concentrate because if you have one little, breakdown and you chew on the wrong side, and you bite down on it when it's so tender, the pain. So,
Well,
guys,
Tatum called just to rip you yesterday.
Dude,
Just for
I
about
don't
5 minutes.
blame
You just
him.
laughed.
I don't
for
blame
5
him.
minutes.
All the guys I've called soft, call in. I deserve it. That was kind of a weak effort on my part.
Oh, no, I get it.
I'm looking at line 2, and should I even take this?
Already?
I mean, should I do like a 30-second limit?
Yes, 15.
All right. Steve in the truck, line 2. What's happening, Steve? How you doing, buddy?
Steve. Hi, Steve.
Gentlemen, how are we doing today? Teddy, I hope you're feeling better.
Thank you, Steve.
You're welcome. Hey, I just wanted to say one thing.
Sure.
I'm doing all right. Nothing bad about Paulie. But when you said about his BC education, should I have said to him that I was an 8-year veteran? I mean, what does that have to do with anything about him?
Thank you for your service.
Thank you for your service.
That's awesome. But Steve,
Oh, you know that, Ken. I saw. You remember when I brought the tripe up from for Lou Maloney and the boys that time? You saw me with my jacket on, but that's neither here nor there. I just enjoyed it yesterday. I thought it was pretty cool. Thanks
that was
for the
fun,
time,
Steve.
guys.
Hey, no
I
problem,
really
Steve.
appreciate it.
Steve, did you say that you were voted 2025 Sports Talk Caller of the Year?
No, that was Paulie. He said.
Okay, thank you, Steve. Well, I thought you had a little more integrity in that. Yes.
Steve's on the cover of Madden, though, which is exciting. That was great to see.
Oh, is that
yeah,
Steve? Yeah, having Caleb Williams on the cover of Madden is okay by me. I still believe in the Madden curse. I don't want anything to do with it. It is, isn't it more times than not an issue? Like if you take a look and you go back to, I think it's like the mid 90s. There's like some sort, like it's legitimate. If it's not more times than not, it's just under 50%. Where whoever's on the cover, something happens to them the next year, whether it's an injury or they're just plagued with a bad season, or somebody on their team, ends up getting injured to where they end up having a horrible season. I forget what it is, but you don't want Drake May anywhere near the cover of Madden.
Okay, fine, but don't you get a sense that it's building again? It's this anti-Patriot sentiment. Caleb is the golden boy. He makes one pass. Granted, it was an amazing pass in a game that they lose in overtime in the playoffs, which everybody watched because it was terrible weather. But Drake goes to a Super Bowl, no Madden cover. What are the power rankings today? You're like in 25th place or something on ESPN?
Incredible. The Patriots are 14th, which is laughable.
The nation hates the New England Patriots again.
Great.
It's back.
Awesome. Isn't that fun? Isn't it more fun?
I love the fact that Drake's flying under the radar a little bit. I do. And I mean, it is incredible. Oh, Caleb's getting most of the attention and love this offseason.
Yeah.
When Drake finished runner-up in the in the MVP, so you know what?
Won it.
But that's what he could have won it. You're right, and really, you can make an argument he should have won it. But Caleb, overrated. Ever since he was hugging his mom in the stands at USC.
He's like Wemby. He's crying all the time.
Yep, that's what did it for me. But put him on the cover. Perfect. That's great. That's the way you want it, man. You don't Drake, you want him flying under the radar a little bit. He's going to show everybody, what they've been missing.
You know what happened is this was the OBJ catch, unfortunately, that jump man throw. How that one play when OBJ caught that pass back there made him a superstar, because now every kid wanted to catch the ball that way. They wanted to mock him and reenact the way that he was able to extend his arm back. And now you're going to have a bunch of people out there trying to do the whole jump pass, which
or backpedal 30 yards before you throw it off your back foot fading away.
I mean, don't get me wrong. That play was amazing, but they lost, right? Like, that was the game they lost, right? That was the one that was the pass that got it to overtime, and then they ended up losing, right?
Right. They lost to the Rams.
The Bears have 7 primetime games this year. I think the Patriots have 5, which is a lot.
But admit it, the Bears are a fun team to watch. Like, everything about Caleb Williams, it's a pretty exciting team to watch right now.
It is, but there's so much of just, I don't want to say Tebow. He's obviously a lot better, but it's a lot of just kind of, ugly football.
Tebow, what a rip job.
Until he pulls something out of his ass at the end of games. So it's a little bit of just,
I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying. As far as Tebow during that miracle season would be just awful. I almost said god awful, but you can't say that about Tebow. He would be awful for like 3.5 quarters, and then he'd have one play at the very end where you're like, how the F did that happen? And people went crazy. I just remember at the end of that season when they came to play the Patriots, and there were all these songs written about Tebow, and John Parr did, instead of St. Elmo's Fire, he did Tim Tebow's Fire. Legitimately, he really did that and recreated it, changed 2 lines, and everyone had Tebow fever, and the whole time I was just thinking, he's going to get stomped when he comes here. And sure enough, Brady took that personally. Everyone was talking about Tebow. There were people on ESPN saying, you know what? This might be the time that Brady meets his match. And Brady,
I love that about Tom. I love that about Tom. Some overhyped quarterback comes in to play him, and he just buries him. So the Patriots play the Bears on October 22nd in a primetime game. So that's they go head-to-head. Caleb and Drake this year, which will be fun to see.
That'll be fun. That'll be great. And I don't know whether or not Caleb is going to end up becoming a very good quarterback. I know that he has enough moments that keep me interested.
No doubt. No, yeah. There's something there. He's obviously a very skilled player. I think between the ears a little bit at times, he doesn't have what it takes, but nonetheless, he's an exciting player to watch.
I also love the fact that he pisses off a lot of people for weird reasons. Like, look at the fingernails that are painted. You know what they say about, is he dancing around with a purse before he goes on the field? What are we doing here?
Would you trade Vrabel for Ben Johnson? That was kind of, at the time they were looking for the Mayo replacement, there was some Ben Johnson chatter. I mean, he did a pretty good job. I give him that. He seems to be kind of a hardo.
Dude, Ben Johnson, interesting guy. I mean, wasn't he? He's kind of calling out the Lions a little bit. He's got a little something. You know what? The fact that Mike had Josh with him, I would say I'm okay with not having. But I see your point. I can see you can make an argument for Drake maybe needing a guy like Ben Johnson. But as long as you got Josh here, I think Mike's the right guy for this job here.
Well, this is going to be an interesting day because, first of all, we're going to have in studio in just a couple minutes, Chad Tracy's going to be here. Obviously, the team is not doing well, and we are on the heels of an article coming out about Craig Breslow that's pretty damning about the state of this team, even when Theo Epstein seems to be calling out the way that this team is doing things. And yesterday, I don't know if you heard any of the post-game press conferences that were out there, but there are players legitimately saying that there's a reason why things aren't going well at home. And I want to play this clip for you. Matter of fact, I'll play it now before Chad comes in.
Yeah,
I think this is a good one to play because after the game, and you know how bad it is. This is a team that on June 3rd has yet to win double-digit games at home, which has not happened since 1923. Is
32,
32? Okay, sorry, I'm a little dyslexic.
94 years.
That's right. All right. So yesterday, Isaiah Connor-Falefa, he ended up saying this about how he is rationalizing why the team isn't good at home. Take a listen.
I just feel like on the road we're a very close-knit team. We come home and there's just a lot of people. It's different. It's just a different vibe at home, and we got to figure out a way to make it small like how it is on the road. I just feel like at home we see a lot of people that we don't know, or just don't know that are around this area. And when we're on the road, it's just a close-knit group, and we're becoming a really close team. And we got to find a way to bring that back home.
Okay. Just like he says, just feel like at home we see a lot of people that we don't know or that are around this area.
Did he mention Lorenzo by name or no?
so there's like 15 different ways you could go with this. And I want to get Chad Tracy's impression of what he said because, is it something as simple as, the families are too much of a big, they're around and it's a distraction? Or is it that you've got all of these different batting coaches coming in here telling people all sorts of different things on how to swing? Or is it that management is here? People like Craig Breslow make the vibe. Obviously, if you read that article, it doesn't seem like he's somebody who is universally loved.
But he said people we don't know. So I would rule out Breslow and probably the hitting coaches, but they do have like 4 hitting coaches.
Yeah.
Maybe they don't know all the hitting coaches.
When I hear that, I think of just family and friends. And so they're not basically, getting together at home like they would on the road. So, which I've always been told that baseball camaraderie and guys liking each other isn't as important.
Mm-hmm.
But I feel like that's always been a BS kind of thing. I always feel like, hey, even though baseball is so much about just an individual sport, you still want to feel like you are together. And I think that raises the play of everybody if you feel like you're all in it together. So maybe at home, they go their separate ways. They don't feel as connected as they do when they're on the road, and so thus they play better on the road.
Either way, they got to figure out what the hell's going wrong here.
You like that Izzy, IKF, said this? I mean, it's kind of he's trying to be a leader, I guess. It's probably going to piss some people off.
Well, if he's calling out people who are letting family and even friends be a distraction, then hell yeah, I'm glad he said that.
Yeah.
If that's what he's talking about, sure, let it out there.
Or if it's guys partying too much in the Seaport, or who knows what he's talking about.
That could be it too.
Maybe, but that's why it's a great day to have Chad Tracy on with us. And he'll be in the studio here in just a moment. As a matter of fact, we are not going anywhere. We're going to sit here for 2 minutes, and in 2 minutes, hopefully Chad Tracy will be walking through that door. We'll be right back.
Comment.
It's electric.
Call Coleman Electric.
WEEI.
It is 93.7 WEEI and a beautiful day down here at Fenway. It is Rich Shirtenleave, Ken Laird, three-time Super Bowl champion Teddy J, Ted Johnson, and you can give us a call at 617-779-7937. We love taking your calls. That is the number one way we connect with everybody. I am not on social media during the show. There's too much stuff, too much input. I like talking to the people. And you know what? The calls have been pretty good lately. I'm proud of all of you.
And the text line, same text line, and we have one 617 texter, Rich. Guys, Izzy is talking about the drive line nerds, telling them how to hit.
We talked about that yesterday. We talked about that with Lorenzo, the hitting coach that Caleb Durbin went to. But we are going to have Chad Tracy, interim manager of your Boston Red Sox, here in studio in just a moment. But in the meantime, by the way, we are broadcasting from the Ford Clubhouse Fenway studio, brought to you by your New England Ford dealers and employee pricing for all. You pay for what we pay. Ford, the official vehicle of Major League Baseball, and that dirty water. But Stiz, let's get to some sports happen, shall we? What just happened?
Sports happened.
And Sports Happened is brought to you by Jeffrey Glassman Injury Lawyers, Boston's go-to injury attorney for over 30 years. If you've been hurt in a car or work accident, you got to get Glassman. Call all sevens, 617-777-7777. Hey, look, it's Pete Alonso, the guy the Red Sox were thinking about going after this offseason. Let's play the clip, shall we?
Do we have to?
Let's go.
I'm a fan of Tigger myself.
Yeah, of course.
Bounce
The
it
wonderful thing about Tigger is Tigger's the only one. Here's the 2-2. It's drilled to left. If it's high enough, it's out of here, and it is gone. That'll make Connolly Early feel like Eeyore. A 2-run blast. Another pitch. Just got too much of the plate, and it is 3-1 O's.
That's like jumping into a conversation your friends are having at a party. Just like, hey, what the heck are you talking about?
What?
Yeah, all right. Well, sure.
Yeah.
You go for
Polar
it.
bear.
Anything to keep yourself entertained nowadays.
I'm
so
a fan
all
of
of
Tigger
the,
myself.
Yes, you are.
Good job, Lenny.
Well, all of these could have hads and didn't go afters that keep coming to Fenway and making the Red Sox pay. One day it's Kyle Schwarber, and the next, Pete Alonso handing the Red Sox another L at home. And the date, as I was saying, June 3rd, yet to have double-digit wins at home. That is truly insane. The Sox now stand at MLB worst 9-20 at home, their worst home record through 29 games since going 7-22, as you said, in 1932.
Which the Herald had a good, I like going back memory lane. The 1932 campaign marked the end of J.A. Robert Quinn's decade-long ownership, a period where the Red Sox finished last 8 of 10 seasons, and Fenway fell into disrepair. Fires ravaged the left field bleachers, and they had no money to afford to renovate. So the new owner had to come in, the Tom Yawkey, and purchase it and fix it up. But this was like low point of Fenway history, 1932, last time you were this bad.
And they still have not fixed the seats on the first line drive that face the outfield, which are just not good seats. You ever sat in those seats before?
Oh, yeah. Facing the wrong way?
Yeah.
Me?
You're facing the outfield.
Yeah.
Everything.
Well, you get to look at Willier.
Made back then. Well, it's good. Willier's, fun guy to watch, but everybody must have been 5'5" back in 100 years ago because it's designed for short people out there.
Quick aside, I know we're talking, not to pivot to the Pats, but were you surprised when you see A.J. Brown, and he's such a high ball catcher, a tough guy that goes. He's only 6'1". He's shorter than Dobbs. He's shorter than who else was out there with him? One of the other guys. But it's like I kind of was expecting 6'5" giant coming in here,
like Randy Moss.
Yeah, he's a little guy. He's not Randy Moss.
It's his athleticism, man.
That and it's long arms and big hands. So I've always said if you can be an exceptional. You have a leg up on every athlete if you have long arms and big hands. You can play basketball. You can pitch. You can play football. Be a receiver. Long arms and big hands are big kind of feathers in your cap if you're an athlete.
That was like Gronk, right? Didn't he have like absurdly big fingers?
Ginormous.
Yeah, it was like shaking bananas. It was like when he put on a glove, it was like Mickey Mouse. It was huge.
Oh, yeah, think about it. Just the way you can catch the NFL football is, I think, big.
Yeah,
and I have just above average hands, and it's hard for me to throw a spiral because the football is so big in the NFL.
Yeah.
So having bigger hands certainly helps.
Well, so the Sox, it's really a weird place there. They've lost 12 of their last 16 home games. They've dropped 9 of the last 11. I saw Bradford write last night that the Sox' 17 home runs at home are easily the fewest in baseball, trailing the next lowest, the Rangers, by 6.
Ish.
It also is 32 fewer than the Mariners, who have hit more home runs in their home ballpark than any other team.
And by the way, quick update, Chad Tracy, 2:30, meeting running late, 2:30.
Okay.
So,
all right. Well,
apologies.
We'll accommodate.
Yep. Just coming in now.
Absolutely. All right. So what are you seeing? What the hell's going on? How can you change any of this? Are you, after reading that Breslow article, do you have any faith that anything is going to change?
Honestly, Ted, a question for you. Would you want, if Izzy is speaking for the team, and there's too many people.
Let's go back. Yeah.
Would you want the manager to come in and say, hey, everybody out? Like, put in some kind of rules or regulations, and would they let an interim manager do that? Just limit the number of people and mandate that you're here early or whatever.
Mandate like what they say to the media? Or
No, just that the players only, no associates, no hangers on, some kind of more strict rules.
I wouldn't mind that, considering, and I think part of the reason that they're playing as bad as at home as they are is because this team profiles as a younger team.
Yeah.
There's a lot of new players here. There's a lot of young players here. And that, to me, is probably the worst combination for a Red Sox team for playing well at home. You can feel the energy immediately if you're not hitting, if you're not playing well. It's palatable. It's not too dissimilar to what I think we talk about when the Bruins are at home at times. The same thing, and things start going sideways there. So a young team that's never experienced Fenway, that's just getting an understanding, new players coming in that's never played for the Red Sox, the pressure to perform at home is something that you can just walk out and feel instantly. And so when things don't go good at home, it just manifests and snowballs. To your question, what can you – so players only, I don't know if the you don't want the manager really kind of leading the charge on that. Maybe if Cora was here, but I don't think Chad Tracy feels like that's his role. That's kind of what you need an older, established player to do. And I don't know who that guy would be. I mean,
right. Who is
Contreras just got here.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
So that's
Sonny Gray, I guess, is like he's 36. He's a
Sonny's
pitcher. So
I pitch every 5 days. Is he really the guy? So there really isn't that guy that just jumps out at you that would maybe lead the charge. And to your answer, Rich, what can they do to change fortunes? I mean, other than a trade, I have no idea.
Yeah,
other
we'll
than a
make
trade, I have no idea.
Make a trade. Maybe that is the thing. Just anything to change the dynamic of what's going on right now.
Yeah, but I also kind of want to touch on something you were saying, is that when you heard that comment about there being we see a lot of people that we don't know or around this area, and we're becoming a close team when we're on the road, but we got to find a way to bring that back home. Was there ever been a team that you've been on, Ted, where you got a sense that people were staying out late, they were partying a little too much, and that somebody had to step in and be the veteran, or maybe even a coach, and say, that's not how we do things around here. You need to get your head in the game.
Yeah, it was kind of a case by case. It was never like a group of guys.
Yeah.
Or I don't ever remember that being an issue, because you play football for a shorter amount of time. There's not as many games. You practice so regimented that guys going out, if they're going out hard, it would impact their abilities in practice, and we'd all see it. I never remember that being like an issue with a lot of guys.
Yeah.
Maybe one guy here and there, but for the most part, it's just the way football is kind of scheduled, and only 16 games at the time. It's regimented in such a way that guys, and then when you go on the road, you have night meetings at the hotel night before a game at 8:00, and then you have bed check.
Yeah.
Right. So they don't have bed check, I don't think, in baseball. I don't think they do in hockey. I don't think a lot of these sports. So they're not, because there's so many games that they want to treat them like adults, so they don't have that, and so they're not regulated as much. Football players, you got to treat us like we're kids, man. I mean, you just that's the best way to do it, because it's a short season, and you don't want anybody screwing up, and there's too much on the line because you can play once a week. So if you go out there and jeopardize the team winning that game because of something you do,
it means everything.
It means everything. Yeah.
And you know what? It's also 1 or 2 nights, like on the road. Like if you have to travel somewhere, unless you're sometimes West Coast, you guys would stay there for several days, but max
2 days at the most.
Yeah, 2 days at the most. But with baseball, I actually don't know, and I'd like to know kind of what's the better advantage. Is it not having any of the distractions at home, or is it being able to sleep in your own bed, being in a comfortable place, maybe having the, food you're used to, the people around you that you're used to? I don't know where the advantage is. All I know is it sure as hell with this team doesn't seem to be here.
Well, the bigger issue seems to be they are not built to succeed at a park which benefits right-hand power hitting like freaking Pete Alonso. You know what I mean? So
of all the parks, this is the one that's the most inexcusable for them to have this record.
Right. So it seems to be roster-driven. Our buddy Gordo put out a poll today. He's from the Play Tessie Pod, the Odyssey podcast. And where are you on Craig Breslow? Fully in, undecided, give at least until the offseason, or fire him today. No surprise, over 500 votes, 75% fire Breslow today is the
75%.
75%. The next highest is given until the offseason.
I'm going to wait until Chad Tracy's here for me to give my opinion on that. He should be walking in the door here in just a moment. As a matter of fact, we'll go ahead and take a break, and when we get back, interim manager of your Boston Red Sox, Chad Tracy, will join us.
WEEI, New England Sports Original.
Fresh in from Mexico, Hass avocados are on sale at Shaw's and Star Market. Hey, it's Lou. Today through Thursday, pick up Hass avocados just 59 cents each. When you use the digital coupon, you limit it to 6. Use Shaw's Deals and Delivery app for specials like this, rewards points, and amazing recipes like grilled halibut with mango avocado salsa. Short on time, order free curbside pickup or get delivery. Save on Hass avocados from Mexico, always good. Shaw's and Star Market, the official supermarket of the Red Sox Radio Network.
Hi, I'm Jonathan Ratliff, Engineering Director at Nissan. We know some things are important to hear from an expert, not a voice actor. For instance, the Nissan Frontier is not only powerful and fun to drive, but it's durable too. We added the V6 engines. When you need that power in the off-road, it's there. I know, we've tested it a lot. Now get out there and find your Frontier.
Nissan, #1 in new vehicle quality among mainstream brands by J.D. Power. Well-qualified buyers get 0% APR on the 2026 Nissan Rogue, Murano, Pathfinder, or Frontier, excluding S-Trim. For J.D. Power 2025 U.S. IQS award information, visit jdpower.com/awards. Awards based on 2025 model year. Example, 0 down payment, 60 months financing at $1,667 per month per thousand finance. Frontier S-Trim 1.9% APR for 60 months at $1,748 per month per thousand finance. Actual down payment may vary. Subject to NMAC credit approval. Not all buyers qualify. Dealer contribution may affect actual price set by dealer. Contact dealer for details. N6/30/26.
That was the moment when I realized I got to do something. I was scheduled to go in for knee surgery, and for the pre-op, they do the blood work. It was determined that I was now type 2 diabetic and I was severely overweight. Years ago, I could cut back and lose weight, and I was finding it difficult to do that. 2 days into the Awaken 180 program, my daily glucose level went from 170 down to 61. 1 week into the program, I lost 10.5 pounds. That was the eye-opener that I knew this was the right thing for me. They teach you the lifestyle change and how to be smart. I just can't say enough good things about Awaken 180 and the positive effects it has on you. It has completely changed my life.
Thanks, Phil. Ted Johnson here, and Phil wanted to share his Awaken 180 story for the same reasons I have for so many years. To let others know there is a medication-free solution for weight loss. Find your results at awaken180weightloss.com or call 1-844-346-1800.
The U.S. Treasury just released its official financial report for 2025. Buried in it is a startling admission. By its own numbers, it appears the U.S. government is insolvent. When governments go this deep in debt, they print money, raise taxes, or cut benefits, none of which can help protect you. That's why people move part of their savings into physical gold and silver. Call Monetary Gold at 877-NOW-GOLD for their complimentary gold and silver guide. That's 877-NOW-GOLD. Call Monetary Gold now at 877-NOW-GOLD. Do it before the next headline, not after. Performance may vary. You should always consult your financial and tax professional.
I need a little range, step to the range, come on, meet me at the
Introducing the new Chick-fil-A Jalapeno Ranch Club Sandwich. With that juicy Chick-fil-A chicken on a buttermilk ranch bun, jalapeno ranch sauce, and pickled jalapenos, it's a little ranch with a lot of kick. The new Chick-fil-A Jalapeno Ranch Club with original spicy or grilled filet. Available for a limited time only. Order ahead on the Chick-fil-A app.
See website for details. BillsApp.com is not a lender. It does not make credit decisions. Must be 18 years old. Not available in all states.
Honey, everything is so expensive, and our bills are piling up.
You're telling me credit cards are maxed out, rent is due, and the car payment's right around the corner? We need some extra cash.
We should do what my friend from work did. She went to BillsHappen.com and got the money she needed the next day.
Our credit is not great. Are you sure that would work for us?
BillsHappen.com is one of the largest personal loan networks. They can help people with all credit types get up to $5,000.
Sounds like it's going to be a hassle.
My friend said it was super easy. She did it right from her phone during her lunch break.
If you have a regular source of income, you can be approved for a loan for up to $5,000, and your cash can hit your bank account the next day. BillsHappen.com's lenders have millions of dollars to lend, regardless of your credit history.
Guess what? I went to BillsHappen.com, and we're getting our money tomorrow.
Wow, that's fast. Problem solved.
If you need extra cash, go to BillsHappen.com. That's BillsHappen.com. BillsHappen.com.
Just hearing the word IRS can make people break out in a cold sweat. No one wants to deal with the IRS, and now you don't have to. The good news is Legal Tax Defense has been successfully negotiating with the IRS for more than 15 years. It doesn't matter how much you owe, whether it's $5,000 or $5 million. You deserve the best in the business on your side, and that is Legal Tax Defense. Even if you're working with someone else and just want a second opinion, there is no cost or obligation to call. They can prevent levies, liens, wage garnishments, even file back tax returns. And the best news about Legal Tax Defense is they won't take your case unless they know they will reduce or eliminate your tax debt. Call Legal Tax Defense right now for a free no-risk consultation. 800-323-8922. 800-323-8922. You have nothing to lose but everything to gain. 800-323-8922.
Rich and Ken with Ted Johnson. Boston Sports Original. WEEI.
It is a gorgeous day for the Red Sox to lose here at home.
Oh, come on.
Let's hope
They always lose the first game of a series. They'll turn it right around.
We have a pretty good track record, though. I think the day that usually the days we're here, I believe, what is this, like the 7th day or something? I think like 4 or 5 of the days they've won. Like out of the 9 that they've won at home,
for this team,
we've got a huge, a decent chunk of them. So there you go, Ken. You're just
How did we not, and I blame Arcan because he's supposed to be Mr. Locke. How did we not predict a polar bear home run last night? That was the most obvious thing. Alonso was going to go deep.
Sure, but unfortunately, that was it's so funny when these players that they were in on, or quote unquote in on, like when Schwarber came here and just embarrassed the Red Sox, and then of course Alonso does that and kicks their ass.
Can I just point out real quick though? It was May 27th. The Red Sox beat the Atlanta Braves.
Oh boy.
Yep.
8-0.
Yep.
And that Thursday after that game, Rich comes in and is like, "This team is going all the way."
It was shocking.
Awesome.
I said, winning the World Series.
Winning the World Series.
Get ready. It's a dynasty in the making.
And honestly, since that time, I mean, they're just 2-3. I mean, they're 2-3. You know, in their last 5 games since that game. So, I mean, you've kind of come off that stoop pretty good.
Well, and Breslow was on before the game on Nesson and sort of doubled down that he still believes in this team. They're hitting better. He feels like
what's he supposed to say? His job's on the line.
Well,
you know, like that's the thing. Is that what's he going to say? You know what? I'm really disappointed in this team that I put together.
He does. You got to give him credit for it, though. He is like leaning into it hard.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, every indicator tells you this team. They thought by their prediction models was going to be a mid-90s winning team.
I know.
That's what they thought at the beginning of the season.
I know.
It's so. And so they're still sticking to that. And part of me is like, you know what? If you're going to go down, you're going to go down feeling like you did it your way, and you're not going to lose your conviction. But I don't know what would give you any reason to feel good about this team, because even when they're hitting, their pitching doesn't pitch well, and even when they're pitching well, their hitting's not. So it's just been a maddening season.
You know what I'm feeling? I'm feeling that Chad Tracy was supposed to be here at 2:15, and we've been told that he's going to be a little bit later. Wonder why?
No, don't wait. What are you saying? Major changes here on a Wednesday?
I'm not saying
Wednesday?
I'm not saying major changes. But if there's ever been a time where you need to have a team meeting, maybe we're there.
Well, of all the low points in the season, is this the lowest of the low?
Yeah.
Are we there? I mean, what's
9 games under? I think it is.
This is
maybe
the best
tied
it's
for
been.
I think it is.
Okay, I thought maybe they were never 10 games under. I feel like they have been. But
maybe they were.
It's I don't know. Maybe with Crochet having a setback and Roman Anthony not being, it just feels. I mean, when you pitch, you give up 4 runs and you still can't win.
I know.
They still have an 18% chance to make the playoffs. It's unbelievable. As I pull this up, it's like they're only 4 games back of the wild cards, but 4 is getting better than we used to say. They're only 2 back. Now it's 4.
You know what? If Breslow is still being that positive, people have called it, toxic
positivity. Toxic positivity. Yeah.
Positivity. It's almost like, it's kind of a good way to put it. What I can't hear him say is, hey, we're only 4 out of the wild card.
It drives me crazy.
That will drive me crazy if they reference how far they are from getting into the wild card.
Because there's also, I think, is it 5 or 6 teams ahead of them right now for the wild card? You could say that you're just a few games out, but you got a huge stockpile of people who are ahead of your ass.
But they just have to get back to 500, which requires like a 10-game heater. You need to go on a winning streak. Your pitching's got to be unbelievable. And they were scoring. They just did score 9 runs back-to-back on the road, so I think that's why Breslow was feeling himself. It felt like the offense had turned a corner, right?
Yeah.
Coming off that road trip. And then you're back to 5 hits yesterday and, 2 runs. It's unbelievable. They've had 15 home games where they've scored 2 runs or less. The 24 of the 59 games on the year, they've scored 2 runs or less. So half the time you turn them on, it's the sack fly offense. You're praying for a bunt and a sack fly.
Yeah.
It's hard to watch as a product.
What is it human nature-wise, Ted, being on one side of the ball and knowing that you're doing your job and the other side is not?
Oh, it's tough. It's tough, but you cannot, and that's happened a couple times where usually the D coordinator, Rack, has to step in. Hey, we're not saying anything bad about the offense. We're a team.
Yeah.
There is a dynamic at play there.
Yeah.
Are you kidding me? And so what you'll see is more veterans participating in practices during the week to sharpen the offense up.
Yeah.
It's like we go, okay, how can we help this offense? You know what? Instead of the guys that play behind you, the backups getting most of the reps on scout team, we'll start taking more reps. We'll start doing scout team to give them a better look to help them hopefully be better prepared when the game comes on Sunday. So there's things you can do to maybe help the other side out in football. I don't know how you do that in baseball.
I know. It just seems like a completely different beast. Like if you're sitting there and you're pitching your ass off and you've got a couple of guys who are doing the same and you've got a bunch of dudes getting to the plate and not able to help you out at all, you see your numbers taking a hit. Obviously, nobody wants to be able to take a look at your wins and losses when it's not fair. They don't see the whole picture. I don't know how long you can take it until it actually starts to gnaw at you and almost becomes in your head after a while.
Well, Ted, what was the story you were telling us about Bregman last year? Last year you were like Tier 1 Turpin. You had access to the players' lot.
Yep.
It
was
amazing.
red carpet. Come on in, Teddy J. This year, sorry, kid.
And Bregman had guys here early. It was kind of your
Well, it was. That was the first thing I noticed was you drive. So I used to come on the air at 3:00. So I'd get here at a certain time where some players were here, but the majority of players early in the season last year hadn't got to the stadium yet. And so I had plenty of places to park when I first started coming to do shows here last year at Fenway. And then as the season started going on and Devers was traded and they started kind of, turning things around. You heard stories of Bregman getting together with not only the hitters, but the pitchers to help them and doing scouting reports with those guys. All of a sudden, the middle of the season, probably right around now, mid-June, I started seeing more and more cars showing up earlier to Fenway because, and that just told me there's more buy-in now.
What a great observation! Like that's because that's how you can turn a team around. You just get one guy who just demands accountability.
Right, KF. Izzy's on it. He's calling people out now. He's like A.J. Brown.
Dude, I love what he said yesterday. Like, if this is a real problem where you've got people around who aren't supposed to be around and are distractions, I love the fact that he said that in public.
I thought it was a kind of a softball critique. It wasn't like it was. He was telling how he felt, but it wasn't like directed at anyone in personal. So I liked what he said.
All right, let's
Quick update from the Red Sox. They are wrapping up soon. Sorry for the delay. Chad Tracy will be on his way shortly.
I wonder what they're wrapping up. Let's go to Joe on line 2. Joe, what's happening, my man? How you doing?
Hey, Joe.
Hey, guys. What's up?
What's up?
Hey, I don't care if these guys are 4 games out from a wild card or knocking on the door. Does anybody have any faith that they can win a series?
No, it's a great point, right?
They can't win 3 out of 4 now.
Yeah, Breslow's the only guy, and he stated his pitching.
But if you got Crochet, you got Crochet and Roman Anthony back, and they're performing the way we thought going into the year, then yes.
Yeah. But I just remember it was an article I read last week where Breslow pointed to the fact that he pointed out the pitching. He feels good about winning series in the playoffs if they get there because of their pitching.
And you have Slayton, Whitlock, Chapman, and you get Crochet to get.
In those guys, but so he's very bullish on the starting pitching for this team. That if they get to the playoffs, that they can win a series or 2 just based off of their pitching.
By the way, you know what I love? I love that we have somebody on hold and it says just wants to listen. Somebody who obviously doesn't have access to an app or like a radio. I do love that. That just shows you know what? And I love the fact that whoever put him on hold did it because I want you to listen to Bob. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Hang in there, Bob. You know what? If you want to talk to us, we'll put you on, Bob. We'll let you.
Oh, he just wants to listen.
He just wants to listen. All right. Hey, Bob, what's up, buddy? How you doing? Bob.
Oh, you put him on the spot now.
Hey, Bob.
Hey, Bob.
Hey, what's up, Bob?
What show is this?
How long have you been on hold?
I thought you were listening to us.
Is it Mike and the Mad Dog?
Yes, exactly.
Dog.
Hey guys, Mike and the Mad Dog. How you doing?
That was a show. That was a good show.
It was a good show. It definitely. I love Mad Dog.
We model ourselves over to the Mad
Hey, you hung up on Bob. Oh, no, Bob hung up, I think. I'm not sure what happened. All right, Chad Tracy, cross your fingers.
On the way, I'm told.
He is on the way from what we've been told. We will get to him right after this.
Your game, your way. Take your
It is 93.7 WEEI. Rich Schertenlieb, Ken Laird with three-time Super Bowl champion Ted Johnson, and we are down at Fenway right now. Beautiful day. Beautiful. A little warm. Shouldn't have worn the long-sleeve black shirt. A little smelly over here. I apologize to our guest here in studio, but that's what comes with the territory when you have a man with Swiss blood like me. We are in the Ford Clubhouse at Fenway Studio, brought to you by New England Ford Dealers. Employee pricing for all. You pay for what we pay. Ford, the official vehicle of Major League Baseball, and that dirty water. And with us right now, Sox manager Chad Tracy, and he is brought to you by Shaw's and Star Market, the official supermarket of the Red Sox radio network, by Arbella, here for baseball fans, here for good, and by John Sewer and Drain Cleaning, the name to know when your drains don't flow. Thanks for coming back and hanging out with us today, Mr. Tracy.
Thanks for having me.
So we were kind of speculating because I know originally our interview was set up for 2:15, and there was we kept getting texts saying that you were going to be a little bit later. Anything going on that we should know about?
No, there was just a few different handful of conversations that popped up that I had to handle before I came down.
Okay, none of those were like team meeting-esque or anything?
No.
Okay.
Nothing like that.
All right. There was an interesting comment yesterday. Obviously, the team, it's at home. It's just you seem to be snake bitten. It's a very strange thing. I know that right now, I believe 9 wins at home, which I think is the worst in the league. But I did find a comment yesterday from Izzy to be after the game. It raised some eyebrows because it might have given us an interesting look as to what he believes might be going on and why the team isn't doing well at home. He said, I feel like on the road we're a very close-knit team. We come home and there's just a lot of people. A lot of people, it's different. It's just a different vibe at home, and we've got to figure out a way to make it small like how it is on the road. Just feel like at home we see a lot of people that we don't know or that are around this area. It's just a close-knit group, and we were becoming a really close team, and we got to find a way to bring that back home. What do you feel about his comments? What do you think he means by all of that?
Broadly, I just think there's a lot more people at Fenway. It's the nature of, first of all, it's a big market. There's a lot of people. You go out for batting practice. There's fans on the field. There's tons of media. That's part of it here. I do think, and I don't want to speak for him, it's not wrong. Like when you go on the road, you're all together. There's nowhere to go. Like you're not necessarily rushing out to get to your family because it's just us. You're getting on the bus together to and from the ballpark. And there's a very small contingent of media that's there. They're in there for 45 minutes, and it really is a little bit. But when you come here, it's different. I do, as I watched him answer that, there was a long pause before he answered when you watch it. And I had the similar pause when they asked, sometimes you're searching for that answer. We all are, right? And we know that we're, a good streak at home away from turning this around. But sometimes it's that feeling of you're searching for the answer and you're playing out what could it be, right? So we're always looking at how can we do that? But I think broadly he means it feels smaller on the road because it is. It is. When you go to Kansas City or Detroit or whatever, it's not Fenway Park and there's just less going on. But at the same time, we got to find a way to make it small and deal with that ourselves because it's not going to change.
How do you make it small? That's how do you address that? Because obviously he feels that this is probably something that, or at least hopes it sound like, that he wants to have this be a little more controlled with less people. How do you do that?
You can't control, I got to ask too, but I don't think you control how much media there or wherever. But you broadly, you want to know the answer? You win some games. You win some games here and it becomes less of a conversation. That's my answer.
Sure.
Is you come home and you have a stretch at home when you play and you win 4 or 5 in a row and everybody stops talking about it. That's a big part. But I don't ignore what he says, and I think just extra effort from all of our part to make it mostly about us, our group of 26 that's playing the game that night, and try your very best to eliminate all the other stuff. That doesn't matter over there. That doesn't matter over there. It's just about us, right? And let's get it done. So, but I do think a lot of things like this, these topics tend to disappear if you go out and have a good stretch at home.
Oh, sure.
Yeah.
Winning cures all.
Yes.
Some people read into this, Chad, and maybe incorrectly, that there are too many hitting coaches or hitting voices or people that are around the cage. Is that related at all to what it is?
No, there hasn't been a single random hitting person that's come in. It's the same 4 guys that we've had since the changes were made, and those are the same guys that are in there. So no, that's the thing. There's a lot of things there's a bunch of extra people. That's not necessarily the case. It's just, I think broadly, there's just more people around, and I don't think it necessarily means just Red Sox people. just think there's just a lot more going on at Fenway Park than there is at other places.
What do you make of Caleb Durbin or Narvaez as well going outside the organization to get batting help? We actually talked to Lorenzo Garmendia, who runs a place right up the street. I think it's Gratham Baseball. Caleb, I guess, reached out to him and ended up getting help with him. I think he came to the park yesterday and actually helped him. It is shocking from the outside looking in because you're like, wow, this is the Boston Red Sox. You would think that they had the best batting coaches and you wouldn't have to go outside of the organization. What do you think about that when something like that happens?
I think broadly there's probably a lot more players than you guys know that when these guys go home in the off season, you don't have enough hitting coaches to go home with them. They have people they work with, and I think there's a ton of players that have hitting coaches or people they work with in the off season that know them that they probably reach out to for help.
But this is in the season at home,
right? He's working hard with our guys too. Like, he's taking early hitting in Kansas City. He's working on all the things that he talked about. Getting the ball in the air, the vacancy on the right side of the field that he talked about. Like, I watched him take 2 sessions of early hitting on one of the most recent road trips, working on driving the ball to the opposite field and getting the ball off the ground. So these things get play, because it shows up on social media. I'm like, it doesn't mean that he's not working with our guys, working his tail off, like a lot of hours with our guys to get right. But I do think people talk to other people, as well outside of here. If they have people they're close with, that happens a lot.
In baseball, that's just kind of understood. That's how the ecosystem works. Because if I had a coach that would never want us getting advice from anybody. They're very territorial, whether it be trainers, coaches, hitting coaches. Baseball is different. It's a different kind
I think
of
there's the ecosystems, particularly, I know it's during the season, but in the off season, like there's cohesion on finding out every guy when they go home in the off season, where you're going, where you're going to be training, who you're working with, so we can be in communication with those types of people. Say, here's what we were doing in the season. Here's what we've been really pushing, and you're trying to get on board because that's going to happen. It's a long off season where they spend a lot of time alone, and you have to have that communication. So yes, I think it is a different ecosystem. Guys have to go get their work in. They're going to have people that do that, but you want to be on the same page. So I think that doesn't throw up any big radars for me. The most important thing to me right now is Caleb Durbin starting to swing the bat pretty good, and that helps the bottom of our order in a big way.
Speaking of swinging the bat, how's Roman Anthony taking his injury?
He's doing okay. I think he's probably frustrated on a couple levels. I think he's frustrated that he can't be out there with us. There's been a lot of attention around it. It comes with the territory here. There's a lot of attention around it because he's not able to play right now. But I do think enough people internally have reached out to him and let him know, like, try not to get too caught up in the noise of things that are happening that maybe people don't know that are involved. Like, we got your back. Yeah. We want you healthy. We want you back, but we want you to get back healthy. Not playing hurt. So I think Roman's very even-keeled. You guys have heard me say that before. He's a very even-keeled person. He doesn't get too high or too low. He's focused on getting himself healthy and right so he can be in the lineup and help us.
Has he expressed any frustration on the mischaracterization of what his injury was by Sam Kennedy?
Roman doesn't do a lot of expressing frustration. I've talked to him a good bit. He's not one that gets too bent out of shape about a lot of things. He doesn't do that. Whether or not he is, you guys could ask him, but I think Roman right now is just fine as far as knowing the people inside the room. Like, we're good. Like, we got to get you healthy. And we certainly don't want to ask you to go out there and swing a bat if you're having jolting pain in your hand or whatever it is. Like, we just got to get him right. So believe me, you talk enough to him, you'll realize he doesn't get, even on the bad end, he doesn't get overly frustrated and boisterous with that stuff. He just focuses on what he has to do.
That's good, because that's got to suck being in his position. Like, just wanting to play, and then especially when you feel that you're about to take that next step as you're seeing the try swings.
Right.
And then you just go, here we go again. And where he has a little bit of a back, I don't want to say a backslide.
Yeah.
But it's not where he wants to be.
Right.
And that's got to be tough having a young player, especially like that, where you just kind of almost got to be like, dude, just hang in there. Don't listen to the noise.
Right.
And just try to keep your head in it.
Right. And you're right about it's like a lot of people that want to go to the term, he had a setback. Right.
Yeah. Right.
Like, not necessarily. Like, when you're coming back from an injury, you expect there to be, especially that, you expect there to be things like, I'm going good. Oop, that didn't feel very, it's ups and downs. That's part of coming back from an injury. Yeah. It very rarely just goes perfectly. Like, we're going to start and everything, boom, 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 and everything's perfect. Like, that's not usually how most of them go.
Yeah.
So making sure that he knows, like, that we support him and like that, that we're not like pushing this guy to play hurt. We want him to be healthy, and I think he knows that.
Does your gut say after the All-Star break? most
I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know, and I won't say that because we usually get in trouble when we try to put timetables on things, and and it doesn't happen or it happens earlier. Like, you just don't know. I think the best way you can handle that is everybody's body is going to respond to different things, different injuries differently, and you got to go with the flow of how that guy is improving and how he's feeling.
Yeah.
And when he starts to feel really good, you give him more, you give him more, you give him more, then you get him on a rehab assignment and get him back. So when that happens, we'll do that with Roman. But I don't want to put a timetable. Like, I hope it's sooner than that. But you just don't know.
Well, Chad, we're talking to Chad Tracy, and I sometimes want to get your opinion on, because the players seem to like gravitate towards you. You seem to be a guy who talks their language, and there was an article in the Boston Globe about how there's an impression around the league that the team has been leaning a little too hard on analytics and less on getting to know the actual player when they're looking around to, either bringing players in. But even Theo Epstein said on a recent podcast, he had a really interesting quote saying, what really makes a person tick as a player has become a lost art. Do you kind of feel the same? Is that baseball, not as much even the Red Sox, but just baseball in general, might be relying too much on numbers and not as much in actually doing the work and spending time with the players and getting to know them and saying, you know what, a guy like Kyle Schwarber may be over 30 and he might not be exactly, what the algorithm says is good, but my God, this guy can still hit bombs and he seems like a gamer.
He can hit. Can't he?
Yes, he can. Unfortunately, Red Sox know that too well.
I think it's a good question. I think the secret in that whole thing is doing both.
Yeah.
And being good at doing both. I think both are right. Like, there are over time, and I don't want to even use the word analytics. Like, it's statistics. Statistically, when you look at players, like, over time, over larger samples, like, have a pretty good idea of what players they reveal, who they are, what they may struggle with, you know, in certain situations versus lefties, like, it reveals. But at the same time, like, yes, like that piece that you talked about, like understanding the player, having conversations with them, knowing who needs to be pushed and who needs to be patted on the back, like all these different kinds of things. Like, those are really, really important. But that being said, you still need to know what are they good at and what are they not. And that doesn't mean you just say, oh, he's not good at, we got to try to make him better at it. But if I have X player that's a little better at that, then maybe there's a pinch hit opportunity there or whatever. So you have to know that information. And it's very rarely wrong information.
Yeah.
But at the same time, like, you got to communicate and you have to know that other side of it. And that makes players feel more engaged too. So for me, it lies somewhere in the middle there, is like knowing the information, but having people around that aren't afraid to have those conversations and really get in deep with the player. That's really important too.
Chad, any good news on Whitlock's return or Crochet?
Whitlock's doing really good. He threw a pretty intense side yesterday, so everything on track. Feels good. He's been feeling better every single day. So we'll see what next steps are for him. He may go through a rehab or something just to make sure that he's up and ready. He hasn't been down long, but things are progressing really nicely there. And then, Garrett, just the imaging just showed a very small strain in the lat. He's been improving each day too, so we're just basically in wait mode of, like, when he's asymptomatic to the trainers, testing and stuff, he can resume throwing. When that's going to be, I don't know, but it wasn't a serious thing that we found, but we do have to wait until he's asymptomatic.
What does this team need to win more games at home?
You're going to ask me that. I'm going to give you the pause, right? like Izzy or I did yesterday with the media too. I give you the pause because it's like we did nothing. We just need to play like we did in Cleveland, right? Like there was games here last week that we very easily could have won, and it's like you can pick apart and why didn't you? It's like, well, maybe one was we had a lead and the bullpen didn't hold one day, right? Or one was not a great start, but then we started banging the ball around and came up one run short. Mm-hmm. There's games within that we could have won, and we just need to put together a little stretch where, you win 4 or something in a row and you kind of get this whole thing, and the player feels like, all right, we've conquered that, now let's go.
Yeah.
That's easier said than done, I get it. But I don't – we need a stretch. We need a good stretch. That's really it.
Can I throw out just you can shoot it down. The one suggestion is the team profiles as a young team. So young guys playing in Fenway.
Yep.
It's a different vibe. You have new players that are coming in for the first time. Is it all maybe just the profile of the team because it's young and you have so many new guys on this team and playing for the Red Sox in Fenway for the first time that might be somewhat of a factor why they're not playing as good at home?
It could be, but then you'd say, well, what about X game that we lost 8-7? We scored 7 runs. We banged it around. They looked fine. They were comfortable.
Yeah.
I think there's something too, like, I think Izzy had made a comment like, man, if, jump out to like a 3 or 4-0 lead and play with lead, get the fans involved early. Like that stuff happens. Sometimes it's out of your control if a guy's out there dealing against you. But I mean, I won't ignore or dismiss guys that are here for the first time. Maybe, they look around, but I think there's been plenty of instances in my time here, at least at Fenway, where we're playing a good baseball game, everything looks fine. Nobody looks nervous to me. They're getting after it, and they're doing what they're supposed to. And we come up a run short, or one thing happens in a game that goes against us and ends up costing us the game. So we have to win at home. We're not hiding from that. If we continue this, we're going to end up treading water like we have. The good thing is we're playing very good on the road. Most teams don't do that. So in a way, that's helping us, somewhat stay afloat. But we need to stretch at home. We absolutely do.
Chad Tracy, should the team have to earn it, Sweet Carolines? If the team is getting their ass kicked, is it okay to play Sweet Caroline?
I don't even know if I should answer. I don't know. It's a staple. It's a staple of Fenway, I guess.
But it's you look at with Geno time at the Celtics, they only play that when it's near the end of the game and it's a blowout and it's a big party, it's a celebration. There's nothing weirder than having a game just get blown, or somebody gives up a bomb and you're sitting there and you're all pissed off, and then you're like, no, I'm not feeling it right.
All the more reason we need to stretch at home.
That's right.
They play Sweet Caroline, we're winning 5 nights in a row.
That will feel a lot better.
Yeah.
Well, Chad Tracy, thank you so much for coming in, and we always appreciate you coming in the studio. And listen, let's cross our fingers, man. Let's hope we get some home wins.
Thanks for having me.
Let's do it. Hey, always great to have you, Chad. All right. That was Chad Tracy, your manager of the Boston Red Sox, brought to you by Shaw's and Star Market, the official supermarket of the Red Sox Radio Network, by Arbella, here for baseball fans, here for good, and by John Sewer and Drain Cleaning, the name to know when your drains don't flow. Rob Bradford will join us next.
FanDuel Sportsbook is the official sportsbook of WEEI, the Greg Hill Show.
An Odyssey Sports Station.
This hour of Rich and Ken with Ted Johnson live from Fenway Park is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate now at carsforkids.com. That's Cars with the K to donate your car today.
Now, here's what's in our feed.
Brought to you by Boston Prolotherapy. Game 2, tried again tonight at Fenway Park. Peyton Tolley on the hill, opposing Chris Bassett. 6:45, your first pitch across the Shaw's and Star Market, WEEI Red Sox Radio Network. Arcand, the 5:45 pregame show. Red Sox have called up Anthony Siegler from AAA Worcester to replace Nick Sogard, who's on the IL. Same lineup tonight as last night, other than Tolley. If your doctor said surgery was the only solution for your joint pain, get a second opinion. Do what Ted Johnson and thousands of others have done. Eliminate that pain with Boston Prolotherapy. Online, BostonProlotherapy.com. I'm Ken Laird. That's what's in our feed at WEEI.
This is Rich and Ken with Ted Johnson on WEEI.
And it is absolutely beautiful day down at Fenway Park. Let's hope disaster is not waiting for this team one more time.
Well, I'll tell you what's perked me right up is this Buster Olney report. Can we get into that with Bradford here?
Well, listen, there's nothing better than having Rob Bradford here when we got someone's shaking the tree, someone's breaking some news, and I can't wait for Rob Bradford to say, "You're wrong." I am smacking down that report. I have the real report.
Oh, I don't know which. You have to be more specific.
It's literally breaking.
First of all, McFarland, you all.
McFarland Energy, sir.
Brought to you by McFarland Energy, the region's most dependable provider of home heating, oil delivery, as well as expect HVAC services at McFarlandEnergy.com. I love how you're on top of it. You're keeping me right here with the sponsors.
I have a McFarland tattoo, so I'm always reminded. So, yeah, but it's always good to see you guys. What an honor. A little Robbie Bradford, 8 years old. You'd be sitting in the same seat the Red Sox manager.
I know.
Just moments ago.
It's still warm, isn't it?
You just told him.
It's still warm.
You taunted him. You said, "You're my warm-up."
Oh, I told him he was Shecky Green.
I thought that Chad was interesting. I don't know how much of it you got to hear, but I mean, the main thing that everyone's talking about right now, and we'll get to your report here in just a second because it is exciting. But the main thing I think that everyone's talking about today is the comment from Izzy yesterday about how, I feel like on the road we're a very close-knit team, but we come home and there's just a lot of people. He said it's different. It's just a different vibe at home, and we got to figure out a way to make it small how it is on the road. He said, just feel like at home we see a lot of people that we don't know or that are around this area. And he said, and we got to find a way to bring that back home, the close-knit group that they have. So what did you make of that quote when you heard that yesterday? Because there were like 3 or 4 different ways you could go on that.
Well, that's exactly what I thought. And it was sort of bizarre because the reality is you don't hit at home. You have, as you said, significantly less home runs than anybody. You just can't hit at home. I would say that the primary reason why you are not good at home is you do not have a team that is tailored to Fenway Park, and you don't hit at Fenway Park. But this is much spicier. Good for him. And you asked me what I thought of it. I'm the same thing. I was just in the Red Sox clubhouse, and I'm like, we're talking among the writers, like, what do you think he meant?
Yeah.
And everybody came up with 4 different things.
Let me hear the 4. Come on. Let's
yeah,
go.
well, I mean, you have like the obviously the media thing, which I don't really buy.
I don't either.
No, because people just standing around. I mean, it's not like it used to be. It just isn't. And so
I think he would use the word media too. I think he would have been more specific if it was media.
Yeah, I think so. And then you go to, well, you have too many friends and family. You have guys going out, whatever it is, or you have your guy Lorenzo coming around. Yep. There's so many different ways to go.
Or Greg's report this morning was that it's the driveline guys.
Right. Or what do you mean by the driveline?
The driveline front office people, people in the.
This has always been a thing. You're talking to Rich Hill. He said this. He's like, when you go throw a bullpen, there's 10 coaches out there, and that's the same
at home.
At home. Oh yeah, because they're not going to travel that many people.
Okay. Yeah.
No. But I think it's true. I mean, there's significantly more people whose job it is to do specific things, and they're here, and they're not. To your point, Ted, they're not on the road. So that could very well be. And I don't think that might be wrong.
But the only thing about that, Rob, is that these guys are professional baseball players. They're used to having tons of people around.
This is the problem with it. And I like Izzy. Like, Izzy's great. We did the 2-minute grill with him yesterday, and I really enjoyed talking with him. But in all the years that I've been here, no one's had that excuse about playing at Fenway Park.
Yeah, it's weird.
And so
because of that, and that to me makes me think that this is something different. And to be honest, the more I hear you talk, the more I think maybe it is too many people are whispering in their ears how to hit. Like it's just too many different voices. You talked about the driveline thing that Greg was talking about, and then you've got these other batting coaches that are coming in, like Caleb Durbin's guy Lorenzo, and you've got all these different people saying different things and getting in their head. Maybe that's what.
Well, Rich, to that point, we have to figure out what is the thing, because I think Izzy's a smart guy. And it's like, what is the thing that is going to have a direct correlation on you not performing? And what you just said, that would be probably at the top of the list.
Yes.
Not too much media, not going out, because everyone goes. Everyone has friends. Like you said, all the years I've been here, this dynamic has always been the same. And it's the same for the best team in the league at home.
Yep.
Same deal.
You think the distractions are the same on the road as they are at home?
No,
I can't bring as many batting coaches on the road.
Yeah,
like
yeah.
they're here.
Yeah,
you know?
I'm
talking about the going out part, like going out and being with friends.
Well, what he said too, which was we're really tight on the road. We're getting tighter and tighter and tighter on the road, and you know how it is, Ted. Like you go out, like you're together. You have nowhere else to go.
They didn't let Ted out. He told us that before. Different from football curfew.
Christian Campbell was disappointed when they found out he didn't have roommates on the road. So it's one of these things where I understand that part of it, where you're all in it together. When you go on the road, there's no doubt about it. It's like the way for the media as well. When you're on the road for the media, it's so much easier. It's so much easier. And so that is an element of it. But to come back to the point of what is the thing that might have a direct correlation to not scoring runs at home?
Yeah.
And that is the voices from a million different people. That would probably be at the top of the list.
What did you make of that Breslow article, the one that the Globe wrote? With the obvious.
Well, I think Theo was the biggest takeaway.
No question,
right? Yeah, I mean, and so I would love to hear from Theo. I would.
Yeah, why is he not? Because he's on these podcasts and stuff, but he is.
Well, he's on a podcast.
He was on one.
Yeah. He's on one.
I think we heard from him. That was his message.
Yeah,
but it was weird. A few weeks before that, he did a podcast where he basically was in line with everything Breslow said.
Yeah, well, that was the same one. I think they just keep cutting up clips from it. But you're right, Ted.
Okay.
Yeah, you're right that they had that clip that a lot of people. I surfaced it too, where he has one time where he's saying like, "Hey, listen, we're getting too down the road of analytics." But he also said he was very supportive of Breslow. But the thing is that it's like a lot of things with this team, where you can't tangibly say that is it. When they fire Alex Cora and all those coaches, you can't say, well, they would have been better or worse. We don't know that. We just don't know. And with Theo, we just don't know. All we can go by is, I know he's in the room at the winter meetings. I know that he's in the room at the trade deadline. I know that he's around once in a while.
Yeah.
But we don't know how much Breslow's listened to him or isn't listening to him.
Yeah. All right. So, Rob, can you hang out for 2 minutes? 2 minutes. All right.
Oh, I love it.
We're not going anywhere. We're
and
here
a
for
juicy Busteroni report.
Oh.
This is a good one.
Yeah.
Because if this is true, maybe, just maybe, all of our dreams and wishes are coming true, especially Chad's. I know Chad's obviously, we wouldn't tell us, but he's begging for this. And we'll get to that right after this. 2 minutes.
What if you could have the most reliable,
What is it? Oh, is this corrosion of conformity?
Right on, Rich.
Hell yeah, Jackson. Put a little metal in there. Love it. Are you proud of me? I nailed it right away,
Very
didn't I?
proud of you. And Chad Tracy said overtime like twice, so I just thought of the song immediately.
Oh, look at that. Jackson's brain is always working.
By the way, Dale Ordway.
Save that.
Dale Ordway was out on the streets last night.
Oh, he was?
Yeah, yes. So in the 4 o'clock hour, you'll
What
hear
streets?
some of that.
The mean streets?
Right here. This street right here next to us.
Wow.
Getting the pulse of the people after the way the Red Sox have been performing. It is Rich, Ken, and Ted Johnson here on 93.7 WEEI. You can give us a call, 617-779-7937. Rob Bradford here. Baseball isn't boring, WEEI.com. The man breaking all sorts of crazy news all over the place. Roman Anthony, he started chaos all over town.
Really did.
I don't put words in their mouth, Rich.
No, but hey, listen, did you get credit? Did people give you credit?
No, I don't. It's fine. Almost everybody gave me credit, but it's fine. I appreciate you guys talking about. I thought it was worth being talked about.
Oh yeah,
and I also just sort of like the way that was rolled out was. It was one of many, many interesting things. You know, you have the Anthony thing, you have the Durbin thing, you have the Theo thing, you have the Izzy thing, you have like all this stuff. And by the way, they're still trying to crawl out of the basement here.
Yeah, I know. It is obviously strange how everything has turned out. I still don't get how you can only have won 9 games at home and it's June freaking 3rd. This is very strange. But we may have a turnaround, right, Ken? There is a report
yes,
that
we do.
is.
I told you, don't give up on Brez. His job's on the line here. Here's Buster Olney. And he says, our man Gordo resurfaced it. This is from the Just Baseball show. Quote, what I've heard today is they are aggressively looking for a right-handed hitter. It might be a case where the Red Sox are willing to take on a bad contract.
Okay.
End quote. Now, that's Buster who hates, he always is bashing the Red Sox. You would admit that. He's always boxing this organization.
Buster's great.
So for him to say this, I think is legit intel. Would you just...
Oh, no, I believe it's legit intel, but I'm sick of kind of like we're trying really hard. Like that's my problem with those sort of reports. And and the biggest
of trying.
The biggest takeaway is that it's all right. You're going to take on a bad contract. Okay. Like this is the problem. I'm sick of the trying hard, and I go back to last trade deadline. Like, and everybody in that room, you had 30 people in that room say, I'm telling you, they tried so hard. It's a results business, man.
Yep.
Like you said that your main goal, your singular goal was to get a starting pitcher who could pitch in the playoffs. And you got Dustin May. And that was, as I said before, that was like going to the store and seeing the guy for $130 and selling for the thing for $60 and say it's going to be just as good. Like, oh, no, you're convincing yourself. No. Like, you knew that what this was going to cost you, and to come back to that report, you know it's going to cost you. You know that you're going to have to overpay. You know that you're going to have to take on money.
Okay, I got some names. You know some bad contracts? Let me list 3 for you.
Okay.
Okay.
They on the Red Sox?
Nope. No. Well, Devers was, but they got rid of him.
Okay.
Houston Astros, Carlos Correa.
Houston Astros are ahead of you in the standings.
Okay. San Diego Padres, Manny Machado. Bring the villain here.
San Diego is ahead of the Red Sox in the standings.
New York Mets, Marcus Semien.
He's not very good.
Oh, okay, but you're talking about bringing on a bad contract. I'm just trying to think.
So just so people know, when you say ahead of the Red Sox, meaning they're still in the wild card race, and why would they trade away?
Yeah, they're more.
Because almost everyone's ahead.
But they still may be willing to trade for something in return.
Right.
Give something to get something.
Sure.
And get rid of a bad contract.
You have no faith. I'm just looking at Rob's face.
They wouldn't do it before the season starts. What makes you think they're going to do it in the middle of the season?
Your instincts are keen, Rich.
Bo Bichette? Maybe Bo Bichette?
It's okay.
Mets are as bad as you. Same record.
I mean, Bo Bichette is having a terrible year, Ken.
Okay, you got to take a chance here, Rob. They need a change. They need a right-handed hitter.
I agree. I agree that they have to do something, but you have to show that you're going to be willing to get uncomfortable. You have to hit the sweet spot of this. We said this before. When you got Kyle Schwarber, you got a guy with a bad hamstring for nothing because he wasn't going to play for a month.
Right.
When you get some of these other guys, you in the offseason, good trade for Sonny Gray and Wilson Contreras, but you gave up guys who just weren't going to factor in at all. Now what you're talking about is trading top prospects, taking on big money, basically doing what the Giants did last year, which is taking advantage of a situation to get Rafael Devers. And if they can do that, great. But my point is, and if when they do it, we'll celebrate because this is exactly what they need to do. But my point is that I'm sick of the trying hard thing.
I know.
I'm sick of it.
And it's funny because when you have all of this talk about like, hey, we might be going after this guy, we're trying hard to get this guy, and then an article like the one in the Globe comes out that seems to be so damning against Craig Breslow. First of all, it seemed like there were a decent amount of people who couldn't wait to pile on. And it's been very odd. As a matter of fact, that's the kind of article that usually happens after they're gone, like the smear campaign article. When you kind of see that and you hear all this talk, like what kind of, do you believe that he is on a pretty short leash right now? Like, I got to think that he's someone who is on the hot seat.
I think his short leash is winning this year. Like, I don't know if you're going to say, see you later, Craig Breslow, before the trade deadline. I think to this point, if to lend credence to what you're talking about, Ken.
Thank you.
It is because Craig Breslow has to understand what's at stake here. He has to understand whether it's, his job, whether he has to understand in the offseason how he said, we're World Series or bust, and you've landed here.
Yeah.
You have to understand all of that. So, yeah, you have to do this, but it's not in their fabric. It's not in his fabric to do that. Like, that's the weird thing about this.
But Theo's calling him out. They are under pressure right now.
Well, is Theo calling
Yes, he said he's disappointed. I mean, to Rich's point.
Real quick, Noah is our new intern. Noah, can you come in here for 1 second? Okay, so Noah is a brand new intern, and there's nothing I like more than when someone gets to show you what they've got, what they're made of. Noah, what is your favorite restaurant in the entire world? You go talking to that mic right there. This is Noah, our brand new intern. What's your favorite restaurant?
Get right up on there, Noah. Here you go.
I like this restaurant called El Gaucho in Seattle.
Ooh, okay. How about one that's local?
He's been here like a week. I mean, the guy's literally in from the West Coast.
Are you like big into steaks, or do you like Chipotle? Steaks. Okay. There's you know what? Let's go Grill 23. We think of Grill 23. If you can get Theo Epstein on the phone with us by the end of the show, I'll get you a gift certificate for you and a friend to go eat your heart out at Grill 23.
Whoa.
All right.
Well, by the way, that should be like 3 months' salary. That shouldn't be a steak.
All right.
So, good deal.
At Grill 23, if you can get him on
What are the odds
before,
on this, Rob?
let's say before 5:30.
Here, I'm going to give you a head start. I'm going to give you his number.
Oh, wow.
Even better.
I
I was literally about to say, just talk to the guy across from you. I'll get the number. But if you can get him on our show by 5:30, I'm getting you a gift certificate for you and a friend at one of the best steakhouses in the city.
I'll be on it.
All right, good. All right, I got faith in Noah.
Or at least someone who sounds like him, Noah.
Jackson does a hell of an impression.
Sure. We have
Hi, I'm Theo Epstein.
That's right. You guys can split the gift certificate. All right. Well, Rob, it's a weird place that this team is in.
Yeah, a lot to talk about.
It is a lot to talk about, and you know what? To be quite honest, I'm not one of these people who likes dwelling on the negative. I'd rather be talking about this team, doing something. And
I know that was pants off win against Atlanta.
I was feeling good, man. I was feeling good. I was in my element. I was tweaking.
So people know that was 5 games ago. 5 games ago.
What can I say? It was, as I said, as I keep saying, water in the desert. All right. Well, Rob, great stuff. Baseball isn't boring. You can also hear him on is it 2 Minute Grill? Did I get the name correct?
Yeah. I gotta get one right.
Who you grilling? Who you grilling today?
I don't know. I'll figure it out. I did Izzy yesterday. It probably would have been better to do him today.
Can you do it twice? Let's go, baby.
I mean, I probably aren't going to get Roman Anthony or Izzy. They've already allocated their contractual obligations. But yeah, maybe Ken's favorite, Anthony Siegler, throws with both hands, former first-round pick.
He's got Native American blood. He's a very unique guy. Very interesting. Seriously.
Sure. I mean, I think that throws with both hands and was drafted in the first round were much more interesting.
He might be the first Native American baseball player ever. I mean, or in a long time. I don't know. Currently? I mean, look that up.
Didn't the Braves have Chief Nakahoma, the mascot that was probably the most inappropriate mascot of all time?
Yeah, I'm not sure that relates. It's fine.
Real quick, Raffo, before you go, what do they do with Brian Bale?
They just keep – here's what they do. They start Greg Weissert, who has like an under 1 ERA with nobody on.
Yep.
You open with him, and then you go – and as Chad Tracy said, the reason they're doing that is he can't get lefties out, so teams stack the lefties at the beginning of the order. Yeah, so that's what they do. It's not ideal, but –
Will they do that?
It's not – yeah, I think so.
Okay.
I mean, I don't think there's a lot of ideal things going on right now with this team.
All right, well, Rob Bradford, thank you so much for coming in.
All right, thanks,
as
guys.
Noah he's shaking the tree. He's calling his sources, trying to get – of course, Mr. Theo Epstein on the show with us. I got a feeling it's going to happen. All right. Speaking of ne'er-do-wells and rabble-rousers, our own Ken has pissed off the entire city of Philadelphia, apparently. Some of his comments he made about A.J. Brown yesterday on our show have caught fire amongst all of those Eagles fans. We will let you know what that was. Also, some more A.J. Brown news right after this.
New England Patriots plus A.J. Brown equals?
Look, I think they get back to the AFC title game. I really do, because I think A.J. Brown's going to have the best season of his career. I think he'll be a 1,500-yard receiver this year.
Hell yeah, Louis Riddick.
There we go.
1,500 yards?
Not everybody hates Pats.
They hate us because our anus. It is Rich, Ted, 3-time Super Bowl champion Ted Johnson.
It is amazing to the opinions vary on how the Patriots will do. Some think they'll be in the middle of the AFC. Some think they're the best team in the AFC. So it's a wide range of thoughts on what the Patriots are this year.
It is fair to say the AFC is wide open, right? That would be an accurate statement?
Absolutely.
AFC
yeah.
Oh, absolutely. You
Yeah.
kidding me?
I mean, see one of 5 or 6 teams winning it.
I mean, you have to think Buffalo has to be up there. You have to think Kansas City's got to be up there, right? Just boom, boom.
Bengals.
I would say the Chargers, even though I don't believe in them. Broncos,
and you could even throw in the I don't believe in the Ravens, but there's a lot of people putting the Ravens up there.
They're like
so,
a favorite, betting favorite.
He's bought in. I mean, you got Lamar Jackson, who's never been more excited to play football than he is this year. So
you'd probably even throw the Steelers in on a small
percentage. Aaron Rodgers is going to
based on their defense and
the Texans. Look, that quarterback is better than what he played in.
Oh yeah, Texans.
Texans. The Chargers are going to be good again this year. I like
it's half the AFC at least.
They got Mike McDaniels as their offensive coordinator. I think that's going to be a huge feather in the cap for their quarterback. So I think the AFC is going to be it is wide open, but it's going to be tough. It's not going to be an easy conference.
I agree.
Like it was last year.
Yeah, it could go anywhere. It is weird though. This whole AJ Brown situation. When he first got signed, it was essentially, I don't want to say universal, but it was definitely leaning towards most people were like, this is the great thing for the Patriots. Fantastic. Love it. As a matter of fact, it was one of those deals where if you were to poo-poo it, you kind of sounded ridiculous. It's weird, man, because now things are starting to turn. I don't know if it's just because, people are starting to feel that they have to have a hot take because it sounds like everybody else. And it's
a little bit of that.
You're right. I think that there's a definite, it's almost like, when one person gets left off a ballot for, the Hall of Fame and they want to be the person who gets asked about, why did you not bring this person? Why did you not put this person on the ballot? You want to be the one guy who gets attention. To me, it just seems like we're kind of leaning towards the day after, almost like a fake buyer's remorse. Because I've seen more articles today about, what, they did overpay. I mean, they were the only people in on it.
Yeah.
And it's true, they were the only people in, but that's a decent price for a very good player. To me, that's about what you should have paid for him.
You can't use the word fleeced. They didn't get. Did they overpay? Yeah, they did. And you know what? I don't care because they never overpay. They always underpay. And you get frustrating talking about these types of deals because they never come to fruition. Oh hell! Now with Vrabes there, it's there's a new sheriff in town, so they might be doing business a little bit differently. Let's see how it goes.
Yeah.
Anybody who's complaining. Would they have wanted the first-round pick in 2028 back for this season? Like, examine your life. What are you saying? You'd rather be, we got a first-round pick in 2028. It's screw A.J. Brown.
Ken, it's insincerity. You know what it is? It's sports talk radio. It's hot take television. And those are the same people that if this would have fallen through and on June 1st, you wouldn't have had A.J. Brown as a member of the Patriots.
Right.
They would have been ripping the team for not doing it.
You didn't do it.
Yeah, right. You didn't do everything you could do. It's just, this is not even it's going to be in the 20s anyway. Why didn't you go for it?
Do you know why the Patriots could not, bring in a bad deal or overreach? Because they had Tom Brady at his peak when he was, better than anybody on the planet on football. So you didn't need to make deals like this.
Yeah, you're right.
Because you had, and Drake May, I think he's going to be a hell of a quarterback, but he's still young. He's still got a lot. So you need to surround him with better weapons. So it's not to compare this deal to deals in the past. I think is honestly, it's kind of stupid because it's apples and oranges to where the quarterback you have versus the quarterback you used to have. You could, wait for the best deal. Because you had Tom Brady as your quarterback.
By the way, Ian Rappaport kind of gave us a little bit more of an idea of what this compromise was between the Patriots and Eagles. And he did say it was a compromise. Let's see what Rappaport had to say.
And everyone assumed that, A.J. Brown is getting traded to the Patriots no matter what. Except there was a compensation issue. Notably that the Philadelphia Eagles wanted a 1 for A.J. Brown, and the Patriots did not believe that was his worth. They believed he was worth a 2027 second-round pick. So the way that the two teams compromised was this. Instead of a 2027 first-rounder, it was a 2028 first-rounder, and most teams believe the value of a first-rounder, not this year, but the following year, loses around. In other words, a 2 this year is the same as a 1 next year.
Do you believe that?
You know,
you know what? It's weird. I'll be honest with the new NIL stuff. I never would ever say that before. But it's hard for me to think, man, that's a big difference. You know, a one whole round of less value. But maybe with the NIL, guys are staying in at longer than they ever did before. There was more you could kind of predict who was coming out before NIL. When they were going to come out, you could predict, and so you could kind of anticipate what each draft class was going to look like. Now, it's hard to figure that out. So I think there might be some truth. I would almost say it's probably a half a round weaker. To say it's a whole round weaker is a little bit, to me, is a stretch. But look, there was just the fact that you felt like you had this deal done and negotiated. There's a price to pay for that, knowing that you had him. So it affected how you drafted and how you did free agency. But also the fact that you could get him in here right now, as opposed to, you could drag it out for another month or two, but then you lose the benefit of having him in here working with Drake May, and there's value in that. So
he's here for minicamp next week, which was interesting. They moved that up. I'm not sure if it was like World Cup related or whatever.
Yeah, I think that's why. Yeah.
Okay.
But still, they're hitting the ground hot. Like he's staying in town, and here we go.
If it's an overpay, it's not by much, and for the other reasons I just mentioned, it's worth it to overpay a little bit for reasons I just said.
And the Elliot Wolf interview. I don't know Jory Epstein from Yahoo Sports, but she's the only one to talk to Elliot Wolf. She got an exclusive, and he did acknowledge the only one risky part of this deal, Rich, is the knee, which we talked about.
We've talked about that, yeah.
And Elliot Wolf said, "quote It's a factor, but we examined him. He's got a knee that has some wear and tear that we were aware of. Our training staff and medical staff signed off on it.
Mm-hmm.
So that is the legitimate only risky part of this. But you're going to have that with pretty much any guy you pick up.
And I'd be curious if there's new techniques, there's new things they can do, operations, ways to kind of manage the knee that are way more advanced now than when I played, and even when 5 years ago. So the knee. Dude, he's still producing at a high level with a bad knee.
Yeah.
So,
and that's what Wolf says. He goes on to say he's incredibly powerful. That's the first thing that stands out. He can get open one-on-one and versus zone. He's got a great feel, great hands. He's able to adjust. He's super strong. Probably not quite as fast as he once was, but he can still run.
And you know what, too? I said this yesterday regarding the first, the first rounder that they gave up. I said, right now, the Patriots need a feel-good story. They need people talking about them, something other than the Diana Rossini story, something that will distract you from what has been going on over the last 3 months, because we all agree that's been the biggest story of the offseason in the NFL.
But
correct?
do we all agree that that's not a reason why you make a trade like this? Well, it's a side benefit.
It's a side benefit, but I also believe that that's why they probably didn't hesitate. There wasn't any kind of negotiations at the end if they felt that, they were the last people, they're the only people that were bidding on it. There wasn't this whole, trying to rinky-dink them and go, you know what, maybe we'll do a second rounder instead. I think that they had this agreement and they weren't going to mess around because they knew they wanted a positive story out here immediately.
But you don't think this represents any kind of indication to how much power Mike has? I mean, Belichick won the Super Bowl in 2001, and he had immense power right away.
Yeah.
This is a little bit of a flex. This is a Mike Vrabel guy. He's basically.
It's a good point. I mean,
although Elliot Wolf says in this thing he's been calling about A.J. Brown since 2024.
That's true,
which is probably not true, but maybe
if that's true, then I take back what I just said.
No, but I think it's obviously a Vrabel pickup, right? I mean, they had such a great relationship.
Mm-hmm.
But then again, A.J. Brown is a Pats fan, so I guess maybe he would have wanted to come here no matter who the coach was.
What is this? Everyone's saying that A.J. Brown was using AI. Like when it was announced here, like he was holding up a jersey that wasn't real.
I think those jerseys of him in the 12 jersey as a little boy are not real on his Instagram page.
And like, does it look obvious? Because I saw a bunch of people going, "Oh, that guy's lying. He's a liar. You guys signed a liar."
I couldn't tell. I looked at it. I'm like, oh yeah, that's
there's a lot of talk about him being a problem. He's a diva. He had issues with this team, and this was on a team that was very successful with the Eagles.
Mm-hmm.
And I say that doesn't bother me because I don't think he's going to have the same problems with this coach, this coordinator, and this quarterback.
Dude, you literally are speaking my language. I said the same thing. I'm like, Mike Vrabel is not Nick Sirianni. Right. Mike, you said it. You said he is a alpha's alpha, Mike Vrabel. And if you have a player come in here who thinks they're going to be able to use these passive-aggressive tweets and things that they put out there about their other players, you can do that under Nick Sirianni because he does not seem like the kind of guy that will rule with an iron fist. Whereas Mike Vrabel, it seem like a completely different dynamic there.
It's apples and oranges. To suggest that he's going to be the same guy in here that he was in Philly, then you're not looking at it close enough.
But also, isn't the quarterback relationship more important? Like, I feel like he got traded because he and Jalen Hurts came to some disagreement in their personal lives or whatever. More so than Sirianni, A.J. Brown and Hurts didn't get along. So he and Drake have to get along. I don't worry about Vrabel and A.J. Brown.
I don't see there being any problem with Drake and him. I don't. No. This is the best quarterback he's ever played with.
But does
hang on. Controversy.
Those are fighting words.
Are you going to get the entire city of Philadelphia on your back like Ken did?
Let me ask you.
Come at me, Philly.
Marcus Mariota or Ryan Tannehill or Jalen Hurts ever been runner-up for MVP?
Hurts actually might have been
really?
in one of those regular seasons. I have to go back and check.
Who's won a Super Bowl and who was embarrassed in the big game there, Teddy J?
That's the big one.
Drake's going into his third year. When did Jalen Hurts win it? Was how many years?
3 years ago.
I know. How long had he been in the league before he won it?
Four? That's fourth year, maybe?
I'm going to pull up his stats. So
all I know is he also had the greatest team of all time around him. Like the talent he had around him was ridiculous.
Oh, it was his fourth year.
Yeah.
It was his fourth year.
I think it was his
Drake's going into his third year. So, yeah, Drake hasn't won it, but, he also got there, too. And it was mostly because of him.
All I know, Teddy J, is that there are some very angry people from Philadelphia. Apparently one of our clips from the show went viral of Ken, who obviously just has a hot take flamethrower everywhere he goes.
Every day he comes in.
Everybody second guesses me, even on the show. Bradfro a minute ago, like, scoffs. Next week he'll be praising.
You know what? It's true. You're kind of right on that, Ken. You've been
Teddy.
right with a lot of this stuff.
Well, let's get what he had to say and what pissed off Philadelphia so much. We will play that right after this.
Miss something?
And this is the best quarterback he's had, right? So he's going to want to get off to a good foot with Drake and not piss him off.
Great point.
Great
point. This is the best quarterback that he has played with.
Oh, hot take. Hot take.
Hot take, Laird. Fake take, Laird.
Wow. I don't know how you can argue against that point.
Well, somebody did. Actually, an entire city did. It is Rich, Ken, 3-time Super Bowl champion Ted Johnson here on 93.7 WEEI, and we are at the Ford Clubhouse Fenway studio. Beautiful day. Legit. I mean, this is an absolutely perfect day for a baseball game. Hopefully they're able to win at home.
Polly no-hitter tonight? Yes or no?
Oh, sure. Brought to you by your New England Ford dealers and employee prices for all there.
Put that stiz in case it happens.
You pay what we pay. Ford, the official vehicle of Major League Baseball and that dirty water. And you can give us a call and yell at Ken and be angry. 617-779-7937, because I guess after that clip was posted, somebody at some blog somewhere in Philadelphia let that thing ride, and they did not like what you had to say about Drake May being the best quarterback that A.J. Brown has ever played with.
Right. So you just get a flood of, these are various social media responses. Best quarterback he played with, man, stop it. Drake May was trash when the pressure was up. Super Bowl runner or Super Bowl MVP compared to what? Boys said Drake May much better than Jalen Hurts. Never won a bowl. The best quarterback he's played with. Do these guys not know Drake May had the worst playoff stats of any starting quarterback ever, with the emoji? Then somebody posted the 4 seasons of Hurts numbers.
Is it, by the way, is that true? Because I know obviously he was jacked up, but I mean, is that true? Like, if you look at his playoff run last year, are those the worst? Because he wasn't great.
It can't be worse than Roethlisberger in 05, or there were some bad runs.
Because obviously, let's think of the Chargers. Chargers game, there was nothing going on there. Drake was not any great shakes during the Chargers game.
Oh, you mean the whole?
I'm trying to. Because is that the point they're trying to make? Is that during the playoffs?
Yes.
It's got to be bad. It's got to be near the bottom.
3 of the 4 games were played in terrible conditions.
Right. He also ran for the game-winning first down against the Broncos. Nobody give him credit for that. I'm not trying to defend his stats.
No. I'm just wondering if what they're saying right there is true, because it feels true.
Was it the worst statistical playoff run of any quarterback?
Oh, what was the name of the Bears quarterback back in oh gosh,
McMahon?
What's that? No. It was like in the 2000s, the one when the Bears went to the Super Bowl and lost. It was with Urlacher.
Rex Grossman.
Rex Grossman.
Yeah.
Rex Grossman's got to be up there, I would think.
Oh yeah, that's probably got to be worse than that.
Look, they had the Patriots' offensive line. They gave up 21 sacks in the playoffs. All right, I think that might be a record. The Eagles have had the best offensive line in the NFL for years now. In the year that Jalen Hurts won the Super Bowl, he had Saquon Barkley, the best running back in the backfield.
Mm-hmm.
His 2 main wide receivers were A.J. Brown and Devontae Smith, probably one of the best two tandems of receivers, maybe other than the Bengals.
Mm-hmm.
They had Dallas Goedert, who's a hell of a tight end.
Mm-hmm.
So they had probably the best offense in the NFL.
Yeah.
But he had the best supporting cast. And then you look at defense: Jalen Carter, Jordan Davis, Nakobe Dean, Josh Sweat, Darius Slay. That's your defense. They had a probably the top offense and probably a top 5 defense in the NFL when Jalen Hurts won the Super Bowl. So the roster was insanely better. The Patriots last year were bottom 3rd in roster.
Yeah.
And still got to the Super Bowl. Lost it, but a bottom 3rd roster with the receivers that Drake had, to me, is way more impressive.
And statistically, the regular season, Drake had a quarterback rating of 113.5. Jalen Hurts' best regular season year was 103.
Regular season doesn't count.
Well, that's the only argument is the playoffs and your opponents, I guess, if you want to say it's a soft schedule. And obviously he didn't win. Hurts does have 1 Super Bowl win. So that's all you're going to go by, fine. But now, A.J. Brown's not there. You went to 2 Super Bowls with him. You drove him out of town. Let's see how he is now. Is Devontae Smith a number 1 receiver? We're going to find out. Is Jalen Hurts as good without A.J. Brown? We're going to find out. Yeah. I might tend to think no.
So what else do they pick? What are they saying? Are they being nice, or are they being rude?
Not even close to the best quarterback he has ever had. Jalen Hurts won a Super Bowl. Drake got blown out and laughed at while Jalen Hurts beat the supposed Tom Brady successor. That's not true. Both Super Bowls he played in. Oh, actually saying he beat Mahomes, this guy. Yeah, he went up head-to-head with Mahomes. That's impressive.
Is it fair to say that at this point, maybe Drake is not the best quarterback that he's played with, but Drake will be the best quarterback that he's ever played with?
No, I'm secure in saying he's the best he's ever
the best.
played.
So you think last year's performance by Drake May is better than anything that Jalen Hurts has ever did?
Yes.
Including the way Jalen Hurts played in the playoffs.
I mean,
because that's a big including.
The playoffs are different. The conditions weren't like they were in the games that Drake played, and he had a much better roster. So yeah, he could say he played better, but there were other external factors that led him to play better than Drake. It wasn't just because he's a better quarterback than Drake in the playoffs. It's because he had a better supporting cast, and the conditions weren't even close to what my guess is than what Drake played in.
And we were talking yesterday about how just A.J. Brown's style fits Drake May like a glove. And there was a great stat that was going around was that, A.J. Brown scored 18 touchdowns and receptions of 20-plus air yards during his 4 seasons with the Eagles, which was the most in the NFL at that time. And Drake May led the NFL in air yards per attempt and yards per attempt last year. Yeah. So it's just he's the perfect quarterback for this type of receiver. What do you show me? What do you show me?
This guy just put a GIF of Vrabel and a sad Drake on the sideline, and Vrabel consoling him.
Yeah, I thought that was a little overblown. Remember when he said? I was thinking that. Remember Josh McDaniels at the Denver game, and he said, "Boy, this is hard."
Yeah,
people crushed him for that.
Yeah, that's true too.
Yeah, I didn't think that was like.
That's not fair. Don't go into the mental health aspect. Come on, that's a low blow.
Dude, it's. I mean, would anybody in our profession in Philly right now be saying that Jalen Hurts with a straight face is better than Drake May?
Well, in fact, I asked Spike Eskin that, who is now the afternoon host there, and he said, we all agree with you. Nobody on the show thinks that Drake May or Hurts is better than May.
Well, I'll tell you what's interesting is that today, almost as if it's breaking news, people are reporting that Kayshon Boutte is interested in a trade. I thought that had been around for a little while. Isn't that something it was because he wasn't showing up, right? Like
it wasn't reported. Yeah. This is the first report of it, official report, that he's open to a trade or wants to be traded.
Well, I mean, I think he knew what we all knew, and that was that A.J. Brown was indeed on June 1st going to be a Patriot. And so if you're Kayshon Boutte, you're probably saying to yourself, well, my place isn't here then. Obviously, there's no room for me.
What if they didn't tell him it was official? What if they were like, hey, Kayshon, sit out. We're going to wait until it's officially official, and then let's talk.
Ooh, I can't imagine saying sit out. I don't think they'd ever tell him to sit out. Like not show up for OTAs and stuff? Wow.
That doesn't seem right.
Then you better trade him, because if you have told him that and then you don't trade him, well, then he's missed a lot of time. If you want to do right by a guy, that's why what happened to Lawyer Malloy back in 2003 was such a big deal, was that Bill waited to the very last time, day to cut a guy when everybody spent their money, when all the rosters were pretty much set a week before the season started.
Do you think he did that for injury reasons? Like, I'm going to trade him, but I want to make sure we don't have somebody, blow out a knee before. So he waited. Because I'm sure the Patriots would love.
Lawyer?
Yeah, because I'm sure the Patriots would love to keep.
God, are you kidding me? No, we don't want to get into it. But no, he did that to Lawyer to be a dick. because Lawyer wouldn't take the contract that and so you're like, you know what? Right. Nobody tells me no. And so I'm gonna cut you.
Yeah.
He didn't even trade him, cut him at the very last second. Right. And so that
But that's what I'm saying. Like, I'm sure Vrabel would love in a perfect world to keep Boutte around as an insurance policy through all of training camp.
I don't know that, because I think you can only have so many receivers, right?
Well, what if AJ gets hurt though? Then you're like, oh well, at least we got Boutte.
Yeah, I guess, but I mean, you could say that for every position. What if so and so gets hurt? I mean, you can't have insurance for everybody. That's interesting. I just think the profile of this roster right now, especially the wide receivers, is there's a redundancy there with Kayshon Boutte.
Yeah.
I think you would try and get something for him if you could.
I have to ask you, Ted, because there were a bunch of people got angry at this yesterday, but we were talking about how I believe that it's a certainty that the Patriots are going to sign Christian Gonzalez. They're going to set the market. They're going to do it. There's no way you can blow this opportunity that you have right now.
Well, look at that face. Ted does not agree.
I believe it is a certainty, and I think here's how it's going to happen, is that his agent is going to come in and say, I don't want you to just pay him as the highest paid corner. I want you to pay him as the highest paid defensive player. And the Patriots are going to go, no, we are not going to do that. And they're going to say, okay, well, then, you know what? Let's compromise. Just make him the highest paid corner, and there you go. He's going to set the market, and it's done. I have a feeling that's how it's going to go down. Ken, however, or was it you, Ken, or was it Christian Arcan who was saying yesterday that
we're both skeptical?
They are skeptical of that happening and believe that he would be worth getting picks and making a trade if that was indeed what he was pushing for.
So I would love to. I think they should sign him. I just don't think they will, and I bet you they try to get him through one more year somehow, maybe some short money just to keep him happy, and then they'll try to trade him for a couple firsts after this.
I could see that. To me, is more realistic. I've gone. So I was, as of 2 weeks ago, I'm sitting there going, it'll be done by the end of the summer. I've totally changed on that. I have a different feeling, and I'm like, no, the Patriots don't do these deals 2 years out in front of when you have to, and then they don't set the market. I just can't see them doing it. And here's the thing. I just don't see Christian Gonzalez showing up for work.
Yeah,
without a new contract.
Exactly.
So what happens? Who blinks? I just think. And then you look at. Don't forget, Devin Witherspoon is the other cornerback that is the same age, same years of service, looking for the same thing. He's showing up for OTAs.
Mm-hmm.
Christian Gonzalez is not. Both Devin Witherspoon and Christian Gonzalez have the same agent. So it's not the agent telling Christian not to show up for work, because obviously the agent will be telling that to Devin Witherspoon. But Devin Witherspoon is showing up for work, showing up for practice in good faith.
Good point.
And if he gets the deal done because he's showing good faith and showing up, Christian Gonzalez might regret that. I don't know. I could see this not being as easy and as simple as you're saying, Rich. I totally changed my tune on that.
It's going to be scary if they don't make that happen. I don't like that at all. It completely changes the outlook of what I think this team can be. That scares me, because I want to believe that they are all chips into the center of the table. Like, we've even talked to Jeremy Fowler of ESPN, and he said the Patriots most likely aren't done. He believes that they might try to make a move for an edge rusher. Kayvon Thibodeau was a guy that was mentioned out there, and who was it? Sweat from Arizona?
Yeah.
Were two names that were thrown out. And if that's the case, that's exactly what you want. You want them to take this window where you're not paying your quarterback at a king's ransom already. You got him on a rookie deal. Go all in. Get this team right. Try to win a Super Bowl. You were right there. You had it right there. And your team's only gotten better since then. I just don't think if they blow it.
What if he's asking for $40 million a year?
He's not going to get that. And he knows that. Put it this way:
ask for it.
He is going to set the market.
The money sign.
Yes, he did. All right, I can't wait to play or show you guys something. All right, we're not going anywhere. It's just 2 minutes, but let me just say this.
Oh no,
the Red Sox got some balls on them.
Oh
boy. I'm looking at something right now that I am feeling weird feelings that I have not felt in a while looking at this. The Red Sox just put out something that is truly, man, you got some guts. You're putting it out there. We will get to that. We're not going anywhere. In 2 minutes, we'll get to it.
The world's biggest soccer tournament has arrived, and you can...
93.7 WEEI FM and HD1, Lawrence, Boston, and Odyssey Sports Station.
This hour of Rich and Ted with Ted Johnson live from Fenway Park is brought to you by Shaw's and Star Market, proud to be local since 1860.
Now, here's what's in our feed.
The feed is brought to you by Boston Prolotherapy. Red Sox tonight opposing the Orioles, Game 2 at Fenway Park. Peyton Tolley on the mound opposing Chris Bassett. 6:45, your first pitch across the Shaw's and Star Market. WEEI Red Sox Radio Network. Shaw's proud to be local since 1860. Arcan with your Mass Mutual pregame show, 5:45. Same lineup tonight as last night for Boston. And they have announced they've put Nick Sogard on the IL, recalled Anthony Siegler from AAA Worcester. If your doctor said surgery was the only solution for your joint pain, get a second opinion. Do what Ted Johnson and thousands of others have done. Eliminate that joint pain at Boston Prolotherapy, online at bostonprolotherapy.com.
Rich and Ken with Ted Johnson.
It is 93.7 WEEI. Rich, Ken, Ted Johnson. He's won a Super Bowl 3 times, and we are in the Ford Clubhouse at Fenway Studio, brought to you by your New England Ford dealers and employee pricing for all. You pay for what we pay. Ford, the official vehicle of Major League Baseball in that dirty water. We got a line of people right in front of us ready to go in. Oh, nice. Can you all hear me? Can any of you hear me? Oh, hell yeah. All right. Maybe we'll finally get a win today.
Actually, Red Sox fans, too. That's rare.
I know. It's you're right. It's usually the other club. That's right. But today we got we got a Cubs guy. Yeah, all right. Once again, the best is when people like show up for the other team and they're like dressed like it was a dude from the Astros, and he had this huge like headdress and this big like thing and like spaceships hanging from him. Like, you don't have to go that hard. The Red Sox aren't very good.
Take it easy on us, Kevin.
You're probably gonna kick their ass. All right, a couple things real quick. Let's get a quick update from Noah, our intern. Noah has been given the task of. I told him that if he could get Theo Epstein on the show by 5:30. Then I was going to get him a gift certificate for 2 over at Grill 23. He said he's a big fan of steak restaurants. I just said, you know what? Grill 23 is a great one. Give me an update there, Noah. How you doing?
Yes, a little update. I was, right as you said that, I was calling a different number that I thought potentially would be Theo's, but I got on the phone with his brother, Paul.
Okay, Paul Epstein, yes.
Paul said he was going to let him know that I was hoping he would call into the show, and we have not gotten an update yet, but I'm going to keep trying to find some numbers.
I love it, Noah. Hey, that's doing the work. Excellent. Big things can happen. I'm telling you. I'm feeling it. By 5:30, you're going to have him on here. We're all rooting for you.
Let's just have Paul on him, and let's hire him as the GM.
Is he the Cooper Epstein?
Eddie Epstein.
Is he the one who does the burgers? He's the Wahlberg one?
I think he's a soccer coach at Brookline High, or was.
Oh,
that's good enough for me. I mean,
I'll take it. Doesn't he have a twin? Theo has
that's his twin.
That's his twin.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, yeah. I've actually seen him around. I thought it was him. All right, real quick, let's go to Paul from Rhode Island. Paul, what's happening, my man? How you doing?
Hey, guys. Thank you, Teddy. Thank you, Ken. Thank you, Rich. Listen, we've been crying poverty for 6 years, and now we spent the money for a wide receiver, a top 5 wide receiver. I mean, you're gypping the fans if you don't spend money like this. You just went to the Super Bowl. Why are you gypping the fans? I mean, you got to understand that you might be going to the AFC and maybe lose to Buffalo in the AFC, like I predicted last year. But that didn't happen.
Paul, I'm sorry, Paul. Are you saying that why are they not willing to spend the money on Gonzalez? Is that what you're worried about? Is that what you're saying?
Absolutely. You never spent this kind of money before, and now you have a token that you went to the Super Bowl with the easy path. You did not make that easy path. The NFL made that easy path when you're 3-14 or 4-4. You know, they're not the only team that had that path. There's other teams that won Super Bowls, maybe 2 or 3 with that path. I'm tired of
I see what you're saying. Yeah, right. I mean, I just think they're in a unique situation where you can put all the chips in the center of the table. I mean, I know it's going to be expensive when they have to pay Drake, but right now, to let Christian Gonzalez walk, especially a team that needs as much positive PR as they can. You mentioned something, though, Ted, that you said that you believe that for Christian Gonzalez, you could get 2 first-rounders.
If you can get 2 first-round draft picks, I think that would be hard for me to kind of, I don't know, shy away from.
That's the Sauce Gardner return. I mean, it's kind of been established.
Yeah, the Jets got 2 first-rounders for Sauce. So I don't know. I mean, but I don't want a first rounder in 2028 because supposedly that's really like a second rounder. So, it's there's not an easy answer. I just think it's just very interesting what's the Patriots historically, they don't like to do deals like this.
Now, Elliot Wolf was asked this question. So Jory Epstein of Yahoo Sports talked to Elliot Wolf, Pat's GM, asked about Drake May's contract. He says, quote, "That's our number one priority. Obviously, we have others, but that's our number one. I think it gives you some advantages, especially as we were restocking in free agency last year. We spent the most money in the league, and then again this year we kind of went heavy again. That's not necessarily sustainable, especially when we have guys like Gonzalez and Drake coming down the pipe here."
Mm-hmm.
So he does mention Gonzalez by name as a priority. So that's good. It's just, to what extent are you willing to go if the agent's asking for $40 million plus?
Yeah. And a lot of people think that they're waiting to see what Devin Witherspoon makes before they do anything. So, man, if they don't get this deal done before the end of the summer, before the season starts, then I'm just worried. I'm worried what's going to happen. You don't want. Is Christian Gonzalez not going to come in for training camp until the very end of the camp, and then you open up with the Seattle Seahawks?
Like, does he tell his agent, "I want it done before camp," or doesn't care? He doesn't care if he misses training camp.
He probably doesn't care because he's looking for the most money. But you don't. If you say you put a time limit on it, well, then you might not get the money that you want.
Right.
So my guess is he's going to say, "Do whatever you got to do to get me what I want." Yeah, he wouldn't be holding up the money sign at a Celtics game if that's not front and center on his mind right now.
All right. I don't mean to drastically pivot, but I've been dying to show this.
Yeah, what is this?
All right. The Red Sox, they got some balls on them. I'll say that. They just put out on their social media a graphic, and the caption above it is, "All-Star voting is officially open. Vote Red Sox." I would like, Ted, for you to take a look at this graphic right here that they have.
Let me see the graphic.
Yeah.
On the graphic, Trevor Story, Roman Anthony,
both out.
Garrett Crochet,
He's out. Yep.
and Caleb Durbin.
Caleb Durbin, baby.
Well, hey, Durbin's coming around. Lorenzo got him fixed.
Marcelo hitting 222 was on there.
They don't even have Tully or Early on there.
Jaron Duran.
Where's Tully and Early? Good question.
Tully and Early not on there.
Oh, I guess maybe you can't vote for pitching.
They put a bunch of guys that are injured and Caleb Durbin on their ad for the All-Star vote. What are they smoking?
Yeah, they have to, though.
Oh, the clankers on the Red Sox to do that.
Well, you have to put out your starter. Is like you have to put. They'll put your representative.
Not if he's injured. Not if he's been injured for most of the season.
Well,
this is just. They're doing this as a joke, right? This is some sort of like Andy Kaufman meta humor.
They're probably required by MLB to put this.
They might. And they're appeasing maybe those guys too, right? If you don't put them on there,
then put on Tully. Then put on Early. Put on guys who.
No, but you can't vote for the pitchers. Those are selected by.
Oh yeah, I guess that's right. But why do they have Crochet on here?
They did have Crochet on there. Yep.
Oh, they do.
They do.
They do.
Yep.
Like, what are we doing? Like, this is really bad. And the comments are, of course, exactly what you think.
I mean, the Patriots put out, Happy Mother's Day to all the mothers out there.
Well, too, we got to make sure they don't put out a Happy Father's Day message. Like that might backfire pretty bad.
I think that's what teams do, but I get your point. It's not the best look for that, right?
No,
Wilson Contreras he's a good.
Okay,
he's worthy of some first base.
Sure. Yeah, you got that. And then what else you do?
Probably just have been him.
Chapman, even though they're putting him in just because he needs time, like the other day they didn't even need to play, but they had to put him in because he hasn't been in a closing situation lately.
Yeah.
Oh man, this is just the guts on the Red Sox.
They're only 4 games back in the wild card, Rich.
Only 4 games.
Only 4 games back.
Hey, what do you guys think of the answer to? You asked Trent Tracy why he was late, and he just some meetings went late. Do you believe him? Do you buy him?
I think there was something. I honestly think there was something. That sounded like there was a meeting. Either it was a team meeting or it was a meeting with one of the players.
We're gonna replay that at 5. Is that the Chad Tracy interview we had? He was supposed to come on at 2:15, and he bumped us 2 segments back later, so closer to 3. And so Rich asked,
what if Tracy went in and the chief baseball officer was like tied up, duct tape in the corner, like hanging by his feet, and he was trying to get him down?
Listen, I mean, the Red Sox, they're kind of a machine, and Tracy usually shows up on time, but it was like a 30-minute delay. We kept getting texts saying he's caught up with something, and it was the first question I asked him. I'm like, should I read into any reason why you're 30 minutes late?
Team bonding. The Spurs went to see Obsession, right? So maybe a little team bonding activity. They were late.
Right. That way, maybe they were making this awesome All-Star ballot picture on Canva while they were doing that. Just trying to, hey, get me all the players who haven't been playing. And then put Caleb Durbin on there. Make sure Caleb Durbin's on
Why
the
is
All-Star
Caleb
ballot.
Durbin on there?
I can't
Dude,
tell
I don't
who's
know.
who. I mean,
Dude, that's the one where I'm like, huh?
Yeah, and Roman Anthony. Like, the guy's hardly played.
Seriously.
This is really funny. Like, this is
team
great.
leader had a good spring.
I
World
guess
Baseball
so.
Classic.
I guess so. All right. Well, 617-779-7937. You know what? How about this? We should actually start a campaign just to see how powerful our show is to put Caleb Durbin in the All-Star game.
That would be awesome.
Let's do that. I'm voting right now. Caleb Durbin for All-Star. Let's see if we can get him in there. Listen, they told us to. The ad said to put Caleb Durbin in there. Why not do it? All right. We will take your calls next.
Staples present.
It is 93.7 WEEI. Rich Shirtenleave, Ken Laird, three-time Super Bowl champion Ted Johnson, and they are letting the crowd in now. It is truly a beautiful, beautiful afternoon here at Fenway Park.
The bad news is they're letting the crowd. These poor people.
Well, listen, I you know, as I said, you hope they turn this thing around, and Chad Tracy just seems sincere, and he's in a weird spot, man. I mean, imagine being like where he was, you know, at the beginning of the season, not knowing any of this was going to happen, and you get thrown into this whole situation, and he's been handling it well, you know, to get.
I mean, well, he's 15 and 17, so record-wise, slightly better than Cora, but he's made like the changes he can. He's put Gasper in at catcher. He put Duran in the leadoff spot. They've made some slight improvements with the offense, but he's got to be excited as I am about this Busteroni right-handed bat report. Like,
yeah, I mean, who knows what's going to happen with that. All right, so let's talk about something that truly is exciting, and that is tonight the NBA Finals starts, and I'll be honest, this is one I'm really looking forward to. This seems like it could be a fun one. And
you're rooting for New York.
I am. I don't think New York's going to win. I think it's Spurs in 6, but I think that if the Knicks win, it's going to be so humiliating for the Celtics that they will be forced to do some sort of massive overhaul or change, because we cannot go back to what we saw at the end of this past season. I can't take that kind of basketball, chucking up threes over and over again, not having some sort of big man down below. It just is. If the Knicks win, it's going to be earth-shaking around the Boston Celtics. Or if it's not, then it says something about this team, because that should piss you off.
I mean, it's a worse look for the Celtics, I think, if the Knicks win, because it felt like, you know, the Celtics were a better team than the Knicks all season long. I mean, that's what it looked like. I know they got beat by the Knicks last year, but nobody thought the Knicks should have beat the Celtics last year. So I just think, man, the Knicks win. It was, I mean, I don't know. A lot of people might look at the Knicks the same way they looked at the Celtics in 2024. It was an easy path. That they had an easy path. That, you know, the Cavaliers, they weren't really they weren't legit contenders. And the Celtics didn't have Jason Tatum. You know, so I could see maybe teams kind of taking the shine off of the Knicks if they. But the Spurs
are better than the Mavs.
I mean, they were.
When the Celtics team.
Yeah, but they were also a lottery team last year too. I mean, they were not the best team last year. But I don't know if I look at the Spurs and go, "Oh, this is an all-time great team."
Well, they do have Luke Cornett. I mean,
that's my guy.
The murder cornet.
They do, right? I don't know. I'm excited to see this. I don't have a good feel on how it's going to go, but I don't think it's as much of a layup for the Spurs as people think.
I'm hoping for maximum Knicks pain, so I don't know whether that's a straight sweep or Knicks win tonight, and the whole city gets way out over their skis and then lose in 5. Just gentleman sweep. Eliminated on the court in Madison Square Garden would be awesome, though.
Did I see it correctly that the Spurs are the first team in like NBA history that has all 5 players on rookie contracts, all 5 starters?
Oh, I wouldn't doubt it.
Dude.
Yeah, I wouldn't doubt it.
I mean, that's imagine if they've
been
win.
a lottery team for the last 5 years.
Yeah. So if they win,
Castle.
So and I know everyone says this every year.
Dylan Harper.
And it's been great because the last 8 years, including this one, it's going to be a different champion. Like there hasn't been any dynasty that has taken off. I mean, it seems like Golden State was the last team to do anything like that. It's been 8 years in a row where you have a different champion now that Oklahoma City has lost. So, but when you have a team that wins and your team is that young and everyone's on a rookie contract, that reeks of dynasty. Like that says to me,
is Wemby to be trusted though? If you get these big men that are,
I don't know.
Is it fragile?
He's been a freak so far, but you're right. Every big man seems to break down.
Gun to the head, I'd bet against it. Gun to the head. I feel
against the dynasty. This will not be
dynasty because of Wemby. Yeah, I don't think his health is just it's just not. You're not going to convince me that he'll stay healthy for for guys that size. Usually end up breaking down pretty quickly in their career.
You know, there is a tendency for some players who play, in different generations to kind of wag their finger at a younger generation and say, well, you're not doing it the way we did, so it's not right. But I do love when Kevin Garnett comments on modern basketball players because he's fair. And in this case, Ted, I want to get your opinion on this, and you too, Ken. This was something that I heard where he's talking about Wembanyama. Everyone recognizes Wembanyama is a generational talent. The guy is obviously fantastic and can do things that we haven't seen a guy his size can do. But Kevin Garnett said something that I thought was pretty funny. Let's let it play.
Crying in Western Conference Finals. That was too emotional for that to be. That was too emotional for me.
Oh, was?
Yeah, man. He got 4 more games to try to get. You got to go to the finals now. Nah, you still got to be even killed right here. And that trophy, that ain't what that's cool. Yeah, we beat them, cool. But I got a whole nother sight and it's up here. It's going to take my energy to run up this hill. I can't be you. Nah, that's how bad they wanted to beat OKC. You know what I'm saying? But man, this right here, nah. And then to me, this is the Knicks. Only window I see. They got to get it right now. I'm talking about you got no Boston on here, you got no OKC, you got to go now.
So the Knicks are on an 11-game win streak right now, and they have the best point differential ever in the playoffs. So they're smashing teams.
No, they are, but I don't want to give fools gold.
Okay, so it was the first
middle
part.
of the mall, fool's gold.
Yeah,
Coney.
That's where we got all of a
So
sudden.
he agrees with me then.
Okay. So the first part of that clip was the part that I found the best.
That was great.
Was where he said, "Why are you crying? It is a Western Conference Finals. Like you won the Western Conference and you're crying."
In Wemby's defense, we all said it was the NBA Finals, so maybe he's like confused. He maybe thought that they did win.
Yeah, maybe that was the case. Ted, do you think that can you excuse Wembanyama for getting emotional after winning the Western Conference Finals, or is Kevin Garnett right in saying that? Come on, man, you haven't won anything.
Did you cry when you beat the Raiders?
No, I did not. I cried when we beat the Rams.
Oh,
yeah. I cried. I cried 2 times in my life: losing to Nebraska my senior year, and then beating the Rams. But I did come on. I mean, we felt like we were a better team than the Raiders. And that's Snow Bowl. Is that what you're talking about? No.
Yeah.
You know what? You know what I like about Wemby? I feel like he cares. I just like a guy that cares.
I do too.
All right, he didn't cry at his mom's arm. All right, arms like like Caleb Williams. But so that's a little different. He's excited. I read a story about him going over to, I think it was Tibet this offseason, and he put a lot of work into his, just his mental part of his game and his physical part of his game. So for him to just get to the big dance, I can see that being, I want my guys caring that much. So I'm not going to knock points off of him for crying, just getting to the finals.
I'm also going to give him some grace because of the way that they won it. Like, it was a Game 7, extremely tight until the very end. I know how on the road, I know how emotional that can be, and it probably just overtook him at that moment. Like, this wasn't they won it in 6, and it was a blowout, and he cried, and like, I can't believe I won the Western Conference. That was man, I couldn't sleep all night. This is Game 7. It means everything to me. And you didn't know that you had escaped with a victory until the very end of that game, until maybe like 2 minutes left. You thought that it was still up in the air. So in that case, I'm going to give him some grace.
No credit for Cornette. You should have given him credit for the block. That was the signature block on the fourth.
Block.
That's
That was
what I wanted
great.
to hear.
Cornette, man, he's the big man.
I love him.
He's the LeBron James of big men right now.
who you want, Nina Mosqueda or Cornette? Who would you take?
I like them both, but if I could only choose one, Cornette.
Cornette, too?
One has been in
And he
3
does
of the
more.
last 5 finals, and that is Luke Cornette.
Yep.
3 of the last 5 finals, that guy.
How can you root against him and root for the Knicks? You have to be pulling for the Spurs.
I'm telling you, I think the Spurs are going to win, and I think it's cool that the Spurs are there. I'm such a Celtics fan that I want, however this outcome turns out, to be the best for change for the Celtics, and that is for them to be humiliated by the Knicks winning.
Like, you think Brad is watching the series and he's going to make a determination on what he does based on the outcome of the series?
He better. You bet your ass he better. If he took a look at and saw that there was a team in their own division that dominated Wembanyama, you bet your ass I'm making some sort of drastic.
But he already knows he's got a problem with his rim protection. He already knows that.
He does.
I don't think he needs to see the
And
series.
he's pissed. He already told us he's pissed.
Oh, you did.
I'm pissed.
Now, I know you guys ignore my Giannis updates, which come daily on the text thread. But
not anymore. At first I did.
Sam Amick, yet again in The Athletic, while league sources have maintained Giannis is interested in the Heat, there are also indications he's very intrigued with the prospect of joining a Celtics team that is deeper and more dynamic than Miami's and could thus remain more competitive after a blockbuster deal.
Yep. I'm hearing that, but I'm also hearing that the Celtics aren't interested in Giannis.
Yeah,
That's
Bill
the other
Simmons
part.
is saying that, so that's a little worrisome.
So,
but
I could see them kind of seeing that.
Like, if you want change, Rich, if the Knicks win and that'll force their hand to do something big.
Yeah.
Like, they're now interested in, like, maybe the Pelicans. I've seen that out there.
Sure.
Trade Jalen to New Orleans. I mean, are you looking for something else? You don't like Giannis. You're looking for
No.
another shakeup.
I didn't say I don't like Giannis. I would prefer, obviously, if they could figure out a way to have Jalen and Jason both stay here and
Keep
Giannis
them
be
at
here,
ad.
but that
Yeah.
most likely wouldn't happen. But, to be honest, I'm now at the point where if you got rid of Jalen and you brought in Giannis, I would probably be like, okay, cool. You know what? It's something different.
And then-
sure.
and then LeBron.
Let's go.
Then the
And
LeBron.
LeBron. And, of course, LeBron. I do not have my LeBron.
Who's going to take a pay cut, right? He's going to take league minimum?
No, because everyone's freaking out that they're saying, hey, so-and-so can give him the $15 million veteran exception. So can the Celtics, apparently. They can afford to give him $15 million.
Yeah, but he wants 50. Probably.
Come on, dude. You're not LeBron anymore. You're kind of LeBron light.
We'll let you manage the Red Sox. You're already part owner. Come
Sure.
on over in.
Why not? Come on over. Listen, if you want something that needs to be shaken up, how about those Red Sox? Except for that All-Star ballot in which you can vote for Caleb Durbin. He's right there on the poster. All right.
Will he get a vote? Could you
I already voted.
Oh, so he got one.
Caleb Durbin got one. At least one from me. So, if he's there, you can thank me. All right. 617-779-7937. When we get back, our own Dale Ordway on the street getting the pulse of the Red Sox fans after a somewhat humiliating loss, except this time he's not Mr. Dale Ordway. He may have possibly disguised himself as a certain owner for your Boston Red Sox. We will do that when we get back. It is 93.7 WEEI. Rich, Ken, Ted Johnson right here at Fenway Park. It is a absolutely gorgeous day. Hopefully the product inside the stadium will not be as depressing as it has been lately. As
they always win Game 2. Game 2, they're strong.
Yeah?
They can't win a rubber match, and they can't win the opener.
That's right. And Tully's on the mound tonight, right?
And we got Tully night.
Here we go. Now, that's a guy that should have been on that little all-star deal that was...
Yeah, but you can't vote for the pitchers.
I know, but still they put Caleb Durbin on there, which is very strange.
He's your third baseman. You got to put a representative from each position. Well, who else would they put on?
You don't have to do that. Put put Chapman on there. Maybe Contreras. There's other people you could have put on there. They put Story and Roman Anthony, like two people who've been injured. They put them on there. How funny would it be?
It's to appease those guys, though. I think. I think they, if Crochet wasn't, Crochet's on there.
Yeah. Make them feel good. It'll perk me up.
Yeah.
This might turn the corner.
This is what we think of you, man. I'm going to put you on the All-Star ballot here.
Be an All-Star even though you've rarely played. All right. So this is a team that obviously has been struggling. We talked to Chad Tracy. You can hear some of that stuff here in just a few. They've only won 9 games at home, which is truly absurd that it's June 3rd and they've only won 9 games, especially in a hitter's ballpark like this. It really is. The math doesn't work. It's the worst that they've played at home since 1932.
Correct.
Did I get that right?
Can I give you one more little stat nugget for that?
What's that?
Since Chad Tracy took over as interim manager back on April 25th, the Red Sox have not won a single game at Fenway Park in which the opponent has scored more than 1 run.
Jeez.
Oh, really?
That's true.
That is what I'm reading. Yep.
Yikes.
Yep.
Well, they have lost. Is it 12 of the last 15 at home? So that makes sense. They're 3-12 in their last 15 games. So that's amazing.
But his record is better. Like Chad Tracy's record is better than Cora's, though. From
overall,
yes. Okay.
Yep.
I mean, they've been okay on the road, but nonetheless, it is. There's questions about what do you do? Like, what do you do with this team? How do you fix it? Who can you even talk to? Well, what if the owner of your own Boston Red Sox was just standing right outside the game? And how do you know it's the owner? It's because he's carrying a giant sign that says, what does that say there, Ted?
I'm John Henry. Tell me what you think of my team.
That's right. So our own Dale Ordway, a.k.a. Jackson on the show, yesterday went outside after the horrible loss, right out here on the Lansdowne, and held up his sign that says, I'm John Henry. Tell me what you think of my team. And if you've ever seen Jackson, dead ringer for John Henry. Looks exactly like him.
I think so.
I mean, there's not even a question. Sounds just like him, too, when he talks. And can I get a little John Henry music there, Stiz? Can I hear a little something here? Oh, I used to crank this when I would cruise for chicks back in the day. Out of the old Model T. Oh, Jeeves, please, where is the umbrella? The sun I shall melt. Okay, so here is our own Dale Ordway out on the streets as John Henry, holding up a sign that says, tell me what you think of my team. Let's see what the reaction
Wait,
is.
can I just make so when I do the John Henry impression, it's really hard to do it loud because John Henry's very quiet and he whispers like this.
Sure.
So I might get a little bit loud at some points, and it might not sound, John Henry-ish, but I looked like him, so that was,
You do. You look exactly like him. If John Henry was Yukon Cornelius. Let's take a listen.
Hello, I'm John Henry.
Exactly.
Middle fingers I got. Anybody want to say anything to John Henry?
That's John Henry.
Hey, I'm John Henry. Do you have any questions for me? You beat the out of me? I didn't even do it. I didn't even do anything to you. Chill out, man. Okay. Everybody have any words for John Henry? What do you think about the team?
John Henry. John Henry.
Okay. What do you think of my team? My name's John Henry.
John Henry.
Yeah.
Tell me what you think of my team.
Hey, you guys. I'm John Henry. What do you guys think of my team?
Hang on. Stop. That guy just read your sign and said, hey, man.
Hey, man.
Tell me what you think of my team.
You're getting guys coming out of the game. They had to be 4 or 5 deep, at least.
I mean, like right away, some guy threatened to kick his ass. Yeah. I mean, the guy's just holding a sign. I mean, let's just kind of step away from the absurdity of it all. I mean, Jackson's just a guy holding a sign, and someone threatened to kick his ass.
Boy, yeah, that guy was kind of, he was kind of messed up. But I did see him like a half an hour later, and he apologized.
Oh, so he was one of these guys just milling around, and a half hour later you ran into him again?
No, he's one of the guys that sits on the bridge and begs for money.
Oh, well,
He's
I
a
mean,
homeless guy.
Okay,
is
well,
what
that's
he was.
that puts a whole different angle on it.
Yeah, but I
Of
mean,
course
I didn't
he's
know.
angry.
You know, he just.
I thought that was a fan who was coming out. Okay, well, yeah, I mean that's not the.
He didn't like my nonsense at first, but then he goes, "No, I'm sorry, man. I was just in a bad mood." I'm like, "All right, cool."
So that's who you're asking.
Jackson gave him a cigarette and he softened up.
Yes, I did.
Okay,
Yes.
of course, yes. All right, let's get.
What do you think of my team? My name's John Henry.
John Henry.
Yeah.
Tell me what you think of my team.
Hey, you guys. I'm John Henry. What do you guys think of my team tomorrow morning?
Shout out WEEI, man.
All right, tomorrow afternoon. Sorry.
Shout out WEED, man.
I think that John Henry needs to focus less
Stop. First of all, thank you for the shout out to our station, but then thank you for the shout out to Weed. WEED. Get it? Weed thanks you. Weed sends the shout out right back to you, as a matter of fact. Let's let it roll.
I think that John Henry needs to focus less on what ply his toilet paper is and more on hiring some good players.
Who's got something to say to John Henry?
This is a sign.
Yeah, that's a sign.
You're John Henry?
I'm John Henry.
What's your sign?
John Henry.
I'm John Henry. Tell me what you think of my team. I
Yeah.
love it.
John Henry.
John Henry, you are a fantastic businessman. I love what you're doing with Liverpool. Obviously, we didn't have a great season this past year in the Premier League. I would invest more money in the Red Sox, right? Lifetime Boston fan here. Focus on one or the other. I'm not going to hate on you like a lot of other Boston fans, but I think that you got to prioritize yourself into spending a lot of money into either team so that they can excel and not be mediocre in both. Thank you.
I think that guy's an idiot.
Okay.
I think John Henry, he fired the guy after 2018 after he won the World Series. What are we doing? He has no idea what he's doing with the team. I think Breslow is a terrible hire. He tried to recreate the nerd GM that he's trying to get with analytics. I think it's disrespectful to the Red Sox organization and the fans, which has been a historic part of Boston for 100 years.
I am John Henry, and I don't appreciate your words.
Yeah, I mean, John Henry, you're a rich guy. I mean, you could do whatever you want to me. You could probably send a hitman to come kill me, but I don't care. You're my team, and I don't really give a I mean, let's go.
Wow. I like how the one guy was like kind of nice.
Yeah.
Hey, you did a good job with Liverpool. I wish you did better with this, but you're an all right guy. The guy goes, that guy's an idiot. Just steps right in front of us.
Well, he just fired the manager of Liverpool, right? Or the coach.
Oh, did they?
Yeah, they did. They just fired him after he won the whole thing last year.
All kind of changes.
Well,
Yeah. And then I like the girl that also was like talking about toilet paper. Do they not have good toilet paper here?
What's that
I guess
about?
not. Apparently, she likes the 2-ply. So that's the soft stuff. All right, well, Dale Ordway, excellent job.
Nice job, Jack.
I think that guy's an idiot.
Yeah, that's right. Just
Thank
like
you,
he
guys.
steps right in front of that dude. He goes, yeah, that guy's a moron. Don't even listen to him.
I'll
I'm
be
sorry
on
you
again
got-
at some point.
Well, I'm sorry you got sworn at so much.
Oh, that's all right.
Didn't know people were so angry.
Well, people don't like John Henry, except for the people that didn't know him. Even people in Red Sox jerseys were like, "Who's that?"
That's not good.
That's pretty funny. I mean, it is a testament to how little he is now out in front of the press. I mean, what is it? When was the last time? Was it
6 years, I think.
Well, as you pointed out, Winter Weekend at Fenway Fest in Springfield, he was out on the dais. But in terms of like him speaking directly to reporters, it's been a long time.
Well, the Winter Weekend one was so. I still think that was the most hysterical because there were all of these clips that were coming out from people with phones who, whenever John Henry would speak, there would be these merciless boos, and like it went viral. 2 days later, Nesson aired it, like their version of what happened, and they edited out all the boos for John Henry, but kept in the boos for Chaim Bloom.
Well,
like that's it. Like
I didn't know they kept the booze in for.
Oh yeah, like if they would have cut out all the boos for everyone, I'd have been like, okay, well that's state TV. But then that was just like, it's not my fault. Blame this moron.
Maybe they were saying Bloom.
Yes, that's right. They were all in on Chaim.
To advance my idea from yesterday that David Ortiz should speak for the team, why doesn't John Henry speak with David Ortiz beside him? Like, take David around, and Pedro maybe, and talk to the media, but just have, if you run into any trouble, they'll just step in for you.
Pedro, what John's trying to say
Exactly. Nobody would have a problem with that. You can't call out Big Papi.
Yeah.
Maybe John Henry should interview John Henry.
I just remember back in the day when Larry Lucchino used to cut off Tom Werner and John Henry when they would start saying something stupid.
Yeah,
like
perfect.
Lucchino was just like, I got it. He would just cut him right off.
Pitbull.
Yeah. It was like, John Henry would be like, our fans don't understand life and what it's like to struggle. And, hey, listen, these Red Sox, and he would jump in. And then Tom Werner would be like, I like hot dogs. And he'd go, all right, I got this. And he would jump on in. He was like Harpo over there. God, I miss those days. I do miss those days. Rest in peace there, Larry Lucchino. All right, 617-779-7937. Let's get to some of this A.J. Brown stuff. Once again.
By the way, do we have Ted's adjusted record for this year, or do you need one more day on that?
Just give me one more day on that.
Okay, one more day.
Okay, adjusted record, and also we have a little bit of controversy as to whether or not this Patriots team is going to go all in and set the market with Christian Gonzalez. Does that mean that he might not be long for this team? I tell you what, I'm starting to come around on what Ted thinks on this. I thought it was going to be a definite. I thought they absolutely were going to sign this guy. But Ted brings up some good points. I'm starting to see his side. 617-779-7937. We'll be right back.
Tonight, Sox and O's, the Mass Mutual pregame show with Christian.
Yeah, I mean, I think I knew that just from the time that he, you know, like when we drafted him, he was like, oh, I wish the Patriots drafted me. And I said, well, that didn't happen. You know, the Titans drafted you.
That's great.
Hey, there's value in that too, man.
Yep.
You're drafting a guy that wanted to come here, you know, from the very beginning. To me, that's huge.
Yeah.
You know, did you overpay? Yeah, sure. You know, but it wasn't an obscene overpay, and you're getting a guy that's always wanted to play for your franchise. The linebacker from the Rams got traded to the Browns in that Myles Garrett trade.
Yeah,
Curse. He's not happy. He got traded. The last place he wants to be is in Cleveland right now.
Oh, sure.
Nice in Cleveland this time of year is perfect.
Please.
Right by the lake.
No, thank you.
But whenever you
Rock
make
and roll
trades, I would want to know that player has no problem coming to my team before I make a trade for him.
Absolutely.
Now, Ted, did you hear the great question yesterday by a Mass Live reporter of what about when the magic subsides? And
The magic of being a Patriot.
The magic of being a Patriot wears off. Then what? Then what what's going to make you happy?
I just love that. When the magic of being a Patriot wears off. Yeah, that's what we
That's how it was phrased.
Yeah.
It was great. It made me laugh. All right, we have to talk about this.
Being a Patriot wears off.
When the magic of being a Patriot wears off, it is Rich, Ken, and Ted Johnson, and it's 93.7 WEEI. We're down at Fenway Park right now in the Fenway Park Clubhouse Studio. Ford, brought to you by Ford, brought to you by your New England Ford dealers and employee pricing for all. You pay for what we pay. The official vehicle of Major League Baseball and that dirty water. We do have to mention this because earlier in the show, we were talking about Theo Epstein, and Theo Epstein had made a comment in that article. He actually didn't make it for the article. He was on a podcast recently, and I forget the name of it.
It's Foul Territory, and Carl Ravitch, I think, was the host.
Okay.
Like the Dugout Dirt podcast or something like that. Too many podcast names these days.
Way too many.
And there was a great comment that he made that I actually asked Chad Tracy about, and it was essentially a criticism of Craig Breslow and the way that he did things. He said that basically he was saying that there's been too much reliance on analytics and not as much on the people, and really, and the quote was, what really makes a person tick as a player has become a lost art.
That's insane to me. Like, I don't think he meant to like target Breslow. Maybe he did. I don't know. I shouldn't speak for him, but that to me is like, it's a lost art speaking to humans.
Yeah.
One human talking to another human is a lost art.
Well, I said this yesterday, Ted, is that I believe it's because these people who run teams have become lazy. They are not putting in the work. They've become over-reliant on AI and computers and statistics that are shot out at them.
True.
It's an algorithm. And that article said it perfectly. They're like, in their algorithm, it was like you couldn't get a player that's over the age of 30 that can only play one position, that can't play more than one position. And Kyle Schwarber is one of those guys, and they missed out on him because of that, because they rely on a computer, and they instead, a normal person, someone who puts in the work, gets to know the player and be like, man, Schwarber's the exact kind of guy that we need right now.
Yeah. That's like looking at it, beyond the data. The data doesn't tell you what a veteran impact guy can have on a younger guy, or just what his accomplishments can mean to other guys and how he can raise just the ceiling of other players. Tom Brady didn't play defense. He made us a better defense. If you understand the psychology and emotions of athletes, you can tap into that and use the data also to help you, but you need to understand how athletes and human beings think when you're putting a roster together.
So that's a pretty great quote, and it was a fairly damning quote, and we were sitting here saying, you know what, it'd be cool if we talked to Theo Epstein, and I was like, you know what, we have a brand new intern. His name is Noah. He just started here, and I got to be honest, it's not just the radio industry, it's not just broadcasting, it's almost any industry. If you want to get into a company, one of the best ways to do it, and truly one of the only ways to do it nowadays, is you got to intern, because almost all these companies now hire from within. And so that's whenever I see like an intern come in, I don't want them to be just a face in the hallway. I want to actually see what they can do. So I threw this challenge out to our own Noah. Noah, is your mic work over there? Okay. I said, Noah, if you by 5:30 can get Theo Epstein on the phone with us, I'm going to get you a steak dinner at Grill 23. I'm going to get you a gift certificate. And Noah, unlike, some other people, not anyone in particular, but sometimes, you would have an intern that just go like, oh yeah, I wouldn't even take it seriously. Noah's over there, and I watched him in the corner, kind of the corner of the room here. He was making phone calls. He was doing all this stuff. And Noah, what did you just tell us last break?
I was able to get his number. I sent him a text politely asking if he'd call into the show. He politely declined.
Okay, how about that? You got a hold.
Good job, buddy.
Theo Epstein.
Good job.
How great is that? Like it took
Got him to text back.
It took him an hour and a half to not only track down Theo Epstein, but to get his phone number and to get a nice off-the-record text back that was just, it was very polite. But he got back to him and said that, I would definitely talk to you guys, at some point, but right now just doesn't seem to be the time. And how about that? Because it's just putting it to work.
I'm impressed.
You are going to have a long career if this is what you choose. That was awesome.
He'll impress Will Fleming. He's sitting beside Will tonight in the booth. He's tonight's booth intern. So you show him the text.
Represent,
That's instant cred.
Is Coop going to be there?
No, we got Lenny DiNardo tonight.
Oh, okay. All right. Cooper's not going to
Maybe not Grill 23, Rich, but I think he at least deserves the 9s.
We're on it, buddy.
We're on it. As a matter of fact, let's see if we can get what 110 Grill. Can we do like
a 110 Grill?
There's a great restaurant called the 110 Grill. We're gonna get you a gift certificate to that. All right.
Appreciate it.
Okay, that was badass. And you know what? As I said, Noah, anytime you feel you want to do something and surprise us for the show, we'll take it. I love that stuff.
The word is initiative.
Yes.
You got any initiative, you're going to stand out amongst all the other.
Well, this guy came in from the West Coast. He knows nobody in Boston. He's subleasing a room in Alston. He walks to the station without transportation. So Noah's a killer.
Noah, were you raised over here, like around here?
No, Seattle.
Okay, so how did you find this gig?
LinkedIn. I applied for like over 100 internships this summer.
Badass. And you ended up and you said, I don't care if it's in Boston. I'm coming out to Boston by myself.
They were all over the country and got this one.
All right, awesome. Okay,
That's
good.
something right there.
What have you learned so far from working at the station? What have you learned about each one of us?
Everyone's great to work with.
No, we're not. No, we're not. Some of us can be.
It's very entertaining. I will say that.
He told me your Vegas story was way too long.
At least he didn't pivot. He didn't do the
he
Noah
loves my
pivot.
pivots.
Tell me something we don't know about Ken. What do you like about Ken over here?
So far, he has showed me the ropes very well, and he's doing a great job.
Thank you.
He's a good rapper.
Yeah.
I love the rapping.
He's a decent rapper. How about Teddy J? What have you learned about Ted so far?
He won 3 Super Bowls.
There you go. That's all you need to know.
How did you know that?
All you need to know. He gets reminded of that every day.
And Rich, you told me, what about being a psycho? What was the code you used?
Nothing.
Okay, I'll take any kind of. Listen, it's only true. All right, well, great stuff, Noah. That was awesome. That was very impressive. All right, 617-779-7937. It was interesting because, as I said, to me it was a done deal. If you would have asked me yesterday whether or not the Patriots are going to set the market with Christian Gonzalez, I would have said absolutely. I saw what happened at that celebrity softball game. He's palling around with everyone. Everyone seems to love him there. He's in a good mood. Even Vrabel. I'm sorry, it wasn't Vrabel. It was Elliot Wolf, who in that interview said something along the lines of this being a priority.
Yeah, Elliot Wolf to Yahoo Sports. Yep, priority.
Yeah, getting things done. But then Ted, who I think was on my side a couple of days ago, all of a sudden has done the Ken Laird pivot and has gone in a completely different direction, right?
I started thinking about it a little bit more, and when's the last time the Patriots have done a contract 2 years before they needed to with a first-round draft pick? And they haven't done a second contract at all, let alone a 2 years before they needed to, since Dante Hightower. Dante was their first-rounder in 2012. They re-signed him to an extension a year before it was up in 2017. And those were the two contracts that he played on. But that was in 2017. So every other first rounder that came after Dante signed in 2013 and after never got a extension, let alone a second contract. So this isn't what they do. I mean, my guess is that when the new CBA was renegotiated back in 2011, they made that fifth year for anybody drafted in the first round, they could do a fifth year option on them.
Yeah.
That was the new rule, so that it protected teams against what they're about to face here with, I think, Christian Gonzalez. So they get him a little bit longer, and I just don't think the Patriots want to break the bank with Christian Gonzalez.
Well, you say it's not what they do, but it's not what Belichick did?
But you get Belichick and Kraft were very much in line in how they spent money. They love the fact that they won. Part of what they don't want to say this, but what they love is that they won Super Bowls with spending the least amount of cash over their time that they won. So think about that. They spent the least amount of cash for their players and won all those Super Bowls.
They also had a unicorn. They also had a unicorn that made it so they could do that.
That's very true. And they might think they have their second coming of a unicorn with Drake May, and if they can afford to play hardball with players because they got, I think, a special player at quarterback.
Ooh, that is a dangerous game.
Oh, so you think they might go that route? Like you need the Patriots discount. I guess my question is there a football reason? Like, is corner less important now than when Ty Law was on your team?
You know what? There's some truth to that. Yeah, I think so. I think teams are playing less man-to-man than they have. I don't think that is as, the edge rusher. If you have a dominant edge rusher, then you don't have to maybe pay a cornerback as much because you get pressure without having to blitz. When you have an elite corner like you have in Christian Gonzalez, you can afford to blitz more. So that you can't do that if you can't get pass rush, you have to blitz more, puts more stress on the secondary. So the Patriots right now don't have a dominant pass rusher, so they need Christian Gonzalez on this team. This isn't a team that is better defense without him. You saw the numbers DVOA-wise when he was injured versus when he was on the field. They're night and day. He makes a huge impact. I don't know if they want to break the bank for a guy that maybe they feel at a position they can, get it out of the way. Maybe can you get 2 first-round draft picks? If it would have changed your mind if I said they think they can get 2 first-round draft picks.
That does help, and that was the thing that made me kind of start leaning your way. Is that if it's 2 first-rounders, and they can make a move for Kayvon Thibodeau to at least help with the defense, I might be 100% on your side. Like, if you can get ourselves a real edge rusher here.
Especially after the season, and then you can draft a corner in next year's draft high to replace him right away.
Here's the thing. Do you think Christian Gonzalez will show up for any practices when he does without having a new deal?
Nope.
Hold in. Not. I think he shows up but doesn't practice.
Okay. And you saw how that's gone in the past. I mean, we've had who was the edge rusher that went to Atlanta.
Oh, yeah, from the Ravens.
Belichick. He did a hold in. That was under Mayo, and it was awkward.
Well, that was under Mayo. Yeah, you're right.
So I just I don't know. I just don't think Kristen's going to. Yeah, Matthew Judon. Thank you. I don't think he's going to blink. And so the Patriots haven't done a deal like this in forever.
Yeah.
So I don't feel confident they're gonna do it this time.
Well, it is an absolutely beautiful day down here at Fenway, and Chad Tracy. Not a very good ending last night. This has been a very strange stretch here at Fenway Park. They have yet to win double-digit games. We will talk to Chad Tracy. We are not going anywhere. 2 minutes. We'll be back with the interim manager of your Boston Red Sox.
This is Rich and Ken with Ted Johnson on WEEI.
It is 93.7 WEEI. Rich Schertenlieb, Ken Laird with three-time Super Bowl champion Ted Johnson. And we are down at Fenway right now. Beautiful day. Beautiful. A little warm. Shouldn't have worn the long-sleeve black shirt. A little smelly over here. I apologize to our guest here in studio. But that's what comes with the territory when you have a man with Swiss blood like me. We are in the Ford Clubhouse at Fenway Studio, brought to you by New England Ford Dealers. Employee pricing for all. You pay for what we pay. Ford, the official vehicle of Major League Baseball and that dirty water. And with us right now, Sox manager Chad Tracy, and he is brought to you by Shaw's and Star Market, the official supermarket of the Red Sox radio network, by Arbella, here for baseball fans, here for good, and by John Sewer and Drain Cleaning, the name to know when your drains don't flow. Thanks for coming back and hanging out with us today, Mr. Tracy.
Thanks for having me.
So we were kind of speculating because I know originally our interview was set up for 2:15, and there was we kept getting texts saying that you were going to be a little bit later. Anything going on that we should know about?
No, there was just a few different handful of conversations that popped up that I had to handle before I came down.
Okay, none of those were like team meeting-esque or anything?
No.
Okay.
Nothing like that.
All right. There was an interesting comment yesterday. Obviously, the team, it's at home. It's just you seem to be snake bitten. It's a very strange thing. I know that right now, I believe 9 wins at home, which I think is the worst in the league. But I did find a comment yesterday from Izzy to be after the game. It raised some eyebrows because it might have given us an interesting look as to what he believes might be going on and why the team isn't doing well at home. He said, I feel like on the road we're a very close-knit team. We come home and there's just a lot of people. A lot of people, it's different. It's just a different vibe at home, and we've got to figure out a way to make it small like how it is on the road. Just feel like at home we see a lot of people that we don't know or that are around this area. It's just a close-knit group, and we were becoming a really close team, and we got to find a way to bring that back home. What do you feel about his comments? What do you think he means by all of that?
Broadly, I just think there's a lot more people at Fenway. It's the nature of, first of all, it's a big market. There's a lot of people. You go out for batting practice. There's fans on the field. There's tons of media. That's part of it here. I do think, and I don't want to speak for him, it's not wrong. Like when you go on the road, you're all together. There's nowhere to go. Like you're not necessarily rushing out to get to your family because it's just us. You're getting on the bus together to and from the ballpark. And there's a very small contingent of media that's there. They're in there for 45 minutes, and it really is a little bit. But when you come here, it's different. I do, as I watched him answer that, there was a long pause before he answered when you watch it, and I had the similar pause when they asked. Sometimes you're searching for that answer. We all are, right? And we know that we're, a good streak at home away from turning this around. But sometimes it's that feeling of you're searching for the answer and you're playing out what could it be, right? So we're always looking at how can we do that? But I think broadly he means it feels smaller on the road because it is. It is. When you go to Kansas City or Detroit or whatever, it's not Fenway Park and there's just less going on. But at the same time, we got to find a way to make it small and deal with that ourselves because it's not going to change.
How do you make it small? That's how do you address that? Because obviously he feels that this is probably something that, or at least hopes it sound like, that he wants to have this be a little more controlled with less people. How do you do that?
You can't control, I got to ask too, but I don't think you control how much media there or wherever. But broadly, you want to know the answer? You win some games. You win some games here, and it becomes less of a conversation. That's my answer. Sure. Is you come home and you have a stretch at home when you play and you win 4 or 5 in a row, and everybody stops talking about it. That's a big part. But I don't ignore what he says, and I think, just extra effort from all of our part to make it mostly about us, our group of 26 that's playing the game that night, and try your very best to eliminate all the other stuff. That doesn't matter over there. That doesn't matter over there. It's just about us, right? And let's get it done. So, but I do think a lot of things like this, these topics tend to disappear if you go out and have a good stretch at home.
Oh, sure.
Yeah.
Yeah. Winning cures all.
Yes.
Some people read into this, Chad, and maybe incorrectly, that there are too many hitting coaches or hitting voices or people that are around the cage. Is that related at all to what is?
No, there hasn't been a single random hitting person that's come in. It's the same 4 guys that we've had since the changes were made, and those are the same guys that are in there. So no, That's the thing. Like, there's a lot of things like, oh, there's a bunch of extra people. That's not necessarily the case. It's just, I think broadly, there's just more people around, and I don't think it necessarily means just Red Sox people. Just think there's just a lot more going on at Fenway Park than there is at other places.
What do you make of Caleb Durbin and Narvaez as well going outside the organization to get batting help? We actually talked to Lorenzo Garmendia, who runs a place right up the street. I think it's Gratham Baseball. Caleb, I guess, reached out to him and ended up getting help with him. I think he came to the park yesterday and actually helped him. You know, it is shocking from the outside looking in because you're like, wow, this is the Boston Red Sox. You would think that they had the best batting coaches and you wouldn't have to go outside of the organization. What do you think about that when something like that happens?
I think broadly there's probably a lot more players than you guys know that like have. I mean, when these guys go home in the off season, you don't have enough hitting coaches to go home with them. They have people they work with, and I think there's a ton of players that have hitting coaches or people they work with in the off season that know them that they probably reach out to for help and advice.
But this is in the season at home,
right? He's working hard with our guys too. Like, shoot, he's taking early hitting in Kansas City. He's working on all the things that he talked about, getting the ball in the air, the vacancy on the right side of the field that he talked about. Like, I watched him take 2 sessions of early hitting on one of the most recent road trips, working on driving the ball to the opposite field and getting the ball off the ground. So, these things get play, you know, because it shows up on social media. I'm like, it doesn't mean that he's not working with our guys, working his tail off, like a lot of hours with our guys to get right. But I do think people talk to other people, you know, as well outside of here. You know, if they have people they're close with, that happens a lot.
In baseball, that's just kind of understood. That's how the ecosystem works. Because I mean, if I had a coach that would never want us getting advice from anybody, they're very territorial, whether it be trainers, coaches, hitting coaches. Baseball is different. It's a different.
I think there's the ecosystems, particularly. I know it's during the season, but in the off season, like there's, you know, cohesion on finding out every guy when they go home in the off season, where you're going, where you're going to be training, who you're working with, so we can be in communication with those types of people. Say, here's what we were doing in the season. Here's what we've been really pushing, and you're trying to get on board because you know that's going to happen. It's a long off season where they spend a lot of time alone, and you have to have that communication. So yes, I think it is a different ecosystem. You know, guys have to go get their work in. They're going to have people that do that, but you want to be on the same page. So I think that doesn't throw up any big radars for me. The most important thing to me right now is Caleb Durbin starting to swing the bat pretty good, and that helps the bottom of our order in a big way.
Speaking of swinging the bat, how's Roman Anthony taking his injury?
He's doing okay. I think he's probably, you know, frustrated on a couple of. I think he's frustrated that he can't be out there with us. There's been a lot of attention around it. It comes with the territory here. There's a lot of attention around it because he's not able to play right now. But I do think enough people internally have reached out to him and let him know, like, try not to get too caught up in the noise of things that are happening that maybe people don't know that are involved. Like, we got your back. We want you healthy. We want you back, but we want you to get back healthy. You know, not playing hurt. So, I think Roman's very even-keeled. You guys have heard me say that before. He's a very even-keeled person. He doesn't get too high or too low. He's focused on getting himself healthy and right so he can be in the lineup and help us.
Has he expressed any frustration on the mischaracterization of what his injury was by Sam Kennedy?
Roman doesn't do a lot of expressing frustration. I've talked to him a good bit. He's not one that gets too bent out of shape about a lot of things. He doesn't do that. Whether or not he is, you guys could ask him, but I think Roman right now is just fine as far as knowing the people inside the room. Like, we're good. Like, we got to get you healthy. And we certainly don't want to ask you to go out there and swing a bat if you're having jolting pain in your hand or whatever it is. Like, we just got to get him right. So believe me, you talk enough to him, you'll realize he doesn't get, you know, even on the bad end, he doesn't get overly frustrated and boisterous with that stuff. He just focuses on what he has to do.
That's good, because that's got to suck being in his position. Like, just wanting to play, and then especially when you feel that you're about to take that next step as you're seeing the try swings.
Right.
And then you just go, here we go again. And where he has a little bit of a back, I don't want to say a backslide.
Yeah.
But it's not where he wants to be.
Right.
And that's got to be tough having a young player, especially like that, where you just kind of almost got to be like, dude, just hang in there. Don't listen to the noise,
right?
And just try to keep your head in it,
right? And you're right about it's like a lot of people that want to go to the term, you know, oh, he had a setback, right?
Yeah, right.
Like, not necessarily. Like, when you're coming back from an injury, you expect there to be, you know, especially that you expect there to be things like, I'm going good. Oop, that didn't feel very, you know, it's ups and downs. That's part of coming back from an injury.
Yeah.
It very rarely just goes perfectly, like, oh, we're going to start and everything boom, 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 and everything's perfect. Like, that's not usually how most of them go.
Yeah.
So making sure that he knows, like, that we support him and like that, that we're not like pushing this guy to play hurt. We want him to be healthy, and I think he knows that.
Does your gut say after the All-Star break? Most
I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know, and I won't say that because we usually get in trouble when we try to put timetables on things, and and it doesn't happen or it happens earlier. Like, you just don't know. I think the best way you can handle that is everybody's body is going to respond to different things or different injuries differently, and you got to go with the flow of how that guy is improving and how he's feeling.
Yeah.
And when he starts to feel really good, you give him more, you give him more, you give him more, then you get him on a rehab assignment and get him back. So when that happens, we'll do that with Roman. But I don't want to put a timetable. Like, I hope it's sooner than that. But like, you just don't know.
Well, Chad, we're talking to Chad Tracy, and there's something I just want to get your opinion on, because the players seem to like gravitate towards you. You seem to be a guy who talks their language, and there was an article in the Boston Globe about how there's an impression around the league that the team has been leaning a little too hard on analytics and less on getting to know the actual player when they're looking around to, either bringing players in. But even Theo Epstein said on a recent podcast, he had a really interesting quote saying, what really makes a person tick as a player has become a lost art. Do you kind of feel the same? Is that baseball, not as much even the Red Sox, but just baseball in general, might be relying too much on numbers and not as much in actually doing the work and spending time with the players and getting to know them and saying, you know what, a guy like Kyle Schwarber may be over 30 and he might not be exactly, what the algorithm says is good, but my God, this guy can still hit bombs and he seems like a gamer.
He can hit. Can't he?
Yes, he can. Unfortunately, Red Sox know that too well.
I think it's a good question. I think the secret in that whole thing is doing both.
Yeah.
And being good at doing both. I think both are right. Like, there are over time, and I don't want to even use the word analytics. Like, it's statistics. Statistically, when you look at players, like, over time, over larger samples, like, have a pretty good idea of what players they reveal, who they are, what they may struggle with, you know, in certain situations versus lefties, like it reveals. But at the same time, like, yes, like that piece that you talked about, like understanding the player, having conversations with them, knowing who needs to be pushed and who needs to be patted on the back, like all these different kinds of things. Like, those are really, really important. But that being said, you still need to know what are they good at and what are they not. And that doesn't mean you just say, oh, he's not good at, we got to try to make him better at it. But if I have X player that's a little better at that, then maybe there's a pinch hit opportunity there or whatever. So you have to know that information, and it's very rarely wrong information.
Yeah.
But at the same time, like, you got to communicate and you have to know that other side of it. And that makes players feel more engaged too. So for me, it lies somewhere in the middle there, is like knowing the information, but having people around that aren't afraid to have those conversations and really get in deep with the player. That's really important too.
Chad, any good news on Whitlock's return or Crochet?
Whitlock's doing really good. He threw a pretty intense side yesterday, so everything on track. Feels good. He's been feeling better every single day. So we'll see what next steps are for him. He may go through a rehab or something just to make sure that he's up and ready. He hasn't been down long, but things are progressing really nicely there. And then, Garrett, just the imaging just showed a very small strain in the lat. He's been improving each day too, so we're just basically in wait mode of, like, when he's asymptomatic to the trainers, testing and stuff, he can resume throwing. When that's going to be, I don't know, but it wasn't a serious thing that we found, but we do have to wait until he's asymptomatic.
What does this team need to win more games at home?
You're going to ask me that. I'm going to give you the pause, right? like Izzy or I did yesterday with the media too. I give you the pause because it's like we did nothing. We just need to play like we did in Cleveland, right? Like there was games here last week that we very easily could have won, and it's like you can pick apart and why didn't you? It's like, well, maybe one was we had a lead and the bullpen didn't hold one day, right? Or one was not a great start, but then we started banging the ball around and came up one run short. Mm-hmm. There's games within that we could have won, and we just need to put together a little stretch where, you win 4 or something in a row and you kind of get this whole thing and the player feels like, all right, we've conquered that, now let's go.
Yeah.
That's easier said than done. I get it. But we need a stretch. We need a good stretch. That's really it.
Can I throw out just you can shoot it down? The one suggestion is the team profiles as a young team. So young guys playing in Fenway.
Yep.
It's a different vibe. You have new players that are coming in for the first time. Is it all maybe just the profile of the team because it's young and you have so many new guys on this team and playing for the Red Sox in Fenway for the first time that might be somewhat of a factor why they're not playing as good at home?
It could be, but then you'd say, well, what about X game that we lost 8-7? We scored 7 runs. We banged it around. They looked fine. They were comfortable.
Yeah.
I think there's something too, I think Izzy had made a comment like, man, if jump out to like a 3 or 4-0 lead and play with the lead, get the fans involved early, like that stuff happens. Sometimes it's out of your control if a guy's out there dealing against you. But I mean, I won't ignore or dismiss guys that are here for the first time. Maybe they look around, but I think there's been plenty of instances in my time here, at least at Fenway, where we're playing a good baseball game, and everything looks fine. Nobody looks nervous to me. They're getting after it, and they're doing what they're supposed to, and we come up a run short, or one thing happens in a game that goes against us and ends up costing us the game. So we have to win at home. We're not hiding from that. If we continue this, we're going to end up treading water like we have. The good thing is we're playing very good on the road. Most teams don't do that. So in a way, that's helping us, somewhat stay afloat. But we need a stretch at home. We absolutely do.
Chad Tracy, should the team have to earn it, Sweet Carolines? If the team is getting their ass kicked, is it okay to play Sweet Caroline?
I don't even know if I should answer. I don't know. It's a staple. It's a staple of Fenway, I guess. It's.
But it's you look at with Geno time at the Celtics, they only play that when it's near the end of the game and it's a blowout and it's a big party, it's a celebration. There's nothing weirder than having a game just get blown, or somebody gives up a bomb and you're sitting there and you're all pissed off, and then da, 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 you're like, no, I'm not feeling it right.
All the more reason we need to stretch at home.
That's right.
They play Sweet Caroline, we're winning 5 nights in a row.
That will feel a lot better.
Yeah.
Well, Chad Tracy, thank you so much for coming in, and we always appreciate you coming in the studio. And listen, let's cross our fingers, man. Let's hope we get some home wins.
Thanks for having me.
Let's do it. Hey, always great to have you, Chad. All right. That was Chad Tracy, your manager of the Boston Red Sox, brought to you by Shaw's The Star Market, the official supermarket of the Red Sox Radio Network, by Arbella, here for baseball fans, here for good, and by John Sewer and Drain Cleaning, the name to know when your drains don't flow. We'll be right back.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's the ultimate showdown. Your property versus the world. You need to...
It's 93.7 WEEI. Rich, Ken, Ted Johnson. Christian Arcand is just kind of milling around over here. He's getting ready for his big show. I'm not going to put him on the spot yet because he's he's in the dressing room. He's getting ready.
Pregame.
Yeah, he's getting all pumped. Let's real quick go to Steve in Centerville. What's up, Steve? How's it going, my man?
Hey, Steve.
Yeah, hey, man. Excellent question to Tracy about the Sweet Caroline BS.
Red Sox should show that we're about winning games. It's not just an amusement park for people that are not baseball fans. One good way to put an exclamation point on that is to actually say, no, we're not going to do Sweet Caroline when we're losing. We only do this when we're winning.
Thanks, Steve.
Thank you, Steve.
I just think that the way that the Celtics have always done Geno time is perfect. It's like when Geno time happens, it feels special. Like, dude, I was at a game and Geno time happened. That if you obviously don't know what we're talking about, that's when the Celtics are blowing out a team. I think the standard's probably like 15 points, where there's no way they can come back.
It's comfortable, right?
Yeah, with like 2 minutes left, and then and it used to be Kevin Garnett used to love Geno time. He would get the whole team out to take a look at it, and it was the old American Bandstand where they were dancing around.
It's like Red Light the Cigar. I mean, it's part of the culture there, you know?
It is. You earned your Geno time, and there's nothing worse than being at Fenway Park and someone just like giving up a bomb that puts your team behind, and they do Sweet Caroline. You're just like, no, this is not appropriate. I don't feel like standing up and putting my arm around the people next to me like I'm at like some sorority party and singing Sweet Caroline. I don't have anything against Sweet Caroline when the team's winning. Great. You do stupid stuff. You sing your heart out. I don't care. And I'm not one of these people who just like hates the song completely because it's written about an underage girl and an old man's obsession with it. That's a completely different story.
He only said that once. He said 3 other things when he asked about it. But yes,
yeah,
that's one. He changes his story off.
He does. Well, I'm sure once he actually told the truth and was like, oh wow,
that didn't sound good.
Everyone knows I'm going to be asked about this the rest of my life.
It was just a random.
No, I am not one of these people who is against joy. Not at all. But it's just, wouldn't it be better if you earned it?
My only pushback is you would admit when you're at Fenway, there's people around you. There's some people that will stay just to hear it, even if they're getting blown out.
I don't care about those people.
Okay, well, just there will be a pushback from the Pink Hats.
Like, all I want to see is a guy picking a fight with with Contreras wearing a Harry Potter 50 years or whatever, 20 years of Magic Red Sox jersey, which is one of the funniest things that I've seen. Like, that was just the best. He was like, you son of a bitch, and he's wearing a Harry Potter Red Sox jersey. It was Slytherin, by the way, because those are the bad guys. Real quick, let's go to Dom in Southborough. Dom, what's happening, Dom?
Hey, Dom.
Put a smile on that one. Hello, ¿cómo estás?
Oh, wow. He's
Love you,
doing all
Ken.
my calls. What's up, Dom?
Love you, bud.
That was the best Ken doing the Wood Sox.
Those are some of my Woo Sox games. By the way, I'm back in the call Sunday afternoon. So if you want to check me out, if you're in the Worcester area.
Oh, you are?
Yeah.
Doing the call again?
Alex Jensen and I, doing the call Sunday.
Do you ever, is it pressure filled? How tough is it calling a baseball game? I have
No, it's the best. It's just fun. It's just basically like a talk show with baseball going on.
All right, if you had to rank, if I had to sit and rank which ones would be the most difficult out of the big four.
Hockey for sure.
Hockey, but without a question is the toughest. Because first of all, just keeping track of who's on and off the ice,
Right.
and then obviously the hard to pronounce names, and then painting a visual of exactly what's happening at it's too fast for me. Basketball would be number 2.
Football's fun. Football's great.
Football's great because all you have to do is there's one guy who's the play-by-play guy. You just say what you see, and then there's the one guy who just kind of, the color guy who yells, unicorn show pony, stuff like that. and then you've got it. And then, but baseball seems like you can just kind of like euchre back in the day. Apparently, you used to drink and stuff.
The pitch clock now has changed it. It's a tough one.
It has. All right.
Come up with a catchy phrase there.
617-779-7937. We will unload the take grenades. Also, take your calls to end the show here. We have as I said, it's a beautiful day down at Fenway.
Perfect day.
Let's hope they can pull something off. Chad Tracy seems like a good guy. I don't know why it's so tough for them to win at home. And I know that sounded like such a general question when I asked them.
Pretty easy last night. Pete Alonso played for one team, and it wasn't yours.
It was a team that you were in. It was a guy you were in on, in quotes. I love how all these guys that they were in on end up coming back and punishing them, like Pete Alonso and Kyle Schwarber. All right, 617-779-7937. We will take your calls next, and we will sweep the leg.
Hello,
This is Jackson.
Hey, what's happening, gang? Good to see you. Welcome to the Red Sox game. I was about to make a joke about this song, but then I saw a family out there.
Good, nice pivot.
Yeah, good. All right, it is Rich Ken and Ted Johnson here on WEEI 93.7, and a lot of people, hey, what's up? How you guys doing? They're about to go into Fenway Park right now. What a lovely day for a game.
And you're guaranteed to win. They never lose here.
Guaranteed.
So don't worry about it.
That's right. And the drive home is brought to you by Town Fair Tire. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody. Real quick, Chris Narcan, I hate to drag you on because I know you're getting ready for the show.
That's okay.
But you just told me something. What did Asante Samuel just tweet?
Asante Samuel tweeted something very weird today. He was talking about A.J. Brown, and he tweeted the following. Hold on, let me pull it back up here, as I just now lost it. But he said... He said,
Bradfo should get him for the 2-minute grill.
A.J. Brown wouldn't be able to handle my mouth in practice. He would have been left Philly bleeping with me.
Yeah.
You wouldn't be able to handle his mouth.
Wouldn't be able to handle his mouth in practice.
First of all, Sunday Samuel just hates the Patriots.
Yeah, pause, if that's anything.
Yeah, pause. Yeah, pause.
That's big talk, you know? I mean, you back that up, Asante, or what? I mean, that's...
What kind of gifts were posted underneath that?
What is his beef? I forget how this started.
I don't think he hates the Patriots. I thought he just hated Bill.
Oh, maybe it's just Bill.
Yeah,
maybe
I
I'm
think
wrong.
that's it.
Maybe
I don't
it's
think he
just
hates the
Bill
Patriots.
Belichick. No, maybe you're right. Maybe it's just Bill Belichick.
I responded with Tobias Funke. Nothing wrong with that. With the tape recorder.
You will not be able to handle my mouth.
Is he calling AJ soft?
Right.
Is that what it is?
I think.
Well, I mean, if he's handling his mouth, I don't think that... All right, let's do some take grenades, shall we? Let's launch them.
Incoming!
Good boy.
Hey, the take grenades are brought to you by Milligan & Higgins, proud sponsor. OUI and criminal defense attorneys. Go to milliganandhiggins.com for a free consultation. We only have time for a couple, so let's just Jackson and Stiz, just give me the first two. Let's hear.
So I know exactly how to fix the Red Sox.
Good.
What they need is 2 tablespoons olive oil, a pound of chicken thighs cut into bite-sized pieces, 1 small onion finely chopped, a red bell pepper sliced, 3 cloves of garlic minced, a cup and a half of short grain rice, that Spanish paella rice, a tablespoon of smoked paprika,
Is he just reading a
a pinch of
What is
saffron
going on?
threads, 4 cups of seafood stock warmed, 8 to 10 large shrimp.
All right. Okay, all right.
What the hell? Is that the Jobu cocktail from Major League? Or...
Sounded like a delicious ceviche.
It did sound quite delicious, I'm not going to lie.
Right. I mean, it sounds like a very nice paella he's making there. I don't know if I should continue or just like he's just reading a recipe.
Well, I mean, there's more recipes, and the next one sounds
all right. Let's go to the next one. Let's just.
There is another way that the Red Sox can win.
Hang on. Stop. Is that the second one? Is that the second one?
Iron Chef.
That is the second one.
Okay. It's the same guy. All right, let's see the second one.
There is another way that the Red Sox can win that's a lot less taxing. And that pretty much starts with a pound of ground beef, a small onion finely chopped, 2 cloves of garlic minced, a cup of beef broth, 2 tablespoons tomato paste, 1 tablespoon yellow mustard, 1 tablespoon Worcestershire sauce, 1 teaspoon chili powder, half tablespoon of paprika, half teaspoon of salt, 1/4 tablespoon of black pepper. And then for serving, you just put 8 all beef hot dogs, 8 hot dog buns, yellow mustard, and finely diced white onion. You start off by placing that.
Right. Thank you very much.
Chili dogs?
Sounds like some delicious chili dogs.
I don't know why I don't know why I enjoyed that. That was actually made me laugh.
What just happened?
Yeah,
Thank you, Coop.
Thank you, Coop Mormon. Asante Samuel, what did you think about that recipe?
Wouldn't be able to handle my mouth with that.
I wouldn't either. I would not either. All right. I think we've had enough take grenades.
By the way, real quick.
Yeah.
Kiner Falefa talked to the media again today about his comments from last night. He's like their team leader. They have made Isaiah Kiner Falefa the spokesman of the team, and he might not be wrong. He's like, I hate it. It's great. something's not working, but this is the guy we turn to in our hour of need now, Arcand.
Yeah, this is strange. So if you didn't hear the
He is like their best hitter right now. So it does make sense.
He was 0 for 3 last night, but
it's true.
It was interesting because he basically was saying that, when you're on the road, everything's fine, but when you're here, there's too many people around. And it almost sounded vague, as if he was ripping on all the batting coaches and all the different voices that are in his ear. Didn't you say, Greg,
That's
morning?
what Greg said. Greg's scoop is that, yes, he's referring to, or others have been upset at, the Driveline Consortium, too many of the nerds hanging around the cages giving advice, or the clubhouse, I guess.
You know what Jake in Boston said last night?
I missed Jake.
Oh, yeah, this is kind of great. Do we have that clip by any chance?
I think it is. I'm not sure if it's if we have it or not, but I can tell you that Jake in Boston, before Kiner Falefa said all this, called in and said the reason why they're no good at home is because there's too many groupies.
Too many groupies. Well, that was one theory that
that was a big theory, and then all of a sudden Kiner Falefa comes out with there's all these people around.
I don't.
And I doubt Jake and I brushed it off. I hung up on him. I was like, come on, man.
Is there a place where the
maybe
groupies
he's
hang
right.
out at Fenway Park when it's over? Because I know
This
obviously
studio.
This is how the Beatles did.
Game
got
on,
ripped apart.
Loretta's.
It was just,
Oh, so hang on. You're telling me they just hang out at the bars? Like because I know that at a concert, there's, they hang out by backstage and there's someone who goes and brings them back there. Is there any place at Fenway Park, like any eggs, like
Kids
any
wait for
exit
them to come out and like autograph stuff. Like out by the garage over there. Like when I leave, I see the kids all gathered around like behind the fence. Like
I don't think that's what he's talking about, Arcand.
That's not what that's the only thing I've seen.
No, because there was a story. I forget which player it was.
Theo struck out with a gorilla suit. There's got to be that entrance or exit.
So there was a story about a player, and I forget who it was. He
could have asked him about
write his phone number on a baseball and would throw them to like a girl that he liked in the stands. And that's how they would meet. Like he would call the phone number and do that. I don't know whether or not that's the same deal nowadays, but I mean, I know that hockey players, there's, a place where they all wait. What are they? Oh, I was about to say a name that I think that the hockey players call the groupies.
The Pats had a place, obviously after the Super Bowl, where they were hanging out.
Well, that was just a party.
Yeah.
Like, that was a big party, which, by the way, there's nothing more depressing than the videos that came out after they lost the perfect season. Did you remember that one? It was the year that Matt Light looked like he was on something and he had his shirt off and he was dancing around to whatever, and it was after they had lost. Yeah, that was always depressing. I think we've talked to a couple players who were like, yeah, those parties, they sucked. It's like Snoop Dogg and stuff was there, but who wanted to play the losers party?
Remember Lil Jon when the Bruins lost to the Blues? And Marchand and all them were wearing the goggles anyway, and like Little John was there, and it was like, guys, you lost. Like, come on.
I don't remember that.
That was a tough one. That was a tough one.
All right, well, everybody, it is a gorgeous day. Hopefully there is some sort of Asante Samuel-esque mouth movement that will get this team straightened out for a win.
Also,
And
Dale
ready to
Ordway would
squirt-
love to know where those groupies hang out, just for research purposes.
Yes, ready to squirt out a win.
Oh.
Let's see if they can do that. All right, everybody, thank you so much for listening to our show. We've got Christian Arcand. We've got Red Sox baseball. Hey, big props to Noah, our intern, getting a hold of Theo Epstein.
Nice job, Noah.
It was a good challenge, and he was able to get a hold of him.
Didn't book him, though. Just saying. It didn't actually
Are you going to
happen.
take that, Noah? Are you going to take that?
I tried my best.
That's all I can do. All right. Stiz, Jackson, Dale Ordway, thank you so much. Red Sox baseball is next. Hey, Emerson's on TV. Hey, what's up? All right, everybody, have yourself a great day. We'll talk to you tomorrow. Bye.
93.7 WEEI.